left Rain feeling somewhat disappointed. By the way, Lord Rain, you are about to head to Minster for the Sword Bearer Organization's assessment, aren't you? Trevo changed the subject and asked. Exactly, Lord Trevo. Are you also interested in the Sword Bearer Organization? Rain curiously asked. Haha, Lord Rain. I participated in the Sword Bearer assessment 4 years ago and was not selected. That's how I ended up with the Imperial Navy's Wave Steppers. Rain raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected Trevo to have also participated in the Sword Bearer selection and been rejected. However, is the Sword Bearer assessment really that difficult? Shouldn't be. Could a Great Knight also be rejected? Could Lord Trevo elaborate a bit? As far as I know, the Sword Bearer assessment shouldn't be so difficult. Could it be that someone of your status as a Great Knight Archer also got rejected? Trevo shook his head with a wry smile. Lord Rain, at that time, I was merely a senior knight. Although my archery wasn't bad, I hadn't even passed the preliminary round. Preliminary round? Eh? Lord Rain, have you not looked into it thoroughly? This time, it was Trevo's turn to be surprised. However, he quickly smiled and said, well, with your strength, you need not worry about the preliminary round. For you, the main exam is what's critical. This. If it's convenient, Lord Trevo, could you perhaps talk about this preliminary round and main exam? Upon hearing Lord Rain ask this, Trevo seemed to realize something. He looked at Rain with an extremely surprised expression, nodded, and said, of course. The Sword Bearer Organization's assessment is divided into the preliminary round and the main exam. After passing the preliminary round, one officially becomes a sword bearer, considered a rare talent in the Empire. However, only those who pass the main exam receive significant nurturing from the Empire, the elites among elites. Put it this way, Lord Rain, you can consider those in the preliminary round as ordinary team members, while those who pass the main exam are of captain level. After the corresponding intensive training, those who pass the main exam can select members from the preliminary round to form a team. Regarding the teams, as Lord Rain might have heard, the sword bearers also use a team mode to execute missions. The captain not only has the right to allocate the team's spoils, but also has a range of other priorities. By the way, the pass rate for the main exam is extremely low, about 1/10 of the preliminary round. Rain nodded. It seemed that he needed to improve his strength as much as possible before participating in the sword bearer's assessment. For 2 consecutive days, Rain had been practicing archery with Trevo. He was now trying to hit a gold coin from 100 meters away. Through these days of practice, Rain's Blood Fury archery had also made great strides, just recently advancing to LV5. And Rain, his understanding of prediction was growing more profound by the moment. Suddenly, he seemed to have pierced through a certain paper window. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have experienced an epiphany, unlocking a long-range combat skill additional effect. Precise Aim LV1, Passive, Precise Aim LV1, Passive, Effects. You have a preliminary judgment on the movement trajectory of your enemies and a basic understanding of the weapons in their hands. You can precisely control the impact point of each strike, slightly reducing the chances of your opponent dodging your attacks. Note: Precise Aim is an additional effect of long-range combat skills, which will be automatically unlocked under the right conditions. A long-range effect, huh? Quickly, Rain saw a small line of text below the Blood Fury Archery icon on the Weapon Master, Legendary, Profession panel. Blood Fury Archery LV5, 112/2000, with added effect, Precise Aim LV1. Note: to unlock Precise Aim LV2 in Blood Fury Archery, the following conditions must be met. Blood Fury Archery LV7 or higher, Strength 16 points, Agility 20 points, Constitution 18 points or more. A few kilometers from Meister County fishing port town, on the coast. 2 individuals slowly walked ashore from the sea, the leader a gaunt man in leather armor, with 2 daggers emitting a bloody glow hanging on either side of his waist. It was Wexman, whom Neru had requested. Directly behind him, a step away, was a statuesque woman dressed in a black robe. The 2 emerged from the water, completely dry, without a trace of moisture. If someone had been swimming in the sea just now, they would have seen that the 2 were previously enveloped in bubbles under the surface of the water. Zanina, check the defensive strength of Fishing Port Town, and try to locate that Rain. I think, barring any accidents, he should be either in the administration office or patrolling the main streets, Wexman said, turning to his robed follower. In fact, among the entire Leviathan team, Wexman had the fewest followers, directly related to his combat style. His only companion was this made a relatively rare grade 3 shadow wizard apprentice specializing in raven manipulation arts, shadow curses, and so forth. Basically, once this female wizard apprentice named Zanina identified the target, Wexman was set to make his move. "At your command, sir," she said. Zanina then quietly began chanting a spell. As the energy fluctuated and radiated, soon a significant number of unusually large ravens gathered around them. These ravens were almost indistinguishable from ordinary ravens, except that their size was at least twice that of regular ravens. These were special ravens, storm ravens, adept at moving in groups. Once amassed in sufficient numbers, they dared to attack predators and were even capable of tracking and locating tasks when dispersed. Soon, hundreds of storm ravens soared into the sky, heading towards Fishing Port Town a few kilometers away. Inside Fishing Port Town, suddenly, a series of caw-caw sounds came from the horizon. Many residents couldn't help but look up, only to see a flock of dark ravens flying overhead. Quickly, the ravens dispersed, seemingly searching for something. At the administration office entrance, 2 guards were chatting idly. Suddenly, one guard pointed towards a rooftop and said, Jeff, did you see that bird? Looks like a raven, but it seems much larger than usual." "Indeed, it must be a raven, but such large ravens are indeed rare." There's another one here. And over there too." "This." Both guards exchanged glances, seeing a hint of concern in each other's eyes. Something seemed off. After a moment of thought, one guard said to his companion, "Jeff, go and report to Lady Vinica immediately. She is a master in the field of birds and should know if there is any problem." "All right, I'm on it," the young guard named Jeff replied. The thought of the beautiful lady who could control the white seagulls warmed his heart, and he turned to report to her right away. Actually, even without the young man's report, Vinica had already encountered a fight in the backyard of the administrative hall with a blood-feathered horned eagle chick named Bloodfeather and Storm Crows. It was Bloodfeather who first noticed the sudden appearance of the storm crows around them. Although it was still a chick, as a naturally ferocious species, it had learned to fly the day before yesterday. Thus, naturally, it considered the skies above the administrative hall where its master, Lord Rain, resided, and even those above Fishing Port Town as its own territory. Upon seeing so many storm crows invading, Bloodfeather immediately launched an attack at one of the storm crows. At first, Vinica didn't notice anything amiss, thinking they were just some kind of crow or perhaps a mutated version. It was not until Bloodfeather decisively defeated a storm crow of similar size that the others quickly gathered more than 10 storm crows, which instantly alarmed Vinica. While enhancing Bloodfeather's defensive power with a water membrane technique, she observed them more carefully and soon discovered something unusual about these crows. Vinica found out that these crows were the rare storm crows, which did not have any habitat near the Meister County, nor in the entire Minster province. The origin of the storm crows was Storm Gulf, located thousands of kilometers away from here. Another point was, the expressions in the eyes of these storm crows seemed rigid, as if they were under some kind of control or surveillance witchcraft, which immediately put Vinica on alert. The enemy was spying. Almost without further thought, Vinica immediately ran to the training room because she knew that both Lord Rain and Lord Trevo were exchanging bout techniques there for the past few days. In midair, empowered by the water membrane technique, Bloodfeather fearlessly confronted the more than 10 storm crows again, causing black feathers to frequently fall from the sky. Thump, thump, thump. The urgent knocking interrupted the bow technique lesson between Rain and Trevo. The girl with twin ponytails quickly walked in, anxiously saying, "Lord Rain, Lord Trevo, you must come quickly. There is a wizard apprentice controlling storm crows to spy on us nearby." The two glanced at each other and immediately followed Vinica out of the training room. As they walked, the girl quickly said, "I just saw it, around the administrative hall, at least 10 or more storm crows." "Storm crows?" Trevo frowned, seemingly recalling something. They are often controlled by wizards for attacking and spying. This means there's likely a third-level wizard apprentice specializing in negative energy nearby, controlling these storm crows, Vinica explained. When the three reached the backyard of the administrative hall, Nathaniel also just arrived. They saw Bloodfeather still engaged in a battle with the hen-sized storm crows. Although Bloodfeather was at a disadvantage, it was not injured thanks to Vinica's water membrane technique. It remained energetic, pecking and clawing at its opponents. Upon seeing this, Rain noted in admiration that it truly was typical of the specialized combatant blood-feathered horned eagle, a chick that had only come out of its eggshell a few days ago, yet already possessed such combat strength. Trevo instinctively took his longbow from behind, ready to eliminate the group of storm crows. Just as Trevo was about to draw an arrow and shoot, Rain stopped him, turned with a smile, and said, "Lord Trevo, as a master archer, perhaps stay on guard against the potential enemy nearby. Leave these crows to me. It's a good chance to test my recent archery training," Rain added. Upon hearing this, Trevo also felt that the potential enemy posed the greatest threat and promptly nodded, agreeing, "All right." Rain quickly took a sharp arrow and aimed his bow at a storm crow assaulting Bloodfeather. With a swish sound, the arrow instantly hit a hen-sized storm crow. Seeing its master join the fray, Bloodfeather couldn't help but crow loudly, its morale greatly boosted. Following the successful attack, Rain's hands moved like playing a string instrument, rapidly drawing arrows, knocking, and shooting, each movement fluid and graceful. More crucially, through recent training, Rain had gained insight into predicting movements in archery, observing the flight trajectory of the storm crows just long enough to grasp it. Meanwhile, the dozen storm crows had gathered together, attacking Bloodfeather, creating ideal shooting conditions for Rain. For a while, Rain's arrows hardly missed. Swish, swish, swish. After 7 or 8 consecutive arrows, the storm crows finally realized that their numbers were dwindling. Quickly, they became aware that someone on the ground was attacking them, and in a burst of instinctive, shrill crowing, a clamor arose. All the storm crows from Fishing Port Town had been mobilized, and a large mass of over 100 storm crows began to gather in a dense, dark cloud above the town hall. These storm crows flapped their wings vigorously, quickly flying in circles, and Rain could vaguely make out the shape of the air currents swirling, seemingly with the tendency to form into a tornado. Indeed, there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names. It seemed that the storm in storm crows wasn't just for show. Seeing this, Rain, worried for Bloodfeather's safety, immediately summoned it back. However, as Rain watched the large group of storm crows circling in the sky, his heart grew even calmer and his hands didn't stop for an instant as they continued to draw arrows, notch the bow, aim, and shoot, with the whole set of actions becoming even faster. In a short while, his shooting speed reached its current peak. Vaguely, Rain felt that he had begun to grasp a certain knack of the secret technique, rapid continuous shooting, within the Blood Fury archery. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rain's arrows were rhythmically shot, with the intervals between the twangs of the bowstring almost fixed, giving the bystanders the impression of a musical instrument being played. Meanwhile, Vinica and Nathaniel, who were intending to start chanting their spells, paused their incantations, surprised, and turned their gaze to Rain. Vinica's pretty face showed confusion. She hadn't expected Rain's archery to be so strong. Because when she had faced the Federation's witchery curse's master with Lord Rain before, she hadn't seen him execute such formidable archery. Otherwise, that battle could have been even easier. Nathaniel, knowing that his teammate Trevo had been teaching Rain archery these past few days and having occasionally watched the training, was even more astonished by how quickly Rain's archery skills had improved. Rain's archery had taken a qualitative leap compared to just a few days ago. Under Rain's precise and rapid shooting offensive, in less than a minute, the large mass of storm crows that had been a dense cloud had thinned out and started fleeing in all directions. As for the tornado that was about to form at the start, it was now interrupted due to the dispersal of the storm crow flock. The skies above the town hall of Fishing Port Town cleared completely, with the winter sunlight shining down, making Rain, holding a golden metal bow, look like a dazzling pure gold sculpture. And around where Rain stood, due to the storm crow's earlier stirring of air currents, some fallen black feathers were spiraling in midair, faintly forming ring patterns, encircling Rain. "Lord Rain, nice shooting," Trevo couldn't help but raise a thumb and praised. As a sharpshooter, Trevo was very aware of how difficult it was to achieve Rain's level. Even if he were to take the shot, the killing efficiency wouldn't be much higher than Rain's. Rain was slightly stunned as just then, a system prompt appeared. "Your skill Blood Fury archery has advanced. Experience plus 1,159. You have been through a battle. Weapon Master, Legendary. Professional experience points plus 118. Note: the above skill experience has received a 30% increase from the exclusive talent Elementary Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Blood Fury Archery, Rapid Continuous Shooting. With a 30% experience bonus from the Weapon Master Legendary Talent Elementary Extraordinary Understanding, Blood Fury Archery's LV5 experience bar had risen dramatically, reaching LV5 1498/2000. If those last 20 or 30 Storm Crows hadn't escaped, perhaps Rain could have advanced Blood Fury Archery to LV6 already. What caught Rain's attention now was the last prompt. At the same time, memories about the exclusive secret technique of Blood Fury Archery, Rapid Continuous Shooting, surfaced in Rain's mind. What is this? Seeing the suddenly unlocked secret technique of archery, Rain's face revealed not only joy but also a hint of surprise. Based on his experience with Giant Bear Sword technique, without sword specialization, secret techniques wouldn't unlock until LV6. Rain promptly saw a brand new icon located above Blood Fury Archery in the Weapon Master Legendary panel. Inside the icon, a bow with a drawn string was depicted, along with an arrow ready to be shot. But what was even more striking was that in front of this arrow, there were 3 more arrows in mid-flight. In the lower right of the icon, there was a line of text, Rapid Continuous Shooting LV1, Secret Technique, Effect. Use a quick and successive method of drawing and shooting arrows to shoot as many arrows as possible in a short time. Note: Rapid Continuous Shooting is a secret technique and cannot be directly advanced through skill points. Rapid Continuous Shooting LV2 requires the following conditions. 1. Blood Fury Archery LV8 and above, bow specialization can offset some level requirements. 2. Strength 18 points and above, Agility 22 points and above, Constitution 16 points and above. Reading the line bow specialization can offset some level requirements, Rain pondered. So that's how it is. No wonder he was able to grasp the secret technique earlier with his Blood Fury Archery at only LV5. The key lay right here. This was truly where the value of the Weapon Master Legendary Profession's exclusive talent, Elementary Weapon Mastery, was revealed. Immediately, Rain thought of something else. In that case, relying on this exclusive talent, he could also master the exclusive secret techniques of other extraordinary combat skills faster and earlier than ordinary people. As 70 to 80 Storm Crows met their deaths, Zanina, cloaked in black and many kilometers away, swayed slightly. These Storm Crows had been the subjects of her witchcraft Eye of the Crow, so at this moment, she experienced a certain degree of witchcraft backlash. She frowned and massaged her temples. Lord Wexman, perhaps I have located that Rain. But strangely, he doesn't match the description you gave me. It seems he's an archer, and just now, he shot over 80 of my Storm Crows in a very short amount of time. An archer? Zanina heard Wexman say, taken aback. He knew well, for just 2 days ago, Nero had detailed to him that he was dealing with a young Great Knight adept with a 2-handed warhammer, not an archer. This discrepancy between the intelligence and the reality was quite rare. It instantly made the battle-hardened Wexman vigilant. At the same time, Wexman thought of something and asked, "Tell me more. How did he discover that there was something wrong with your Storm Crows?" "As you command, my lord." At the time, after a series of questions and answers, Wexman paced back and forth on the beach for a while, then asked again, "So you're saying, after he noticed something was off about your Storm Crows, he started shooting at them with arrows alone? No one else intervened during the entire process?" "Yes, my lord Wexman." "And are there other persons with him we should be wary of?" "Yes, according to Eye of the Crow, I preliminarily judge that there are at least 2 wizard apprentices and another archer with the target." 2 wizard apprentices and another archer? Their strength is no less than that of an elite squad of the Dragon Empire Navy, Wexman blurted out. "Yes, my lord, I too am quite surprised. But one of them, a male and a female, performed witchcraft while another male wielded an archery bow. I believe my judgment is correct," Zanina confidently stated. For a moment, Wexman felt a hint of hesitation, because the situation of the target now greatly differed from what Nero had described. Not only did the target's preferred weapon differ, but also the strength of the people around the target wasn't just a novice female wizard apprentice as Nero had said, but there was an extra archer and another wizard apprentice. This situation was somewhat unexpected. It wasn't that he couldn't forcefully proceed. The key issue was, that would be a losing deal. He could go in, but Nero would need to pay more. Zanina just maintained surveillance on the Storm Crows from a distance, And the moment the target leaves fishing port town, let me know immediately. Also, send a message to that guy Neru. Tell him the current situation, and that if he wants me to intervene, he needs to up the payment. It's not that I'm raising my price on the spot, but Neru's information was wrong. So ask him if 2 boxes of shadow steel ingots will suffice. As you command, my lord. Zanina bowed slightly, then took 2 steps back and began chanting spells. Fishing Port Town Administrative Hall. The sudden swarm of crows had alarmed the others in the administrative hall, including Major Mary, who was drafting a letter. They quickly gathered in the courtyard behind the hall. Looking at the black feathers scattered across the courtyard, Major Mary knew that the enemy was formidable. Soon, they were discussing in Governor Rain's office. Nathaniel, Miss Vinica, both experienced wizard apprentices, I ask, can we track the enemy's location using the storm crows? Trevo voluntarily inquired. Trevo believed in offense as the best defense, and being an archer, he had an advantage against wizards who needed to chant spells and had mediocre defensive power, not fearing even if they were wizards. After some thought, both shook their heads. Trevo, I can't track, but I can tell that the witchcraft they used must be Crow Swarm Summoning of the Shadow series, Nathaniel said, sharing his experienced judgment. Indeed, Trevo, the enemy uses witchcraft to summon the crows, which are not normally around the caster. This is entirely different from our process of modifying and taming birds, Vinica explained after a moment's thought. However, judging by the number of crows summoned, the enemy is likely the same as us, probably a 3rd-tier wizard apprentice, not a full-fledged wizard, she added. Ray nodded. Not a full-fledged wizard, but a 3rd-tier wizard apprentice. Huh? That seemed a bit strange. It seemed that the likelihood that the enemy was that Federation Witchery Curse's master from before was not high. However, Ray noticed out of the corner of his eye that the usually silent Major Mary was frowning in thought. He then took the initiative to ask, Major Mary, what do you think about this situation? The storm crows you mentioned just now remind me of several reports from the Empire's Southern Navy where crows were also described. Oh, Major Mary, if it's convenient, please do share, Lord Rain raised an eyebrow and said. Let me think. Once was when Brigadier General Chu Queen of the 4th Fleet was assassinated. The situation report seemed to have mentioned the appearance of these large ravens. The second time was when Brigadier General Bravo of the 1st Fleet was assassinated. The report also described the presence of blackbirds. As for the 3rd time, I'm a bit unclear. So, I believe that this is very likely just a scouting attempt by the enemy, and after that, they will carry out a real attack. Major Mary's words made everyone's expression become solemn. If the powerful witchcraft Raven Call was just an appetizer, one could imagine that the subsequent real attack by the adversary would be very difficult to defend against. Thanks to Major Mary's reminder, I recall now that I too had heard that there are a few troublesome individuals within the combat squads of the Eagle Federation Navy, extremely adept at decapitation operations, Nathaniel said earnestly. The Federation Navy? Then they're in league with that witchery curse's master. Then the target must definitely be Lord Ray. The twin-tailed young girl suddenly thought of something and blurted out. The other 3 immediately turned their gazes towards Rain. Rain gave a slight smile and said, Don't worry so much. I'm not that fragile. After pondering for a moment, Rain continued to ask, Major Mary, the 2 brigadier generals you just mentioned should both be of great knight strength, right? What were their causes of death? Yes, both were killed by blades. According to the autopsy results at the time, they believe it was a dagger, and what's more, it is said not to be an ordinary dagger because both brigadier generals showed signs of excessive blood loss. Moreover, the combat lasted for a very short time. The assassination of Brigadier General Bravo happened in just 10 seconds from the cry of alarm until the guard rushed in. With a dagger? And a highly experienced 4th-class ship captain lasted less than 10 seconds? Rain immediately fell into deep thought, his eyes flickering. He was considering the situation from the assassin's perspective, comparing and estimating the killing time to gauge the attacker's strength. Even with a surprise attack, if the adversary continuously dodged or fled, Rain believed it would be difficult for him to eliminate an experienced great knight within 10 seconds. From this, 2 points could be inferred. Firstly, the enemy's speed was very fast, and secondly, their attack or the dagger had a great deal of power and was difficult to defend against. Lastly, the fact that the enemy always used assassination indicated a likelihood that they either did not like or were not skilled at direct combat. Is there any way to reduce the enemy's movement speed within a certain area? Major Mary seemed to have also thought of the issue Rain was considering and spoke first. Additionally, if the target is Lord Rain, do any of you have any items that could enhance defensive power? Reducing the enemy's movement speed? Trevo looked thoughtful and soon said, I don't have such witchcraft tools, but I do have paralysis poison that I apply to arrowheads, used against large sea beasts. Would you like to prepare some, Lord Rain? It's very effective. A hit from an arrow, and it only takes a few seconds to knock down a cow. A large sea beast would require several more arrows. Meanwhile, the twin-tailed young girl hesitantly said, I've used witchcraft tools that increase defensive power before. So, could a substitute doll work? Nighttime. On a hidden beach in Fishing Port Town. Amidst the crevices of several towering rocks, a bonfire burned. Accompanied by the crackling sound of wood splintering, the sky filled with the flapping of wings as a black raven descended, settling on the shoulder of the robed woman, Zanina. Zanina spoke respectfully. My lord, Lord Neru has finally replied. Though reluctant, he has agreed to your request for 2 chests of shadow steel ingots. Zanina, since that's the case, let's take a trip there. Wexman slowly stood up, smiling as he looked towards the night sky covered in dark clouds, revealing only a faint glimmer of starlight. At your command, my lord. Zanina followed half a step behind Wexman. As the two gradually left the range of the bonfire, their shadows lengthened. Then, their figures completely vanished, as if they had melted into the darkness. Fishing Port Town Administrative Hall. Inside a restroom, Rain was wiping the paralysis poison on the finger tiger blades embedded in his night gauntlets, which was provided by Trevo. On the bed beside him, there lay a gender-indistinct doll made of a special kind of wood. The doll was slightly larger than the palm of a hand. Its head, torso, and limbs were connected by wood shaped like cylinders, and its face was only marked by a few crude strokes that indicated its mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. It looked rather rough and shoddily made. But when Vinica handed Rain the substitute doll, the envious look in Nathaniel's eyes told Rain that the substitute doll Vinica provided was not as simple as it appeared. Later, through Nathaniel's introduction, Rain learned. The making of a substitute doll is extremely difficult, requiring a special type of person among official wizards, colloquially known as doll masters, to create. The method of usage is also quite simple. It can either be controlled with spiritual power, or you can wrap a strand of the user's hair or a drop of blood on the substitute doll. The substitute doll will, within the next day, transform into the user's appearance and emit the user's aura. Even a regular wizard may find it difficult to notice the difference. The deception is only discovered after an attack. Of course, there are limitations to the substitute doll. After the spell is cast, it does not become a moving doll but can only mimic the user's static appearance. If it is damaged, it will revert to its doll form. So, it is generally placed in a specific location to mislead enemies. Despite various limitations, for wizards or wizard apprentices facing assassin-type enemies, it is one of the best witchcraft artifacts. This was also the reason why Nathaniel had an envious expression. At this moment, Nathaniel had already set up a warning spell formation around Rain's room. If an enemy stepped in, it would set off an alarm, but this was not foolproof. Judging from the fact that the opponent was able to enter the quarters of a 4th-grade ship captain without any sound, they likely possessed some kind of magical artifact or special witchcraft that allowed them to enter the room and stage a sneak attack. During the previous discussion, a few of the men had settled on 2 plans to counter an attack. The first was if the opponent was not just one person but 2 or more, then Vinica would assist Rain, while Nathaniel and Trevo would take care of the rest. This pairing had also been carefully considered. Nathaniel and Trevo, both members of the Fish and Dragon Squad, knew each other well and could coordinate perfectly with just a glance. Their compatibility was greater than the sum of their parts. The second scenario was if there was only one opponent, then without a doubt, everyone would gang up on them. Against such a level of enemy, ordinary guards and night watchmen were of little use. They, led by the Ryman brothers, were primarily responsible for the external defense and for dealing with enemies within their capabilities, such as the Stormcrows. After the preparations were complete, Rain tied a strand of his hair on the doll and placed it in the bed under the quilt, while he fully armed himself and rested under the bed. When Wexman and Zanina arrived near the Fishing Port Town Administrative Hall, they saw teams of 3 night watchmen patrolling densely. Childish tactics. Zanina, Same as always, if I don't eliminate the target within 10 seconds, you limit the others for a bit. At your command, sir. At that moment, a shadow began to emerge from behind Wexman. This was Wexman's trump card, the Shadow Assassin. The Shadow Assassin was actually a rare shadow witchcraft, its body composed of shadow energy, usually having roughly 30 to 40% of the caster's own strength. However, after Wexman acquired this witchcraft, he spent over a decade attempting research and modifications to the witchcraft model, managing to slightly increase its potency. Now the Shadow Assassin possessed nearly half his original strength. Since it required continuous guidance, he couldn't cast other witchcraft while maintaining the Shadow Assassin. Another point was that the Shadow Assassin couldn't take direct hits, as it would disappear upon being hit. Once the shadow vanished, the caster would suffer from spiritual power backlash, which wasn't long-lasting. The backlash wasn't intense. It wouldn't bring splitting headaches or unconsciousness. It merely rendered the caster temporarily unable to cast other witchcraft. That's why, 5 years ago, Wexman spent a lot of time and effort to find an apprentice like Zanina, who also specialized in shadow witchcraft and has been nurturing her ever since. The goal was to use defensive shadow witchcraft to strengthen the Shadow Assassin's defensive power, preventing it from being hit directly and, to some extent, support his actions. Zanina began chanting, and soon, black shields appeared before and behind Wexman and the Shadow Assassin. Then the shields slowly faded, leaving no trace of the witchcraft shadow shield on the surface. Wexman had considered whether to kill Rain's companions one by one and then turn to Rain last. But after some thought, any number of unexpected changes could occur, leading the target to escape or some other unforeseen situations might arise. The best strategy would still be a one-hit kill. Moreover, after many years of assassinations, relying on the Shadow Assassin, Wexman had almost never missed. Wexman and an identical Shadow Assassin disappeared into the shadows of the street ahead. The next second, the Shadow Assassin passed through a wall. The very next second, Wexman's figure also vanished suddenly, and in his place, the figure of the Shadow Assassin appeared. They had switched positions. It turned out this was the greatest effect of the Shadow Assassin. It could swap places with the caster. Of course, this ability would consume a significant amount of the caster's spiritual power, and if used consecutively, the consumption of spiritual power would increase geometrically. Therefore, it was not something to be used frivolously. But this was already a very special ability. It was as if Wexman also indirectly possessed the ability to pass through walls. If Mary had witnessed this scene, she would definitely have understood how the other party had managed to kill a great knight captain in the sealed captain's cabin. After arriving at the town hall, Wexman first controlled the Shadow Assassin to sneak into several rooms. A few minutes later, he had confirmed the target's room. Meanwhile, Zanina outside, monitoring Wexman's infiltration, began to cast shadow mist, a witchcraft, and soon, the mist near the town hall began to thicken gradually. The night deepened. Rain felt a level 3 danger perception warning start faintly within his heart. Oddly though, as he rotated his eyes slightly under the bed, observing his surroundings, he could see no trace of anyone. Suddenly, a shadowy figure, like mist, passed through the wall into his room, and the next second, the figure flickered, as if the shadow had instantly become some sort of solid entity. A middle-aged man in leather armor appeared before Rain. Another second passed, and another shadowy figure passed through the wall into the room. Meaning, at that moment, 2 figures, identical but one shadowy and one solid, had entered Rain's room. The entered middle-aged man in leather armor quickly locked his gaze on the stationary Rain on the bed, a slight smirk appearing on his face. Then suddenly, he pulled out 2 daggers emitting a bloody glow from his waist. The set of movements of the middle-aged man in leather armor was almost immediately replicated by the identical shadowy figure without any delay. Then, the 2 figures, one shadowy and one solid, silently surrounded Rain's bed from different directions, both holding twin daggers. Rain, lying under the bed, watched this unfold, connecting it to what Mary had previously mentioned about the 2 assassination attempts against an Imperial Navy Rear Admiral, and something clicked in his mind. The shadowy figure reached near the bed and launched the attack first. Hiss. A sound of a blade tearing through the air rang out as the shadowy figure with a dagger violently aimed at Rain's head. If it had hit, it would certainly have been a fatal, penetrating from the forehead through to the brain. A sound like a bubble bursting rang out. Before Wexman's astonished eyes, the target who had been lying in the bed turned into a wooden, and the Shadow Assassin's dagger ended up stabbing into a wooden figure instead. There was no anticipated scenario where the opponent couldn't react in time, resulting in the forehead being penetrated and the brain splattering everywhere. Neither was there the anticipated scenario where the opponent reacted in time, parried the Shadow Assassin's strike, and then he would launch a surprise attack from behind, ensuring a kill. But none of these situations occurred. This left the experienced Wexman momentarily stunned. Just as he was inwardly cursing, planning to retreat quickly, in that instant, after the was struck, the floor below suddenly exploded, showering bright, glittering dust all around. Although Wexman's pupils narrowed and he rapidly retreated, it was inevitable that a small amount of purple glitter dust contaminated his leather armor. The Shadow Assassin, also quick, ended up with a fair amount of glitter dust as well. Though the quantity was small, in the dark night, two brightly shining figures were quite conspicuous. Just as Wexman was about to wipe it off and leave immediately, a sudden alarm in his heart arose. The entire bed surged towards him like it was overwhelming the sky, and just as he was about to retreat, the bed exploded into pieces. A figure, young in appearance but unnaturally swollen with muscles, all shining silver, wielding a two-handed warhammer, brought it crashing down from above. It was Rain, who had used Over Limit, and his talent, Intermediate Giant Force. Naturally, Wexman chose not to face the heavy weapon head-on. His daggers, no matter how keen and refined, would be foolish to clash against a weapon several times heavier than himself. Wexman triggered Over Limit, his feet barely touching. His speed increased dramatically as he swiftly retreated, comfortably dodging Rain's crushing hammer strike. Just as Wexman felt a bit of relief, thinking he had dodged the opponent's hammer strike, and started to control the nearby Shadow Assassin for a counterattack, his pupils suddenly dilated. Because he saw that after Rain's hammer didn't hit him, it didn't stop. Rather, it gained speed and violently struck the room's floor. In an instant, a powerful and invisible force transmitted from the point of impact between the hammer and the floor erupted. The ground shattered inch by inch and spread outwards in a fan shape, at which point a loud boom resounded. Both of them, including the Shadow Assassin, were attacked in an instant. The Shadow Assassin's body flashed with a black light and emitted a pop sound as the shadow shield cracked in response, and the shadow instantly dissipated like smoke. Wexman, too, was struck by a backlash, his body stiffening again, but luckily, a flash of black light on him formed a thin black membrane that absorbed most of the damage from the multiple shocks. However, the shock's power was immense, collapsing the wall behind Wexman as well, and for a moment, the shrill sound of the alert witchcraft array echoed as footsteps of various intensities started nearby. Then, a muffled groan was heard as Trevo and the others who were coming to support seemed to be hit by some kind of attack and restrained. Rain didn't receive the support from Trevo and Vinica as planned, but he didn't panic and continued to swing his hammer heavily at the leather-armored middle-aged man. At this moment, Wexman no longer wanted to continue fighting. For him, face didn't matter. A misstep was okay. What was important was to gauge the situation, and clearly, the opponent's defensive measures were very targeted, and their strength was much higher than expected. So, Wexman made what he considered to be the right choice. He planned to use the recoil from the moment their weapons clashed to retreat in flight. Of course, he wouldn't choose to confront the mightiest part of the hammer, but instead deftly stepped forward a little, positioning himself at the middle of the hammer's handle. He didn't believe that next time, the opponent would still have the witchcraft tool, substitute puppet, to misguide him. But as Wexman's two blood-colored daggers crossed and blocked at the middle of Rain's hammer handle, his body stiffened for a moment. His plan to retreat using the momentum not only failed, but he was fixed in place for an instant. Because at that moment, from the daggers came a fierce, multiple shock force. Although Wexman had the protection of the Prime Force and the Shadow Shield, his body wasn't injured, but the momentary halt was unavoidable. That pause was all Rain needed to seize the opportunity. Rain, leveraging his strength, consecutively performed Giant Hammer Strike, Giant Hammer Sweep, and Giant Hammer Jump Strike. With the effect of effortless, his heavy and dark pig head warhammer swung swiftly, as light as a delicate sword. After that momentary freeze, Wexman lost the initiative and was immediately mired in Rain's barrage of warhammer strikes, each collision causing him to stiffen for a split second. These split seconds deprived Wexman of the chance to leap out of Rain's two-handed warhammer attack range, and each split second was just long enough for Rain to unleash another hammer. As a result, Wexman had no choice but to continuously fend off Rain's attacks with his daggers. Clang. With each collision, sparks flew everywhere. Clang. The tremendous impact force shattered and sunk the ground beneath Wexman's feet by several inches with each strike. It was this cushion that prevented Wexman from being injured by the Warhammer's powerful impact. But it also meant Wexman couldn't continuously withstand Rain's Warhammer attacks in one spot, because after several blows, his ankles would sink into the ground, resulting in an even more passive situation. So, while fighting, he had to withstand the stiffness caused by the shock and laboriously step back, his movements as rigid as if he was doing the robot dance. After dozens of exchanges, the two had fought from the collapsed wall to the empty backyard of the town's administrative hall. The sound of weapons clashing was deafening, and the strong airflow brought by the Warhammer's swift swing swept up the surrounding withered leaves and tiny branches, sending them swirling into the air. Wexman had never encountered such a stifling fight. His advantages in mobility and high-speed movement were completely suppressed by the opponent's special multiple shock force after losing the first move. However, he wasn't worried, because the opponent's series of Warhammer blows required continued execution without pausing. If Rain were to gather strength to use some kind of secret technique, Wexman could take advantage of the momentary gathering phase to escape. If Rain didn't use his trump card, then how long could he maintain this highly stamina-draining sequence of Warhammer attacks? The moment Rain runs out of steam, or even slightly reduces in strength or speed, Wexman's pressure would also rapidly decrease, and he'd easily break free. Meanwhile, Wexman didn't believe that the young-looking boy before him could surpass him in stamina. That was simply impossible. On Rain's side, after his earth-splitting hammer induced multiple shocks and took out the shadow, enveloping his opponent, the entire rhythm of the battle then entered the scenario he had anticipated. As for what Rain needed to do, it was to ensure that each of his hammer blows was forceful and thunderous. As for the stamina consumption, that wasn't his concern, because at this moment, he had a full 6 remaining attribute points. As the fight neared 1 minute, Rain didn't hesitate to apply 1 point to his stamina. With the remaining attribute points going from 6-5, his constitution increased from 28 points to 29 points. Instantly, a surging warmth pumped vigorously from his heart and spread rapidly throughout his body. In a flash, the soreness and fatigue of Rain's muscles vanished. One could see that each hit from Rain's two-handed warhammer maintained the stable, precise, and powerful state it had at the start of the fight. A minute and a half later, Wexman's eyes began to show obvious confusion and astonishment. Based on his extensive combat experience, he had judged that the young man before him should have shown signs of declining strength half a minute ago, which would turn the tide of the battle, allowing him to break free from the current passive situation. But a minute and a half had passed, and every swing of the other party's hammer was still so powerful, so swift. On the contrary, it was his strength that was gradually waning. This inexplicable irritation began to bother Wexman. Had the opponent taken some potion beforehand? Therefore, he could maintain his current state. A potent stamina potion? Probably not, because that could only increase his stamina by about 10 to 20%. A magic blood potion? Clearly not either. Since the effect only lasted for half a minute, it was always consumed during combat, and just now the opponent clearly had no chance to take any potion. Wexman's mind raced, but he couldn't figure out what kind of potion the opponent could have taken to have such a powerful effect. Could it be some new potion from the Dragon Empire? Or was this the opponent's true strength? No, that was absolutely impossible. The guy before him was only a few years old. There was no way he had such strength. At this moment, Wexman felt a bit of regret. He should have prepared for this fight by treating his opponent as the most dangerous kind of enemy before making his move. It had been a long time since he found himself in such a predicament. There had been no sign from Zanina so far, which meant she was likely being held back by the other party's 2 third-level wizard apprentices and 1 spirit archer. Another half-minute passed. Clang. When Rain struck again with his hammer, he could clearly feel his opponent's strength weakening in the block, as his knees bent even more than before. As the opponent in combat, nobody knew the subtle changes better than him, and it immediately became clear to Rain that his adversary's strength was gradually bottoming out. Silently, Rain added a little more to his strength. With remaining attribute points going from 5-4, his constitution also went from 29.30 points. In a flash, the fatigue from the continuous battle was swept away, and he felt invigorated. He knew that since he could sense the opponent's decrease in strength, the opponent would likely realize this too. So if the opponent didn't want to be worn down to death or hammered to death, he would have to act fast and seek a change. Rain's eyes, bright and focused, watched every move his opponent made, his attention now highly concentrated. He continued to unleash a torrent of heavy hammer blows. And at this moment, Wexman was beginning to feel weak in his limbs. Even with his exceptional physical prowess, hard blocking hundreds of full-force hammer smashes from an exceedingly strong opponent would take its toll. What's more, his transcendent trait wasn't strength-based. So, with time dragged out to this point, he had to take a risk. Faced with another ferocious hammer strike from Rain, Wexman's face twisted with resolve. He didn't retreat any longer, but instead leaned forward, stepping in, blocking as much as he could with his left hand, and with his right hand gripping the dagger, he swiftly hit towards Rain's abdomen. Wexman had decided to exchange injury for injury, intending to resist Rain's hammer with his left arm to gain a chance to puncture Rain's abdomen. He had anticipated the possible countermeasures from his opponent. If the opponent dodged, it would disrupt his power generation and throw off his rhythm, allowing Wexman to escape this passive situation. If the opponent chose to exchange injuries, then at worst his left hand would be rendered incapable of fighting, but the opponent would surely suffer a severe stab wound to the abdomen. However, this meant he would be injured. Being injured in enemy territory was a very troublesome matter, which was why Wexman tried his best to avoid this situation. Clang. Thwack. Two different sounds of metal colliding erupted almost simultaneously. Rain's near-full-strength strike was clearly not something Wexman could block with one hand, and after the clash between hammer and dagger, the dark warhammer came crashing down Wexman's left arm. With a comma, the bones in his left shoulder joint were shattered by the warhammer. At the same time, Wexman's blood-colored dagger pierced through Rain's water-silk steel breastplate and into his abdomen. But a strong sense of resistance, as if stabbing into steel, came through the dagger, causing Wexman's face to change instantly. This was the effect of Rain's innate steel body ability. Wexman's reaction was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, his right hand's dagger flicked upward to the center between Rain's hands and then slashed backward, forcing Rain to let go of his hammer's handle. Seeing Rain lose his best weapon, the two-handed warhammer, Wexman, enduring the severe pain in his left shoulder, twisted his lips into a sinister smile, his heart settling down at last. Without your main weapon, let's see how you fight against me now. Young man, your combat experience is still lacking. Moreover, Wexman had already figured out Rain's next move, which would surely be to rapidly retreat, then look for an opening in the battle to draw the dual-handed greatsword he carried on his back. However, Wexman didn't plan to give him that opportunity. He would cling to the boy like a persistent infection, preventing him from having any chance to use the secondary weapon. The intense pain from his left arm filled Wexman with hatred towards the boy. It had been a long, long time since he had suffered such a significant setback. Wexman decided he would stab the opponent's body with his dagger, creating 180 holes, to alleviate the hatred in his heart. But unexpectedly, the boy didn't choose to retreat or to draw the dual-handed greatsword on his back. Instead, his fists flew swiftly and furiously at him from both hands. Wexman's pupils constricted, and he immediately swung his dagger to block, while his peripheral vision caught sight of the four sharp blades springing from Rain's gauntlets, making him exclaim, "Finger Tiger!" Clang, clang, clang. A torrent of metallic clashes, denser than before, rapidly sounded, almost melding into a single noise. Although Wexman was much faster than Rain in terms of sheer speed, this was when he was not injured. At this moment, his left arm hung uselessly by his side, devoid of any fighting capacity, and the loss of arm swinging and balance drastically affected Wexman's movement speed. Furthermore, Wexman was not invincible. Even a peak knight would be nearing the end of his stamina after the fierce battle they had just endured, reducing his movement speed once again. Thus, even though Wexman had finally escaped the predicament of stiffening for a moment with every hit, at this moment, he faced Rain's extremely fast Finger Tiger without any chance to catch his breath. This started to completely break down Wexman's previously calm mindset. He estimated his remaining stamina and knew he had to fight desperately now, or he might actually die here. Wexman's expression suddenly became ferocious. He no longer chose to block Rain's Finger Tiger, but decided to exchange for. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Pht. The two men became like two blurs of mist, drifting back and forth across the backyard, mud splashing and grass flying wherever they went. Rain waved his hands left and right, his movements fast as lightning, his actions a blur. It seemed as if he suddenly had 8 arms, all striking at Wexman simultaneously. The finger tiger was like a tempest, filling the sky with afterimages. In the blink of an eye, it slashed across Wexman's body over a dozen times. Meanwhile, Wexman's crimson dagger acted like a snake spitting venom, carving holes in Rain's high-quality steel knight's armor. Wexman laughed. The opponent hadn't chosen to fight cautiously but had opted to trade with him. His dagger had the special effects of vampirism and recovery, meaning that with each strike, although the wounds weren't deep, they would instantly cause significant blood loss. Meanwhile, some of the blood absorbed by the dagger would convert into energy for him. This meant that he would become stronger as the battle progressed. But the next second, Wexman wasn't laughing anymore. He could feel his dagger piercing through the opponent's armor and skin, injuring the body. Although the wounds were not deep, he felt the dagger drawing blood and converting it into energy. However, why did it seem like the opponent's movements were getting faster? Each time he struck, the opponent's finger tiger would slash him more than 10 times. That's not right. It wasn't the opponent getting faster, it was himself slowing down. This numbness throughout his body. The finger tiger was poisoned. Wexman suddenly felt. He was a master of assassination, but because he hadn't prepared for Rain as the highest level of enemy, he hadn't poisoned his dagger. He hadn't expected that this broad-browed, big-eyed young man, a mere governor from a small town in the Dragon Empire, would use poison. Seconds later, both men stood still, motionless. Wexman couldn't move. His body trembled uncontrollably, the numbness so evident. Now, he could hardly lift his arms. He couldn't even speak. His tongue was numb. Wexman's leather armor fell from him like autumn leaves, piece by piece. The remaining bits hung like ribbons. Now, his body bore hundreds of cuts from the finger tiger. Wexman, stiff as a concrete statue, thudded onto the ground. His posture still bent at the knees, dagger in hand as if ready to strike. The sight was ironically comical. And in that moment, all he wanted to say to Rain was, "The dose of your paralysis poison is way too high." This was also beyond Rain's expectations. When he had applied the paralysis poison to his finger tiger, it was only with the thought that if the enemy excelled in witchcraft, he would use the swiftly striking finger tiger to disrupt their chanting. If he could draw blood, even just once, it could have a miraculous effect. But unexpectedly, like him, the enemy was also more proficient in close combat, and in their high-frequency combat, neither had any chance to perform any form of witchcraft. In such a situation, Rain hadn't expected that there would still be an opportunity for his sharp claw finger tiger to come into play. Now, the opponent's body had over 100 wounds, all oozing with fresh blood, which was equivalent to completely absorbing the excessively large dosage of paralyzing poison that Rain had smeared on his sharp claw finger tiger. This amount of poison. It was estimated that even a gigantic sea creature weighing several dozen tons would likely collapse. At this moment, Rain's high-level knight suit made of water membrane steel also had more than a dozen holes of various sizes. Whoosh! He tore off the water membrane steel breastplate, which had become riddled with holes, and Rain looked down to check his wounds. As he had expected, although there were many wounds, about a dozen or so, the depths were all shallow. This was due to the double defense provided by the water membrane steel plate armor and his talent, Junior Steel, which meant the opponent's dagger had only penetrated 1 or 2 centimeters, just enough to draw Rain's blood. However, Rain acutely sensed a kind of weakness that comes from excessive loss of blood throughout his body. He glanced at the opponent's dagger, which was glowing intensely with blood-colored light, and knew that the problem must lie with the opponent's dagger. It appeared to have some special blood-draining effect. Under Wexman's gaze, Rain stepped forward, pried open each of the opponent's already stiff fingers one by one, and started toying with the 2 blood-colored daggers in his hands. He swung them casually a few times and found they felt quite smooth in his hand. Soon, Rain realized that this was because of his weapon master exclusive talent, Junior Mastery, giving him a natural level 1 proficiency effect with daggers. But how should he test the effect of these daggers? Rain looked around, his face showing thoughtfulness, and quickly came up with an idea. He crouched down and, facing the enemy who was powerless to resist in a paralyzed state, swiftly stabbed him a few times with a swish-swish. Immediately, a faint warm current flowed from the blood-colored dagger into his palm, which slightly invigorated his spirit. This immediately made Rain's eyebrows perk up with surprise. It turned out that these blood-colored daggers not only had a blood-draining effect, but could also nourish the user with some sort of special substance. Meanwhile, Wexman, with his eyes wide open, watched as Rain stabbed himself with his own daggers, and although he was completely paralyzed at the moment, the frustration and agony were indescribably intense. "Neru, give me over." But the next second, Wexman's eyes suddenly showed terror, because he saw the young man opposite him sever all the tendons in his hands and feet with a few swish-swish motions using his dagger. Initially, Rain, out of concern for safety, had intended to slit the opponent's throat directly. But after thinking it over, considering there were 2 members of the Empire's Fish Dragon squad with him, perhaps they had better ways to exploit the value of the opponent while ensuring he didn't cause any trouble. In that case, perhaps he could gain something beneficial from the side of the Empire's navy. At this time, Trevo, Nathaniel, and Vinica rushed in from outside the administrative hall with anxious expressions, and upon seeing the sight in the backyard, they instantly froze. They saw the backyard ground crisscrossed with gullies and full of potholes, looking utterly devastated. Only broken branches and remnants of neatly trimmed plants and flowers remained. The group exchanged shocked glances, looking from Rain to the motionless, wounded, and oddly postured middle-aged man on the ground. They immediately understood what had happened. Rain had taken down the opponent, one-on-one. Vinica, seeing the dozen or so red spots on Rain's bare upper body, couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes widening in a look that was both worried and admiring. Without hesitation, Vinica quickly approached and said to Rain, "Lord Rain, your injuries need to be treated immediately." Trevo and Nathaniel exchanged a look and said, "Lord Rain, we are truly ashamed. You alone managed to capture the enemy's leader, while the 3 of us failed to detain the 3rd-level wizard apprentice outside." "Oh, there was only one wizard apprentice outside?" "Yes, Lord Rain, a rather rare shadow element 3rd-level wizard apprentice. We are almost certain that person was the one controlling the storm crows for reconnaissance." "Yes, and it was a woman," Nathaniel added. Rain nodded and said, "You all worked hard. Lord Trevo, Lord Nathaniel, I wonder if you can extract some useful intelligence for the Empire's navy from this guy?" As they were talking, Major Mary and the Ryman brothers also arrived in the backyard. Looking at the ground that appeared to have been bombarded by a meteor shower, they showed expressions of astonishment. Seeing that most were present, Rain briefly explained the situation of their encounter and his assessment of the enemy. Hearing that the enemy likely had the strength of a peak knight, everyone looked at Rain with eyes full of alarm. After contemplation, Major Mary said to Trevo and the others, "Lords, I believe the immediate priority is to contact the Navy's Tidewalkers. Based on the battle tonight, there is a high probability that the person before us is from the Federation Navy. From what Lord Rain described, the enemy's strength and status are comparable to Captain Barron. Imagine, if such an important figure fell into our hands, how would the Federation react?" At this point, Major Mary paused. Light flashed in Trevo's eyes as he said, "Major Mary, are you suggesting that the Federation Navy would certainly organize a rescue mission?" Mary nodded, continuing to speak. "That's very likely. And one thing is for certain, the Federation Navy will definitely send someone over, at the very least to ascertain whether the person lying on the ground is dead or alive. If he's alive, they will organize a rescue," she added. Nathaniel nodded and said, "Major Mary, you're absolutely correct. I will immediately contact Captain Barron and the Navy's Tide Strider to dispatch a fully armed squad here right away. Lord Rain, let me help you treat your wounds first. Although hydrotherapy can heal directly, cleaning the wound before treatment will produce a better effect," Vinica said. Vinica wasn't focused on the person lying on the ground but on Rain before her. Major Mary also chimed in, "Lord Rain, please leave this place to me and the 2 gentlemen from the Fish Dragon squad." Rain glanced at the others and quickly nodded, saying, "Very well, then I'll leave it in your hands." The others nodded in agreement, with Trevo adding, "Lord Rain, you go ahead and deal with your injuries with Miss Vinica first. Leave this to us." Rain then turned and prepared to leave with Vinica. "Wait, Lord Baron." Cornet Layman, the younger of the Layman brothers, found something in the seam of the leather-clad middle-aged man's trouser leg and pulled it out to discover a thin parchment scroll. "Did you think I wouldn't find it just because you sewed it into the seam of your trouser leg?" The younger brother Cornet Layman muttered to himself. "You've really underestimated me." When he respectfully handed the parchment to Rain, Rain was quite surprised. After all, during the battle, he had been focused solely on how to defeat his opponent, his finger tiger weapon not sparing places like the opponent's pouch or other places where items might be concealed. By the time the battle ended, he had probably destroyed all those places where the opponent might have stashed items, like the pouch and the layers of leather armor. He hadn't expected that the adversary would have hidden something in the lining of his trouser leg. Rain took the parchment, feeling a stir in his heart. Could this be the witchcraft that allowed the creation of his own shadow and launched synchronous attacks? However, as Rain unfurled the scroll, he was slightly taken aback. It didn't contain the witchcraft. Instead, at the top of the parchment scroll were written the words Maxwell's Rare Poison Crafting Secret Scroll. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding. The host has obtained Maxwell's Rare Poison Crafting Secret Scroll, triggering a special class transition Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent. The prerequisite conditions for transitioning to Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, are 1. Pharmacist or Poisoner LV5 or higher. 2. Spirit 18 points or higher. 3. Mastery of at least 3 rare poison recipes. Current conditions not met. It was a special class transition. Rain's eyes shimmered with thought. Since his transition to the legendary profession of Weapon Master, his profession panel had expanded to include 5 slots. Aside from the 4 already occupied, 1 remained empty. Having not yet decided upon a 5th profession, that matter had been set aside. Now, it seemed that transitioning to a pharmacist first might be a good choice. After reaching LV5, he could then transition to the special profession of Deadly Poison Master, which was at least a transcendent profession panel. On one hand, this could further improve his attack power. On the other, it could enhance his own ability to prevent and identify various poisons from enemies. Lord Rain? Vinica called softly. Oh, yes, Miss Vinica, let's go. Rain replied, and promptly tucked the parchment into his waistband and followed Vinica. However, Rain soon remembered something and began to review the system prompts as he walked. Your skill, Tackle Hammer Technique, has improved. Experience plus 1,669. Your skill, Catter Martial Arts, has improved. Experience plus 1,228. You have been through a battle. Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 889. Note: the above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase from the exclusive talent, Elementary Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you've defeated a formidable enemy and earned 1 golden skill point. Congratulations, your Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level has increased. The Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level had advanced by 1 level to LV5, 17/2000. This also granted Rain another attribute point and 1 skill point, leaving him with 5 remaining attribute points and 1 remaining skill point. What surprised Rain further was that this battle had earned him 1 golden skill point. Golden skill points? Rain soon recalled the system information he received when his Weapon Master, Legendary, profession had risen to LV2. Golden skill points can be synthesized from 3 skill points or obtained by defeating formidable enemies. Clearly, this time he had acquired 1 golden skill point by defeating a formidable enemy. Immediately, Rain planned to apply this golden skill point to this Tackle Hammer technique. Because he was certain, just with this 1 additional golden skill point, his hammer skill would reach a higher level. Then he would truly master the secret technique. But just as he was about to apply the point, Rain furrowed his brow in thought. If he was just a little closer to breaking through the barrier, was it necessary to waste this precious golden skill point? Near the coast of the Meister County, at a depth of more than 10 meters underwater, a metallic object approximately 20 to 30 meters long in the shape of an ellipsoid was slowly ascending. Why is there only 1 person? Joni Stone muttered to himself as he observed the ocean surface through the periscope, puzzled. They had just received a distress signal and immediately headed in that direction. Also, based on the signal, it was the Federation Navy's Leviathan Team command passphrase. But the operations of the Leviathan team were at least in the form of 1 official member accompanied by several followers, making it nearly impossible for just 1 person to be involved. Under the faint starlight, a woman in a black robe could be seen not far ahead of the submarine, covering a wound on her abdomen with her hand as she ran swiftly, with an arrow barely visible in the wound. The metal hatch on top of the submarine creaked open, and 4 soldiers wearing Federation Navy uniforms quickly climbed out, advanced toward her, and immediately helped the black-robed woman into the submarine. Shortly after, the submarine slowly descended and disappeared beneath the ocean surface. A quarter of an hour later, a male officer came to report, "Lord Joni Stone, the lady who just arrived requested to see you, stating that she has something of great importance to discuss with you." "Oh, has her injury been treated?" It's been treated. She didn't like that we only have men here, so she treated her wound herself, and I can't believe she was able to take care of such a serious injury on her own," the male officer couldn't help but remark. "All right, I understand. I'm on my way." Joni Stone still had his doubts. Although they were all part of the Federation Navy, normally their level wouldn't have direct contact with the Leviathan team. Most of the time, they reported up, and the Navy higher-ups would mobilize the Leviathan team. He had no idea what the situation was for them to discuss this time. Inside the submarine's medical bay. "What? Miss Zanina, you say that Lord Wexman of the Leviathan team is in trouble?" Joni Stone was shocked. Known as the Shadow Assassin, Wexman's fame was even above Nerus. As a member of the Federation Navy, Joni Stone had certainly heard of him. "Yes, Lord Joni Stone." "Then, may I boldly ask, is Lord Wexman alive or—" Joni Stone, after the initial shock, immediately calmed down and continued to inquire after some thought. I can't be sure." The black-robed woman Zanina furrowed her brow, recalled for a moment, and shook her head. "Because I was being chased by 3 people. 2 of them were 3rd-level wizard apprentices plus 1 marksman. I really couldn't pay attention to the Lord. Moreover, I was following his orders to lead the others away, allowing him to confront the target person." Joni Stone, recalling Zanina's initial disheveled appearance with an arrow in her abdomen, nodded in understanding. Although she was a follower of Lord Wexman, she had clearly done her best, which was beyond reproach. "Afterwards, I waited at the designated place for a long while for the Lord, but he never showed. I just knew something must have happened to him. So, at the moment, it's only confirmed that something happened to Lord Wexman in Fishing Port Town, but what exactly happened is still unclear, right?" Joni Stone frowned and said, "Yes. There's another matter. I don't know if it's appropriate to disclose it, but if it involves the Leviathan team's secret mission, Miss Zanina, you may refuse to answer. Because if we're to rescue Lord Wexman, we need to know the details of both your missions to assess whether we have the capability to conduct the rescue, or if we should report upwards." Zanina's eyes flickered for a moment, unsure of how to begin. From what she knew, Lord Wexman had come to Fishing Port Town upon a personal request from Lord Neru, and they even bargained once. Frankly, it was a private job. Under normal circumstances, with Lord Wexman present, no one would dare mention it. But now, if this were to be disclosed, it might affect Lord Wexman's reputation. Yet, Joni Stone's words were highly rational otherwise. If the Federation Navy misjudged and there were significant casualties during the rescue operation, she could not escape blame either. After some thought, Zanina spoke. "Lord Wexman came to Fishing Port Town upon Lord Neru's request to assassinate a person named Rain." "What? Rain?" Joni Stone could no longer control his emotions and exclaimed in shock. Because he was familiar with this Rain. The information about Rain from Lord Neru's side had been provided by him. The black-robed woman, Zanina, looked at Joni Stone with surprise as if to say, "What? This Rain is famous?" Joni Stone pondered briefly and then confirmed again, "Is it that Rain, the executor from Fishing Port Town? The young one who is skilled with a 2-handed warhammer?" Zanina carefully recalled the situation at that time, although she felt that what Lord Joni Stone said was somewhat off. But after thinking about how she and Lord Wexman had located the other party within the administrative hall of Fishing Port Town, she nodded her head, agreeing with Joni Stone's statement. "That's it." Joni Stone immediately stood up, rubbing his hands together while showing a thoughtful expression, pacing back and forth in the not-so-spacious room. What exactly was the other party's background? Why had Lord Neru and Lord Wexman, one after another, hit a wall against this Rain? If you say that Lord Neru's time was because the Dragon Empire's Navy Special Squad was also present, that would be within a reasonable range. But Lord Wexman's attack on the other party not only landed himself in trouble, this he could not quite understand. Could it be that the other party was the son of some duke or influential marquis of the Dragon Empire, with a special defense force at his side? Otherwise, Joni Stone could not think of any reasonable explanation. But if that's the case, it would be very difficult for us to have the capability to rescue Lord Wexman, he thought. It seems that I can only immediately report this situation along with my own analysis quickly, and let those above decide. Joni Stone muttered, unable to judge Rain's background on his own. Fishing Port Town Administrative Hall. Rain followed Vinica into her resting room within the administrative hall. Upon entering the room, Rain smelled the faint aroma of white sagebrush, which gave off a soothing and relaxing feeling. At this moment, Vinica, slightly shy, closed the door, tossed her golden pigtails, and said, "Lord Rain, I need to clear off those torn rags from your body. This process may be a bit painful, but this is a necessary step before casting hydrotherapy. It can help you recover faster and better." Although Rain had taken off his water membrane steel cuirass, the shredded undergarments and some fragments of cloth, now soaked with sweat and blood, were clinging to his body. "Of course, a little pain is nothing," Rain said with a smile. Vinica swiftly approached, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, and with her fair, delicate hands, she began to gently and carefully peel off the pieces of cloth from Rain's body, her movements tender and meticulous. The twin-tailed girl's delicate handling almost didn't cause Rain any pain at all. Instead, there was a tickling, numbing sensation on the surface of his skin. Sniffing the faint scent coming from the girl and watching her concentrate on the task, Rain couldn't help but lower his head to take a closer look at Vinica. He saw her dense golden hair, tied into simple twin tails, giving off a cute and playful vibe. As he was looking down, Rain couldn't see her beautiful eyes but only her nose bridge, beaded with fine sweat, petite and fair. Plus, those rosy cheeks added a youthful glow. Moving down from her slender, fair neck, what caught his eye were two firm, trembling mounds, as the light blue apprentice robe was propped up into a very attractive arc. This sudden curve was inevitably alluring, drawing involuntary glances, and Rain was no exception. This had nothing to do with anything else, purely an appreciation and longing for beautiful things. Just then, the twin-tailed girl had just finished cleaning the cloth scraps from Rain's chest, and was about to ask Rain to turn around when she looked up and noticed Rain's gaze on her. Following Rain's line of sight, the girl looked down and the sight of her own fair skin instantly flushed Vinica's cheeks red. However, the girl didn't adjust her neckline but instead said boldly, "Lord Rain, I'm going to clean the back now." Caught in the act by the girl, Rain felt a bit embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Thank you, Miss Vinica," and quickly turned around. The twin-tailed girl continued to clean his back, and soon Rain was completely clean. She looked over her clean-up work and her face immediately showed a satisfied expression, nodding her head and saying, "Lord Rain, I'm about to cast Witchcraft Hydroflow. The flushing might sting a bit, but after a while, when I cast hydrotherapy, it won't hurt, and the wounds will heal rapidly." "All right, thank you for your efforts," Rain nodded. The girl softly began chanting, and shortly, a pale blue energy swirled around Rain's body. A fine stream of water, thick as a bull's mouth, appeared from nowhere, wrapping around Rain's body like a transparent serpent, gently flushing away the blood and dirt. With a snap of her fingers from the girl, the murky water carrying away the dirt rushed down the nearby drain. Then, the girl continued chanting, casting the spell for hydrotherapy. A rich, pale blue energy enveloped Rain, infiltrating the wounds from all sides, and they quickly started to heal and close up. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Rain found that the dozen wounds on his body had already healed. Seeing Rain's sturdy, male allure-enhanced figure glowing slightly in recovery, the twin-tailed girl couldn't resist touching it with her soft fingertips, murmuring to herself, "What a nice feel." Smelling the girl's delicate body so close at hand, and hearing her words that obviously revealed a favorable impression, Rain couldn't help but feel a bit restless. It had been a while since he was last in close contact with Baroness Crowley, and his constitution had increased recently. This instinctively led Rain to gently place his hand on the waist of the twin-tailed girl. As the saying goes, a man's head and a woman's waist should not be touched lightly. The twin-tailed girl's body suddenly stiffened, but there was no hint of dodging or rejection. Instead, she lifted her head and looked at Rain with her large, water-filled eyes. At this point, no more words were needed. Rain gently used some force, and the girl was pulled into his embrace. He lowered his head and covered her blushing lips. Just when they were as close as paint, suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking on the door rang out. The twin-tailed girl immediately jumped out from Rain's arms like a startled rabbit, with a soft cry. "Lord Rain, has your condition improved?" came the voice of Major Mary from outside the door. Their first close encounter came to an abrupt end. The next day, at the eve of dawn, near Meister's coastal waters, on a secluded island near the outer edge, Neru was at the entrance of a cave, enjoying his gourmet food with relish. He was roasting fist-sized, oyster-like creatures of pale golden color on a cast iron plate over a campfire, emitting waves of tempting aroma. At that moment, a familiar raven flew down, flapping its wings. Upon seeing it, Neru's heart leaped with joy. It seemed like that fellow Wexman had completed the deal. Although the guy always asked for a king's ransom, his professional capability was unquestionable. Not only did he have a high success rate, but he also never delayed, often fulfilling deals swiftly. This was why Neru, after agonizing over the steep price that was almost doubled, had still agreed to it. The raven perched on Neru's shoulder, and the next second, Neru's expression darkened. "What? Wexman has failed?" exclaimed Neru. The raven, too, startled by Neru's sudden burst of momentum, caught alarmedly and quickly took flight. Neru lost all interest in the golden clams roasting to a juicy finish before him. Standing up with a displeased face, his gaze turned towards the distant sea, deep in thought. On one hand, he was shocked that Wexman could fail, but what troubled him most was the fact that Wexman, failure aside, had not even escaped. This was troublesome. Knowing it would save him trouble, he hadn't even reported the matter up the chain of command, but had simply conspired with Wexman and acted on their own. If Wexman were dead, the whole affair would actually be simpler. He would at most be scolded. But if Wexman were not dead, the Federation Navy would surely try to rescue him, and then the higher-ups would have to clean up his mess. Normally, as part of this special squad, doing private jobs was overlooked as long as it didn't bring trouble to the Federation. But if trouble arose and they couldn't manage the aftermath, that would be a different story. Forget it, it seemed that he had no choice but to contact the captain immediately. Meanwhile, a 6-person squad in a blend of long robes and knightly plate armor swiftly disembarked from a ship at the docks of Fishingport Town and headed straight for the town's administrative hall. Although these 6 were dressed differently, their spirit and the quality of their weapons spoke volumes. These were no ordinary people. Half an hour later, inside the meeting room of Fishingport Town's administrative hall, including Rain, a group of people gathered around a long conference table with a middle-aged man speaking. "Baron Rain, Admiral Campbell, the commander of the Southern Fleet, has heard about your likely capture of the assassin of Generals Chu Queen and Bravo, and he holds you in high regard. This time our visit is both to oversee the transfer of the prisoner to the base and to inquire about some of your thoughts, Baron Rain." It seemed the man was worried he hadn't been clear enough, so he added, "The Admiral has specifically instructed me that your reasonable request will be considered. Thank you to the Imperial Navy for the commendation. I'm only doing my duty," said Rain. "As for rewards, if it's possible, I've been looking for metal-related witchcraft. At present, I have only mastered the sharpness technique, which is a metal-related magic. It would be excellent if I could learn another new metal-related witchcraft." "Metal-related witchcraft?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Lord Rain, metal-related witchcraft of first level and above are highly confidential to the Empire, and those below the first level, to my knowledge, are rare. I'll need to confirm this after I return. Look, do you have any other requests as an alternative?" "If there really isn't any, we don't want Admiral Campbell to be seen as breaking his promise," said the middle-aged man with a smile. Rain smiled and said, "If there really isn't any, then I would ask you to help me find an extraordinary combat skill for a dagger." Rain had already prepared a backup plan, because Trevo had mentioned the night before that metal-related witchcraft were exceedingly rare even on the Navy's special exchange list. "Your alternative plan is noted, Lord Rain," said the middle-aged man. He then turned to Major Mary and said, "The Special Task Force's mission here has concluded. According to fleet orders, you should return with us later." Mary and Vinica are leaving? Rain couldn't help but feel surprised and regretful. Although he knew that this day would eventually come. After all, there's no such thing as a never-ending banquet, and the joint operation between the Southern Sea Fleet and Minster Province was bound to come to an end sooner or later. "Okay, Lord Brooks." Major Mary glanced at Rain and then turned to speak to the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, Vinica's gaze lingered on Rain for several seconds, revealing a hint of reluctance. After the meeting, Rain and the Ryman brothers went to the entrance of the administration building to bid farewell to the squad and Major Mary and the others. Watching Vinica's departing figure, Rain felt slightly agitated. Although they had exchanged contact information, he had no idea how long it would be before they met again. Back in his room, Rain decided to seriously study the secret technique as a way to distract himself. He couldn't help but recall the words of Captain Barron of the Fish Dragon Squad. First, to intensify the training of his breathing techniques, and second, to practice quasi-secret techniques frequently. To ponder the seamless integration of primal force and moves. Because to use a secret technique, two requirements must be met. First, the accumulation of primal force over many years to reach the minimum threshold for casting a secret technique. Second, the comprehension and mastery of extraordinary battle technique. Finally, when these two are exquisitely combined, one can successfully cast a secret technique. Now, he felt he understood this even more profoundly. After adding a point to his breathing technique earlier, Rain clearly felt an increase in both the generation speed and the total amount of primal force within his body. However, such an enhancement of primal force would once again create some roughness in what used to be an almost perfect combination, which required readjustment, reflecting the importance of frequent practice as previously mentioned by Barron. It was for Rain to thoroughly consider the synergy between primal force and moves. Originally, according to Captain Barron's estimate, even with my talent, it would take half a year to meet the minimum primal force requirement for casting a secret technique, which means if I can meet the requirement ahead of time by adding points to my breathing technique. What remains is the process of constantly fine-tuning primal force and moves. In other words, it's quite possible that by simply adding another point to my breathing technique, I might be able to master the secret technique, obviating the need for golden skill points. After thinking it through, Rain added a point to the Bear King breathing technique. As the Bear King breathing technique advanced from LV11 to LV12, instantly, a flood of memories related to the breathing technique surged into Rain's mind. Standing still, Rain carefully felt these fragments of training memories in his mind, and then, like instinct, they merged into the muscles and fascia of his body. When Rain opened his eyes again, it was as if he had endured years of rigorous Bear King breathing technique training. At this moment, he could clearly feel the accelerated circulation of blood throughout his body, and it was as if there was a furnace inside him, providing a rolling heat flow and some kind of miraculous transformation. Simultaneously, the primal force inside his body, which was as thick as his forefinger, had gradually thickened to the size of his thumb and picked up speed across his body. At this point, Rain could clearly sense the enhancement of his primal force and the tremendous power almost bursting forth from his body. He felt he had probably met the minimum primal force requirement to cast a secret technique. Next, all he needed to do was to practice tackle hammer technique, and he might be able to comprehend the true hammer skill secret technique at any moment. Without much hesitation, Rain walked out of his room and quickly made his way to the backyard. However, as soon as he arrived, he paused, realizing that the backyard was still under repair from last night's battle. A crowd was leveling the ground, clearing debris and other work. After a moment's thought, Rain turned around and left the administration building, heading to the nearby coast of Fishing Port Town. Following the coastline, with the sound of the crashing waves in his ears, Rain soon found a somewhat secluded soft sandy beach. Besides the soft fine sand, in one corner of the beach, there stood numerous gray rocks that had battled the furious waves for thousands of years. The soft sections on the surface of these tall rocks had long been eroded by wind and sea, leaving behind what resembled the smooth surfaces of marble, astonishingly hard. Rain scanned the surroundings, making sure no one was paying attention to this secluded corner of the beach, and then he drew out the dark pig-headed hammer from his back and began to wholeheartedly practice the tackle hammer technique. Over and over again, Rain unleashed the giant hammer strike, giant hammer jump strike, and giant hammer sweep at the edge of the beach. Hours passed. Rain's mind became clearer and his understanding of hammer skill deepened and refined. Rising dragon hammer. He pushed off with the tip of his toe, and fine sand scattered in all directions. Rain, like a bolt of lightning, shot straight toward the sea, turning the incoming wave into a spiraling water tornado from bottom to top. At the same time, owing to the absence of waves, a gap of about a dozen meters in length suddenly appeared in front of him. But it wasn't over yet. With a leap, Rain stretched out his limbs and raised his hammer high, his entire body like a taut bow, striking down forcefully. Earth-splitting hammer. This caused the newly returned waves to splash out even faster in all directions. Boom. A giant hollow of water, about a dozen meters in diameter, appeared in front of Rain. At that instant, Rain grasped that sensation, that exquisite combination of primal force and hammer skill. Rain turned around and walked step by step to the side of a huge and hard boulder, 3 or 4 meters high. Recalling that feeling from just moments ago, he swung his pig-headed hammer in a mighty, yet most ordinary strike. Snap! The dark pig-headed hammer heavily smashed onto the gray boulder, weighing at least several tons. The next second, crash! The gray boulder instantly shattered and collapsed, especially where the hammer had struck, breaking into fine powder. Then, a system prompt stealthily appeared. Congratulations, you have comprehended the tackle hammer technique basic secret technique, shockwave. Secret technique shockwave? A smile involuntarily formed on the corners of Rain's mouth. Immediately, the delighted Rain saw a brand new icon located above the 2 major techniques of the tackle hammer technique, Rising Dragon Hammer, and Earth-Splitting Hammer on the Weapon Master, Legendary panel. This icon was larger and more lustrous, and its design was more intricate. The icon's design depicted a hammer heavily smashing into the ground, with radial lines in front, seeming to represent the wave-like force generated from the shock, overwhelmingly fierce. In the lower right corner of the icon, there were small words, Shockwave, Basic Secret Technique, Effect. Use a special activation method that combines primal force with multiple shockwaves, swinging the heavy hammer to deliver a high-frequency vibrating strike. Note: the shockwave belongs to a secret technique and cannot be enhanced through skill points. To elevate shockwave to the intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Tackle hammer technique LV14 and above. Hammer specialization can offset some level requirements. 2. King Bear breathing technique LV14 and above. 3. Consume 1 golden skill point. Consume 1 golden skill point? Seeing this, Rain was momentarily stunned. At the same time, he felt somewhat fortunate for having saved that single golden skill point earlier. After all, golden skill points were hard to come by. They could be obtained only by encountering and defeating formidable enemies, making them a rare and not easily sought resource, while regular skill points had a wide range of uses and converting 3 into 1 golden skill point was too extravagant. Additionally, looking at the phrase, hammer specialization can offset some level requirements, Rain pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps, this was one of the important reasons why the profession of Weapon Master could be classified under the legendary tier. Being specialized in all weapon categories at LV1 meant that learning other transcendent combat skills' secret techniques would be much easier for him compared to others. To put it another way, under similar conditions, he could master the secrets ahead of time. This was indeed the true value of the Weapon Master's exclusive talent, Basic Weapon Mastery, passive. By the time Rain returned to the administration office of Fishing Port Town, the Ryman brothers had already been waiting at the door. Seeing the expressions of the Ryman brothers, Rain's heart stirred. He asked, "What has happened?" The older brother, Cobert Ryman, shook his head, his eyes revealing a sense of reluctance, and said, "My Lord Baron, just now a decree signed by Count Habs was delivered. The messenger said I am to take over your role in Fishing Port Town as the governor and Cornet as the security chief, while you are being reassigned to the county town. My Lord Baron, you." Upon hearing this news, Rain was momentarily startled, and then he smilingly said, "This is good news. I hope you two will manage Fishing Port Town even better." Several days later, Rain was mounted on a tall black horse. Having declined the Ryman brothers' offer to him, he set off alone to Meist County City. By then, the white snow month had finally passed. The snow on the fields gradually began to melt away. Eager young green sprouts were already striving to burst out from the soil, and the month of vitality had followed. The early morning sky was exceptionally bright. The warm morning sunlight shone on Rain, casting a golden glow. As he rode forward, his gaze directed toward the winding road in the distance. In the vast wilderness, that winding, twisting road seemed to symbolize that Rain's path ahead was not a straight and smooth highway. Yet inexplicably, a phrase rose in Rain's mind. Where there is a mind's path, there lies the open road. Rain rode his great black horse along the winding road, with quite a few items hanging on both sides of the steed. Besides a conspicuous great bough, there were 2 identical, animal skin-wrapped, long, bar-shaped items on the other side. Judging by their length and the handles that were showing, they seemed to be some sort of short-bladed weapon. These 2 were, in fact, the blood-colored daggers from that shadow assassin. Due to the striking blood-colored glow of the daggers, Rain had specifically wrapped them up in animal skins. As for why he didn't carry the bow and daggers on his person, it was because Rain already had the pig-head hammer and glimmering greatsword on his back. If he were to carry a bow and tuck daggers at his waist as well, it would be like a peacock spreading its feathers. It truly would have been quite unsightly. Especially the dagger. What kind of upstanding knight would fight with a dagger? Even if knights used daggers as a secondary weapon, it was extremely rare. However, Rain was deeply impressed by the special effects of the Shadow Assassin's blood-colored daggers. Such excellent weaponry, he naturally couldn't bear to leave them unused. That's also why he had proposed to the Imperial Southern Sea Fleet to obtain a set of extraordinary battle technique for daggers if witchcraft of the metal variety wasn't available. Suddenly, several high-pitched eagle cries came from above Rain's head. It turned out that, above him at a height of tens of meters, a raptor the size of a seagull, with blue and purple mingled feathers, was stretching its wings, excitedly flipping and soaring. This was Rain's young blood-feathered horned eagle. During this time, under the care of Vinica, the wizard apprentice specializing in avian modification, the young bird had quickly grown robust. At this moment, the original fluffy light yellow down on its body had gradually been replaced by the blue and purple feathers unique to an adult blood-feathered horned eagle. Of course, this process still had to continue for quite a long time. According to Vinica, the larger the size of the raptor, the longer and sturdier the feathers on its body would be, and compared to smaller birds, it would take much more time to molt. Walking in the wilderness of Wild Wolf Hills, Rain looked up at the young bird soaring freely through the sky. Feeling envious, he couldn't help but use the beast tamer's core eyes of the beast. Since Rain's spiritual power had greatly increased compared to before, this time, when he activated his skill, although the distance from the young blood-feathered horned eagle was tens of meters, he was still able to cast it successfully with ease. The instant the skill was activated, Rain felt as though he were a radar station, with his spiritual power radiating like radar waves in all directions. Almost in an instant, the location of the young blood-feathered horned eagle was locked into Rain's mind. With a thought, Rain's vision instantly switched. He could see the azure sky and the vast, limitless earth wherever he looked. If he lowered his gaze slightly, he would see the snow-capped hills stretching rolling before him. The snow atop the hills was still quite deep, while at the bottom, in the valleys, there had already begun to appear several bright patches of green, and the snow had melted into water, flowing gently to form small streams. Stretching his gaze into the distance, he saw a meandering road cut through the middle of the hills toward the faraway lands, and the walls of Meister City, appearing like a gray line, were boldly in sight. Staring into the distance, he could even make out some dim outlines of buildings within the county town. Rain knew that this was due to the superb eyesight of the blood-feathered horned eagle. At that moment, he had just left Fishing Port Town less than half an hour ago, and still had half a day's journey to the county town. Orienting the young bird to turn back, looking down the path he had come, he could see the circularly arranged buildings of Fishing Port Town not far away. Because it wasn't too far, Rain could even clearly see the faces of the residents walking the streets of Fishing Port Town. And looking further afield, an endless expanse of azure sea came into view, dotted with dozens of islands, large and small, scattered about in blue and green. Indeed, having a raptor as a pet, setting aside the rest, just this bird's-eye view from the sky is truly amazing. It's like controlling an attack drone from my previous life. What's this? When Rain turned the young blood-feathered horned eagle once again towards the direction of the county town, he noticed that not far below the young bird, a battle was unfolding. He hadn't noticed it at first due to the darkness beneath the nearby light. Taking a closer look with the young bird's extraordinary vision, he saw, several kilometers ahead of his current position on the road, several caravans carrying goods were being ambushed by bandits. About a dozen guards were engaged in a fierce battle with the bandits. Among the bandits, one figure in a black robe immediately caught Rain's attention. In his hands, black flames emerged from time to time. This is a black flame sorcerer. What's more critical, Rain saw that the embattled caravan bore the distinct crest of the Crowley family, and among the guards, a short figure was an old acquaintance, the former captain of the night watchman from Flash Gold Town, Mateo. With the black flame sorcerer standing at the rear of the bandits and occasionally throwing out a black flame fireball, once it hit, a guard would be deprived of their combat strength, so at that point, the caravan's guards were in dire peril. He calculated the distance. The opposition was on the winding roads of the Wild Wolf Hills, and running there directly to help was likely too late. If he wanted to rescue them in time, it seemed his only option was through archery. Moreover, A direct shot was obviously impossible, as it would require passing through two sets of undulating woods to hit the enemy. Let's set aside whether it's even possible to hit the target. The obstruction of trees and the undulating hills made it impossible for Rain to shoot through with arrows. If he wanted to rescue the other person, he clearly had to resort to a lobbing method. However, relying on the vision of a juvenile blood-feathered horned eagle in the sky, Rain could see the other party clearly, but after estimating the straight-line distance, the other party was about 1.2 kilometers away. Regarding bow and arrow, the direct shot lethality of the elite night watchman and the English longbowman from Rain's past life were similar, capable of piercing chainmail within a 60 meters range. With an effective lethality range of about 150 meters to 200 meters for lobbing. Although this was already the limit for ordinary people, it was not the limit for the transcendent. Back when Rain was a peak knight, he could shoot directly around 200 meters and still cause lethal damage capable of piercing knight armor. Lobbing could even reach 700 to 800 meters. Of course, this was using iron arrows. Because wooden arrows were too affected by air resistance, no matter how great their initial velocity, once a critical distance was reached, their power would not increase anymore. Now, having stepped into the rank of Great Knight, Rain naturally improved this effective lethality range even further. However, at this moment, the limitation on Rain's power was the bow in his hand. Even though the bow he was using was a great bow from Bloodshooter Phil, he could only lob it about 1 kilometer at full draw. After all, Phil was a senior Great Knight back then and didn't have the strength to use a stronger bow. Additionally, if he used a lobbing shot, due to air resistance, it would continuously decrease the power of the arrows. But fortunately, the 2 bags of arrows he currently carried were filled with pure steel arrows. Their weight was 7 or 8 times that of ordinary arrows, and compared to wooden arrows, they were not as affected by air resistance. But the power would definitely be reduced. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Rain's head as he thought of a possible solution. He first canceled the core skill, Beast Eye, while extracting a steel arrow. Then he pulled out the great bow hanging from the black horse between his thighs, fitted the arrow to the bow, and only then did he quietly chant the witchcraft sharpness technique. Soon, a faint silver light shone just above the arrowhead of the steel arrow. Since the entire arrow was made of metal, even though sharpness technique's effects were mostly concentrated at the arrow cluster, this type of silver glow spread to the entire arrow. This was exactly the effect of sharpness technique. Looking at the faint silver glow that could last a minute, a smile appeared on Rain's lips. Next came the final step. Rain needed the other party to stop moving for a while. This was also the most troublesome part of long-range sniping. The speed of the arrow he released would become slower and slower due to air resistance. Simply put, assuming the initial speed of the arrow was 500 meters per second, it might be just 300 meters per second when it reached over a kilometer distance. Estimating briefly, the arrow flying 1.2 kilometers might take about 2 to 3 seconds. During this time, if the target moved, obviously, the shot would fail. Then, Rain once again activated the core skill, Beast Eye, controlling the juvenile blood-feathered horned eagle to fly from behind towards the position of the Black Flame Monk. As it came close, it emitted a sharp yet distinctly predatory cry. This made the Black Flame Monk, who was casting black flame fireballs below, curiously lift his head and pause to look up. At that moment, Rain released the top bowstring. The steel arrow, enhanced by the sharpness technique, streaked like a bolt of silver lightning and disappeared into the sky. Rain raised his eyebrows. He discovered that the sharpness technique seemed to be even more effective than he'd anticipated. Normally, shooting an arrow would produce a sharp breaking air sound, but this time, there was none. The sharpness technique seemed to have a significant noise reduction effect on the arrowhead. After a brief thought, Rain started to understand. The addition of mysterious particles reduced the roughness of the arrow, especially the surface of the arrowhead. With decreased roughness, the adhesive force of air molecules diminished, thereby reducing the noise produced. In this way, not only was his arrow more concealed, its power was also greatly increased. No wonder Trevo, the archer from the Fish Dragon team who had learned this Metal Series witchcraft, the sharpness technique, even though his elemental affinity was not towards metal particles. 1 second. 2 seconds. The Black Flame Monk was staring at the odd blue-purple big bird in the sky, wondering, what kind of bird is this? Seems like I've never seen it before. At the same time, he was estimating the distance, thinking about whether he could attack the other party with black flame fireballs. After all, those hovering overhead were indeed annoying to watch. The sound of a blade piercing a watermelon echoed. This strange noise coming from behind the team immediately drew the attention of many bandits. When they looked back, they looked as if they had been struck by lightning and froze immediately, because a scene that left them utterly astonished unfolded before their eyes. The previously arrogant and domineering Black Robe Master manipulating black flames was now pierced through the back of the head by an arrow falling from the sky. The force of the arrow was so great, it penetrated the entire head of the Black Robe Master and shot out through his mouth. The impact was so strong that it pinned him to the ground. At that moment, the eyes of the Black Robe Master bulged out, a look of unresolved death on his face. It seemed that the figure shrouded in a black robe couldn't comprehend how all this had happened so abruptly, and his body still twitched instinctively. The bandits exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief, especially a burly man with a bristling beard, whose mouth corners gave off an uncontrollable twitch. What in the world was going on? Just when everything seemed to be going their way, he had turned around to find the black-robed person dead. Influenced by the bandits, the guards of the caravan gradually ceased fighting, looking in the direction the bandits were gazing. Among them, the shorter Mateo felt the strangest about the bandits' unanimous decision to look backward. As the captain of the guards, Mateo sensed the decrease in pressure, especially since the burly man with the beard who had been closely watching him now looked behind, his expression haunted. This made Mateo incredibly curious. Could something have happened behind the bandits? So, the short Mateo quickly tilted his head and glanced through the crowd. At that glance, Mateo's eyes widened suddenly. A steel arrow? Piercing through the skull of the Black Flame Monk? Who could be the skilled archer nearby helping them with such strength? Mateo was instantly bewildered. At this moment, whether they were guards or bandits, everyone began looking around, seemingly in search of the mysterious archer. But a minute passed. They found no sign of the archer who, in theory, should have been nearby. However, the sudden death of the Black Flame Monk had indeed demoralized the bandits, and for a moment, they did not know whether to retreat or to continue fighting. At that instant, the dull thud of horse hooves was heard from one end of the road. A very large black warhorse appeared, carrying a no less imposing silver-armored knight charging towards them. The bandit leader with the beard took one look and felt a dangerous presence, like facing a natural enemy. Immediately, he shouted, "Run!" and was the first to take off. Upon sighting the silver-armored knight, Mateo was overjoyed. Lord Rain. As Rain approached, the bandits swiftly scattered like birds and beasts. Rain, however, had no interest in pursuing these mere commoners who were bandits, and directed his horse alongside the deceased Black Flame Monk. He observed the flame emblem at the collar and sleeves of the black robe, confirming without doubt that the person was indeed a Black Flame Monk. At that moment, Mateo glanced at the arrow quiver on the side of Rain's black horse, then turned to look at the steel arrow in the Black Flame Monk's head, staring at Rain with a look of utter astonishment, and said, "Lord Baron, are you saying that you shot that arrow just now?" Because as Rain drew closer, Mateo had just noticed that the arrows in the quiver hanging by the large black horse were identical in make to the one that had killed the Black Flame Monk. The answer was clear. The guards who came closer also began to exclaim softly. The steel arrows were identical to the ones in the quiver. But they had not seen the Lord anywhere around them just now. From how far must he have shot the arrow? Is this the might of a true knight? Actually, Mateo had many questions at the moment. Wasn't the Lord best with the greatsword? When had his archery become so powerful? Luckily, Mateo himself was a bit lacking in strength. If he were stronger, he would be able to sense that at this moment, Rain was no longer just a knight but had reached the level of a great knight. On the other hand, that would shock him even more. Rain was also surprised to find Mateo among the Crawley family caravan. To Mateo's question, Rain nodded and didn't deny it, showing a smile and saying, "Mateo, how come you're in the Crawley family's caravan?" "Lord Baron, do you remember you told me last time to come to the county town? After considering it carefully, I made the decision a while back and resigned from Hamilton, then came to the county town to find you. But when I arrived, the Baroness Crawley told me you had gone to the fishing port town to serve as governor. Upon learning that it was you who sent me, and knowing that I had been the night watchman captain, she made me the captain of the caravan's guards." Rain showed a look of enlightenment. Long ago, he had invited Mateo to come to his new residence in the county town for employment. Although working for him didn't promise the vast prospects of official imperial promotion, for those below the transcendent level, there was a ceiling to career growth, so it might be better to work for him. After some questioning, Rain learned that since the bandit gang incident in the county town, the bandits from Wild Wolf Hills had become scarce, significantly improving the security around the county town. The peace didn't last. Recently, the remaining bands of bandits had become active again. Rain gazed at the corpse of the Black Flame monk, musing to himself, "It looks like the vacuum and power created by Zeryl's rebellion's absence might have given the Black Flame Church an opportunity to infiltrate Wild Wolf Hills." Although Rain didn't know the other guards, they approached respectfully, bowing and greeting, "Lord Baron, good day." "Oh, you've seen me before?" "Yes, my lord. We admired you from a distance on the day you became the guardian knight for the Crawley family, alongside the two other great knights." Rain nodded, and then turned to ask the shorter Mateo, "Are you escorting goods to the county town?" "Yes, Baron, this time." Throughout the journey, Rain had pondered one question. Perhaps the weapon master, this legendary profession, was stronger than he expected. For example, just now, he combined the archery of the weapon master with the abilities of a beast tamer, achieving an effect comparable to a long-range rifle from his past life. In some ways, the weapon master was like a highly compatible motherboard, on which various electronic components such as chips, graphics cards, and memory could be attached, thus forming different kinds of combat power. This was something Rain had not anticipated at first. As his proficiency with various categories of weapons as a weapon master increased, the combination with other professions would unleash unimaginable combat power. Just that currently, Rain had not yet discovered it. The half-day's journey quickly passed with casual chats with the diminutive Mateo. The gates of County Town were clearly in sight, and as an Imperial Baron, Rain naturally did not need to be inspected at the gate. Mateo's family's convoy, bearing the Crowley family crest, was also easily allowed through by the guards. Since Mateo still had to deliver goods, Rain left first to go to the new residence. Thinking of the family and Jennifer he was about to meet, Rain couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Soon, Rain saw his long-missed parents and his sister Bohi. "Rain, do I feel you've grown taller again?" Looking at her increasingly tall and imposing son, his mother, Emma, was both happy and a bit worried. Rain was only 16 now, nearly 2 meters tall, and in a few more years, that physique. Would he be unable to find a suitable noble lady? "Mother, I grew a bit taller." "Brother, Cookie's injury has finally healed, and now it's as before. No, even stronger," his sister Bohi said enthusiastically after giving Rain a big hug. Rain raised his eyebrows. He had thought that with Cookie's spinal injury, it was unlikely to heal on its own. He had planned to take Cookie for treatment at the Church of Monsoon and Ocean Goddess after returning this time, but unexpectedly, Cookie had recovered on its own. Right then, as they say, speak of the devil. A strangely large and sturdy greyhound suddenly darted out from behind the villa. Cookie, upon seeing Rain, looked surprised and charged over. Rain watched the greyhound wagging its tail, running in circles, and smiled as he pet its head. This was his first pet, though it was just an ordinary greyhound. However now, Rain could feel some strange changes occurring within its body. Otherwise, it could not have healed such a serious injury on its own. Perhaps, before long, the requirement for his transition into a legendary beast tamer, to at least turn an ordinary animal into a ferocious beast, would be fulfilled. At that moment, a blood-feathered horned eagle chick circling in the sky, seeing the interaction between Rain and the greyhound, seemed emotionally affected and suddenly let out a high cry, descending in spirals. Seeing such a formidable bird of prey, the guards by the mansion swiftly drew their weapons on alert. Rain waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, this is my pet." "Ah, brother, this is your pet? What kind of bird is this?" "It's really pretty," his sister Bohi said, mesmerized by the blue-purple feathers of the blood-feathered horned eagle chick. "Haha, this is a blood-feathered horned eagle, a naturally ferocious species." Rain indulgently pet Bohi's head and explained. Seemingly sensing how its master interacted with the people around him, the chick approached, looked at Bohi, and appeared curious. "Brother, have you named it?" Bohi's bright eyes focused on Rain as she asked. "That. Actually, I haven't." Rain was momentarily stumped, wondering if his sister was about to name his pet again. "Brother, can I name it?" Rain gave a wry smile and replied, "Of course." "Great. Then let's call it Bloodfeather, okay?" Bohi came up with a name as she tilted her head. Bloodfeather? Did it signify the meaning of a blood-feathered horned eagle? It seemed to be a much better name than Cookie. Rain nodded his head in approval and said, "That's a very good name." Just then, Rain noticed a familiar figure in a one-shoulder white dress, voluptuous and walking slowly out of the villa's front door, heading his way. The beautiful lady Jennifer stood aside with effortless grace, smiling as she watched Rain reunite with his family. However, upon seeing Jennifer approaching, Mother Emma seemed to think of something and spoke. "Rain, you're not getting any younger. Maybe it's time to start mingling more with the noble ladies." "Perfect. Since Jennifer is here, let her help arrange it. Introduce you to a few noble ladies, or perhaps you should attend more banquets," Mother Emma said, while complaining to Jennifer. "Jennifer, I'm going to have to trouble you and ask you to put a bit more effort into this. Before Rain became a knight, I thought he was too frail, but now—" Emma looked up at the robust Rain, her brows slightly furrowed. "He's grown too tall. The noble ladies will probably find that off-putting." Hearing Mother Emma's words, Rain couldn't help but smile wryly. Meanwhile, Jennifer covered her mouth with her hand, laughing uncontrollably, her body shaking like a flower in the breeze. "There's no need to worry, Sister Emma. If Baron Rain were to announce that he is looking for a girlfriend, I don't know how many noble ladies would be overjoyed," said the beautiful Jennifer, calming Emma with a hand over her ample chest. "Really?" Emma looked at Jennifer with a hint of skepticism, not quite believing her. After all, in Emma's eyes, her son Rain had just been promoted to Baron not long ago, and should belong to the category that didn't have a substantial family fortune, the kind that noble ladies might look down upon. Hence, it was better to start looking early. She couldn't imagine the scenario Jennifer described. "Really?" Jennifer affirmed with a nod. "Well, if Rain can't marry a noble lady in the future, Jennifer, you'll be responsible, and your daughter Jenny seems quite suitable," Emma declared. Just then, Jenny happened to walk out of the villa. Seeing everyone turning their gazes toward her, she looked utterly confused. Emma's words took the beautiful lady by surprise. "Jenny? Absolutely not. She herself had already been with Rain." No, not Jenny, Sister Emma. Lord Rain and Jenny wouldn't be a good match," Jennifer hastily declined. By this time, Jenny had walked up to everyone and heard her mother's statement quite clearly. She silently glanced at her mother and thought to herself, "Mother, how could you not know if our personalities match or not?" After the sumptuous dinner, Rain went to the study. A few minutes later, knock, 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 a very faint knocking sounded. Recognizing the familiar footsteps, Rain already knew who it was, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As Rain opened the door, there stood Jennifer, who had drunk quite a bit of Bordeaux wine during the evening feast, her complexion rosy and her watery eyes gazing at him as if able to draw silk. For Jennifer, it had been half a month since she last felt that indescribably wonderful sensation, and at her age, she happened to be very much in need. So, from the moment she saw Rain, she very much wanted to engage in a more profound exchange with him. Now, she had finally found the right moment. As the housekeeper, it was always her duty to report to Lord Rain, the Baron, of the affairs of Meister County and the new estate over this period. It made perfect sense. "Lord Baron, I've come to report on the recent state of the estate," said the beautiful lady, playing with her dangling hair by the ear, lowering her head shyly as she spoke. "Of course, you may come in, beautiful lady." Rain immediately stepped aside, inviting the beautiful lady into the room. After Jennifer walked into the room with a waft of fragrance, Rain clicked, the door shut behind her. And this click seemed to be a signal, directly triggering a particular mode in the beautiful lady Jennifer. She approached the spacious mahogany desk and started to take off her white shawl on her own, then, turning her head, shyly blinked at Rain before starting to undo. And, leaning on the large mahogany desk, she slightly arched her back. "The thing is—" "What? A tail?" Rain's eyes suddenly widened. The posture and actions of the beautiful lady were more than suggestive. However, at this moment, the beautiful lady also felt extremely bashful. Her pale face had already turned bright red. This role-play idea was something she'd heard from a close girlfriend. It suggested that if a beloved man preferred the unconventional, he would immediately pull out the tail. Now, Rain's eyes suddenly flared with a fierce passion. After all, the thoughts from his last kiss in fishing port town with Vinica had been difficult to control, and now, with the beautiful lady taking such an initiative, to hesitate even for a second would be disrespectful. Suddenly, behind the beautiful lady, a rustling sound arose quickly. Half a second later, one rough, Warm hand gripped the beautiful lady's slender waist while the other hand carefully removed the white plush tail. This instantly thrilled the beautiful lady with a mix of delight and a touch of fear. 1,000 words omitted here. For the pair who hadn't seen one another in half a month, playing cards in the study was hardly satisfying enough. In the middle of the night, a burst of warmth entered Rain's embrace. They continued playing cards until the late hours of the night before ceasing. The next morning, Rain looked at Jennifer lying beside him, her face exuding satisfaction and joy as she still slept sweetly. A smile couldn't help but spread across Rain's lips at the thought of last night. As the dawn gradually shone through the window into the bedroom on the second floor, the beautiful woman's long eyelashes quivered slightly as she naturally awoke. Jennifer looked at Rain with a deep and shy gaze, saying, "Dear, why do I feel more and more overwhelmed by you? Have you grown stronger again?" In the face of the beautiful woman's praise, Rain immediately wrapped her in his arms, his fingers gently stroking her fair and smooth skin. "This trip to Fishing Port Town has been quite fruitful. I have officially stepped into the rank of a great knight." Jennifer froze, her beautiful eyes widening dramatically as she blinked her long eyelashes at Rain, thinking, "I was asking about how you've become stronger in that way, and this is what you tell me. Wait, dear, you're only 16 and you're already a great knight?" Jennifer's first words after regaining her composure were ones of utter astonishment. My goodness! Had she found herself a star of tomorrow? She had thought that Rain would likely be a rising star within Mist County, but she later discovered he was actually the brightest and biggest of Mist County stars. But now it seemed that she still underestimated him. She might have found a star of tomorrow at the level of the entire Minster province. Rain nodded and smiled. Yes, but within the whole empire, there are great knights who are 16. They are just rare. But in Mist County, that's absolutely unique. Jennifer looked at Rain with admiring eyes, speaking without hesitation. Seemingly recalling something, Jennifer continued, "Right, dear, after you left for Fishing Port Town, I've been continuously collecting rare ores. Recently, through various channels, I've gathered quite a few raw stones and metal ingots. Magic steel ingots, star iron ores, water membrane steel ingots, blood pattern steels, etc. I've managed to collect some of each. They are currently stored in the blacksmith's warehouse, where I have arranged for someone to be responsible for their safekeeping," she said, recounting like a treasure trove. Listening to her, Rain couldn't help but be moved. This was indeed a true helpmate. Some of the rare ores were exactly what he was going to need soon. Good. Seeing the appreciative look in Rain's eyes, the beautiful woman couldn't help but feel encouraged. Just as she was about to say more, her pretty lips were soon silenced. For the capable, beautiful woman, it was natural for Rain to reward her well once again. Of course, Rain always understood that the pleasures between men and women were a respite from tedious cultivation, but one must never indulge in them. Otherwise, as the saying goes from his previous life, the land of tenderness becomes a hero's grave. After breakfast, Rain boarded his luxurious carriage and headed to the blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, in the study room of Baron Alonso in Mist County City, Lamar, dressed in a black robe with a hood covering his head, sat opposite Alonso, and without beating around the bush, he said, "Baron Alonso, I have been entrusted by the High Priest to request that you invite Rain at an opportune time to attend the banquet held on the second Sunday of this month at Baron Elliot's residence." "Baron Elliot's residence, isn't that where the High Priest?" Alonso said, puzzled. Lamar nodded, confirming Alonso's suspicion, and continued, "However, Baron, I think the first issue we need to address is that Rain is currently serving as the governor of Fishing Port Town. So, do you see a way to have him return to Mist County City first?" After a pause, Lamar continued, "I had heard that he was closely related to the Crowley family. Thus, on my way here, I was thinking if we could start with the industries of the Crowley family to force them to seek Rain's help." Lamar said this while observing the expression of Alonso across from him. Soon, he noticed that as his narrative went on, Alonso's expression became a bit odd. This made Lamar involuntarily stop his story. Baron Alonso, on the other hand, exchanged glances with his butler Michel and then looked back at Lamar. This made Lamar even more puzzled, thinking, could my information be inaccurate? He looked at Baron Alonso with an inquiring gaze. Alonso didn't keep him in suspense and coughed before speaking. "Lamar, are you unaware? The Rain you speak of returned to the county town yesterday." "What?" Lamar's eyes suddenly widened, clearly astonished. But soon, Lamar thought of something, and a look of both shock and joy appeared on his face. joy being the more predominant emotion. He had not expected things to go so smoothly. As if there was no animosity between their Black Flame Church and Rain, but rather an alliance, with cooperation that was quite harmonious. Baron, doesn't that mean that our plan has already succeeded by half before we even put it into action? Next, we just need to find a way to invite him to the banquet, and we can complete the plan set by the high priest, Lamar said. However, Alonso did not agree off the bat but furrowed his brow, tapping the armrest of his chair within seriously contemplating. After a long moment, Alonso finally spoke softly. Lamar, does the high priest have confidence in resolving the Rain issue at the prayer ceremony? Don't forget, Baron Norman had already successfully entered the Great Knight rank, yet he was still defeated in open combat by this Rain. Therefore, I believe you should at least assess Rain's strength by the standards of an official Great Knight, or even those of a veteran Great Knight. Otherwise, he might just ruin the Black Flame prayer ritual. Facing Baron Alarso's doubts, Lamar spoke with conviction. Baron, such a possibility is almost non-existent, for the High Priest is absolutely confident this time. After hesitating, Lamar decided to reveal some information to the Baron before him. At that time, the High Priest will borrow a trace of the god of hunting's imposing pressure. Not to mention a seasoned knight, even a peak knight will find it extremely difficult to withstand. A trace of divine pressure? Such a big move. Alarso showed a surprised expression. Although Alarso was not aware of the specific means, he knew that borrowing the god's imposing pressure would inevitably come at a great cost. Hearing this answer, Alarso nodded and said, if the High Priest has a way to borrow a trace of the god of hunting's divine power during the prayer ritual, then I think there shouldn't be any more accidents in this matter. By the way, Lord Lamar, perhaps I should also inform you of another piece of news. This morning, I saw in a letter from Mingster that this Baron Rain we are dealing with will attend the Imperial Sword-Bearer's examination in Mingster Province in a few days. Sword-Bearer? Lamar couldn't help but change his expression and exclaimed, yes, I've been pondering this issue. If we can't deal with him before Rain goes for the Sword-Bearer examination, once he passes and officially joins the Sword-Bearers, I think he is likely to target the Black Flame Church first. Hearing this news, Lamar shivered and reaffirmed with a solemn face, Lord Baron Alarso, are you certain of this news? At that moment, the butler Michel spoke up. Lord Lamar, this letter is still on Lord Count Hab's desk at the moment. The news is absolutely true. Lamar nodded and fell silent in thought. It seemed that the letter sent to Count Habs, the Meister County Governor by Mingster, was undoubtedly authentic. Baron, I understand what you mean. Since that is the case, we must not fail in our action this time. I will go back and report to the High Priest right now. After seeing off Lamar, Baron Alarso stood up and looked out through the second-floor window at the closely packed houses in the noble district of the villa. Although it was already the month of new life, the roof still bore quite a lot of white snow. At that moment, the butler Michel couldn't help but ask, My lord, do you think the Black Flame Church will be able to deal with Rain this time? After all, anyone who had racked their brains trying to kill someone and failed several times would have some shadows in their heart. This wasn't just true for butler Michel, including Alarso himself. Especially since last time, Alarso had arranged 3 fallbacks, but Rain had foiled each of them, which had also dealt a significant to Alarso's confidence. After a long pause, Michel finally received Alarso's reply, if we do nothing, we'll never have the chance to get rid of the opponent. Moreover, what we are doing is merely an invitation to a ball. We don't have to act personally. However, we still need to think carefully about how to make the other party agree to it. Inside the Crowley family-run blacksmith shop. As a blacksmith, Rain was currently wielding a hammer, repairing the high-grade knight's chest armor made of water membrane steel. In a previous battle with the Shadow Assassin, his water membrane steel chest armor had been punctured with several holes. Although it had been slightly repaired in Fishing Port Town due to the lack of water membrane steel ingots, it had only smoothed out some dents and unevenness. But this time, because Jennifer had prepared and collected many rare minerals early, Rain easily found water membrane steel ingots in the rare mineral storage room, and after melting them, he proceeded to manually polish the repairs. An hour later, Rain held the repaired water-processed steel chest armor in his hand, inspecting it. Looking at the smooth surface, which bore no signs of previous damage, Rain nodded in satisfaction with his craftsmanship. It seemed his skill as a blacksmith was quite commendable. Setting aside the chest armor, he then took out the longbow from Bloody Shooter Phil. The original material of the bow, magic steel ingots, was also fine, as Jennifer had prepared it in advance. What Rain needed to do now was to strengthen the bow further, especially the diameter of the bow arms, allowing this great bow to withstand the force of his great knight level. As for the bowstring, which was supposed to be made from the dorsal tendon of a spyback sea serpent, Jennifer had arranged for the best bowmaker under the Crowley family to assist in reinforcing it. According to the bowmaker, wrapping a special linen fiber around the tendon and soaking it in a specially made solution for a few hours would suffice, not only providing the bowstring with great tensile strength but also greatly enhancing its durability. For a bowstring, having immense elasticity isn't necessary, but toughness and durability are very important. Half a day later, Rain removed the newly modeled warbow from the mold. The bow, shimmering with a pale gray metallic sheen, had noticeably strengthened arms compared to before, and its length had also increased a bit more to 1.8 meters. At the same time, due to the thickening of the bow arms, the weight had increased by about 50% compared to before, but for Rain, this weight was hardly worth mentioning. When Rain returned to the mansion, a servant had already placed the processed new bowstring in the study. This was a pleasant surprise for Rain, who immediately took out the new bowstring and tied it onto the bow. Holding the brand new warbow, Rain couldn't help but to try it out. He went to the training room on the first floor of the mansion and, without using witchcraft, simply drew the bow and released an arrow, only to hear a ding sound, an extremely sharp whistling in the air. The steel arrow in Rain's hand shot forth like a bolt of silver lightning toward the target. Only a boom could be heard. The solid wooden target was completely splintered, and the steel arrow pierced tens of centimeters into the wall behind, leaving only its end still trembling. At the same time, Rain even heard the surprised cries of servants from the other side of the wall. Seeing such power, Rain nodded in satisfaction. He had just used about 70 to 80% of his strength, and it had this kind of effect. Afterward, Rain placed 2 thick iron shields on the target and tested a few more times. With the protection of the 2 iron shields, when Rain shot with all his might, he finally didn't the wall. But each shot, like the impact of bullets from a rifle in his previous life, couldn't help but make Rain laugh involuntarily. Of course, his main purpose this time was to test the new warbow. From what he could see, there was no problem bearing the forces when he activated Limit Break. After all, just now, the bowstring was only drawn halfway. As for after activating Limit Break with the talent for Intermediate Giant Force, for the moment, Rain hadn't found a suitable place to test that power. During extreme outbursts, the bowstring might be damaged, but sustaining a few shots should be no problem. After testing the new warbow, Rain went to the potion room on the first floor of the villa to start making potions. This time, Rain did not choose to make transcendent-level potions like the mutation growth potion, but opted for a very simple hemostatic potion. Because his purpose in potion making this time was very clear, to try to trigger the profession panel for a pharmacist. Soon, as Rain expected, the system prompt sounded. Ding. It is detected that the host is making potions, triggering a career change pharmacist. Preconditions for changing to a pharmacist are 1. Mastery of the production of any basic potion. 2. Spirit above 6 points. Current conditions met. Yes/no to change to pharmacist? Rain was overjoyed and without hesitation chose yes. Ding. Successful change to pharmacist. Spirit +1. Looking at the paltry reward of just 1 additional point to spirit, Rain couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head, sighing that compared to the transitions to transcendent and even legendary professions, the rewards for ordinary professions really were a bit too scant. But soon, Rain adjusted his mood. Because his purpose in becoming a pharmacist was not for the pharmacist itself, but for the skill points and the subsequent special advancement profession Deadly Poison Master Transcendent. Thus, Rain briskly continued to make hemostatic potions in the potion room. System prompts flowed in succession. Your skill in making hemostatic potions has improved. Experience +2. You have focused on making hemostatic potions for 10 minutes. Pharmacist profession experience points +6. Your skill in making hemostatic potions has improved. Experience +2. For several days in a row, besides going out in the morning to feed the blood-feathered horned eagles and the spirit hounds, Rain practically buried himself in the potion room and didn't come out. During this period, Count Hab sent someone to invite Rain to come to the Count Mansion for dinner next Sunday. With his strong spiritual power and constitution, Rain worked like an indefatigable high-precision robot, easily accomplishing some potion, making manipulations that would be extremely difficult for ordinary people. In a few days, the pharmacist profession level successfully advanced to LV3, reaching LV3 3/500, leaving him with 7 remaining attribute points and 2 remaining skill points. Seeing Rain busying himself in the potion room, the beautiful woman Jennifer couldn't help but be puzzled. She had always known that Rain enjoyed blacksmithing, and although he occasionally took part in potion making by hand, he had never invested such great effort and time. She felt maybe she should talk to Rain. After all, one's energy is limited. It makes sense for a blacksmith to be compatible with the way of the night, but to be distracted by potion making seemed. At that moment, a maid approached, handed a letter to Jennifer with both hands, and said respectfully, "Madam, Baron Alonso has just sent this invitation and asked for you or Lord Rain to open it." Jennifer took the letter with a puzzled expression. Ever since she and Rain had attended the auction at Yakeson Auction House together, the nobles from the county town who had previously pursued her had mostly quieted down, and naturally, Baron Alonso was no exception. Inside the pharmacy, the beautiful woman, Jennifer, held an invitation in her hand and briefly explained the contents to Rain. "Alonso invites you and me to a banquet?" Rain couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Could it be that the other party wanted to mend their relationship with him? Rain pondered. Honestly, he wasn't too interested in this matter because he was about to go to Mingster to participate in the sword-bearer assessment. Therefore, the superficial pleasantries amongst the nobility of Meister County had lost their significance to him. Instead, his time was now quite precious, as Rain wanted to raise his profession level as a pharmacist to LV5 before heading to Mingster and switch to the Transcendent Profession panel of Deadly Poison Master. In this way, on one hand, he would soon have a sufficient number of skill points, allowing his strength to gain another boost in a short period. On the other hand, although being a pharmacist hadn't brought him any core skills, he believed that the transcendent level of Deadly Poison Master would not be simple and was likely to bring him some sort of improvement or benefit. Of course, he could decline the banquet invitation from Alonso, but as for the invitation from Count Habs, the highest official of Meister County, Rain obviously wouldn't refuse. After some thought, Rain said to the beautiful woman, Jennifer, "Decline it." Jennifer had no objections and cheerfully said, "All right, dear. By the way, what is the theme of this banquet?" After thinking for a moment, Rain couldn't help but ask casually. Jennifer looked at the invitation again and said, It says it's to appreciate a few oil paintings from the Eagle Federation." Appreciating oil paintings? Rain couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman in surprise. Jennifer chuckled and explained, "Quite often, the purpose of a gathering among nobles is to enhance connections and strengthen exchanges. So, sometimes activities like tasting a batch of new Bordeaux vintages can become the theme of a banquet." All right, that's. Rain couldn't help but be rendered speechless, truly the whims of the nobility. When Alonso heard the report from his butler, Michel, that Rain had declined his invitation, he was neither angry nor disappointed. Instead, he smiled slightly. "Just as I expected. However, this time it's different. This isn't just my personal matter. With so many nobles privately purchasing divine blood from the Black Flame Church, Michel, contact them. Let them send banquet invitations to Jennifer these next few days." "As you command, Baron." When Michel heard what Alonso had said, he suddenly understood. The networks among these nobles were also the reason Alonso felt confident. Since a large portion of the divine blood from the Black Flame Church was distributed to the nobility through him. Simply put, a substantial part of the nobility in Meister County had formed a large interest group with the Black Flame Church through his brokerage. In some aspects, they could act in unison. If doing this in the past would have made him hesitant because his conflict with Rain had been more personal, this time the High Priest of the Black Flame Church had made it clear that he would personally take action against Rain. Therefore, at this moment, mobilizing these nobles to collectively pressure Rain was not an issue and wouldn't cause the Black Flame Church any grievances. Sunday, in the study of Earl Habs' mansion, Rain met once again with the dignified Count Habs, the highest official of the Imperial Meister County. With his growing strength, Rain could faintly sense that Count Habs' power seemed not to be inferior to Captain Baron of the Fish Dragon Squad. Similarly, upon seeing Rain, Count Habs couldn't help but utter a slight huh, and then stared at Rain intently for a while. It used to be that the most promising knight in all of Meister County should have been Clea, but after seeing you again today, Rain, I think Clea should give her place to you. Count Habs said with a smile. Thank you for your praise. Lady Clea will always be my guide on the knight's path, Rain said with a slight bow and a smile. Rain, I originally thought you, a fledgling eagle, would need to learn to fly for a while longer before soaring into the sky, but I didn't expect you to be ready to spread your wings so soon. I have already received the official letter from Mingster. Rain, with your strength, as long as you perform normally, I believe you will certainly pass the Imperial Sword-Bearer assessment smoothly. Count, thank you for your encouragement. By the way, if you encounter any difficulties in Mingster, you can take this letter and look for this old friend of mine. Perhaps you might receive some help from him. Count Habs took out a letter from the drawer of his desk and handed it to Rain. Rain took it and saw that the letter was already sealed with red wax, upon which was stamped the seal ring bearing the Kali bird emblem representing the Habus family. Clearly, Count Habs had been prepared. Thank you, Count, Rain said with a bow. Aware of Count Habs' care, Rain understood his intentions and expressed sufficient respect and goodwill. Thus, the sumptuous banquet was spent in a congenial and joyful atmosphere, and before long, Rain returned home. The next morning, Rain went about his routine in the villa's backyard, feeding the greyhound Cookie, the blood-feathered horned eagle Bloodfeather, tending to the growth of the mutant potion, and recording the observations. However, after feeding the greyhound Cookie this time, it suddenly howled out in pain. Immediately after, Cookie began to devour the food in front of it crazily. At this moment, the system notification also sounded. Host pet greyhound, due to the long-term use of mutation growth potions, begins to mutate and evolve. Mutating evolution in progress. This immediately delighted Rain. He instantly turned to the servant beside him and said, Quickly go to the kitchen and bring more meat here. Fill a large basin. As you command, Baron sir. The servant immediately trotted towards the kitchen. Wait, go to my study and bring the bear meat on the table as well, Rain called out to him. Cookie's massive consumption indicated that its evolution required a large amount of energy, and the ferocious beast meat, which is rich in energy, was the best choice at the moment. Yes, sir. The servant hurriedly ran off again. Soon, two strong servants brought over a large basin of deliciously cooked meat. Soon, Cookie devoured most of the large basin of meat, and Rain, watching its slender body, found it hard to imagine how it could hold so much meat. At that moment, a small basin of bear meat also arrived. After the 10 pounds of bear meat had been swallowed, Cookie seemed to be full, lying on the ground, constantly growling and scratching the ground with its paws, as if enduring some severe internal change and the intense pain it brought. Rain knew this was not a normal evolution because the greyhound itself is a fairly stable breed. If it wasn't for Cookie's long-term consumption of mutation growth potions, it would almost be impossible for it to mutate and hence break its limit. Suddenly, Cookie's skin turned red at a visibly rapid pace, its muscles all trembling, swelling, and bulging. A few minutes passed. Cookie had noticeably become taller and bigger, its muscles stronger, and its foreclaws longer and sharper. If one had to make a comparison, this evolution of Cookie was like turning from the slender and agile build of a cheetah into the physique of a tiger, also a feline. At this moment, the system notification suddenly flooded the screen. The host's subordinate pet greyhound has successfully evolved into the fierce beast Greyhound War Dog. Your skill beast taming has been enhanced. Experience plus 535. Your beast tamer, Transcendent. Profession experience plus 321. Note: Greyhound War Dog has awakened the talent ability, High-Speed Healing. Yes/no. Would you like to rename the Greyhound War Dog? Seeing the successful evolution notification on the system, Rain couldn't help but be overjoyed. After thinking it over, Rain chose no, because Rain thought that the system naming the mutated greyhound as Greyhound War Dog was quite accurate, considering it was a ferocious dog mutated from a greyhound. But this was just a minor detail. At this time, Rain had already focused his attention on the talent ability, High-Speed Healing. He had thought that, given the greyhound's characteristic of fast running, it would awaken a talent like Swiftness, but instead, it turned out to be a recovery-type ability like High-Speed Healing. However, after a slight ponder, Rain nodded his head. It was likely the effect of the mutation growth potion, with the word mutation representing many things. Moreover, actually, this had been foreshadowed earlier when Cookie had injured its spine but was able to heal and stand up again. This subtly revealed some kind of talent it possessed. It was just unknown whether it was that injury that directed its mutation evolution in this direction, or if it was from the consumption of the mutation growth potion that Cookie had subtly awakened this talent. Of course, this point wasn't important. What was important was that Cookie's evolution from an ordinary beast to a fierce beast meant that Rain's precondition for advancing from beast tamer, transcendent, to beast master, legendary, in the fourth item. Raise at least one ordinary animal into a fierce beast had been met. Additionally, the third item, have any 3 or more fierce beasts as pets, was also completed, 2/3. All Rain had to do now was to wait orderly for the mutation of the black horse. Once it evolved successfully, Rain would be able to immediately advance to Beast Master, legendary. At this moment, the mutated and evolved Cookie stood up from the ground. Rain, surprised, noticed that the shoulder height of the Greyhound war dog, Cookie, had now reached 1.2 meters, nearly 1.6 meters in height including its head. This was already comparable to a smaller horse. It affectionately rubbed against Rain's leg, and then lifted its head to look at its master, its eyes glittering with intelligence. Some curious servants were looking on from the side, but in their eyes, besides curiosity, there was more fear, as such a large dog looked quite intimidating. As for how strong Cookie's high-speed healing ability really was, Rain didn't know yet. After all, he wasn't about to strike Cookie with a sword and then observe the speed of its wound recovery, right? This wasn't urgent. As long as there was combat, there would always be an opportunity. In the following days, Rain successfully raised his pharmacist profession level to LV4, gaining another skill point and attribute point. This brought Rain's remaining attribute points to 7, while his skill points were 3. Lately, Jennifer was quite troubled because she had been receiving invitations from a dozen or so nobles of Meister County, both large and small, hoping that she and Rain would attend the banquet next Sunday. Jennifer's dilemma arose from the fact that many noble families had close business ties with the Crawley family. From the perspective of familial interests, obviously, it was not suitable for her to offend everyone. After some thought, Jennifer returned to the entrance of Rain's potion chamber to report the matter to him. When Rain heard that more than a dozen noble families had sent invitations, his first thought was, indeed, Count Hab's eldest son really had some influence. In Meister County, so many nobles could be influenced by him to send this banquet invitation to both him and Jennifer. Thinking it over, Rain, aware that the Crawley family still maintained business relations with many of these families, said to the beautiful woman, Jennifer, reply to them that I will accompany you to the banquet on time. All right, dear. Jennifer, visibly delighted, knew that if Rain didn't agree, she naturally wouldn't have made an appearance at the banquet. But what touched her was that Rain considered her difficulties and lent her his support. By the way, do you have the invitation? Let me look at it. Rain said, for he had a hunch that something was amiss. Here it is. The beautiful woman handed him a stack of invitations, each styled differently. After quickly browsing through several, Rain's expression became pensive. Sure enough, there was a problem, as among the dozens of invitations, a few did not even invite Jennifer but were direct invitations to him. Do they really insist on my attendance? Because if it was just a normal banquet aimed at currying favor, then having Jennifer attend, the well-acquainted Lady Crawley, would have been enough. However, there seemed to be an implied insistence on his presence. This elicited an odd feeling in Rain. After pondering, he asked a servant to summon the short Mateo. Mateo, make a trip to Flash Gold Town and inquire from Sheriff Hamilton if Alonso and these noble families have some sort of secret connection. Ask Lord Hamilton to give me an answer as soon as possible. Upon hearing Rain's command, Mateo promptly responded, as you command, my lord. I'll go immediately. Rain then turned to the beautiful woman and said, Jennifer, for this banquet, it would be best for me to attend alone. The beautiful woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she said, Dear, is this a trap? Rain shook his head and answered, It's not certain yet, but my intuition tells me that there might be an issue here. That evening, Rain received a reply from Mateo. To be precise, half an hour later, Hamilton personally arrived at Rain's mansion. After some pleasantries, Hamilton's expression turned serious as he said, Rain, do you remember the vial of divine blood you seized before? Divine blood? Rain certainly remembered. The test tube-shaped red potion containing a thick amber-like red liquid was indeed memorable. Rain remembered that Hamilton had once explained that this divine blood had miraculous effects of delaying aging and accelerating training. But divine blood related to these nobles? Hamilton continued, as I've mentioned before, the origin of this divine blood is heavily linked to the dark cult. You mean? Rain instantly grasped the implication in Hamilton's words. Hamilton nodded and said, just as you're thinking. Since that incident, We've discreetly investigated and found that several noble families in the county town had either possessed or purchased divine blood. The list you had Mateo provide includes Alonso and these several noble families. Furthermore, our investigation suggests that the source of this divine blood leads directly back to Alonso. But since he's the eldest son of Count Habs, the investigation halted there. Pausing, Hamilton looked earnestly at Rain and said, "Rain, although I know that your strength is unparalleled, even surpassing my own, I would still advise against going, as there might be a plot by the dark cult behind this. Perhaps, once you join the Imperial Sword-Bearer organization, you might accumulate enough strength to deal with this dark cult." Rain nodded. Hamilton's words were prudent, and of course, Rain knew that. But the fact that these nobles were pressuring Jennifer through these invitations already demonstrated their stance. That this was merely the first step. If he refused, they surely had a contingency plan. After some thought, Rain slightly bowed and said, "Lord Hamilton, thank you very much for making the trip here." Hamilton waved his hand dismissively and stood up saying, "Rain, I've made the situation clear to you. The decision is still yours to make. If you really decide to go, just let Mateo tell me." After Hamilton left, Rain paced in his study, hands crossed over his chest. Previously, the dark cult had targeted him through various assassinations and sneak attacks, but this time, Rain had a feeling that they intended to trap him. Could it be that the venue of the banquet has some special arrangements made by the dark cult? In such a case, it wouldn't be safe to let Jennifer go. It would be best for me to go alone. Of course, if the situation was not as he anticipated, and it was merely Alonso wanting to mend their relationship in person, that would be ideal. Additionally, another reason Lord Rain decided to go himself was that he had always practiced diligently and continuously improved his combat skills, hoping that one day he could face these vermin and bravely break through any obstacle. He had no desire to learn the saying, "A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. After all, which gentleman, if able to avenge himself on the spot, would wait 10 years? The premise of that saying assumes that a gentleman cannot take revenge at the moment. However, charging forward courageously and charging forward recklessly are two different concepts, so he still had one more thing to do. Rain turned to the door and said, "Mateo, prepare a carriage and accompany me to the church of the goddess of monsoon and ocean." "At once, my lord." Since Rain's return, Mateo had been assigned to his side, and the astute Mateo often alleviated many of Rain's concerns. "Lord Baron, this." Mateo hesitated but continued, "Since you have doubts, why don't you let me investigate over the next few days?" Rain smiled and shook his head, saying, "If the opponent indeed has the cult of Black Flame behind them, they surely have implemented some secretive measures within their estate. Needless to say, even I might have already alerted them before truly entering. This could lead to some unforeseeable changes." "Understood, my lord." Mateo showed a flash of realization and slightly bowed before heading to the stables. Shortly after, Rain arrived at the church in a carriage. In Father Rudolph's room, Rain and Rudolph sat facing each other. "Baron Rain, I heard you were appointed as the governor of Fishing Port Town. What brings you back to the county town this time?" Rudolph asked with a smile. "Father, I may need your help with something." Rain skipped the pleasantries and glanced at the temple guards behind him before speaking directly. Rudolph noticed Rain's expression and waved his hand, and immediately, a temple guard closed the door. That was when Rain said, "Next Sunday, I will be attending a banquet which could likely involve a plot by the cult of Black Flame." "The cult of Black Flame?" Father Rudolph frowned. Immediately afterward, Rain shared Hamilton's analysis. This quite surprised Rudolph. "Is it that Baron Alonso, the eldest son of Count Habs?" "Exactly. If the former Rain, in terms of identity, status, and power, was far inferior to Alonso, speaking these words could cast doubt on their credibility. But now it was different. Rain had become a rising star in Meister County, and his words carried significant weight. Although Rain also made it clear that this was just a speculation. After a few seconds of pause, Rudolph's face showed sudden realization. No wonder the cult of Black Flame has been hiding so deeply in the county town. It turns out they had so many nobles covering for them. "Lord Rain, what you've mentioned is very important. I must immediately report this to Bishop Cheyenne." "Wait, Rudolph, the above is just my personal speculation. Is it really necessary to alarm the bishop?" "No, Baron Rain, I think your analysis makes a lot of sense." Immediately, Rudolph led Rain to the prayer hall of the Goddess Church, where they met once again the venerable old man in a water-blue robe with thick golden edges, holding a staff. Bishop Cheyenne. After a brief explanation, Bishop Cheyenne nodded and said, "So, Baron Rain, I understand what you mean. You are worried that once you attend the banquet, the other party might use some kind of dark magic against you." "Yes, Your Grace. Your concern is not unfounded. Do you still have the silver conch medal?" "Of course, Your Grace." Rain took out the silver conch medal from the lining of his jacket and respectfully handed it to Bishop Cheyenne. The silver conch medal currently only has a divine art that detects evil. Now, I will apply another divine art to it, the divine blessing technique. It can neutralize a curse from an evil force or any negative impact once. Moreover, once this divine art is triggered, we will all sense it, and I will have Rudolph come over to support immediately. Your Grace, thank you for your generosity. Lord Rain, rest assured. Next Sunday, I will personally be nearby with an elite group of Temple Knights. If we confirm it's a stronghold of the Black Flame cult or that the other party is planning an event, we will come over to support immediately. Rudolph, thank you once again. Rain came to the Goddess Church not because he doubted his own strength, but to add an extra layer of insurance. After all, he still had few ways to counter the mysterious dark arts or curses of the cult. In comparison, the countermeasures of the Goddess Church were more experienced and refined than his. Moreover, he was already very satisfied with how far Rudolph and Bishop Cheyenne had come. After all, the above was just his speculation, and the Goddess Church could not just send Temple Knights to surround a noble's residence without evidence. In the Empire, the relationship between imperial and divine power was delicate, and without any evidence, such action by the Goddess Church would be a provocation to the imperial power of the Dragon Empire. However, once the divine art on him was triggered, it would prove the existence of evil, and then the actions of the Goddess Church would be justified. Several days later, the second Sunday of the month of Vitality, as the sun set, Rain, dressed in a suit, boarded a carriage. This was a brand new luxury carriage, with sides engraved with a striking noble crest, a circle of red flames encircled across two-handed warhammer and dual-handed greatsword. Inside the carriage compartment, a large hound nearly the size of a pony lay at Rain's feet, enjoying strokes from its master. This was the Lurcher Warhound Cookie, equipped on both sides of its body with arms like a boar's head mace and a glimmering greatsword, and on its head, joints, and waist were protective armors newly forged by Rain. Mateo had taken over as the coachman, tightly holding the reins and smoothly steering the carriage towards Baron Elliot's estate. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters above the carriage in the sky, a great raptor, blue and purple in color, carried something as it sometimes circled and sometimes darted through the clouds. Earl Hab's mansion, inside the study. A gaunt middle-aged man dressed in a gray wizard robe sat before the desk and said, "My lord, are you really not going to remind Alonso? Have I not reminded him before?" Count Habs, his face showing irritation, stood up and said, "Everyone must be responsible for their actions. Besides, once I remind him, it's very likely that not only he will be alerted." As Count Habs spoke, he walked to the front of the desk, standing beside the gray-robed figure, and he asked, turning his head, "By the way, old friend, you had some free time to come to see me today. It can't just be for a simple visit, can it? Has the higher-up already prepared to make a move?" The gray-robed middle-aged man did not directly answer Count Habs's question. Instead, he said, "My lord, do you remember that great knight of the Zeril Rebellion who died from severe poisoning in the prison last time?" Count Habs was taken aback, then nodded his head and said, "That matter was my oversight. I did not expect that even the Meist prison would be infiltrated by the rebels." Recalling the scene, although he had carried out a large-scale investigation to eliminate the rebel spy in the prison after rushing back from Rosby City, he had missed the opportunity to extract vital information from that great knight of the rebellion. Indeed, shortly after that, the body of that great knight vanished. Whenever he thought of those departments riddled with holes like a sieve, Count Habs couldn't help shivering with anger. But this situation was not unique to Meist County. Nearly the entire Empire's territory was the same, and what he could do was very limited. The man was not just poisoned to death, but even his body was. Count Habs shook his head, seemingly helpless. Actually, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. The gray-robed middle-aged man smiled and continued, "In fact, I had placed something on that body. I am certain that it is still here in the county town." "Oh, So you've known the exact location of that body after it was stolen? Count Habs raised an eyebrow, looking at him in surprise. As the Empire's observer stationed in Meist County, he did not have the authority to demand an observer to cooperate with his actions. But as the governor of Meist, dealing with people and situations within the county town that were beyond his control always felt somewhat unpleasant. The gray-robed middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes, behind this matter lies the shadow of the Black Flame cult. I've learned that tonight there will be a banquet there, with many nobles in attendance. That Alonso is there as well." Hearing this, Count Habs's expression darkened. Clearly, these nobles all had ties with the cult, and there were not a few of them. Moreover, with Alonso being there, it made him even more passive. According to the cult's ritual of collecting offerings, the body of a great knight is very precious, and they would inevitably be reluctant to let it go. Ever since the body of that great knight of the rebellion disappeared without a trace, I suspected it most likely ended up in the hands of a cult. Reliable information indicates there will be a grand cult ritual tonight. My lord, if you don't send someone over there, it will be too late when the sword-bearer arrives. After all, they don't know Alonso. After a long while, Count Habs let out a long sigh, his enthusiasm waning. Yes, they don't know Alonso, nor would they think highly of me as the Earl. Let's send someone to notify him. Tell him I am urgently looking for him. At about the same time, in the sky, not too far from Meist County City, a ferocious creature, 4 to 5 meters in length, with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, muscled body, and large wings, was flying at high speed. However, surprisingly, this creature's back was so stable that 2 people were sitting on it, and the air currents generated by the rapid flight circled around a bluish faint glowing round shield and streamed swiftly backward. The man sitting on the front saddle, a burly man with a shield on his back, was holding the reins and controlling the flight. The man in the back holding a short staff then said, "Captain, why are we in such a hurry to ride a griffin to Meist County today? What is the mission that even requires your personal involvement?" It's a rather important mission. Since the operation had begun, there was no longer any need for secrecy. The burly man didn't hesitate much and directly disclosed. According to reports from the local observer, there is a cult in Meist County that will hold a ritual tonight. Does a cult ritual really require the sword-bearers to take action? Can't the local church of the goddess handle it? The man with the short staff couldn't help expressing his doubts. Ordinary cult rituals, of course not. But this cult is likely to communicate with an evil god during the ceremony and perhaps will manage to obtain a trace of the evil god's divine essence. The divine essence of an evil god? What do we need that stuff for? Knowing the purpose of the divine essence of an evil god, the man with the short staff looked surprised and also showed a hint of fear. It's not us that want it, but the higher-ups do. The burly man extended his finger upwards and said. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rain had already arrived at the door to Baron Elliot's mansion. Upon arriving there, a faint noise of hustle and bustle reached his ears, and the mansion's entrance was bustling with activity. A casual glance revealed numerous luxurious carriages parked outside the mansion, most adorned with various noble crests, and a few without any emblem, likely belonging to some wealthy merchants. Many people dressed as cavalry or guards were stationed around each carriage. As Rain's carriage approached, an elderly man in a tailcoat stepped forward with a smile and greeted, "May I ask if you are Baron Rain?" "It is I." Rain nodded as he disembarked from his carriage. "Baron Rain, Lord Alonso has been waiting for you in the banquet hall for quite some time. Please follow me," the elderly man said as he bowed slightly and gestured with his hand. Rain nodded, his face expressionless. As he entered the mansion and approached the banquet hall, Rain saw Alonso smiling at him, wearing luxurious noble attire, with a brilliantly sewn gold Keeley bird emblem on his chest, which was particularly striking. "Baron Rain, welcome. I hope you have a pleasant night here," said Alonso with a beaming smile. However, if it were Alonso's true thoughts at that moment, they would be completely the opposite. "Cherish your last night in this world." Rain had long noticed Alonso's false smile. Indeed, just after he entered the mansion and arrived at the banquet hall, Rain felt a slight vibration from the silver conch metal sewn inside his coat. What this meant was self-evident. Although Rain did not suspect others of the worst, in reality, the other party might be much more malicious than he imagined. Fortunately, he had made some necessary preparations. "Thank you for the invitation, Baron Alonso. I believe we both shall have a pleasant night," Rain said, looking at Alonso with a meaningful glance. For no apparent reason at that moment, when Rain's gaze met his, Alonso felt a shudder through his soul, as if he had been caught in the act of wrongdoing. "Ah, of course. Baron Rain, please come in." Alonso's expression changed and he coughed before speaking. As the banquet progressed, the hall became more crowded and livelier, with elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen hugging and dancing, while the maids walked back and forth, carrying drinks and delicacies. "Baron Rain, do these delicacies not suit your taste?" "I am full, Baron Alonso. I met with the Earl just a couple of days ago. You inviting me over. Surely it wasn't just to enjoy the food." Rain pondered aloud, still bringing up Count Habs, hoping that Baron Alonso would not stray too far down the wrong path. Upon hearing Rain's words, Alonso was visibly taken aback, followed by a surge of anger in his heart. "What? You think mentioning my father now will help you escape the inevitable? Since you're here today, there's no going back." With a solemn face, Alonso said, "Baron Rain, the master of the mansion and some distinguished guests would very much like to meet you, a promising young man. They're already waiting for you in the inner conference room." "All right." Rain nodded. Rain knew the main event was about to unfold. He was not sure how they planned to deal with him. He wouldn't refuse, but followed Alonso through the banquet hall, and after passing through a long vaulted corridor, they reached a relatively quiet room. Rain could sense that there were quite a few people inside, all breathing steadily. As Alonso opened the door, Rain saw a very spacious room with a high ceiling, about 4 or 5 meters high, adorned with intricate glass engraved vaulting. The walls all around were also embellished with elaborate engravings. Additionally, there were dozens of bright wall lamps, under whose light sat a circle of nobles of various ages, all dressed in opulent clothing. The reason he could tell they were nobles at a glance was due to the ornate clothes they wore, embellished with gold or silver threads, but even more conspicuous were the diverse noble crests on their chests. The moment the door opened, everyone inside immediately stopped chatting and turned their gazes towards Rain's towering figure. Their looks, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and even pity among other emotions, quickly led to some whispering among themselves. Rain noticed that among the seated, apart from the nobility, there were also a few dressed in the cult's standard black flame robes, blending in as if they were familiar faces. It seemed they believed they were assured of victory and no longer needed to disguise their intentions. Then, an older noble stood up and said sternly to Rain, "Young man, you are very brave." "I have always been brave," Rain responded. "And isn't courage one of the requirements to become a knight?" The older noble was taken aback, then nodded and commented expressionlessly, "Indeed, it seems our Baron Rain is a very courageous knight." Hearing the old man's words, everyone in the room couldn't help but laugh heartily. Courage? What a fool. Courage isn't as important as surviving. At this moment, in their view, no matter how strong Rain's abilities were, even if he were a great knight, from the moment he arrived here, the advantage was no longer in his hands. This includes life and death. Baron Rain, we actually didn't need to reach this point today. For instance, if you sign the contract now and swear your allegiance to the Church of the Black Flame, I think. As the laughter gradually subsided, the older noble continued. At this moment, Alonso's butler Michel hurried in and said to Baron Alonso, who was watching with great interest, "My lord, Count Habs's messenger is outside waiting for you, saying that the Earl has an urgent matter to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Alonso was taken aback. "My father is looking for me?" Just thinking about his father's imposing face made him shiver all over. However, he quickly muttered, "It's not going to be another scolding, is it?" Alonso didn't want to leave just yet at the sight before him. An early return meant a scolding. A late return also led to a scolding, but at least he could witness the drama he had long anticipated. He wanted to see Rain's face contorted with desperation and wails. Thus, as Alonso watched the situation heat up before him, he calculated the time and said, "Tell the messenger to inform my father that I will be back right away, half an hour, at most half an hour." "Very well, my lord." Michel glanced at the somewhat familiar figure in the meeting room and hurried off again. In the center of the meeting room. "Enough." A voice rebuked. "HM? What did you say?" The older noble surprisingly looked towards Rain. Could this young man not see the situation clearly? He still dared to speak in such a way? Was it foolishness or true courage? "I said enough," Rain said calmly. "If you have any methods, use them all. My time is very precious." Although Rain said this with a calm demeanor, everyone present felt the determination and strength in his words. It was as if, at that moment, they were the insects gathered in the darkness, while Rain was the night shining in the sunlight. The older noble then showed a look of regret, shook his head, and said, That's too bad. Indeed. It's truly regrettable. Then you'll have to become our prayer offering. The older noble tilted his head and gave a slight nod to Lamar, who was mingling in the crowd. He had been entrusted by Lamar to lead this endeavor, and incidentally to try persuading Rain according to Lamar's wishes. Lamar then crushed a key-like device in his hand. Suddenly, the brightness of the wall lamps dimmed, and the entire room immediately darkened. The ground and walls began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Rain's chest badge, the silver conch metal, began to vibrate violently. Dense black and red lines appeared on the floor and walls. These lines, as thick as a pinky finger, abruptly swelled and thickened, resembling invisible living creatures. They bypassed the nobles and priests of the Black Flame, charging straight towards Rain. At the same time, a smell that mixed the stench of decay and the odor of blood permeated the whole place. Yet what puzzled Rain was that it seemed as if nobody else was aware of it. The black mists, like living entities, flowed incessantly towards Rain's location. Soon after, Rain was engulfed in these black vapors. Seeing this scene unfold, everyone wore expressions of victory, Lamar included. As the person responsible for arranging the evil power sorcery formation, he knew all too well the function of this formation. The evil power sorcery formation had two functions. First, its evil energy could erode all within its range who lacked a special mark, afflicting them with progressive restraints and weakness. Furthermore, this effect would intensify as time passed. Second, the other effect was enhancement. It would significantly bolster those with the special mark. This was why everyone present believed Rain had no chance of escape. Even a great knight, under the influence of the evil power sorcery formation, would not possess much more strength than an experienced knight, but conversely, their power would be further amplified within the formation. With this loss and gain, they saw no way for Rain to emerge victorious. However, Lamar, blended in the crowd, felt something was amiss as he watched the scene unfold before him. Why? Because Rain's expression was too calm at the moment. Then, a young noble beside him, seemingly unable to restrain his excitement, stood up and approached Rain with the stance of a victor, mockingly saying, "What a pity, so the so-called genius knight shall fall like this. I hear that you're quite close to Lady Crowley. Rest assured, once you become the nourishment for the ritual, our dear Baron Alonso will thoroughly enjoy her on your behalf." Hearing the young noble's words, the other nobles eager for a spectacle laughed even louder. "As for me, I hear you have a 10-year-old sister? Conveniently, I quite like little sisters." Rain, surrounded by the dark mist, suddenly unleashed a punch like lightning, directly landing on the young noble's forehead. Being endowed with this steel body talent, even without a weapon, Rain's bare hands were as lethal as a hammer. All of a sudden, the young noble's head burst open. Although the young noble's body no longer had a head, it convulsed, remaining upright for 2 whole seconds before collapsing like a snake whose spine had been pulled out. Suddenly, the originally bustling conference room, noisy like a marketplace, fell silent as a graveyard. The nobles and Black Flame monks in front of them stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Terror and confusion were written all over their faces. At this moment, they all screamed internally, "How is this possible? Wasn't he supposed to be restrained? How could the evil power sorcery formation be ineffective?" Including Lamar, the caster of the evil power sorcery formation. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared intently at the headless corpse on the floor. Rain, previously shrouded in black mist, was now emitting a faint glow. Only then did they realize that the black mist swirling around Rain never managed to his body, and at this moment, the faint blue light emitting from Rain was gradually dissolving the black mist. Moreover, the faint blue light contained a divine aura that everyone present could feel. Divine arts? Rain, you were actually a member of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church? Alonso could not help but exclaim. Rain, after smashing the man's head with a punch, spoke for the first time. "If this is all you have, the Black Flame cult has truly disappointed me." The people present couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Hurry up and kill him. Take advantage of the fact that he's unarmed now." The curses became a chaotic uproar. Although Rain, for some reason, had managed to gain an exemption from evil powers through the divine arts of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church, they still thought they had a good chance of winning. One reason was because Rain was currently empty-handed, and a knight without a weapon was far less formidable in combat. Moreover, although the evil power sorcery formation had failed to restrain and weaken Rain, it had indeed enhanced their own powers. This was also the reason why the people present felt that with a numerical advantage, they could still kill Rain on the spot. Just then, boom, the glass dome of the conference room suddenly shattered. A giant raptor descended from the sky, wings flapping, dropping 2 items before soaring back into the heavens, the black mist barely reacting before losing track of it. Rain caught the 2 items, which were a brand new war bow and a quiver holding 20 steel arrows. Seeing Rain with a bow and arrow, familiar people like Lamar and Alonso were stunned. Wasn't Rain a genius in hammer skill and swordsmanship? When had he switched to using a bow? The nobles unfamiliar with him then looked up at the dome that now had a large hole and then at Rain holding the giant war bow, baffled. They had just mentioned that he was unarmed. But what was this now? And what was that with the giant bird? This wasn't Rain choosing weapons deliberately, but rather that in this area, summoning the Greyhound Cookie to deliver weapons could likely entangle it in this odd black mist. The blood-feathered horned eagle, with its incredible speed, could escape unscathed before the black mist could even mount an attack. While they were still bewildered, Rain drew his bow as quick as lightning. Boom! The bowstring vibrated. Swoosh! A steel arrow shot out like lightning, piercing through the abdomen of a black flame monk. Under the enhancement of Rain's intermediate giant force ability, the arrow had an effect similar to that of a heavy rifle in his past life. After hitting the monk, it directly created a fist-sized hole through his torso. Rapid continuous fire. Rain's actions of drawing an arrow, knocking, aiming, and shooting were so fast that they left several afterimages in the eyes of the onlookers. For a moment, it seemed as if Rain had grown 4 arms, all drawing and releasing arrows simultaneously, producing the effect of a small squad of elite archers firing at once. Just seconds later, there were hardly any standing figures left in the area. Lamar had survived because at that moment, a protective black mist shield on his body shielded him from Rain's arrows. Alonso, seeing the situation turning dire, promptly hid behind a nearby column. At that time, Lamar was still grateful that he had chosen this location. This place was not just any place. Because here, it was their stronghold. Hee. Rain, did you think you had already won? I already knew. After being unexpectedly overturned by you so many times, it wasn't by chance. Because you've always held back your true strength, but unfortunately, this time, you have no chance of turning the tables. The next second, the floor of the conference room burst open, including Rain, Lamar, Alonso, and other survivors. Everyone fell into the huge pit below, not far from Baron Elliot's mansion, in a civilian house. Rudolph, the head of the church, and 6 fully armed knights had been waiting, observing an object resembling a golden compass. Just as the silver kank metal on Rain's chest began to vibrate at that moment, the golden compass also started to respond with similar vibrations. Observing the extent of the compass's tremors, Rudolph's normally calm face suddenly took on a solemn expression. The fluctuations are a bit stronger than expected. It seems this place might indeed be an important stronghold for the cult of the Black Flame. Let's go. We must immediately support Baron Rain. At your command, Your Excellency. The group of knights responded in unison. Then, the party hurried toward Baron Elliot's mansion. Meanwhile, Rain fell into a cavern, where the vision around him darkened instantly, but with his dark vision, he quickly adapted to the dim interior and landed steadily on his feet. Soon, he realized this place was not actually a cave. It was a huge underground hall located beneath the conference room, spanning at least 700 or 800 square meters. At the very center of the hall was a massive ritual circle shimmering with black light. In the center of the circle were piled corpses several meters high, with more than a dozen prostrate Black Flame monks clustered around in a circle, as well as an even greater number, nearly 100 Black Flame cultists, wrapped in fervent and devoted chanting. Furthermore, a noticeably large and bloated figure was loudly reciting prayers. Rain's face tensed. He could clearly feel the evil energy here, dense almost to the point of tangibility, and still surging, growing stronger. Clearly, it was due to this ceremony, and it seemed that the ritual was nearing its final stages. Upon seeing several people falling down from the top of the hall, the bloated figure slowly turned around and glanced over. At that moment, Lamar, his face filled with terror, rushed beside the bloated figure and pointed at Rain, urgently shouting, "Great High Priest, this is Rain." Only with the High Priest by his side did Lamar somewhat settle his panicked spirit, having been truly frightened by Rain just moments before. Rain said calmly, "So this is the one you rely on." At this moment, Rain's attention was fully on the large and bloated high priest. The aura emanating from the other stirred in him a sense of palpitations, and his level 3 danger perception was sounding alarms like mad. High priest? Should be on the same level as a bishop from the goddess church, right? Looks like I've run into a big fish this time. Right then, Alonso was having regrets. He thought he should have left with his father's messenger right then and there. Although it looked like Rain was still in a tough spot, Alonso found himself in peril too. After all, cult members are maniacs. He always tried to keep to what he deemed a safe distance, but now he clearly crossed his own threshold of safety. Getting himself into such danger and embarrassment, it would have been better not to watch at all. However, now the problem was that as soon as Alonso approached the burning black flames on the edge of the hall, he felt a sharp pain. In other words, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, because the entire underground hall was enveloped by some kind of evil energy, turning it into a prison from which one could enter but not leave. The tall and bloated high priest, with his small eyes, scrutinized Rain for a while, then with great interest said, "So you're Rain, I've finally met you. I've heard you're quite formidable, having even killed Giovanni, so let's spice things up a bit." The high priest said with a smirk, narrowing his eyes. He didn't wait for Rain to respond, and snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, the black flame cultists who had been kneeling fervently around the ritual suddenly stood up en masse. All at once, about 30 or 40 cultists, as if controlled, with ferocious expressions charged towards Rain. As they ran, they removed their shirts, shouting, "Praise the great god of hunting." Rain watched, baffled by the scene. These cultists were ordinary people. Were they coming at him with the intention to die? As they approached rapidly, Rain faintly sensed something stirring within their bodies, and his level 3 danger perception gave him frequent warnings. Rain knew these cultists, who were merely ordinary people, might not be as simple as they appeared. Narrowing his eyes, Rain raised his bow and notched an arrow, his fingers moving as fast as lightning, shooting rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When a steel arrow struck a black flame cultist, there was a puffed sound as the cultist's chest cavity was punctured. The cultist immediately screamed in agony, looking down at the gaping hole in his chest with a frightened and bewildered look in his eyes. However, the next second, a thunderous boom resounded. The black flame cultist exploded like a bomb, his body bursting apart. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere along with the smell of char, and a burst of black flame spread out rapidly. This scene made Rain's eyes flicker. These cultists, they were acting as suicide bombers. It seemed that no matter in the past or present, cults remained cults, their methods so similarly sinister. But what surprised him even more was the high priest of the black flame. Because the high priest had received intelligence about Rain before, he knew that Rain excelled at using the two-handed warhammer and great sword. But when had Rain become proficient with the bow and arrow? Just now, every one of Rain's arrows had found its mark. Among them, several arrows had skewered 2 cultists together like a calabash, and there was even one arrow that pierced through 3 people at once. Originally, he had thought that if Rain used a great sword or a warhammer, these close combat weapons, he would be severely injured by the cultist suicide attacks, or at the very least, be in a dire state. The current outcome slightly irritated the high priest, causing his previously mocking attitude to tighten up a bit. At this time, although this wave of black flame cultist suicide attacks had all been killed by Rain, there were only 3 arrows left in Rain's quiver. At this moment, a smile couldn't help but emerge on the high priest's portly face as he said, "Young man, not bad archery skills. Pity, you've only got 3 arrows left now, it seems." As the high priest was speaking, Rain whoosh, raised his hand and let an arrow fly. What a lot of nonsense. The steel arrow, like silver lightning, assaulted the high priest. However, just as it was about to strike the target, a muffled thump sounded. The arrow stopped about 30 centimeters from the high priest's corpulent body, blocked by a layer of black flame shield. The end of the arrow trembled slightly, with the arrowhead struggling to break through the black flames encircling the high priest. Black flame protection. Rain's eyes narrowed. He recalled the situation when he had fought the black flame guardian before. He had seen this sorcery. The steel arrow had created a bowl-shaped dent in the circle of black flame, almost breaking through the high priest's defense, but just missing by a little. Although the high priest was unharmed, the small eyes with which he looked at Rain no longer held contempt. For he knew how strong his own black flame protection's defensive power was, but it had nearly been pierced by this young man's arrow. This rain was much more powerful than the information had suggested. Moreover, from the battle just now, he sensed that the opponent was not a peak knight, but a great knight. So, this was your confidence. However, suddenly, a smile appeared on the high priest's chubby face as he said, "Interesting, interesting. It looks like we can have some real fun now. Perhaps the prayer ceremony could add another sacrifice that will please my lord." The high priest raised his hand and waved it. "Rain, this time you're definitely dead. Now, you've only got 3 arrows left in your hand, right?" A sinister voice came through. Lamar, leading a dozen or more Black Flame disciples, had encircled Rain from behind in a fan shape without notice. At this time, Lamar looked at Rain quite smugly and said, "If this wasn't our lair, perhaps you might have turned the tables on us once again. But what a pity. You chose the wrong place." Lamar's voice grew more strident. It was unclear if it was the influence of the ceremony or the mental distortion from feeling victorious, but his entire face became distorted and somewhat mad. Rain glanced indifferently at Lamar and said, "A lair? What of it?" Whoosh. A giant hound the size of a small pony, carrying a dual-handed warhammer and dual-handed greatsword, and bringing a strong gust of wind, charged into the enclosure and stopped next to Rain. This was Cookie, the greyhound war dog Rain had left in the carriage, awaiting his master's call. Including Lamar, all the Black Flame disciples stared blankly at the giant hound that suddenly appeared. Rain quickly grabbed the warhammer and hung the war bow on the greyhound. After patting it, the giant dog swiftly moved away from the central area, lurking on the edges. The high priest squinted his eyes and gave Rain a sidelong glance, also quite astonished. He finally understood why previous attempts by the church against Rain had all ended in failure. Because most people would have a backup plan, but the young man before him had unexpectedly prepared 3 or 4. Even more astonished was Alonso on the side. Not only had a bird of prey delivered a war bow, but now a dog had brought weapons to Rain, which was unbelievable. Since when did Rain become a beast tamer? He had tamed not only an eagle but also a dog? There wouldn't be a horse next, would there? As soon as Rain grabbed the dark warhammer, he spun around, facing away from the high priest toward Lamar and the other Black Flame disciples. With a tap of his toe, the ground shattered, and the powerful reactive force propelled Rain forward with great velocity. At the same time, Rain raised the warhammer with both hands high and hammered it mightily onto the ground. Boom. As the secret technique, Shockwave, was unleashed, a strange fluctuation spread like a tsunami from the warhammer, sweeping through a large semicircular area tens of meters in front of him, affecting all living and non-living things within it. The ground where the warhammer contacted started to break. Within the area, those Black Flame disciples, whose strength was akin to seasoned knights, all froze. Their faces of utter horror remained unchanged. However, one thing was certain, their eyes had already lost their sparkle. Within seconds, including Lamar, their bodies began to collapse unevenly onto the ground, blood oozing from their mouths and other orifices. And the corpulent high priest, with a squint in his small eyes, could clearly see his subordinates, at the moment Rain struck the ground with his hammer, had already had their skeletons and internal organs shattered. Even the nerves inside their bodies were crushed to dust. Therefore, they were now unresponsive, lying limp on the ground like dead snakes, not even twitching. This kind of power could it be? The corpulent high priest's eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, You have actually mastered the true secret technique. I finally know why none of the assassinations against you have ever succeeded. Not only are you a great knight at your age, but you have also mastered the secret technique. The high priest didn't know how to describe the young man before him. Seeing Rain's nearly terrifying strike, Alonso's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, and his face extremely stiff. Now he could no longer smile. And what had he just heard? Rain. Rain had become a great knight? And he had mastered the secret technique? My God, isn't this more genius than Clea? In an instant, Alonso deeply regretted. Why didn't he recruit this young man at the beginning instead of treating him like a mere ant, thinking that he could be easily exterminated from his lofty position? Now, the high priest decided to take matters into his own hands to kill this young man, instead of wasting any more of his followers. Although, these cult followers were no different from leaks to him, and soon, he could recruit another batch. But the current state of the battle was still damaging to his dignity as the high priest. He gestured with his hand, and 2 followers of the Black Flame, struggling, handed him a giant scythe, heavy and 2 meters long. Seeing that the high priest was preparing to act personally, Alonso watched this scene, his emotions roller coasting, thrilled. High priest, don't let me down again. The corpulent high priest, when he moved, was quick yet not slow, and when he was still 20 meters away from Rain, he swung the giant scythe diagonally, instantly sending a torrent of black flames like a giant fire serpent, spiraling towards Rain. Rain quickly rolled on the spot, dodging the high priest's strike, then pushed off with his right foot, speeding towards him, holding up the two-handed warhammer, and slammed it down hard. Clang! The high priest's body surged with black flames, and he firmly caught Rain's hammer. Rain was not at all surprised. After all, as the high priest of the Church of the Black Flame, it would be strange if he were killed by a single hammer strike. Rain circled around the corpulent high priest, hammering from various angles, relentlessly swinging his hammer, the intense clang of metal resonating nonstop. The high priest couldn't block every, but the protective power of the black flames surging around him was very strong, absorbing much of the shock from Rain's hammer. The rest was absorbed by the man's several inches thick layer of fat. While the fierce battle was in full swing, the corpses of the dead nobles, including those of the dead Black Flame monks, were quickly carried by some Black Flame followers to the central pile of corpses in the evil energy witch array. And with this addition, the energy of the evil energy witch array surged even more violently. Shockwave. Rain seized the opportunity as the high priest faltered and smashed through the Black Flame's defense with his hammer, striking heavily on the fatty belly of the high priest. This time, the inches-thick layer of fat was also blasted open by Rain's hammer. The high priest cried out in pain, his black robe tearing apart, revealing his true form. On his body were 7 or 8 closed-eyed faces and twice as many arms. At that moment, although Rain's warhammer had blasted a basin-sized bloody hole in him, it was also caught by several of the opponent's withered arms. Just as Rain was about to pull back his warhammer, he suddenly felt a great alarm in his heart. The faces on the opponent's body suddenly opened their mouths. Instantly, 7 or 8 streams of black fire, thick as bowls, erupted from these open mouths, sweeping across the area in front of the high priest. If Rain hadn't dodged in time, he would have been hit. Although Rain had the talent steel body, he didn't want to experience being scorched by black flames. Alonso, not having the time to be happy about Rain losing his warhammer, suddenly saw a huge hound dash swiftly to Rain's side. This dog. Rain calmly drew the glimmering greatsword strapped to the back of the greyhound, aiming the sword tip at the high priest. Suddenly, Rain turned his head towards the evil energy witch array. At this moment, the energy fluctuation of the evil energy witch array had reached its peak. Perfect. The prayer ceremony has finally succeeded. Alonso praised inwardly. Just as Alonso thought the ceremony was completed and Rain wouldn't last 3 seconds, suddenly, an energy shockwave swept around. Rain immediately swung his sword forward, splitting the incoming shockwave, allowing the fast-moving air to rush by his sides. Alonso, however, was hit by this evil energy shockwave and began to scream miserably. He started tearing at his clothes nonstop, quickly standing there stark. Then, suddenly, feathers began to sprout all over his skin surface, and more disturbingly, his shoulder blades bore out ribs that rapidly grew into wings. At that moment, the corpulent high priest looked on with admiration. Well done. Well done. Alonso has become a noble of divine blood under my lord. It seems the legend that the Habu's family had once merged with the bloodline of the Calibird is undoubtedly true. After taking the divine blood, it indeed had an effect. Actually, for the Black Flame Church, it didn't matter whether these nobles were alive or dead, they had all taken divine blood, and if they died, their bodies would become the best fertilizer, thus enhancing the effectiveness of the prayer ritual. If they were alive, they would be transformed by a sliver of the god of huntings while after the ceremony ended, becoming the best enforcers. The high priest looked at Alonso's current state and was very satisfied. Rain watched this scene without a hint of sympathy. These foolish nobility had actually colluded with the cult, and to him, their backlash was only a matter of time. Having undergone a significant transformation into a birdman, Alonso's strength soared to the level of a great knight. His eyes were pitch black, as if the whites had been devoured. With a flap of his wings, he sped towards Rain in an attack. O great god of hunting above, your humble and devout follower begs for your divine bounty. Just as Rain focused his attention on the birdman Alonso coming at him, the heavily injured high priest smiled and began to chant a low prayer. In an instant, an indescribable, terrible presence descended. A few minutes earlier. At this time, just having arrived above Meist County City and still in rapid flight, the fierce creature that was a griffin was suddenly noticed by its rider, a burly man with a shield. His expression changed as he quickly pulled out something resembling a compass and stared at it. The numbers on it kept climbing. Why is this demonic energy fluctuation so strong? Could it be that the cult's ritual has already started? This is earlier than expected. He had thought he had ample time and was planning to greet the governor of the county town, but it seemed there was no time for that now. The shield-backed burly man glanced at Meist County City sparkling with lights below him, gave the reins a heavy shake, and the griffin let out a loud cry and changed direction, speeding toward the source of the demonic energy. Almost simultaneously, when Rudolph arrived at the entrance to Baron Elliott's estate with a group of elite knights from the Sacred Order, they were blocked by the estate's butler leading a team of fully armed guards. The butler recognized Rudolph and the knights of the Sacred Order on sight because their attire was too distinctive. "Esteemed guests from the Church of the Goddess, I'm sorry, but this is a noble's private residence. Without an invitation, I must go and report to my master first," said the butler. "We have detected the presence of demonic energy emanating from this estate, and we must inspect it immediately," Rudolph said gravely. "Stand aside." At that moment, suddenly, Alonso's butler Michel emerged from the estate, smiled as he came up to Rudolph. "Chancellor Rudolph, what brings you here?" "Baron Alonso is inside too. The demonic energy you mentioned must be a misconception. There are many of us here, and we haven't sensed anything amiss," Michel defended. Rudolph was taken aback to see Michel present. He naturally knew that Alonso, as Count Habs's eldest son, was now weighing his options quickly. But the next second, he realized that Rain might be in danger, and if he continued to waste time here, there was no telling how much longer it would take. He was about to scold the other party when suddenly a high and majestic screech came from the sky. A mighty creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, boasting enormous wings, descended from the sky. A griffin. Rudolph, with his extensive knowledge, recognized the creature at once. You see, griffins in the Dragon Empire are second only to giant dragons as flying mounts, ridden only by top-level nobility and members of certain elite departments. Indeed, as the griffin landed, two figures also leapt off its back. The shield-bearing burly man glanced at Rudolph and the Knights of the Sacred Order, then at the butler and guards stopping them, and immediately understood the situation. The burly man approached Rudolph and said, "Esteemed Chancellor of the Church of the Goddess, are you also handling cult affairs?" "Yes, sir," Rudolph nodded gravely and quickly briefed him on the situation. Of course, he emphasized the obstruction by the butler and others present. The burly man then pulled out a badge from his chest and showed it around, saying, "You must cooperate immediately. When the sword-bearers act, not only you, but even if your master were uncooperative, we have the right to kill on the spot." Michel and the butler exchanged looks, at a loss for what to do. They knew things had escalated. The reputation of the Empire's sword-bearers was well known. Of course, they had heard of it. Immediately, they dared not block any further and watched as the two from the sword-bearers and Rudolph's party entered. Just as Rudolph and his party were crossing the corridor, suddenly, without the need for the golden compass, they could clearly feel the ground slightly trembling beneath them, followed by an overwhelming burst of evil energy that erupted like a flood. The intensity immediately caused Rudolph and all of the Sacred Order Knights to turn pale. Not good. The ritual is about to be completed. Hurry. Speed up. When the group arrived at the conference room, they saw a huge hole in the ground, and above it, a black energy shield shaped like an upside-down large bowl hovered. And below, a giant magical array was faintly visible, along with the sounds of intense fighting. Seeing this scene, Rudolph was shocked. Is this the lair of the Black Flame cult? Rudolph quickly realized why the demonic energy fluctuation here was so intense. It turned out that this was not just an important stronghold of the Black Flame cult. It was their lair. Rudolph immediately turned to a knight from the Sacred Order and said, "Go report to Bishop Cheyenne immediately. Tell him we've discovered the Black Flame cult's lair." Just as Rudolph was about to use a high-level divine art scroll to blast open the black energy barrier, suddenly, an indescribable fear spread among everyone present. This is the will of a deity. Too late. Rain is done for. Underground Hall. Facing Alonso, the birdman creature flapping its wings as it swiftly attacked. Rain pulled out a scroll surging with air energy from within his chest. which was the sorcery scroll Summon Hurricane he had obtained from Adams and had long possessed. As Rain tore the scroll, instantly, a hurricane containing powerful energy swept towards Alonso, the newly transformed Birdman. Since Alonso had just been affected by the power of the evil god and had become one with wings, his body was still adapting to the control of the wings. He could accelerate quickly in straight lines, but to fly agilely up and down would take some time. Instantly, under the strong influence of the hurricane, the Birdman Alonso was struck and rolled 360 degrees in the air, his entire body buffeted wildly by the wind. Swoosh! Just as he barely stabilized his form, a silver arc of sword light flashed by. At this moment Alonso, although still in mid-air, had his wings beginning to stall. Appeared from his left neck, slanting down across his chest and abdomen, all the way to his right flank. With a sound, like that of a high-pressure water gun firing, blood gushed out. Plop, plop. What followed were two sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground. The bisected corpse fell almost simultaneously to the floor, with various body fluids and organs scattered all around. And the two segments of the body that had fallen to the ground seemed unwilling, as if they wanted to do something more, but what followed was merely violent twitching of some limbs. However, as life ebbed away, the power of the evil god seemed to dissipate as well, and Alonso's pitch-black eyes began to change, showing whites once again. At the same time, something like clarity seemed to return to his eyes. He managed to give Rain a look, his eyes filled with a mixture of resentfulness, regret, and frustration, and the next second, his lips muttered twice before he took his last breath. Rain glanced at the dead Alonso and immediately refocused his attention on the Black Flame High Priest, whose aura was undergoing dramatic changes. Because Rain could clearly feel that the opponent's aura was escalating, erupting like a volcano. At the same time, the originally stout body of the Black Flame High Priest, over 2 meters tall, was rapidly expanding. 2 meters 50, 3 meters, 3 meters 50. Suddenly, the intensity of this aura surpassed everyone Rain had ever met, including Captain Baron, Count Habs, and other Peak Knights, seemingly stepping into a higher realm all at once. Outside the black energy barrier, the shield-bearing strongman gestured to Rudolph. "Don't waste your scrolls. Leave it to me." The strongman suddenly unstrapped the shield on his back, revealing his secret. Embedded within the interior of the shield was a platinum-colored staff about 1.2 meters in length. Holding the platinum staff, he muttered something and then hurled it at the black barrier with all his might. In an instant, the platinum staff burst into a dazzling white light, and a mighty and majestic aura spread out, completely countering the just a bit of the evil god's will. Watching the staff resembling a streak of white lightning strike the black energy barrier, Rudolph was shocked. He murmured as he watched this spectacle, "Could this be the Imperial staff?" "Of course not. This is just a replica of the staff of His Majesty the Emperor," said the man holding a short one nonchalantly. Compared to the true Imperial staff, its power is less than 1%, but it's more than enough to deal with this projection of the evil god's will. The platinum staff effortlessly pierced through the defense of the black barrier, as simply as a hammer shattering an egg. Then everyone watched as the platinum staff, like a meteor streaking across the sky, shot with incredible speed toward a certain spot underground. At that moment, Rain took out the leaf from his chest that he had kept but never used. This leaf, which one could feel surging with potent life energy when held, was actually a special sorcery scroll, a gift from Anna's aunt, the elf lady. Rain positioned it in the most accessible spot. Suddenly, the life battlehound Cookie quickly ran to Rain's side. Rain thought for a moment, then picked up his battle bow again and drew one of the 2 remaining steel arrows. Clearly, it was best to see if he could interrupt whatever was happening with the Black Flame High Priest in his current state. Approaching with the great sword for melee combat was too dangerous, whereas if he attacked from a distance, it was worth an attempt. In fact, Rain had always been hesitant about how to allocate his newly acquired skill points as a pharmacist. Should he enhance his giant bear sword technique or blood fury archery? On one hand, the giant bear sword technique was the first combat skill he had learned as a transcendent, and he was very fond of it. But ever since he mastered the secret technique level of Tackle Hammer technique, from the perspective of combat versatility, investing skill points into a similar melee combat skill would yield lower returns. On the other hand, upgrading Blood Fury Archery, a ranged attack skill, could not only patch up his shortcoming in ranged combat but also, given the current circumstances, Using archery to interrupt the Black Flame High Priest's augmentation was the safest option. The current battle situation had made the decision for Rain. Without any hesitation, Rain immediately invested all his remaining skill points into Blood Fury Archery. As his remaining skill points went from 3-0, Blood Fury Archery shot up from LV6 to LV9 like a rocket. In an instant, Rain's mind was flooded with profound memories of practicing Blood Fury Archery, and for a moment, he felt as if he had spent decades practicing it in some mysterious space. When Rain gripped his enormous warbow again, it felt completely different, especially now, as he had additional memories of the unique secret technique of Blood Fury Archery, Blood Fury Strike. There was no time to check the system prompts. Rain's expression turned stern, and his whole body radiated a dense, blood-colored halo, with veins on the surface of his skin bulging frightfully. The bowstring in his hand was stretched to the limit, and the steel arrow in his grip suddenly displayed complex and strange blood-colored patterns, which were even more intense and vivid than when Phil Cross wielded it. With a whoosh sound, the blood-colored steel arrow broke through the air at extremely high speed, targeting the fat high priest's head. Almost at the same time, something else, faster than his arrow, struck the ascending Black Flame High Priest first. Rain only saw a platinum-colored light, like a meteor falling from the sky, slamming towards the Black Flame High Priest location with a boom. In an instant, an agonizing scream that resounded around broke out. This scream seemed to come not from the Black Flame High Priest himself, but from the towering presence behind him. And at the same time, an overwhelming aura, more imposing than the terrifying atmosphere pervading the underground hall, pressed down. This aura was like facing the Supreme Emperor of humankind. Only then did Rain clearly see that the light was a platinum scepter, which, at that moment, had struck the Black Flame High Priest's chest, creating a hole as big as a bucket. The High Priest's ascension process was thus interrupted, and the defensive black flames around him also suddenly dissipated. Therefore, the arrow Rain had just shot, containing the Blood Fury Strike, now precisely pierced through the defensive black flame and struck the High Priest's originally round head. Pop! It was like the sound of a watermelon cracking open. The High Priest's fat body's round head abruptly turned into a spray of white, splattered flesh, fluid, and shattered bone. At this moment, a flurry of system prompts arrived. Your skill toggle hammer technique has improved. Experience plus 2,392. Your skill Blood Fury Archery has improved. Experience plus 2,106. Your skill Giant Bear Sword technique has improved. Experience plus 899. Your skill Sharpness technique has improved. Experience plus 78. Note: the above skill experience includes a 30% bonus from the talent Junior Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy. You've gained 1 golden skill point. You have gone through a battle. Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 1997. Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent. Experience plus 138. Beast Tamer, Transcendent. Experience plus 109. Congratulations, your Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level has increased. Weapon Master, Legendary, profession level had gone up by 1 level, reaching LV6 13/3000, which once again awarded Rain with 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Now he had 8 remaining attribute points and 1 remaining skill point. Upon successfully killing the Black Flame High Priest, Rain instantly felt a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Black Flame High Priest had not fully ascended before the Platinum Hammer interrupted the process. He had picked up a massive bargain. But where had that Platinum Scepter come from? Rain looked around but didn't discover its source. What's this? Rain sharply noticed a special aura still lingering around the dead fat High Priest's body. This aura made him feel vaguely familiar, very much like the great presence that the Black Flame cultists had been devoutly praying to, only now, the evil taste was much less, and it was filled with a sense of grandeur and greatness. Before Rain could get closer, the system prompt chimed again. Ding. An unknown high-quality energy suitable for absorption has been detected. Yes/no to absorb? Note: this high-quality energy can be directly converted into talent points upon absorption. It can be converted into talent points? Looking at the system prompts, Rain was completely taken aback. He had previously pondered this issue. His talents, such as Junior Steel Body, were clearly capable of further upgrades, as the word Junior indicated so much. But he could not figure out how to enhance his innate talents, because both skill points and golden skill points were for enhancing skills, not talents. Now, the answer appeared. Although Rain was unclear whether this was the only way to acquire talent points, at least it was a path. Overjoyed, he did not hesitate to choose yes. Almost instantly, the strange aura or energy that had been lingering around the high priest's obese corpse flowed towards Rain like a convergence of rivers, entering his body and surging within. Rain felt not the slightest discomfort. Instead, he experienced an indescribable sense of comfort and transcendence. If someone were observing from the side, they would notice Rain emitting a faint golden glow and an ineffable sense of authority. At the next moment, having finished absorbing, the strange phenomenon vanished into the night. Looking around the entire underground hall, it once again returned to its previous state, slightly damp, with the smell of blood and decay lingering. Ding! 1 talent point has been transformed. Please select a talent to upgrade. Primary Weapon Mastery, Passive, Primary Extraordinary Understanding, Passive, or Primary Steel Body, Passive. Note: upgrading the talent Intermediate Giant Force, Active, requires 2 talent points, and you currently lack sufficient points to do so. As he saw the system prompt, Rain quickly understood that his first 3 talents with the primary prefix were of 1 rank, while Intermediate Giant Force, Active, was a higher tier talent. Since the Intermediate Giant Force, Active, talent couldn't be upgraded, which of the remaining 3 talents should he choose? Rain couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Primary Extraordinary Understanding, Passive, was immediately ruled out by Rain, as it wasn't an immediate combat-oriented talent. This talent increases the speed at which one masters extraordinary battle techniques. However, for later advancement in extraordinary battle techniques, Rain generally increased his capability through adding skill points directly. Because generally speaking, even with primary extraordinary understanding shortening the time by almost a third, advancement still required a considerably long time past skill level 7. As for Primary Weapon Mastery, Passive, and Primary Steel Body, Passive, both could be categorized as immediate combat-oriented talents. Each had clear characteristics, one leaning towards offense, the other towards defense. After a brief consideration, Rain decided to choose the defensive upgrade. After experiencing this incident, if it weren't for that heavenly hammer at the end, facing the Great Knight, who had surpassed peak knights and advanced to the next level, the Dark Flame High Priest, the battle would have been exceedingly difficult for me. But with stronger defensive power, my margin for error naturally would be a bit higher. Having made up his mind, Rain silently willed to add a point to Primary Steel Body, Passive. Instantly, a surge of warm energy flowed over his skin, and Rain extended his hands, looking down to see his palms and the back of his hands suddenly shimmering with a metallic, silver-gray glow. This glow, resembling quicksilver, flowed over the surface of his body, flickering on and off. After a few seconds, the glow receded, and Rain's skin returned to its original hue. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Congratulations, your talent, Primary Steel Body, Passive, has been upgraded to Intermediate Steel Body, Passive. Seeing the newly advanced second-tier talent on his attribute panel, Rain couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. Just as Rain was about to inspect it further, suddenly he heard a series of hurried, rustling footsteps coming from the opening above. Rain turned his head to look and saw a team descending from above, among whom were Rudolph, the familiar head of the Goddess Church, and a small group of elite holy knights. However, Rain found it peculiar that Rudolph and the others were slightly behind, while 2 unfamiliar, firmly stepping men led the group. The party moved forward hesitantly, weapons in hand, pausing in shock when they caught sight of the current state of the underground hall. The cavernous underground hall was now almost akin to a butcher's floor. The stench of blood and the rank odor of decaying bodies assailed their senses. Especially at the center of the hall, the pile of numerous corpses stacked like a small hill, and the nearby, several meters tall, corpulent high priest's corpse were particularly eye-catching. Of course, even more striking at the moment was Rain, holding a war bow and wearing a party suit. Everyone instinctively aimed their weapons at Rain until Rudolph seemed to recognize him and cautiously uttered, "Rain?" Rain smiled and nodded, responding, "Head Rudolph, thank you for coming to the rescue." Relieved upon hearing Rain speak human words, Rudolph breathed a sigh of relief. "Rain, you're unharmed. That's great." The 2 unfamiliar men looked at the young man before them with a hint of surprise. They had not expected that under such circumstances, this young man would have survived. Great Knight? At his age, it was a commendable strength, yet it still seemed insufficient to have withstood even a sliver of the evil god's projection. The younger man, holding a short staff, stopped Rudolph, who seemed about to step forward, saying, "I need to perform the soul appraisal technique. Are you worried?" Rudolph immediately grasped the implication. Thus, he turned to look sternly at Rain. "Rain, as a precaution, these two gentlemen from the Empire's sword-bearers must perform the soul appraisal technique on you. The soul appraisal technique does no harm. It merely serves to assess any changes in one's spiritual radiance." Rain, upon hearing this, came to a realization. Were they concerned that he was being controlled or possessed by the great being worshipped by the Black Flame cult? "Of course, go ahead," said Rain without hesitation. Additionally, hearing that these two men belonged to the organization of the Empire's sword-bearers, Rain took another careful look at them. The two men, one with a shield and imposing stature, the other comparatively leaner, wielding the short staff, who was about to conduct the soul appraisal technique on him. With Rain's forthright agreement, the group visibly relaxed. As the man with the short staff softly recited an incantation, soon a tiny serpentine stream of energy appeared in front of his staff, as if conjured from thin air. As he gently waved his short staff, energy serpents swiftly surged towards Rain. When they were a few dozen centimeters away from him, they no longer approached but began to coil and hover around him. At this moment, Rain could sense a certain special mysterious energy particle interacting with his own body. Seconds later, the serpents flashing with white light suddenly dissipated, revealing a scene of sparkling particles falling down, which was quite beautiful. "No problem. It's a human." The man with the short staff nodded affirmatively. The young man in front of them was lucky. At this point, the group finally relaxed completely. Rudolph stepped forward quickly, patted Rain heavily on the shoulder, and exchanged a few pleasantries. "I thought you." The burly shield-bearer and the man with the short staff also came over at this time. However, they nodded at Rain and then immediately moved forward, seeming to have some task. The man with the short staff quickly reached the site of the original witchcraft ritual of the Black Flame Church and planted 3 short staffs with metal patterns on the ground around the area. He then began chanting spells. Soon, the 3 half-meter-long engraved staffs began to glow with a rich witchcraft aura, and the engravings on the staff lit up as well. Half a minute passed. The man with the short staff, looking at the empty engraved staff triangle formation, showed a surprised expression and said, "Captain, something's wrong. When we were above it, we definitely felt a trace of the evil god's power. But when I just performed the energy-absorbing witch circle, it didn't absorb anything. That shouldn't happen." "Huh? Is that so?" The burly shield-bearer, who was coming to retrieve the platinum scepter from the high priest, heard his companion's words and also looked surprised. After a brief thought, the burly man pointed at the corpulent body of the Black Flame high priest and said, "Is it possible that this body absorbed it?" "Could it be?" "That's possible." The man with the short staff stroked his chin, thought for a while, and then nodded. After all, such a huge humanoid body was truly not normal. Then, following the previous method, the man with the short staff got busy again. He positioned the 3 metal-patterned short staffs at the vertices of an equilateral triangle around the corpulent body of the Black Flame high priest and began chanting and casting spells again. The 3 metal-patterned short staffs lit up again. Again, half a minute passed. Still empty. This made both the burly shield-bearer and the man with the short staff exchange looks, both showing confused expressions. Especially the burly shield-bearer, as this was already his 3rd time undertaking such a task. How could there possibly be nothing? After pondering for a long time, the burly shield-bearer turned and asked Rain, who was still exchanging pleasantries with Rudolph, "Sir, did you just see anything strange?" "Strange things?" Rain asked, feigning ignorance. He had clearly seen the 2 men busily working just moments earlier. Rain knew that these 2 formal sword-bearers were likely trying to collect the high-quality energy that had dispersed earlier, but the problem was that thing had already been absorbed by his system. It wasn't possible for him to give it back to them even if he wanted to. So, Rain could only, and had to, deny it. It was just a trace of spiritual matter radiating a vast aura. The man with the short staff furrowed his brow, pondering how to express himself, as after all, the mission was confidential and couldn't be revealed recklessly. Rain shook his head and said, "I felt that pressure, but as for the spiritual matter you're talking about, I really don't know." At that moment, the burly shield-bearer took the platinum-colored scepter from the dead body of the Black Flame high priest and walked over to Rain, speaking gravely, "The energy on the platinum scepter has been substantially drained, which confirms that the power of the evil god was indeed present here. Young sir, was that trace of purified divine essence of the evil god absorbed by you?" The burly shield-bearer stared intensely at Rain and asked. Rain shook his head without hesitation and said, "No, it wasn't." "Then could you swear an oath?" The burly man asked earnestly. "Of course, I can." Rain nodded. "Upon the goddess, if I absorb that trace of purified divine essence of the evil god, let me." At that moment, Rain thought to himself, "Though the benefits of this thing ultimately end up with me, I definitely did not absorb it. It was the system that did." The burly man covertly glanced at the man with the short staff, who looked at a skull-shaped witchcraft tool in his hand and slightly shook his head. Not lying, the skull of truth did not react. Then where did this divine essence of the evil god go? Recharging the platinum scepter with power requires a significant amount of merit. Not only is this mission incomplete, but it also requires us to pay back in merit. What a pain. The burly shield-bearer couldn't help but feel very irritated. At this time, some nobles and guards from the mansion above, who had seen or heard the commotion here, came in through the hole above. Leading them was the Elliot, the manor's housekeeper who had initially stopped Rudolph, along with Michel and others. Michel, who had keen eyesight, saw upon entering the room the cleaved two halves of Alonso. After all, Rain's strike had diagonally entered from the left side of Alonso's neck, leaving the head still intact. Although the expression was ferocious, a familiar person could still recognize that it was Alonso's head at a glance. "Baron, sir." Seeing this, Michel trembled all over, his eyes wide in disbelief. The next second, he nearly fell to the ground in a faint. Fortunately, several guards nearby immediately supported him. "Quick, go inform Count Habs. Baron Alonso, he's dead." "Stop howling. If he's dead, he deserved it." The shield-bearing strongman squinted his eyes and said irritably to Michel, "Count Habs, how come this bird man is your kin? Isn't he the son of the Meister County governor? In that case, there might be something wrong with your earl as well." The shield-bearing strongman pointed at Alonso's body on the ground and said, his mission this time was on the verge of success, yet had ultimately failed. Even though the cult had been eradicated, that shred of the evil god's divinity had not been collected, and he was feeling very frustrated. Upon hearing the shield-bearing strongman's words, Michel immediately dared not make another peep. However, he quickly realized from the smooth diagonal cut on Alonso's body that it must have been made by some kind of sharp weapon. Also, after examining the position of Alonso's body, Michel's gaze quickly locked onto Rain's dual-handed greatsword. With an epiphany, Michel quivered as he pointed to Rain, suggesting he had found the murderer. "It was you. It was you, wasn't it, Rain? You killed Lord Baron Alonso. For killing so many imperial nobles, you are to be stripped of your noble title and sentenced to hanging." Rain turned his head to look at Michel, about to say something. Suddenly, the short-staffed man beside them spoke up. "This guy has obvious signs of being altered by cult potions, which means he must have been consuming the cult's drugs for a long time. That is to say, Lord Rain, instead of being punished for killing some Alonso Baron, will likely be rewarded." The short-staffed man pointed to the mutated parts on Alonso's dead body and clarified for Rain. The young man before them had cleared the cult organization in this place. While it would have been a simple task for them, he felt obliged to be grateful. After all, it had saved him the trouble. At this point, Rain's eyes flickered, as if something had occurred to him. Could it be a side effect of the divine blood? It seemed that the so-called divine blood, which was believed to have no side effects, not only had significant ones but also very deep-seated, undetectable by the nobles of Meister County in advance. He remembered Hamilton mentioning that the bottle of divine blood he had captured earlier was sent to the Royal Alchemist Association for testing, but, curiously, there had been no conclusive information thus far. However, according to this sword-bearer's statement, the results seemed quite clear. After the short-staffed man finished the absorption ritual, Rudolph's Temple Knights immediately stepped forward to examine the cult of the Black Flame's sacrificial array and the corpses nearby. But, just at that moment, many relatives of the deceased nobles who were originally attending the banquet in the mansion scurried downstairs. Among those who entered, many immediately saw the bodies of barons or lords belonging to their families. Since those nobles who consumed divine blood were either the heads of their major noble families or held significant family status, the relatives of these deceased nobles were stunned at the sight before them. After a quick count, There were precisely 13 individuals with noble titles, including lords and barons, and additionally, there was a viscount dead on site. This was a recipe for an uproar. Soon, as the household steward and a group of guards whispered amongst themselves, these relatives of the nobles quickly learned of the specifics. But people, when swayed by emotions, are irrational. They wouldn't consider why Rain had killed these nobles, nor would they ponder the truthfulness of the steward's words. Instead, they simply directed all their fury and malice towards the young man before them. Because they knew one thing, their kin had been killed at the hands of this young man, who didn't seem too old. Though this young man was also a noble. But such a matter was not something a mere baron could handle. Bishop Rudolph of the Goddess Church quickly realized the atmosphere was off. He had not expected so many Meister nobles to be involved with the Black Flame cult. With so many relatives of the deceased nobles present, Rain was at a disadvantage. However, setting aside the relationship between Rain and him, even including Rain's operation, they had been informed in advance by the Goddess Church. Moreover, in the context of this incident alone, Rain had actually taken the brunt of it. One could imagine, if their own church had stormed this stronghold, they would most likely have faced the same situation as Rain, with some fallen nobles and the Black Flame cult united in resistance. This meant that Rain had actually done them a big favor, and so Rudolph felt he needed to do something. At that, Rudolph said to the temple knights beside him, "Secure the scene, immediately lock down the evidence." Securing evidence was critical. As long as the solid evidence of these dozen-plus nobles colluding with the Black Flame cult was established, then there was nothing to blame for Rain's killings under this overarching context. However, Rudolph still furrowed his brow because he knew that the death of one person was particularly problematic. That was Alonso, who had died at the hands of Rain. He was the eldest son of Count Habs, the Meister County governor. The attitude of Count Habs would be critical in dealing with this matter. Not much time had passed when a major incident occurred in the county town. The elite night watchman, the city guard, and the forces of the Goddess Church that came to support arrived swiftly at the scene. At that moment, Bishop Cheyenne, guarded by dozens of temple guards and temple knights, arrived at the scene. The arrival of Bishop Cheyenne seemed to give those noble relatives, who were originally hostile to Rain, a pillar to lean on. They approached one after another to curry favor. Bishop Baron Elliot was deceived by others, which led him to take the cult's medicine. Yet, this heinous murderer brutally killed Baron Elliot. Yes, Bishop. These noble relatives were keen on distancing themselves from any connection between their own nobles and the cult while accusing Rain of deliberately murdering the empire's nobility. If Bishop Cheyenne had not been familiar with Rain before, he might have hesitated. But now, after a brief examination of the scene, Bishop Cheyenne was basically certain that everything reported by the Temple Knights was true. This location was not only the stronghold of the Black Flame cult in Meister County, but also the deceased nobles, and the cult had deep connections. At this point, Archpriest Rudolph came to Bishop Cheyenne's side and whispered a few words to him. Minutes later, Bishop Cheyenne looked around and then nodded to Rain, saying, "Rain, it seems that the silver conch medal was not enough to acknowledge your achievements. I think the gold conch medal would be a more suitable choice." What? The gold conch medal? Hearing that Rain deserved the gold conch medal, everyone around looked at him in surprise. You know, without making a significant contribution and gaining the recognition of the Goddess Church, it was absolutely impossible to obtain a medal at the level of the gold conch medal. Even the two sword-bearers couldn't help but look up at Rain twice. Especially the relatives of the deceased nobles, they were dumbfounded by this scene. When they understood the meaning behind Bishop Cheyenne's words, their faces turned ashen. Although Bishop Cheyenne did not speak in defense of Rain, everyone present was smart and had already understood the true implication of the bishop's intention to award Rain the gold conch medal. Simply put, it meant, "Rain, you have done very well, and the Goddess Church supports you." The Goddess Church openly expressed its support for Rain. Hearing Bishop Cheyenne's words, although Rain was not aware of the value of the gold conch medal, it was clear that the bishop was on his side. Therefore, Rain bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you for the affirmation, Bishop." At this moment, several noble heirs came to their senses, gritting their teeth and murmuring, "The Goddess Church is clearly favoring this young man. Wait until Count Habs comes, he will certainly not think so." Exactly, Baron Alonso died at the hands of this man. I don't believe Count Habs will stand idly by. It seemed that the words of these few men struck a nerve with those relatives of the deceased nobles, giving the group newfound confidence. Although the power of the Goddess Church is enormous in the Dragon Empire, the imperial authority is still above the church, meaning the governor ranks first in a county and the bishop at most second. Therefore, in their view, the attitude of Governor Count Habs was critical. As the governor of Meister County, whose own son has been killed, how could the murderer remain unharmed? They couldn't believe it. The shield bearer and the wand bearer, two figures uninterested in the trivial quarrels of those noble relatives, considering the Goddess Church's bishop had already arrived and was in support of this young man, decided to leave. At that moment, a messenger came and reported, "Esteemed lords, Count Habs has arrived." Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Although they could simply walk away, leaving directly in the face of the governor would be impolite. After a moment's thought, the shield bearer said to the wand bearer, "Let's meet him." Seeing Count Habs again, Rain hadn't expected it to be under these circumstances. Although his previous interactions with Count Habs had been quite pleasant, Rain was well aware that it was because he had demonstrated extraordinary talent and potential that made him worthy of Count Habs' respect. But now, the situation was different. The other's eldest son had died by his hand. Indeed, if Alonso hadn't appeared there, Rain wouldn't necessarily have had to kill him. As Rain's capabilities had rapidly advanced, Alonso, merely at the level of a senior knight, no longer posed a real challenge to him. Just as a tiger does not pay much attention to a wild dog. However, this time, Rain had chosen to directly execute the mutated Alonso on the spot in order to fully confront the Black Flame High Priest and eliminate other disturbances. Meanwhile, Count Habs, on the way, had almost completely understood the situation from one report to another by the messengers. So when Habs saw Rain again, his wise eyes revealed a complex and indescribable expression. "Rain, I never expected Alonso wouldn't die at the hands of a true sword-bearer, but rather at the hands of you, a sword-bearer candidate. My old friend was not wrong." "Ah." Count Habs sighed deeply, his expression desolate. Rain's eyebrows raised. He hadn't expected that the implications in Count Habs' words seemed to harbor no deep resentment for his killing Alonso. Was this a case of lifting high and laying down gently? Additionally, old friend? Will Alonso die at the hand of the sword-bearer? Could it be that Count Habs' old friend is a prophet? Or a diviner? Rain's thoughts began to wander. "My lord Earl, I too regret this matter deeply because Baron Alonso had already been controlled by the evil god of the Black Flame cult, and I was also facing the threat of the Black Flame High Priest. In such a situation, I could not hold back." Facing an old man who had lost his eldest son, Rain explained the circumstances. However, the shield-bearing strongman and the short-staffed young man beside them, after hearing Count Habs' words, both looked at Rain with great interest. A sword-bearer candidate? Are you set to participate in the selection half a month from now?" Indeed, the strength of this young man should pose no problem in passing the assessment, the shield-bearing strongman revealed an enlightened expression. "Captain, so this young man is about to attend the organization's assessment. He's practically one of us now. We should help him," the short-staffed young man said, turning his head to the strongman. "Yes." The shield-bearing strongman nodded. The most distressed were the relatives of the deceased nobility who had long awaited Count Habs. They all looked at each other in dismay. It seemed quite unimaginable. The Count Habs, who had lost his eldest son, didn't explode in rage. He didn't even speak of detaining Rain. Just let it slide like this? My God, could it be that Rain is your illegitimate son, Count Habs, and Alonso was adopted? Lord Earl, you can't just let Rain go like this. Yes, my Lord Earl, we request that the noble council convene to discuss this matter. Seeing that Count Habs had no intention of dealing with Rain, the relatives of the deceased nobility could no longer contain themselves, and some even began to shout hoarsely. With so many nobility deaths, it naturally met the conditions to convene a full Meister Noble Council. Just as Count Habs was about to say something with a frown on his face, a chuckle came from nearby. The shield-bearing strongman stepped forward, his tiger-like eyes surveying the relatives of the deceased nobility, and said, "You nobles who collude with the cult, still have the guts to speak? A bunch of the Empire's vermin. You, who are you?" One of the deathly noble relatives, intimidated by the strongman's aura, asked tentatively. As both Michel and the manor's steward were busy directing the firepower to Rain, they hadn't had the chance to introduce the two men's identities to the relatives of the deceased nobility. I am a member of the Empire's sword-bearers, and as for my name, you aren't worthy to know. Sword-bearer? The relatives of the deceased nobility looked at each other again, As relatives of nobles, they naturally had heard of this powerful imperial institution. Cherish your good times, for soon the Senate will send people down to settle accounts with each and every one of you Empire's vermin. No, this can't be happening. Several leading relatives of the deceased nobility went pale, nearly collapsing on the spot. We are the victims. Upon hearing the strong man's words, many lost control of their emotions and burst into tears right there and then. At this moment, their initial grievances were not only unmet, but they were also facing the Empire's retribution. The nobility titles of their families could all be at risk, not to mention seeking trouble with Rain anymore. Thus, the charge against Rain ended in an almost farcical manner due to the intervention of two Empire sword-bearers. Sirs, I am deeply grateful, Rain bowed slightly and said. Sirs, since you have come to Meister County, why not rest a while before you go? Count Habs also managed to squeeze out a faint smile and stepped forward. No, thank you, Lord Earl. We have other matters to attend to. The shield-bearing strong man shook his head, declining Count Habs' invitation. The two nodded to Rain and left the underground hall. After a few steps, the short-staffed young man turned back and said that, Rain, if you pass the assessment, you can look for me at Rock Team. Sure. Rain nodded. Late into the night, whether it was the Goddess Church or the various functional departments in County Town, they were all working overtime to deal with the incident at Baron Elliot's mansion, while Rain had returned to his own residence. Only after coming back did Rain have the chance to check the system notifications. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Blood Fury Archery, Blood Fury Strike. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Blood Fury Archery, Rapid Fire LV2. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Blood Fury Archery, Blood Fury Strike LV2. No wonder his shot arrows had such a rich scent of blood. It turned out the secret technique, Blood Fury Strike, had reached LV2. Soon, Rain saw a brand new icon alongside Rapid Fire on the Weapon Master Legendary panel. The icon depicted a bow with its string drawn, equipped with an arrow ready to be released. The odd thing about the arrow was that its shaft was blood red, and it was connected to the limb by lines, as if symbolizing that this blood color came from the body. In the lower right corner of the icon, there was a line of small print. Blood Fury Strike LV2, Secret Technique, Effect, consumes a part of the user's blood to unleash a strike far exceeding one's own strength. Note, Blood Fury Strike is a secret technique and cannot be directly upgraded with skill points. Blood Fury Strike LV3 requirements. 1. Blood Fury Archery LVL10 or above. Bow specialization can offset some level requirements. 2. Strength 22 points or above. Agility 26 points or above. Constitution 20 points or above. Next was the attribute panel. Rain looked at the very bottom where it showed 8 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill point, and 2 golden skill points, and immediately smiled. Although his greatest gain this time was naturally the talent points, the 2 golden skill points were also of significant importance. It's just that there's only 1 remaining skill point left, which is still too little. However, fortunately, his pharmacist level had reached LV4, and once it rose to LV5, he could immediately start the transformation to Deadly Poison Master. Therefore, in the following days, Rain still spent most of his time in the potion room. However, during these days, the news of Rain exterminating the Black Flame cult and killing more than a dozen nobles colluding with the cult spread wildly throughout the county town. For several days in a row, the beautiful Jennifer, Ginny, and even the estate guards and servants looked at him differently than before. Considering that he had to go to Mingster to participate in the sword-bearer assessment, which could mean leaving Meister for a considerable period, Rain thought it over and decided to moderately cut down his potion-making time, planning to spend more time with his family and Jennifer. Today, he specifically spent time in the front courtyard with his sister Bohi, gardening with her, and seeing the Baron caring for his sister in such a way surprised the servants watching. In their eyes, their Baron was someone focused on improving his strength, rarely spending time on other matters. This was something the servants were very sure of through their understanding over time. After all, the more important the person, the more precious their time. Rain looked at his sister, who was carefully gardening beside him, his thoughts drifting. Just a few months ago, Anna was just like himself, accompanying her sister in the garden, but unfortunately, after Anna left with the elf lady, there has been no news until now. Moreover, since moving to the county town from Flashgold Town, Bohi's few old playmates were no longer able to meet her. Even though he received care and protection from the servants in the estate, she still missed playing with peers of her own age. Thinking about this, Rain couldn't help but reveal a doting expression. Suddenly, at that moment, Bohi looked up, her bright big eyes gazing at Rain. She tilted her head and asked, "Brother, are you going to be away again in a few days?" How did you know?" Rain couldn't help but be a little astonished. After all, he had only told the beautiful Jennifer about his upcoming participation in the sword-bearer assessment. He hadn't even mentioned it to his parents yet. "Not really, I guessed it. Before, every time you went away, you would spend some time with me, but this time you're spending a particularly long time with me." Rain smiled and nodded, saying, "Smart kid, indeed, in a few days, your brother might have to leave for a while again." Although Bohi had vaguely guessed it, hearing the definite answer from her brother made her little face fall immediately. Even though Brother Rain always focused on improving his strength and rarely had time to be with her, in her heart, the presence of Brother Rain at home made a fundamental difference. As long as Brother Rain was at home, she felt an indescribable sense of security. "Don't worry, Brother won't be gone for long, maybe a month, at most 2 months. I'll try to come back soon," he assured her. "Okay then. By the way, Brother, I saw you practicing archery the other day." "Brother, I also want to learn archery. Is that okay?" Bohi asked. Upon hearing his sister Bohi's request, Rain was taken aback. It wasn't that he had never thought about training his sister in combat skills, but at that time, whether it was the dual-handed greatsword or the two-handed warhammer, the requirement for strength was simply too high. If it were a female, they would have to practice a breathing technique first to meet the requirements of training, and the thought of his sister ending up looking like a muscular Barbie was. Well, but if it was archery, that was entirely different. The requirement for strength was not as high as with two-handed weapons, and archery leaned more towards the improvement of agility and skill, perfectly suitable for a woman to practice from a young age. Therefore, Rain unhesitatingly nodded and said, "Of course you can." That very afternoon, Rain personally made a 12-pound pull willow short bow for his sister Bohi. A few days later, after Rain had finished making a bottle of hemostatic potion, a system prompt followed. "Congratulations, your profession level as a pharmacist has been raised." Since Rain had already mastered the various poison-making processes noted in Maxwell's rare poison production manuscript, the system prompt appeared again. Ding. Detected that the host's pharmacist profession level has been raised to LV5, triggering a special job change to Deadly Poison Master Transcendent. The prerequisites for changing to Deadly Poison Master Transcendent are 1. Pharmacist or Poisoner LV5 or above. 2. Spirit 18 points or above. 3. Mastering the production of at least 3 rare poisons. All current conditions are met. All conditions for advancing from Pharmacist to Deadly Poison Master Transcendent are met. Would you like to proceed with the special job change to Deadly Poison Master Transcendent? Note: after advancing to Deadly Poison Master Transcendent, the Pharmacist Profession panel will be overwritten. Rain took one look and didn't hesitate to choose yes. Ding. Job change successful. Job change to Deadly Poison Master Transcendent. Successful. Constitution 2, Agility +1, Spirit +2. Acquired core skills of the Deadly Poison Master Transcendent Fatal Poison LV1 Passive. Poison Resist Constitution LV1 Passive. Fatal Poison LV1 Passive. As you have spent years researching the creation of poisons, the potency of your poisons is extraordinary, causing an additional 30% damage. Also, the difficulty of neutralizing your poisons with antidotes or a detoxification spell and other witchcraft is slightly increased. Poison Resist Constitution LV1 Passive. Due to your long-term exposure to poison, you have a strong resistance to ordinary poisons and a slightly increased resistance to intense and stronger poisons. Constitution 2? Rain stared at the job change notification in a daze. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and take another look. Okay, he was sure he hadn't read it wrong. A job change that also reduces Constitution? No wonder it's called Deadly Poison Master. It's literally deadly. Although he gained 2 points in Spirit and 1 point in Agility, counting the reduction of 2 points in Constitution, overall, he only increased by 1 point. It was pretty much the same as his previous pharmacist job change. Feeling somewhat speechless, Rain shook his head and continued to read. The 2 core skills weren't bad. A 30% increase in poison potency, okay. Is the system really pushing me towards becoming a Lime Marshal Saint or a Poison Sword Saint? But This poison-resistant constitution is actually quite useful. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound came. Come in. Only to hear the beautiful Jennifer walk in and say, "Darling, it's about time. We should head out to attend the awards ceremony at the goddess's church." Eh? Oh yes. I almost forgot about that. Rain suddenly remembered. Soon, Rain, dressed in a suit meticulously prepared by Jennifer, attended the awards ceremony held in his honor by the goddess's church. This time the ceremony was much more grandiose than last, with many nobles and high-ranking members of the church from county town in attendance. Soon, Rain arrived at the grand hall of prayer within the temple, where by now the lavishly ornate vaulted hall was filled with Meister County nobles and high-ranking officials from the goddess's church equivalent tonight and above. Colorful flowers lined both sides of the central aisle and decorated the boundaries of the hall. Although it was just the month of life, under the goddess's church's divine arts, the flowers bloomed splendidly, and an elder in a water-blue robe with thick gold trim, holding a scepter, smiled benignly underneath the goddess's sculpture at the front of the hall, watching Rain and Jennifer walk in. In the many battles against the dark cult, Baron Rain made outstanding contributions, especially this time, as he directly destroyed the cult's stronghold in Meister County and killed the high priest of the cult. To commend Baron Rain for his exceptional contributions in the expulsion of evil, on behalf of the goddess's church, I present to Baron Rain the gold conch medal. Bishop Cheyenne eloquently stated while lifting a medal the size of a woman's fist, shimmering with golden light, from a tray held by an attendant beside him. Before coming here, Rain had learned from Meister Rudolph about the medals of the goddess's church, ranging from the iron shell medal, bronze shell medal, silver conch medal, to this gold conch medal. And he discovered that the gold conch medal was the highest level medal that the county town's goddess's church could award. Higher than that would be beyond Bishop Cheyenne's purview to grant. This gold conch medal was slightly larger than the silver medal he received last time, with a vivid sea conch design that looked lifelike. Child, may the goddess bless you. Thank you, goddess. Thank you, Bishop Cheyenne. Rain accepted it with both hands respectfully, and, with Jennifer's help, immediately adorned it on his chest. Baron Rain, please take good care of this medal. Anywhere in the empire where there's a temple of the monsoon and ocean goddess's church, you can seek and receive help. Additionally, apart from the imbued divine art evil detection, this medal also has a once charge of the divine art exorcism spell, which after being used, will need to be recharged before it can be utilized again, Rudolph explained from the side. Lord Rain, I hear you're soon off to Minster to take the Imperial Sword Bearer's examination. Here, the goddess grants you her blessing as well, Bishop Cheyenne said to Rain with a beaming smile. The goddess's blessing? Could it be like the last time? Then I must trouble you, your grace. Rain responded with delight, bowing slightly once more to express his gratitude to Bishop Cheyenne. As Bishop Cheyenne began to chant, this time numerous monks in light blue robes also started to sing loudly, and soon the whole grand hall resonated with their devout prayers. This scale and solemnity were clearly beyond the last time. Perhaps, the goddess's church wanted to signal to the other nobles of Meister County that supporting the church and combating heresy and evil would earn them gifts from the goddess. As the bishop gazed upon Rain, he raised his scepter, radiating dense aquamarine light, and in the next second, this dazzling blue light shot forth, enveloping Rain completely. For a moment, Rain was shrouded in the bright blue glow, feeling a cool and soothing strange energy continuously penetrating his body. The system prompt immediately rang out. Ding. Detection finds a large amount of unknown absorbable energy around the host. Yes/no to absorb? Note. After absorption, it can be converted into specified professional experience points. Rain's heart immediately surged with joy. Just like last time, it can be turned into experience points. Thus, Rain silently affirmed in his mind, yes. Immediately, the dense blue energy was completely absorbed by Rain. Ding. A total of 3,957 supernatural experience points have been converted. Please choose Wizard Apprentice, Supernatural, /Beast Tamer, Supernatural, /Deadly Poison Master, Supernatural for the upgrade. Because Weapon Master is at the legendary level, and the profession of Armorer is at an ordinary level, neither were listed as options. This time, Rain didn't suffer from choice paralysis because whether it was the profession of Wizard Apprentice, Supernatural, or Beast Tamer, Supernatural, he could only gain enough to level up once. But selecting Deadly Poison Master, Supernatural, would allow him to jump at least 4 levels. After Rain chose Deadly Poison Master, Supernatural, 5 system prompts appeared in succession. Congratulations, your Deadly Poison Master, Supernatural, profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Deadly Poison Master, Supernatural, profession level has increased. Seeing the Deadly Poison Master, Supernatural, profession level change from LV1, 12/100, to LV6, 69/3000. On the panel, Rain couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile. Wow, a whole 5 levels at once. This made Rain momentarily entertain a strong desire to cling to the goddess's coattails. If he could receive the goddess's blessing every few days, what need would there be to join the sword bearers? Otherwise, he might as well just stay at the Church of the Goddess. Unfortunately, if Rain truly joined the Church of the Goddess, he was aware that such good fortune would perhaps not even come once in several years. This time his luck was due partly to the eradication of the cult of the Black Flame and partly because the Church of the Goddess just happened to plan on setting him as a role model to further expand their influence. Rain glanced at the panel's reminder of remaining attribute points, 13, remaining skill points, 6, and golden skill points, 2. Among them, the remaining attribute points reached an astonishing 13, a 2-digit number. However, how to reasonably distribute and use these points required further consideration upon his return. Following the awards ceremony was the banquet, and after a round of obligatory exchanges with numerous nobles, Rain had a small-scale meeting with Bishop Cheyenne and Chancellor Rudolph. The primary reason was Rain's slight concern about leaving the county town this time. Although he had uprooted the cult of the Black Flame, in the process he had made enemies of many nobles, and there was no guarantee that there were no survivors left. Essentially, this problem arose because he, as the Baron, had recently been ennobled and his family lacked depth. He did not have formal knights in his service. Even the Crowley family now only had 1 knight of little use. Hiring foreign knights was questionable in terms of reliability, and it was also difficult to train and reuse them afterwards. In contrast, one of the benefits of noble families with long traditions is that they often have a sufficient number of knights due to continuous cultivation and accumulation over generations. Therefore, during the recent meeting, Rain made a request. Having received the Golden Conch Medal, Rain was entitled to request assistance from the local Church of the Goddess, according to the rule that recipients of the medal could ask for help. Bishop Cheyenne agreed and would send 2 temple knights to station themselves there temporarily. The time agreed upon was 2 months. After all, even for recipients of the Golden Conch Medal, this was not permissible according to the Church's rules. Additionally, 2 days prior, he had written a letter addressed to Hass Klein of Richmond Fishing Port in Rosby County, hoping he could come to Meister for a while if he had the time. Counting the days, Hass should also be arriving soon. In this case, with 3 knight level powers present, they should be well equipped to handle any sneaky attacks from the shadows. In the luxurious carriage on the way back, the beautiful Lady Jennifer said to Rain, "Dear, quite a few nobles and wealthy merchants at the banquet just now reached out to me, hoping to invest in the Crowley Commerce Association." Oh, Rain's eyebrows raised, briefly pondering before quickly grasping the situation. Clearly, having the beautiful lady accompany him to the Seasonal Winds and Ocean Goddess Church's knighting ceremony had essentially confirmed his close relationship with the Crowley family. And he had been improving his strength in the manner, leading a reclusive life and not participating in noble banquets and social engagements. As for the invitations received, he mostly declined them all or let the beautiful Lady Jennifer attend in his stead. Therefore, their attention shifted to Jennifer, hoping to strengthen ties with Rain through her. "Jennifer, what are your thoughts?" After thinking, Rain asked in return. "This is what I'm thinking. I want to change the name of this commerce association. Let's call it Hammer and Rose Commerce. Then, we'll sell off 40% of the shares. As for the affiliates, like Wiggins Commerce." Listening to the beautiful lady speak so confidently, Rain nodded without ceasing. On matters of business, Jennifer possessed savvy experience. He didn't need to worry or interfere much. Of course, the main reason Rain saw this as a positive development. After all, he couldn't always be in Meister County and protect the Crowley family. Hence, as long as nothing major happened to him, the beautiful lady and the Crowley family shouldn't face any significant problems. Moreover, with the addition of nobles or wealthy merchants, the new guild that Jennifer controls will see a significant increase in strength. Many business deals and transport routes that were previously out of reach can now be gradually considered. When the benefits reach a certain level, the guild, as a collective of interests, will advance and retreat together in many matters. This is similar to the recent situation with the Black Flame cult and those noble families closely associated with it. In this case, the safety issue of the Crowley family within Meister County is basically no longer Rain's concern. Of course, the cultivation of the direct descendants still needs to continue, but this is not something that yields results overnight. As for my dear, you just need to have a nominal involvement. You take 50% of the profits, and I will share the rest with them, said the beautiful lady, her eyes shining as she spoke of business. Upon hearing this, Rain was taken aback, smiled and said, "No need, Jennifer, we can just split it evenly, and normally you can keep my share with you. Do not refuse, you have already invested quite a lot in the acquisition of rare ores." Rain raised his hand, stopping the beautiful lady from speaking further. "Another thing is, I would like Jenny to go with you to Mingster. The accession of these noble and merchant families means we will now have sufficient strength to transport goods to Mingster for sale. I believe that these products from the other side of the sea will find a good market in Mingster." Rain nodded, thinking it was a good idea. After this trip to Mingster, he might not return to County Town for a while. If Jennifer could expand the business to Mingster, then he could leave some miscellaneous tasks to the new guild. For instance, he planned to take with him the Ling Unwar dogs, the blood-feathered horned eagles, and the black horses to Mingster, and they would need dependable care during the days of the assessments. He had originally planned to bring the short-bodied Mateo, but now that he had the channel of Jennifer's new guild, that was clearly a better choice. "Oh, by the way, my dear, there's one more thing. It's about the information on the Dragon Empire Swordbearer's assessment you asked me to collect. I've almost got everything now. Most of it is from the Yaxen auction house, and some bits from other nobles in Meister." "Oh, let me have a look." Rain raised an eyebrow, clearly more interested in this information than the business. Since none of the people he knew, including Hamilton, had ever participated in the Swordbearer organization's assessments, they had no idea what form these assessments took. Soon after the Black Flame cult situation was resolved, Rain had entrusted Jennifer, the beautiful lady, to buy some intelligence through Yaxen auction house. When she handed over a stack of papers, Rain started to read with barely concealed excitement. Although many details were vague due to the Empire's secrecy, the overall outline of the Swordbearer organization could still be understood. First and foremost, the history of the Swordbearer organization of the Dragon Empire is ancient, established not long after the foundation of the Empire, with over 1,800 years of history. During that period, the name had changed several times. Initially, it seems to have been called the Guardians under the Imperial Royalty. Now it has been changed to Sword Bearers, nominally under the Military Department. But the information also notes that it is still actually led by the Imperial Royalty. In contrast, the Imperial Navy's Tide Striders organization was founded much later, said to be just over 600 years old. At this, Rain's gaze flickered as he pondered. Considering this, the Sword Bearer organization has an ancient history. No wonder the members of the Fish Dragon team said that the Tide Striders Special Department of the Navy was established mimicking the Sword Bearers. The function of the Sword Bearer organization, if described in one sentence, would be to guard the Dragon Empire. The data shows that domestically, the Sword Bearers mainly deal with issues that are too complex or insoluble for some imperial departments, such as cults and special incidents. Externally, they engage more in collecting, competing for, or confronting special resources against the Eagle Federation, or fighting against foreign races beyond the Empire's territories. "I see," Rain nodded, feeling somewhat enlightened. If the Navy's Tide Striders are limited to the Empire's maritime domain, then the Sword Bearers cover the entire territory, even beyond the Empire's borders. Moreover, Rain noticed a particularly distinctive aspect, different from the previous noble ranking assessments. That is, those who pass the assessment to enter the Sword Bearers will undergo several months to half a year or even longer of intensive training. It seems that the related staff of the Sword Bearer organization will make targeted cultivation suggestions based on the characteristics of the successful candidates and arrange corresponding special training. Targeted cultivation, Rain murmured. The beautiful lady, upon hearing this, seemed to think of something and said, "My dear, there was also someone from Meister County who joined the Sword Bearers. It was just that later, their family relocated to the provincial capital of Mingster. They mentioned that one of them, soon after joining the Sword Bearer organization, went on to further his studies for a while at the Imperial Royal Academy." "The Royal Academy?" Rain asked in surprise, seeking confirmation. Yes. Rain nodded. Isn't that the place where Clea went? Right, Jennifer? Didn't you say there were two? Yes, the other one reportedly went to some wizard school for further study, for as long as a year. But as for which school it was, these nobles haven't been clear, likely due to confidentiality reasons. The beautiful Jennifer had spent a lot of time and energy after collecting this information to discern its authenticity. Although she couldn't guarantee 100% reliability, the general direction was still reliable, or else she wouldn't have come to discuss this matter with Rain. School? Rain's face showed contemplation. In fact, as he read this part, he vaguely guessed the training strategy of the sword-bearer organization of the Dragon Empire. If that were the case, then As Rain continued to flip through the materials, he found very little content regarding the sword-bearer re-exam. However, combining the previous content with what Trevo had told him earlier, Rain was fairly certain about the authenticity of the information, despite some parts being somewhat vague. Given Rain's current strength, qualifying for the sword-bearer organization shouldn't be a problem. Now what he was striving for was to pass the re-exam. But even with the information the beautiful Jennifer had gathered, there wasn't much detail about it. However, 2 points were clear. The first point was that if one passed the re-exam, the resources received and the treatment for those merely passing the initial exam were of completely different tiers. In other words, those who passed the re-exam would obtain better resources and more targeted training. The second point was that only those who passed the re-exam would have the authority to form their own teams later on. For Rain, since there were better terms to be had, they were naturally what he was after. In addition, judging by the way Count Habs treated the two sword-bearers that day, Rain felt he might have underestimated the status of sword-bearers in the Dragon Empire. The incident involving more than a dozen noble deaths in the underground hall of Baron Elliot's residence had, due to the intervention of those two sword-bearers, failed to stir any waves at all. The so-called convening of the Noble Council had also come to nothing. That was because the family members of those deceased nobles also knew that convening a noble meeting without Count Hab's approval, with Bishop N being opposed to it, would be meaningless. This made Rain look forward to the upcoming sword-bearer assessment even more. After all, no one would complain about a higher status. The following morning dawned early. Rain got up early and started contemplating his strategy for adding points. Actually, he had been thinking about this issue for the past few days, but it wasn't until today that he thought it through more thoroughly. First of all, the most powerful in combat was still the ability to deploy the secret technique Shockwave, using the Tackle Hammer technique. To further strengthen his combat ability, it was a no-brainer to upgrade Shockwave to the next stage. Upgrading Shockwave to an intermediate secret technique required spending 2 skill points on Tackle Hammer technique to raise it to LV14, then another 2 skill points on Bear King breathing technique, similarly reaching above LV14. Last, it would also require the use of 1 golden skill point, as his remaining skill points dropped from 6 to 2 and his golden skill points from 2 to 1. Suddenly, a flood of intensive hammer skill training memories and the vast memories of Bear King breathing technique surged into Rain's mind. Once Rain came to his senses, he noticed a key system prompt that had quietly arrived. Congratulations, you have comprehended the intermediate secret technique of Tackle Hammer technique, Shockwave. Intermediate secret technique. A smile couldn't help but appear on the corners of Rain's mouth. Soon after, Rain noticed that on the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel, the icon for the Tackle Hammer technique secret technique, Shockwave, had also changed slightly. The hammer icon within showed denser and thicker circular arc lines, indicating a stronger impact force. Below the icon on the right, the small text had also changed. Shockwave, intermediate secret technique. Effect. Use a special force application technique combining vital energy with multiple shocks to swing a heavy hammer, delivering a strike with ultra-high frequency vibrations. Note: Shockwave is a secret technique and cannot be enhanced with skill points. To upgrade Shockwave to an advanced secret skill, the following conditions must be met. First, Tackle Hammer skill LV16 or above, hammer specialization can offset some level requirements. Second, Bear King breathing technique LV16 or above. Third, expend 2 golden skill points. Merely an extra word ultra represented a kind of qualitative improvement. Do I need 2 golden skill points to upgrade to an advanced secret skill? It seems that I won't be able to upgrade the hammer skill secret technique Shockwave in the short term. So, next I should upgrade. Flapping just as Rain was considering his options, the sound of a bird flapping its wings resounded outside the window. HM? It didn't sound like Bloodfeather's wings. Could this be? Rain couldn't help but turn his head to look outside the window. He saw a large white seagull landing on the edge of the windowsill. Rain immediately realized that this was Vinika's white seagull, significantly larger than the average seagull. Looking at the white seagull, Rain was slightly surprised, as this was the first time Vinika had contacted him since she went back. Rain opened the window and let the white seagull perch on his forearm. Since Rain was already a level 3 wizard apprentice with sufficient spiritual power and had learned specialized techniques taught by Vinika during their previous actions, he exchanged a glance with the white seagull and instantly received some mental fragments. A few seconds later, Rain's expression showed clear surprise. He hadn't expected to receive such a message. Vinika told him that she should arrive in Meister County in 2 days and that she would join Rain to participate in the Imperial Sword Bearer's examination, with her words brimming with youthful excitement. Isn't Vinika part of the Navy Wave Riders squad? No, that's not right. Rain suddenly came to a realization. Vinika's identity. Her mentor, Master Annius, is an advisor to the Southern Naval Fleet. That much is clear, but the twin-tailed girl herself does not belong to the Navy Wave Rider. However, with her mentor's connection, shouldn't it be more convenient for Vinika to serve the Imperial Navy? If she were to join a special division, shouldn't it be the Wave Riders? Rain murmured to himself. Immediately after, Rain thought of another issue. If Vinika could participate in the Imperial Sword Bearer examination, did that also mean that the Imperial Commissioned Assessment was not the only way to obtain an invitation for Sword Bearer selection? I received an excellent evaluation during the Imperial Commissioned Assessment, which led to the Sword Bearer examination invitation. It looks like the Southern Naval Fleet of the Imperial Navy or some wizard academy with a good relationship with the Empire also likely has the authority to recommend candidates. Doesn't that mean the competition will be extremely fierce? Rain couldn't help but speculate. Originally, he thought it would be just the personnel who received excellent evaluations in the last 2 Imperial Commissioned Assessment batches, which would limit the number of people and naturally reduce the intensity of the competition. Now it seemed his previous thoughts were too simplistic. No wonder Trevo mentioned failing to select for the Sword Bearer and then receiving an invitation from the Imperial Navy to join the Wave Riders instead. However, fierce competition? Perhaps for others. The re-examination is what I really need to prepare for seriously. But the moment Rain thought of the vivacious twin-tailed girl, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Gathering his focus, Rain went to the training room on the first floor to continue planning his skill point strategy. He flipped the system panel to the home page, the attribute page. Name: Rain Carlin. Occupation: Weapon Master, Legendary, LV6, 13/3000, /Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, LV6, 792/3000, /Beast Tamer, Transcendent, LV5, 376/2000, /Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, LV6, 69/3000, /Armorer, LV6, 211/3000, Constitution, 28 Strength, 27 Agility, 29 Spirit, 36 remaining attribute points, 13 remaining skill points. 0. His Constitution had already reached 30 points, but after changing his class to Deadly Poison Master, he lost 2 points, and now it's back to 28 points again. Fortunately, Rain now had a whole 13 attribute points left, or else he would have been very upset. However, his Spirit attribute reached a new high. With an additional point from changing his class to Pharmacist, and then 2 more from becoming a Deadly Poison Master, his Spirit attribute had now reached 36 points, far surpassing his other attributes. Alright then, a great knight who excels with the two-handed warhammer and great sword. Having Spirit as his highest attribute, I'm afraid no one would believe it if they heard it. Rain couldn't help but shake his head, mocking himself. He flipped the system page to the Weapon Master, Legendary page. Previously, using that 1 talent point, he upgraded the talent Steel Body from Beginner to Intermediate, significantly enhancing his defensive power and raising it a level. Now he had raised the hammer skill Secret Technique Shockwave to an intermediate secret technique, greatly improving his close combat attack capability. His overall combat strength had clearly gone up a notch. A great knight knowledgeable in intermediate secret techniques, coupled with the enhancement of 2 intermediate talents, should have surpassed the standard members of the Fish Dragon squad. right? Even when facing peak Night Fish Dragon Squad Captain Baron, Rain felt no fear. Who was stronger would only be known after a test. With his strongest fighting force further strengthened, it was now time to cover his weak points. After some thought, Rain decided to continue strengthening his ranged attack power, specifically Blood Fury Archery. Because just now, he seriously recalled several battles against wizard apprentices or wizards. For instance, when facing an experienced level 3 wizard apprentice like Adams, if he had been able to perform ranged archery strikes at that time, the opponent would have been put in a very difficult position. Even chanting spells would have been extremely hard. Furthermore, when facing that Witchery Curses master from the Eagle Federation, if Captain Baron hadn't drawn most of the opponent's attention, once the Curse Master focused on him and went all out, he, with only close combat capabilities at the time, would have been nothing but an easy target. With the investment of 2 skill points, Rain's level 9 Blood Fury Archery immediately advanced to level 11. Instantly, a surge of memories about Blood Fury Archery training flooded into Rain's mind and quickly integrated with the muscle and fascia memory throughout his body. And the system notification also sounded, "Congratulations, your skill Blood Fury Archery has increased to LV10. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique for Blood Fury Archery, Rapid Continuous Shot LV3. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique for Blood Fury Archery, Blood Fury Strike LV3. Congratulations, your skill Blood Fury Archery has increased to LV11. The 2 Blood Fury Archery secret techniques, Blood Fury Strike and Rapid Continuous Shot, have now both been upgraded to LV3. By this point, the skill points gained from the Deadly Poison Master advancing 5 levels were completely depleted. Since Rain's Bear King breathing technique had already reached LV14, when Blood Fury Archery reached LV11, he faintly felt further transformation signs in his control over archery. Furthermore, due to Rain's previous breakthrough experience with the Tackle Hammer technique's secret technique, Shockwave, after a bit of thought, he knew there was a high chance that just 1 or at most 2 more skill points invested in Blood Fury Archery would allow him to grasp its related secret techniques. That couldn't help but make him a bit excited. If I also master the secret techniques of long-range attacks, then from the standpoint of a great knight, even by the standards of a hexagonal warrior regarding strength, speed, skill, offense, defense, and combat experience, I would have at least covered 5 sides. The missing side is, at most, experience. Now that both my melee and long-range attacks have been enhanced and my defense has also. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. A flash of lightning crossed Rain's mind, and immediately he thought of a problem. Enhancing his own defense, besides relying on the innate intermediate steel body, there was also knight plate armor and shields. Exactly. The shield. Rain immediately returned to the study and found that parchment scroll Rockin's single-handed axe combat skill outline, which Mateo had retrieved from the body of the rebel General Parix. Although its name was Single-Handed Axe Combat Skill Outline, it was actually an extraordinary battle technique combining axe and shield, where a large section described the use of a single-handed axe, and a smaller section also explained a lot about shield defense techniques. If I really find myself in a passive position to be hit, if I learn this set of axe and shield extraordinary battle technique, the defensive power would also implicitly increase. Plus, there's that move or Rockin axe skill secret technique Flashcut. Overall, this set of axe and shield extraordinary battle technique, whether it's offense or defense, is quite awesome. I might as well learn it slowly, it might come in handy at some time. Hence, Rain returned to the indoor training ground, and following the human figure diagrams drawn on the Rockin axe and shield combat technique parchment scroll, he began to practice each move one by one. After a while, the system notification sounded. You practiced Rockin axe and shield combat technique, comprehension increased. You have comprehended a new skill Rockin axe and shield combat technique. Your skill Rockin axe and shield combat technique has been enhanced. Experience +1 Rockin axe and shield combat technique LV1. 1/100. Appears on the Weapon Master, Legendary, job panel. The icon is of a tall and sturdy man with his left hand holding a shield and his right hand holding a single-handed axe. The whole person stands straddle-legged, shield in front, axe in the rear, in a cautious defensive posture, solid as a rock. Just as Rain was planning to practice some more to upgrade it to LV2, a knock on the training room door sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Baron, sir. A knight named Hass Klein from Rosby County has come to visit, claiming to be your friend. Huh. Speak of the devil. Rain's face brightened, saying, please invite him to the parlor. I'll be right there. Also, bring up 2 cups of gorse tea and a serving of pastries. Yes, sir, Baron, sir. The servant respectfully withdrew. A few minutes later, inside the parlor, Hass, seeing Rain, was obviously thrilled, stepping forward and hugging Rain tightly. Rain. Long time no see. Rain also patted Hass's shoulder, smiling, and said, Hass, welcome to Meister. Rain, have you grown taller? Hass then showed surprise, comparing their heights with his hand, and marveling. You've definitely gotten taller. Rain's mind stirred, realizing he hadn't paid attention to his height, and wait for a while. Indeed, when Rain had attended the Noble Ennoblement Assessment in Rosby City with Hass, he was only about 1.9 meters, while Hass had been half a head taller than him back then. But now, their heights were nearly the same, and he even slightly towered over Hass. His height must be around 2 meters now. No wonder Jennifer said she found it a bit overwhelming. Rain suddenly realized, if Jennifer, the beautiful woman, heard Rain's thoughts, she would definitely scoff. Without being a knight, it's certainly overwhelming for an ordinary woman to deal with a man of 2 meters tall with extraordinary stamina who occasionally prefers the road less traveled. By the way, Rain, you mentioned you needed my help this time. Does it involve delaying me for a month or 2? No problem. I've already requested a full 2 months leave from my superior. Hass clapped his chest and laughed heartily. Rain smiled at that. He loved Hass's straightforward nature. Although sometimes he spoke bluntly, as a friend, at least there was no need to worry about being stabbed in the back. This time, besides inviting you to appreciate the scenery of Meister County, in a few days, I'm going to Mingster to participate in the sword-bearer assessment. So, I'd like to entrust you with the safety of my mansion. Of course, aside from you, there will also be 2 temple knights from the Church of the Goddess stationed there. Normally speaking, the pressure shouldn't be too great. For the straightforward Hass, Rain didn't choose to hide anything, but instead decided to explain the situation to him directly. After all, the matter of him going to attend the sword-bearer assessment was already known by many nobles in County Town. Although Hass knew he was no match for Rain, when 2 old friends met, it was natural to have a friendly contest besides exchanging pleasantries. Seeking advice from an expert was also a way to quickly enhance one's strength, especially since Rain had always been unwilling to compete with him during the noble evaluation period, which left Hass somewhat resentful. In response to Hass's request for a contest, Rain nodded with a smile, naturally not refusing the challenge. Hass was proficient with the sword and shield, and Rain, upon reflection, didn't choose his best 2-handed warhammer or great sword, nor did he use a bow, but opted to use an axe and shield instead. The reason was quite simple. Considering Rain's strength as a great knight, along with his mastery over the tackle hammer technique, giant bear sword technique, and blood fury archery, the experience reward from the system for battling Hass would likely be very minimal. But if he used a level 1 rock-can axe and shield, the experience reward he could get would relatively be higher. Plus, it would spare Hass some dignity, preventing him from losing too quickly. The first floor training room. Rain, when did you also switch to using a shield? Hass, seeing Rain not using the great sword or 2-handed warhammer he was known for but also holding a shield, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment and asked. After all, for people of their age, being able to train an extraordinary battle technique to the level of successfully performing a secret technique was extremely difficult. Yes, it's a secret technique, and not a secret understanding, which involves the use of primal force and is the domain of the great knight, not merely of a knight. I happened to acquire an axe and shield extraordinary battle technique, so I started training it. Rain shrugged and explained kindly. Hass, taken aback, said, Rain, you don't think that just by using this newly learned axe and shield combat skill, you can win against me in the contest, do you? Hass heavily slapped his sword and shield, continuing, this family tradition sword and shield combat skill. I've been practicing it for nearly 10 years. Don't careless let yourself be defeated by my hand. Rain couldn't help but smile, saying, okay, I'll try my best. No wonder Hass didn't understand the situation. After all, Hass would never have guessed that Rain had already advanced to Great Knight, even mastering a secret technique. If Rain switched to the 2-handed warhammer, he'd probably only be able to use 20% of his strength, and any more might accidentally kill Hass. Just as Rain anticipated. After 3 consecutive contests, Hass was red in the face, sweating profusely, and his gaze towards Rain was filled with deep confusion. From Rain's slightly unskilled movements, it seemed he really hadn't lied to him. He was indeed new to this axe and shield combat skill, but why did he always lose? On the other side, Rain was quite pleased as he glanced at the panel about Rock-Kin axe and shield combat skill. Hass's contribution had just advanced Rain's Rock-Kin axe and shield combat skill to level 2, 116/300. Truthfully, even though Rain had the Weapon Master's exclusive talent, Elementary Extraordinary Understanding, increasing his experience acquisition speed by 30%, this efficiency still surprised him. Rain pondered for a moment and realized an interesting point. It seemed that, because his Tackle Hammer skill and Giant Bear Sword technique were at very high levels, he was almost continuously gaining insights from the brief contest where he wielded the axe and shield. Even after the contest had ended, many insights continued to emerge. Rain wasn't entirely sure of the accurate reason, but from his own understanding, it appeared that mastering any close-range combat weapon to a very high level could facilitate learning other close-range combat-related extraordinary battle techniques, creating a kind of cross-learning effect. It seemed conceivable that close combat skills might share some commonalities. After mastering several close-range combat skills at high levels, this could boost the learning speed of subsequent close-range combat skills. This realization was a delightful surprise for Rain. Originally, he thought that after advancing to Weapon Master, Legendary, although he could master various extraordinary battle techniques much faster than ordinary people, the skill points gap would also be significantly large. Now looking at it, that might not necessarily be the case. With him mastering more and more extraordinary battle techniques, his future learning speed for extraordinary battle techniques would also increase. This meant that, even without spending skill points to prompt it, advancing from level 6 to level 7, or from level 7 to level 8, wouldn't take him too much time. Looking at it this way, the exclusive talent, Elementary Extraordinary Understanding, and Weapon Master were actually a perfect match. Rain glanced at Elementary Extraordinary Understanding with a bit of envy, not regretting that he had allocated points to the talent, Intermediate Steel Body. Intermediate Steel Body was crucial for combat survival, naturally having priority. It's just that Rain now wished he could upgrade this Elementary Extraordinary Understanding talent from Elementary to Advanced. In that case, perhaps without relying too much on adding points, within half a year, he could master 4 to 5 Extraordinary Battle Techniques secret techniques. Instead of his initial expectation that it would take at least 2 or 3 years and consume a considerable amount of skill points. However, the only way Rain knew to enhance his beginner talent to an intermediate or even a higher-level advanced talent was by using talent points. Talent points, so the difficulty of obtaining them was quite high. When Rain thought about the significant role that Trace of Divinity played for the Black Flame High Priest, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. If it had not been for the Empire's sword-bearer, that burly man with the shield, who used the Imperial Scepter to heavily injure the Black Flame High Priest during his promotion, whether he could have defeated the opponent was questionable. At that time, just being able to save his life was already quite good. Even now, although Rain's strength had improved all around, he still didn't believe he could defeat the Black Flame High Priest after the promotion, as his opponent's aura had already surpassed that of a Peak Knight, reaching a higher level. In other words, if Rain wanted to obtain talent points again, he first needed to have the opportunity to obtain that Trace of Divinity, like this time eliminating the cult, and so forth. Although not every cult elimination involved encountering a Trace of Divinity, there was always a chance. Additionally, he would need a special item similar to the Imperial Scepter to offset the uncertainty brought by that Trace of Divinity. After all, so far Rain still didn't know the specific power of divinity, such as whether defeating the Black Flame High Priest after his promotion would indeed let him obtain that Trace of Divinity, which was uncertain. But to meet these two conditions was easier said than done. After a brief reflection, Rain realized that it seemed only after he joined the Sword Bearers would he possibly meet these two conditions simultaneously. Moreover, it would be best if he were at the captain level, for clearly, that burly man with the shield last time had the right to use an item like the Imperial Scepter, whereas the young man with the short staff apparently did not have such a privilege. This thought made Rain's heart surge with excitement for the upcoming journey to Minster. Another day passed. With the arrival of Vinica, Rain Mansion became even livelier. Mother Emma was frequently observing Vinica at the welcome banquet, her mind filled with doubts, and taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, She pulled Rain aside and said, "Anna left, that barbarian girl left too. And now this one who has come is very pretty as well. Rain, you must seize the opportunity this time and not let her leave again." Mother Emma's words left Rain at a loss for how to respond. "Mother, don't worry. Anna and the others will come back." "They will come back? You'd better grasp the opportunity with this Mississippi Vinica. Going to the provincial city on the way is a good opportunity." Mother Emma gave Rain a look as if to say, "You're in a dream," clearly disbelieving. And Jennifer, the beautiful woman, kept smiling quietly, but her gorgeous eyes occasionally wandered between Rain and the twin-tailed girl. That very night, Jennifer let Rain experience what is meant by fiery passion. Luckily, Rain was now a great knight. Had he still been a regular knight, he likely couldn't have avoided feeling weak at the knees. Due to limited time, everyone had to depart the day after Vinica's arrival. The weather this morning was quite nice, although it was still a bit cold this season. The early spring sunshine felt warmly comforting. This time, aside from Rain and Vinica going to Minster to participate in the Sword Bearers examination, Jenny and her close friend Agatha Wiggins, the young miss of the Wigging family, were also joining. The Wiggins family's commercial venture this time also became a shareholder in the newly reorganized Hammer and Rose Commerce led by Jennifer, and when they heard Jenny would go to Minster to explore the market in the provincial city, they readily agreed and sent Agatha along. The saying "three women make a play" may be true, and although in Rain's mind, Vinica and these two were different, but soon his perception was overturned. They hadn't even departed yet, and the three women quickly warmed up to each other at the mansion's entrance, chattering excitedly in no time, and occasionally casting flirtatious glances and giggles at Rain. This indeed added a touch of romance to Rain's journey to Minster, making it seem less like attending an examination and more like a noble's outing. And Jennifer's arrangement was, taking advantage of traveling with the strongest fighter of the commerce, to organize a troop of merchants to travel together. Hence, at this moment, the entrance of Rain Mansion was quite busy. Not only were there carriages from the Crowley family, the Wigging family, and other noble families eager to form good relationships, but also a convoy of 10 large covered wagons waiting. When Rain came out with his greyhound war dog, Cookie, everyone was stunned by the sight of Cookie, who was as big as a pony and clad in a beast armor. "Wow, what a big dog!" Has stared wide-eyed at Cookie. The twin-tailed girl Vinica knew about Rain's blood-feathered horned eagle, but had never seen a greyhound war dog, and immediately stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "My goodness! Lord Rain, this couldn't be a mutated greyhound, could it?" Vinica, being a wizard apprentice specializing in avian modification, could recognize the original form of the greyhound war dog at a glance. Rain wasn't surprised by this. "Miss Vinica, you have a keen eye," Rain smiled. This time going to Minster, Rain planned to take all 3 pets, and one of Mateo's responsibilities was to help him look after these 3 pets. Speaking of which, Rain had also taken the time to comfort his sister Mint, as she was quite attached to the greyhound Cookie. At this moment, Mateo came running over and said, "Baron, Archpriest Rudolph from the Goddess Church has come to see you off." Lord Rain looked up and saw a team of Holy Temple Knights escorting Archbishop Rudolph rapidly approaching the mansion's entrance. Without delay, Lord Rain stepped forward with a smile and said, "Archbishop Rudolph, what brings you to visit in person on such short notice?" Archbishop Rudolph watched the young man before him with a pleasant smile, thinking to himself that it had been only a few months, and yet Rain's progress had been so rapid that even he could no longer see through him. "Baron Rain, I am here on behalf of Bishop Cheyenne to bid you farewell. I hope that this time you will successfully join the Imperial Sword Bearers and bring honor to Meister. By the way, Baron Rain, here is a letter personally written by Bishop Cheyenne, addressed to Sir Brandel, the Punishment Knight of Minster Cathedral. Sir Brandel is an old friend of Bishop Cheyenne, and should you encounter any trouble in Minster, you can seek his help with this letter. In addition, Sir Brandel is a renowned Warhammer master within the church, known to all. You, being the Iron Hammer Baron of Meister County, should find much common ground with him." Rudolph continued, his smile unchanging, as he retrieved a letter sealed with red wax from his and handed it to Rain. "Punishment Knight?" Noticing Rain's slightly puzzled look, Rudolph explained with a smile, "A punishment knight is a term within the church for a knight specialized in combat-oriented advancement." "I see. Thank you, Archbishop Rudolph, and please convey my gratitude to Bishop Cheyenne as well for his concern," Rain said, bowing slightly in appreciation. "A Warhammer master?" Rain began to understand the bishop's intentions. Although subtle, the implication was that he should consider joining the church, and Sir Brandel might become his mentor. The twin-tailed girl watched the scene with sparkling eyes, thinking to herself that Lord Rain seemed to have a deep connection with the goddess church. Soon it was time to depart, and Rain bid farewell to his teary-eyed mother Emma, his father Old Rain, and his sister Bohi. He exchanged resounding slaps on the back with Hass and waved goodbye to Jennifer. The party then set off. This time, Rain did not ride his black horse but traveled in a luxurious carriage that the Lady Jennifer had arranged in advance. At the moment, there were a total of 3 extravagant carriages in the convoy, one for the close friends Ginny and Agatha, one that Rain was currently in, and another brought by Vinica from the Rosby County. However, the 3 girls of similar age were having a lively conversation, so Vinica had joined Ginny in her carriage. Rain didn't mind being alone, giving him time to ponder some matters. But in the afternoon, Vinica came to Rain's carriage, ostensibly to discuss matters concerning their upcoming assessments. Yet, women are often keenly sensitive in certain respects. Through the carriage window, seeing Vinica enter Rain's compartment, Agatha nudged her companion Ginny and said, "My lady, your rival has entered Lord Rain's carriage, and you don't seem to have any reaction at all?" Ginny glanced at her friend with her beautiful eyes, thinking, what reaction should I have? Baron Rain was already her mother's boyfriend. What reaction was she supposed to have? But of course, this secret was one she could not disclose, not even to her best friend. So Ginny retorted irritably, "Agatha, what reaction do you think I should have? Shouldn't you find a reason to join Baron Rain in his carriage too?" Agatha said as if it were the most natural thing to do. "Thanks, but no thanks." Hearing Ginny's resolute refusal, Agatha examined her friend carefully and said, "Ginny, you seem a bit off kilter. You used to be quite smitten with Lord Rain, didn't you? Why have you become so indifferent lately? As your best friend, I must warn you. If you're truly uninterested in Lord Rain, then I might just make my move," Agatha said, blushing slightly. "What do you mean?" Ginny's beautiful eyes widened, stunned as she looked at her friend. Had her best friend developed an interest in Lord Rain too? Upon hearing Ginny's question, Agatha rolled her eyes emphatically. "Ginny, are you not aware of how popular your Baron Rain has become in County Town lately? I assure you, if Lord Rain wasn't heading to Minster this time, there would be a bevy of noble young ladies lining up to visit him every day." After hearing Agatha's explanation, Ginny nodded numbly. Her friend may have exaggerated a bit, but she wasn't wrong. Besides, Baron Rain is really tall, handsome, and sometimes when I look at him, I can't help but. Agatha's voice trailed off as her cheeks reddened, and she involuntarily tightened her shapely, fair legs beneath her dress. Seeing her friend in such a springtime reverie, Ginny rested her delicate hand on her smooth forehead, feeling a mix of helplessness and slight irritation as she said, "Go if you want. Stop daydreaming here. You agreed to it just now." "So now I'm going," Agatha replied excitedly, picking up the hem of her dress and heading out of the carriage without looking back. After all, as a best friend, she couldn't outright steal her friend Jenny's flame. But now that her friend had given her blessing, that changed things. With her sense of guilt significantly diminished, Agatha felt it was time to make her move. As for Miss Vinica, well, she's a strong competitor, but the thing is, as long as the romantic relationship isn't confirmed, there's always a chance, isn't there? At this moment, since it was just Rain and Vinica in the carriage, Rain timely raised his own question. "Vinica, how did you get the invitation to the Imperial Sword-Bearer examination?" Upon hearing Rain's question, Vinica couldn't help but giggle. "Lord Rain, don't you know? Our Ubrecht School of Wizardry, being a medium-sized wizard school that maintains good relations with the Empire, gets a certain number of invitations from various special departments of the Empire each year. Although it's a bit tougher to get an invitation from the Sword-Bearers, Master Aeneas still managed to secure one for me. Of course, I just got the qualification to attend the examination. Whether I can enter or not will depend on my performance during the exam, but I'm quite confident about that," Vinica said confidently, waving her fair fist. "I see," Rain said with a smile and a nod. This was almost what he had anticipated. "I thought, since your mentor Master Aeneas is a consultant for the Southern Seas Fleet, that you would choose to join the Imperial Navy." Upon hearing this, Vinica was slightly startled, her eyes watery as she looked at Rain and said, "Actually, my mentor also wanted me to join the Imperial Navy Tidewalkers after a while. But I heard that you, Lord Rain, were going to participate in the Imperial Sword-Bearer examination. So, knock, knock, knock." The sound of knocking on the carriage door followed by a familiar and crisp female voice. "Lord Rain, I want to consult you on some business matters, if that's convenient." Vinica raised her eyebrows. That was Jenny's close friend Agatha's voice. Hearing that Agatha suddenly wanted to come to Rain's carriage, although Vinica had been immersed in her research on witchcraft, her feminine instincts made her quickly understand what was happening. Consult about business? What a poor excuse. Come in, Rain said after thinking it over. Although it was an inconvenient time for Agatha to visit, he couldn't just turn her away. After all, Agatha had once helped him collect Lin books, and the Wigging family, to which she now belonged, was a shareholder in the Hammer and Rose Trading Company. Although Vinica's words were somewhat unresolved, Rain had clearly understood her intention. Once Agatha boarded the carriage, Rain smiled slightly and said, "Miss Agatha, if you don't mind, I'll invite Jenny over as well. She's quite bored by herself." Hearing Rain's words, Agatha glanced at Vinica, felt a bit annoyed, but had no choice but to nod and say, "Of course, Baron Rain." A minute later, Jenny, looking a bit dazed, was escorted onto the carriage by the small-statured Matteo, and the three ladies then sat together with Rain in the carriage. Having the company of three noble ladies made Rain's somewhat tedious journey livelier and more interesting. Traveling from Meister to the provincial capital Münster at the pace of the caravan normally took 10 days. And from today until the last day of the month of vitality, there were exactly 12 days left, giving Rain 2 days to spare. Geographically speaking, as they traveled between Meister County and Münster, they needed to cross Wales County to reach the borders of the provincial capital Münster. Since the counties were connected by main roads primarily maintained by the officials, the road conditions were relatively good. Along the way, there were occasional not-so-alert bandit groups attacking the caravan, but Rain didn't need to lift a finger, just letting the Saluki war dogs and the blood-feathered horned albeast coordinate a ground air was enough to scatter the enemies. Of course, the bandits weren't completely useless. At least, they contributed a wave of experience to Rain's beast-taming profession. Seeing a dog and an eagle so mighty in battle, Matteo's eyes widened, and from then on, he took even greater care in looking after them. TSK, Lord Rain's power is getting stronger, and even the power of this dog and eagle by his side has surpassed me. Alas, Matteo couldn't help recalling how, half a year ago in Flash Gold Town when he first joined the Night Watchman, Rain's frail figure, and now looking at Rain, it was as if he had become a different person. 6 days later, Rain noticed that the environment on both sides of the road gradually began to change. If Meister County was primarily hilly, then as they now entered the central area of Wales County, the surrounding environment began to transform into plains. From the carriage windows, where he could occasionally see traces of snow at the top of the hills on the roadside, now the surroundings were mostly freshly grown green grass. The dense forests also gradually thinned out, replaced by scattered, well-placed farmlands. And the farmers of Wales County were already starting some spring farming preparations. After entering the plains area, Rain's group hadn't encountered any robbers for 3 consecutive days, not even a fierce wild animal occasionally jumping out of the forest. The closer they got to Münster, the better the security conditions seemed to be. In addition, while on the road, Rain didn't forget to continue his training. There's a saying from his previous life, a fist not far from the hand, a tune not far from the mouth. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, Rain would practice meditation and breathing exercises every day. The effects of practice were very significant. After finishing today's breathing exercise, 2 system prompts sounded consecutively. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations. Your Strength attribute has been enhanced. Rain saw Constitution +1 and nodded inwardly. Not bad. It's like adding back 1 point from the previous 2 in Constitution, and once again, his Constitution reached 29 points. Additionally, whenever they set up camp, Rain would make time to practice with the axe and shield. After 7 days, Rockin's axe and shield combat skill had advanced to LV.4. 3 days later, Rain's party was about to leave the edge of the Welsh county and soon enter the territory of Münster. Gazing into the distance, the small paths merging into this main road grew increasingly numerous. After passing a huge boundary marker, the road's width gradually expanded from an original approximately 6 to 7 meters to over 10 meters. At the same time, as the side roads converged onto the main path, the traffic on the main road also increased, including solo riders and merchant caravans like Rain's. There were small merchant teams composed of 3 to 5 covered wagons, as well as simple teams of 1 or 2 horse-drawn or ox-drawn carts transporting fresh vegetables and fruits from the nearby farmers, hardly qualifying as a convoy. Of course, There were also those larger than Rain's group, with convoys of more than 20 horse-drawn carriages guarded by dozens of elite team members, clad in swordsman light armor or archer leather armor. Rain even sensed, on several occasions, one or two wizard apprentices who rode past his carriage in haste. The faint fluctuations of their spiritual power couldn't escape his perception. After all, his spiritual power was as high as 36 points. In addition, there were the occasional noble knights. Rain saw several fully armed knights several times, some followed by one or two attendants while others sped ahead alone, quickly overtaking his carriage. After the caravan crossed a steep, exclamations of surprise came from ahead. This instantly drew the attention of the four inside the carriage. The sound seemed more like astonishment rather than being under attack. This made Rain and the three ladies lift the curtains curiously and look out the window. What entered their view was an immense green plain, with a winding river cutting through its center. On the plain, farmers were diligently toiling away. In the distance were contiguous, gray-white mountains. What was astonishing was that under the main peak of those towering mountains, there was a massive city clearly built of white boulders against the mountainside. Clearly, this was the provincial capital, Mingster. Although Rain had heard various descriptions of Mingster before, seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. The grand city before their eyes must have involved the intervention of transcendent powers. However, after marveling for a while, the three girls were quickly attracted to a huge, blue lake not far ahead. The lake was just beside the road, not far from the caravan. Due to the clear weather, the reflection on the lake at a specific angle mirrored the azure sky and white clouds above, creating an impression akin to a mirror of the sky. Baron Rain, let's rest by the lake for a bit, Ginny was the first to say. Of course we can. Faced with the joyful and longing looks of the three ladies, Rain immediately nodded in agreement. Soon, the caravan camped by the shore of the lake. They then learned from the conversations of nearby travelers that this lake was called Stillwater Lake, one of the famous lakes of the provincial city Mingster. When Rain and the three ladies disembarked from the luxurious carriage, the ladies' beautiful appearances and their clear laughter immediately drew the attention of several groups of people nearby. Among them, two groups seemed to be somewhat similar to Rain's group, either in long robes or knight plate armor, likely to be a noble or a noble's offspring, while another group was now planning to resume their journey after collecting water. Since it was a rest stop, Rain naturally let Mateo take the Leverier's warhound Quiche out for some air. When the warhound, large as a pony, descended from another carriage, it seemed to stir some interest among one of the groups in noble attire, who kept glancing over. After a while, a middle-aged man dressed as a guard came over with a dark bottle in hand, seemingly filled with fine wine. "Honorable sirs, this gift from my master is meant for you, a Bordeaux vintage from the Welsh county." Among the people, a handsome young man clad in tailored noble hunting attire raised his wine glass and gestured to Rain and his companions. Rain nodded slightly in response, letting the short-statured Mateo accept the fine wine. At this time, a middle-aged man whispered a few words to the noble youth. The hunter-outfitted noble then looked at Rain and his group with a somewhat astonished gaze. Minutes later, the noble youth walked over with an elegant demeanor and said, smiling, "Forgive my boldness, but this, sir, is this dog perhaps a violent beast mutated from a common Levrier? This is truly rare. I wonder if you would consider parting with it. I am willing to offer 1,000 imperial gold coins." Hearing this offer, many people nearby couldn't help but gasp in low voices. This was 1,000 Empire gold coins, a sum beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary people. Rain smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, Cookie is my partner." "That is truly a pity." The noble youth didn't get angry at Rain's refusal but continued to chat for a bit before returning to his own group. After setting up camp, Jenny seemed to think of something and turned to ask Rain, "Lord Rain, will our stopping here affect your participation in the sword-bearer assessment?" "What I mean is, do you need to arrive early?" "It doesn't affect me. As for the time, the assessment is the day after tomorrow," Rain replied with a smile, shaking his head. He wasn't worried about the preliminary assessment. By the campfire, another group composed of several young people overheard that Rain was here for the Empire sword-bearer assessment and couldn't help but look over in surprise. They glanced at Rain, then at the three women, and one of the women clad in leather armor muttered, "Doesn't look like someone here for an assessment. Must be an offspring of some major noble, right?" "Maybe, but look at the insignia on their side, a hammer and a sword. Doesn't seem like it belongs to a major noble," a young man said with a puzzled expression. Another nodded and added, "Yeah, I don't recall any noble crest like this among the Marquis of Minster. And as for a duke, it's even less likely. The Duke of Minster's crest is the serpent shield. Soon, their conversation shifted back to the topic of the assessment. I've heard rumors that in this noble and nobleman assessment, there's a young man who is very strong, apparently outscoring the second place by a wide margin. The noble and nobleman assessment? No, Steve, you might not be aware, but typically in the sword-bearer assessment, the strongest contenders are actually from the army. Huh? Is there a reason for that? Normally, the age limit for the Imperial Sword-Bearer assessment is 28, but you might not know that for military personnel serving the Empire, this age can be appropriately extended to 35. So, our biggest competitors in the assessment are not the young people who received an invitation through the Noble and Nobleman assessment, but the elite from the army, who have been honed in real combat, and are extremely skilled in various extraordinary battle techniques and witchcraft. Of course, some of the third-level wizard apprentices from the major wizard schools are also incredibly formidable. Oh, it seems like there's little hope. May the goddess of fortune bless me and help me pass the assessment smoothly. With his heightened perception, Rain overheard almost the entire conversation of the others. Army elites? Third-level wizard apprentices from wizard schools? Interesting. After a brief rest, the caravan continued on its journey. As the saying goes, you can't tell the distance to a mountain until you try to reach it. The saying was proven true on this occasion. They had seen the towering city from afar, but it took nearly a day for Rain and his companions to travel from the lakeside to the city gates. As the group gradually approached the massive city built against the mountain, Rain could see the huge birds of prey spiraling in the sky. Is that griffins? Vinica, an expert on birds, who also saw the birds of prey in the sky, identified them as griffins almost at a glance. Correct, Rain nodded, witnessing griffins for the second time. At that moment, the flying blood feather let out a loud cry upon seeing the griffins, showing no fear but rather an eagerness to challenge them. Half an hour later, the caravan arrived at the city gate. There stood a huge 30-meter-tall statue made of obsidian at the grand entrance, depicting a human knight, fully armed with sword and shield. A brightly dressed wandering bard was explaining to a group of young people, "This is the first duke from the Bavarian family more than 2,000 years ago, and a dear friend of the Empire Emperor at that time. He made outstanding contributions to the stability of Minster province." Rain's gaze moved to the immense city gate, which had one large and two small doors, totaling 3 gates. The smaller side doors were presumably for pedestrians or small parties, while caravans needed to enter through the main gate, which was arched and about 15 meters high and 7 to 8 meters wide. Naturally, nobles had the privilege to skip the queue. Consequently, the caravan quickly entered the city. "Lord Rain, thank you for your along the way. Agatha and I will head to the World's End," Jenny said, bowing slightly. "Should you need anything, you can find us at the World's End," she added. "All right, Miss Jenny, Miss Agatha, until we meet again," Rain replied with a smile and a nod. Once Jenny sorted her business affairs, she planned to rent or buy a residence. As for the short Mateo, he would also be staying temporarily at the World's End. The obsidian hound and the blood-feathered horned eagle were left in Mateo's temporary care. After bidding farewell to Jenny and Agatha, Rain and Vinica headed straight to the address mentioned in the invitation. Minster, Shaded Boulevard No. 1. A quaint square building, similar to a temple but without the Doric columns, stood before them, guarded by 8 sword and shield-bearing guards at its spacious entrance. Squinting, Rain caught a glimpse of the golden characters Imperial Sword Holder Minter branch above the doorway. As the two approached the gateway, a guard stepped forward and said, "Are you here for the assessment, my lord? Please present your invitation." After completing a series of formalities, Rain and Vinica were shown to their assigned rooms. They were on the second floor in 2 adjacent rooms, and the faint sounds of conversation suggested the rooms were nearly full with other assessors. With the assessment day close at hand, neither Rain nor Vinica chose to explore the provincial city of Minter, deciding to wait until after the assessment was over. Time sped by, and the morning of the assessment arrived. Around 8:30 a.m., Rain and Vinica found themselves in a spacious and bright hall. The floor was immaculate, with rows of long-backed chairs neatly arranged. At that moment, the hall was sparsely filled with 20 or 30 young people. A female officer in charge, upon seeing Rain and Vinica enter, said in a crisp voice, "Please feel free to sit wherever you like. There's no need to be nervous. The order of the exam has nothing to do with where you sit." After listening, Rain nodded, exchanged a look with Vinica, and they took seats in a less crowded corner. However, within minutes of their settling down, 4 or 5 young people arrived, including a redhead who, upon entering the hall, spotted Rain in the corner and couldn't help but call out, "Rain," and happily waved to him. Rain looked up to see it was Evelyn Norman, a dazzling redhead from Rosby, the Viscount Norman's daughter Evelyn. The sight of such a beauty greeting Rain cheerily made everyone in the hall glance his way, as if to see which young talent had caught the favor of a beautiful woman. Vinica, sitting beside Rain, glanced at him and then at the redhead, inwardly musing that her competition seemed formidable, thinking, "I just had Agatha as a competitor, and now there's this beautiful redhead." And from the redhead's appearance and abilities, she seemed to be much stronger than Agatha. When Evelyn approached, she asked with a smile, "Rain, when did you get here?" "Oh, and who might this be?" Evelyn inquired seriously upon seeing the young girl with twin ponytails next to Rain. "Evelyn, this is my good friend, Vinica, a third-level wizard apprentice from the Ubrick School," Rain introduced. "Vinica, this is Evelyn from Rosby City, a good friend I made during the nobility title assessment." The two women sized each other up, and Evelyn smiled and said, "Miss Vinica, it's nice to meet you. You're very beautiful." "Miss Evelyn, you are very beautiful as well." Although Rain and Evelyn were not romantically involved, there was an unspoken tension in the air. To defuse it, Rain coughed and shifted the conversation. "Evelyn, who are these people?" Evelyn, realizing her oversight, quickly said, "Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. They were all outstanding in the last nobility assessment. This is Bridget Sanchez from Valent County, and this is Stamp from Welsh County." Rain nodded at each in turn. With his great knight strength and highly sensitive spiritual power perception, he noticed with just a brief scan that these individuals all possessed the strength of peak knights. The only one with a slightly weaker presence, a veteran knight who had unusual spiritual power fluctuations, was clearly a second-level wizard apprentice. Being both a veteran knight and a second-level wizard apprentice, it was hard to say who would be stronger compared to the peak knight without a direct contest. Just as Evelyn said, they were some of the best contenders from his noble title assessment batch. As the scheduled time of the assessment approached, more and more young people gradually arrived in the hall. About half an hour later, as the time neared the appointed 9 o'clock, the hall had swelled from the initial 30-some individuals to around 80 or 90. In the crowd, there were a few groups whose outfits were noticeably different. One group was in full knightly plate armor, exuding a formidable presence as they walked, likely soldiers from the Empire's army. Additionally, there were clusters of young people in various long robes, similar to Vinica, likely from the wizard schools. Of course, there were also young men and women in tailored noble hunting attire, with a distinctly different demeanor, presumably heirs of the great nobility of Minter City. The great nobility, or high-ranking noblemen, specifically refers to counts, marquises, and dukes. This was something Rain had learned from Jennifer, the beautiful lady he had met earlier. At the same time, Rain also spotted the young people he had encountered by Stillwater Lake. Interestingly, Evelyn seemed to know some of them. "Hey, Fiona, long time no see." Evelyn greeted with a smile as she walked up. "Evelyn, it's been a while." "Oh, it's you?" The young woman in leather armor recognized Rain immediately, the same young man who had been with 3 beautiful girls by the shore of Stillwater Lake. Other young people present also recognized Rain, appearing quite surprised, seemingly not expecting that he would be a friend of Evelyn. However, they did not desire to engage in conversation with him, since their impression of Rain was not a good one. There's nothing wrong with a noble heir being somewhat libertine, but to travel and play with 3 beauties at such a critical moment as the sword-bearer assessment, in their eyes, categorized him as one who indulged in pleasures. Even if he had decent talent and had luckily received an invitation for the sword-bearer assessment, his future was certainly not promising. "Fiona, have you met Lord Rain?" "Yes, I happened to meet him by Stillwater Lake." "Oh, weren't there 3 beauties with him? Why is there only one now?" The woman named Fiona, clearly not one to hold her tongue, said, "Always mentioned what should not be mentioned." Hearing Fiona's words, Evelyn immediately looked at Rain with a scrutinizing gaze, as if to say, "Oh really? One wasn't enough. There had to be 3. Rain was momentarily speechless. However, he would not argue over such a matter with a girl, especially since her intention might very well be to keep Evelyn away from scoundrels. The other 2 went to handle some business affairs. After some pleasantries, Rain learned that they were young people who had participated in the noble and nobleman examination of the previous session, Their overall strength was slightly higher than that of Rain's session. The number of participants in the sword-bearer assessment each year is roughly over 100. The acceptance rate is about 30 to 40%. However, even those who fail are generally invited by other departments of the Empire. Rain silently listened, his expression calm. Noticing Rain's composed demeanor, a young man beside Fiona felt slightly displeased and said, "It seems Lord Rain is quite confident." "Confident? I think normally, passing the preliminary should not be a problem," Rain seriously responded. Hearing this, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Evelyn immediately smoothed things over. "Rain, do you know what the content of this year's sword-bearer assessment is?" Rain shook his head. He was indeed unaware, as the beautiful Jennifer and Meister had collected very little information about the sword-bearer assessment, and the content was vague. "Evelyn, do you know?" Evelyn also shook her head and said, "I asked around, and it appears that the content of the sword-bearer assessment changes every year. Last year, they say it was official members of the sword-bearers assessing us. Merely enduring 3 minutes against them was considered passing the assessment. And the year before that, under the guidance of the examiners, a troll encampment was eradicated, and they scored based on everyone's combat performance." The attendees slightly frowned. This was troubling, with no fixed tactic. The clock in the distance chimed 9. A middle-aged man dressed in shiny silver full knight armor came striding in. His step was vigorous and his demeanor steady, obviously at least a great knight. "First of all, welcome to Mingster, elite of the Empire, to participate in the sword-bearer assessment. Since time is precious, I will keep it short. The examination has 2 steps. First is the drawing of lots, and then comes the assessment. In a moment, we will start with the first thing, drawing of lots. Then, I will explain the rules of this assessment. Additionally, I should remind you all that you are emerging stars of the Empire. Even if you do not pass the sword-bearer assessment, do not be disheartened." The middle-aged great knight gestured toward various uniformed representatives of functional departments standing beside him and continued, "Representatives from other functional and special departments of the Empire are also present, and they will observe your performance during the assessment. I believe most of you will find a stage suitable for showcasing your talents. Now, for the first item, please come up in order to draw lots." As soon as the words of the middle-aged great knight were uttered, a young knight beside him came forward with a black iron box, allowing everyone to draw one by one. Soon, it was Rain's turn. Rain reached in, picked a slip at random, and looked at it. The next second, he was stunned. Rain's surprise obviously made those nearby somewhat bewildered. The young woman named Fiona could not help but peer over and exclaimed softly, "It's number 2. Although Fiona spoke softly, Evelyn and a few others naturally heard it. They all looked up and scrutinized the number in Rain's hand. It was indeed number 2. The attendees couldn't help but look at him with a mixture of pity and sympathy. Soon, the crowd began to whisper, "This guy is really unlucky to have drawn number 2, haha. I thought my number 3 was unlucky enough." "Yeah, number 2. That's second only to the most unfortunate, number 1. Just don't know who will get number 1. Only Vinica, though surprised, didn't think Rain would have any problems. Unperturbed by the whispering nearby, Rain was unconcerned. Since nobody knew exactly what the sword-bearer assessment would involve today, the first 1 or 2 participants were, so to speak, stepping stones across the river for everyone else. They could easily be overwhelmed by the unknown depths of the water. Basically, numbers around 10 were the best, as the situation of the assessment would be relatively clearer, and the examiners wouldn't be too exhausted. If one could display some special abilities, it would still be possible to impress the examiners. Of course, there are special cases, such as the first or second place who are exceptionally strong. If that's the case, I'm sorry, but the subsequent scoring by the examiners will naturally be lower. After all, the bar has been set high. Just then, a slightly miserable voice suddenly rang out. "Oh no, I'm number 1. Silence. Whether you accept it or not, luck is also a part of strength," the middle-aged great knight said in a stern voice. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look sympathetically at this unfortunate fellow. After everyone had drawn lots, the middle-aged great knight continued, "Now the drawing is complete. There is only one rule for the assessment: the use of disposable sorcery scrolls, transcendent potions, and special weapons is not allowed. Of course, if you are a scroll maker or a pharmacist by profession, you are allowed to use them, but a separate review will be required after the assessment. Now, everyone follow me." After walking down a long corridor, they arrived at a spacious hall with a domed ceiling. At the center of the hall stood a tall, black statue surrounded by iron railings, resembling an indoor arena. Off to the side were about a dozen people, seemingly staff, with the 5 in the front dressed in black uniforms similar to noble hunting outfits, holding paper and pen, looking like examiners. The middle-aged great knight approached one of the men, an old man dressed in an earthy yellow wizard robe with his hands tucked in wide sleeves, and bowed slightly. "The assessors have all arrived." "Then we'll trouble Master Matthias now," he said. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed through them as he replied, "No trouble at all. It's Stone Roll School's turn this year. It's a good time to see if there are any promising candidates." Suddenly, he took his hands out of his sleeves, revealing a short black wand in his right hand. He pointed it towards the statue in the center of the arena and began chanting softly. Rain looked at the old man in surprise. Even though he was tens of meters away, he could still feel a powerful and condensed wave of spirit energy. But what surprised everyone more was that the shell of the black statue in the center of the arena began to crumble. It was only then that everyone realized that the 2-story-tall giant statue in the center of the arena was not an inanimate object but a living creature. "Oh no, it's an obsidian giant. Is our sword-bearer assessment really about defeating an obsidian giant? This is crazy. It's impossible." Suddenly, the crowd of assessors was buzzing with whispers. "Silence." The middle-aged great knight took a deep breath and shouted loudly. "This year's sword-bearer assessment requires surviving under the obsidian giant for 1 minute to pass. Even if you don't last, we hope every assessor gives their all because your performance will be recorded by the panel of examiners." The 5 middle-aged people in black hunting outfits began swiftly jotting down notes with their feather pens. This immediately quieted down everyone present. "Number 1. The middle-aged great knight shouted loudly. "Number 1. Who is number 1? Come up immediately." After shouting again, a knight holding a sword and shield, with a gloomy face, walked forward. He had intended to give up, but seeing other department heads of the Empire present, he decided to try his luck. Even if he couldn't join the sword bearers, other special departments might accept him. He moved cautiously around the obsidian giant from a distance. The obsidian giant looked at him and raised its hands high. Just as he was puzzled about what the opponent was intending to do, suddenly, a wave of earth-based energy came through, and a circular stone appeared out of thin air in the hands of the obsidian giant. Swoosh! A blur flashed by, and the stone shot towards the young man with the sword and shield like a cannonball. In that instant, the young man went pale, rolled to the side just in time to narrowly evade the obsidian giant's strike, but the splinters of stone still made him dusty and battered. The key point was, this was just the beginning. The obsidian giant's hands continuously produced circular rocks, hurling them at the young man. Boom! Finally, the young man could not dodge in time and had to block with his shield, only to be blown away on the spot. Duration 18 seconds, not qualified, one of the staff shouted. Meanwhile, the 5 examiners were fervently recording something. The injured young man with the sword and shield was immediately taken aside for treatment by a professional physician. Next up, number 2. The middle-aged great knight looked over the crowd and called out sternly. Seeing the giant size but swift response of the obsidian giant, everyone looked at Rain approaching it, as though he was marching to his death. Facing the 6-meter-tall, several tons heavy obsidian giant, Rain didn't show any fear. In fact, he felt a thrill of excitement. Having faced such large transcendent creatures before, Rain had slain beasts like the nearshore plesiosaur and the scaly armored turtle before he even became a great knight. Give it your all. Even if you don't pass, your performance will still be recorded, the middle-aged great knight said, as usual, to Rain. Rain nodded. Originally, Rain had thought about holding back a bit, but now that he was the second one to take the assessment, it's a bit annoying. With almost no point of reference, if I fight conservatively and end up failing the assessment, that would be a joke. And full power? Rain couldn't help but think back to what the middle-aged great knight had said, feeling eager to try. Then, full power it is. After all, since upgrading Shockwave to an intermediate secret technique, he had never used it to its full extent. Full power meant unleashing intermediate secret technique Shockwave after activating Limit Break in the talent Intermediate Giant Force. Until now, Rain had never found a suitable opponent or place to use this move. But this extremely hard, gigantic obsidian giant before me should be a very good target. As Rain walked towards the center of the arena, He took off the pig-headed hammer he carried on his back and took a deep breath. His eyes calm, he stared at the obsidian giant ahead. "Hey, Evelyn, what do you think Rain will do?" A young man who came with Evelyn asks, with a smile that isn't quite a smile on his face. He seems to be a knight who uses heavy weaponry. He's at a serious disadvantage against the obsidian giant. Yes, against the obsidian giant, those most advantaged would be wizard apprentices adept at slow technique or similar decelerating witchcraft. Next would be leather-clad, agile sharpshooters, followed by sword shield or hammer shield knights. As for great sword knights or heavy hammer knights, that's a significant disadvantage. Right? Dual-handed heavy hammers are even more disadvantaged than dual-handed greatswords. The heavy weight affects the speed of movement and evasion. After all, facing the steel-like defensive power of the obsidian giant, the armor-piercing dual-handed heavy hammer becomes a burden, someone else analyzed matter-of-factly. "Begin," the middle-aged great knight shouted. The elderly earth wizard then instantly dissolved the witchcraft clay prison, releasing the obsidian giant from its bonds. As soon as the obsidian giant regained its freedom, it immediately spotted little Rain not far in front of it. However, the next second, it found that the little one had disappeared. Snap! Rain's momentum suddenly burst forth, his size swelling considerably. With a push from his toes, the hard stone ground burst open a small pit. In an instant, he shot forward like a specter, as if his heavy knight's plate armor and the heavy hammer in his hand weighed nothing. By the time the obsidian giant realized what was happening, it saw this little one turn into an afterimage, charging towards its feet. Is this a delivery to its doorstep? The obsidian giant spread its rocky arms, intending to grab this little one who was running quite fast. He's attacking? He's crazy. A young man exclaimed with wide eyes in disbelief. Did number 2 learn nothing from number 1's experience? Amidst the astonished cries of the crowd, Rain blinked under the obsidian giant's feet, and with a swoosh, he leapt high into the air. His body fully extended, like a taut bowstring, Rain felt his strength transfer from his leap toes through his hips, waist, back, and finally, concentrate into his bulging arms. Rain fiercely unleashed the intermediate secret technique Shockwave. At the same time, the dark pig-headed hammer struck the equally gleaming chest of the obsidian giant. This strike, Rain felt, was incredibly satisfying, because he had activated both Limit Break and Intermediate Giant Force, releasing almost all of his strength with this thunderous. With a boom, a sound like a bomb exploding rang out. Winds whipped furiously, as black stone shards shattered and sprayed around. The obsidian giant's chest now sported a crater-like gaping wound, practically piercing right through the hard and thick obsidian giant. Such an injury was too much even for the thick-skinned obsidian giant. It stumbled back several steps with a bewildered look in its eyes before it crashed to the ground. Even the onlookers standing dozens of meters away instinctively took several steps back, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. The previously composed faces of the 5 examiners now bore round, bulging eyes, no longer able to mask their calm demeanor. In their hearts, each was shouting, This. The power of this attack. That's way too exaggerated. Even a seasoned great knights can't do that. Even a peak knight might not be able to deal such damage. The crowd of young people waiting to be assessed was equally astounded. Fiona and several of her peers were, at this moment, practically popping their eyes out in disbelief. Previously, they had heard Rain boast about his confidence in passing the assessment and thought he was just bragging. Though they didn't say anything, they had scoffed internally for quite some time. But to their surprise, they had completely misjudged him. This guy's strength was monstrous. This guy was basically a monster. And how old is this kid, anyway? I feel like this level of attack power isn't normal. Shouldn't the assessors check into it? One young person said, her face turning red as she pointed at Rain. Boss, where did this guy pop up from? A young man in a military style said to the muscular brute beside him. His attacking power is sick, even stronger than you, boss. That move must be a secret technique, right? Could he be the offspring of one of the Empire's dukes? How could he have reached this level without being trained from a young age? The crowd immediately burst into ardent discussion. Regaining their senses, the examiners responsible for assessing the candidates were utterly stunned. The examiners had their tasks assigned. For instance, examiner number 1 was in charge of observing and recording the candidates' strength performances. Without a doubt, Rain's display of strength in the recent battle was outstanding among the outstanding. The second examiner, responsible for recording speed performance, also found it easy to assign excellent marks, undoubtedly outstanding. The third examiner was in charge of technical performance, and since Rain had executed a secret technique, he naturally scored excellent as well. Examiner number 4 was slightly baffled. How should one score split-second reactions in battle? For a moment, this examiner didn't know what to score, but after looking at the other examiners, he noticed they all gave full marks, so he thought it over and did the same. After all, charging directly at the obsidian giant was a split-second reaction. That should also be beyond reproach, right? Swoosh, outstanding. Examiner number 5, however, furrowed his brows into a shape as he was in charge of combat decision-making. But had the candidate made any tactical decisions just now? That was just plain charging in, right? Reckless charging. This assessment was specifically designed with the obsidian giant in mind, a creature with extremely strong defensive power and attack power, in the hopes that the candidates would notice its less agile body. Ideally, they would target lower body parts, such as ankles or knees, to gradually reduce the obsidian giant's movement speed, whether through witchcraft or physical attacks. That's the normal decision-making process in combat. Who fights like Rain, who simply smashed down with his hammer, and as a result, actually defeated the obsidian giant. A regular fight felt as simple as playing house. It was impossible to discern any tactical decision-making. But examiner number 5 couldn't help but ask himself a question. What's the purpose of combat decision-making? Isn't it to win the battle? So, if one is able to defeat the enemy, they should naturally go right at them. Is there any issue with that? Apparently not. After much contemplation, examiner number 5 finally concluded that this candidate's combat decision-making should also be considered excellent. And looking at the obsidian giant that had collapsed with a thunderous crash before him, Rain was also a bit stunned for a moment, because he hadn't expected his opponent to be so vulnerable. It's not that he hadn't considered the possibility of inflicting wounds on the obsidian giant, but at most, he had anticipated only a moderate wound. But now, the opponent was lying down. Could it be that the obsidian giant is the battle pet of that earth element wizard standing by? However, I can't be blamed for this, can I? It was the great knight examiner who said to go all out. Having not heard the examiner announce the results for a long time, Rain couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Examiner sir, would this be considered a pass? Rain couldn't help but ask proactively. Of course. The examiner responsible for announcing the results had just regained his composure. He immediately ran to the 5 examiners responsible for scoring, looked at their marks, then, with an even more excited demeanor, ran back to his original place, his face flushed with excitement, and loudly proclaimed, "Contestant number 2 has defeated the obsidian giant, passing with a perfect score." Whoa. The crowd instantly became agitated, not only because Rain was the first person to pass the sword-bearer's assessment, but also because of the 2 key words perfect score that the examiner had just mentioned. Everyone knew that it was difficult to achieve perfection in even the simplest tasks, but they had never heard of anyone obtaining a perfect score in the sword-bearer's assessment. At this point, the expressions of the people in the crowd perfectly illustrated an array of emotions, with looks of envy, jealousy, excitement, and more, all varying widely. Vinika's excited little face was flushed red, her fists clenched tightly, her golden twin ponytails swishing, while Evelyn also couldn't hide her exhilaration, covering her mouth with her hand in surprise. Can I go back now? Rain continued to ask. After all, he genuinely didn't know where he was supposed to go, having passed the assessment. Lord Rain, you can rest in the lounge we used earlier until everyone else's assessment is over, at which time we will handle all the procedures together. Of course, you can also choose to stay here and observe the assessments of the others. Going back to the lounge alone? Rain shook his head internally. Vinika and Evelyn hadn't yet undergone their assessments. It wouldn't be right for him to leave by himself first. I'd rather stay with my companions, Rain said. Of course, Lord Rain, please do as you wish. Okay. Immediately after, Rain turned and left the center of the field, returning to the crowd. As Rain walked back, the crowd automatically parted to create a pathway for him. Meanwhile, the gazes of many swept over him. Rain couldn't help but feel like a national leader inspecting the honor guard in a previous life. Lord Rain, congratulations, you are simply amazing, Vinika said with her beautiful eyes shining. Evelyn also came over with a smile, saying, Lord Rain, I haven't seen you in action for a while, and I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. Thank you. I've had some recent insights, Rain responded with a smile. As soon as Rain returned to Vinika's side, the surroundings once again burst into hushed whispers, but the topic of discussion seemed to veer off slightly. That hammer strike from contestant number 2 was even fiercer than a battering ram. Indeed. Otherwise, we should nickname this fellow number 2 the battering ram. By the way, where is he from? I heard from a few people next to me just now. Apparently, he comes from Meister County. The Meister by the seaside? Incredible! A minor place like Meister actually produced such an impressive person. So, how about we call this number 2, the battering ram from Meister? Hence, Rain quickly acquired the nickname the battering ram. Upon hearing the people's whispered discussions, Rain's forehead went dark. He found the name extremely unappealing. The previous Baron Hammer was one thing, but the battering ram from Meister? What a ridiculous nickname. On one side of the hall, a rectangular pane of glass was embedded in the wall, known only to the staff as a one-way mirror. Inside was a small room where 3 elderly men dressed in different garb and a middle-aged man were discussing Rain, who had just felled the obsidian giant with a single hammer strike, just like the people outside. One of the elderly men, wearing a uniform befitting an admiral, had bright, authoritative eyes and crow's feet at the corners, but an even more commanding presence than Count Habs, whom Rain had previously encountered. His shoulder bore 3 golden insignia that symbolized the sun. This indicated that the man was a high-ranking admiral of the Dragon Empire. He was Admiral Edward, the head of the sword-holder Minter branch. Just now, I noticed that his speed and strength seemed somewhat mismatched. The strength far surpasses the speed, he said. This young man must possess some special talent related to strength. The other 2 clearly agreed with Admiral Edward's assessment, as they nodded slightly. They were well aware that Admiral Edward, as the head of a special department, possessed extremely formidable combat skills and had an exceptional eye for talent. At this point, an elderly man dressed in noble hunting attire interjected, but strength alone wouldn't have been enough to cause such severe damage to the obsidian giant. He must have mastered a secret technique of hammer skill. The speaker here is Marquis Schlan, the head of public security in Mingster Province. As the imperial department with the most frequent routine business dealings with the sword-bearers, the relationship between the 2 is naturally much closer than with other departments. Marquis Schlan attends and observes the sword-bearer's assessment nearly every year. Basic secret technique? I'm afraid not. What he just used must have been an intermediate secret technique, right? The old man with the delicate mustache said, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Admiral Edward nodded, saying, indeed, in terms of secret techniques, he should have already reached the intermediate level. A young man with some kind of strength talent and who has mastered an intermediate secret technique is interesting. It's been several years since we last saw such a thing in the assessments, hasn't it? Marquis Schlan said with a smile. Then, Admiral Edward turned his head to look at the middle-aged officer standing respectfully beside him and asked, where is the file on this young man? Right here, Admiral Edward. Please wait a moment, I'll bring it immediately. The officer immediately turned and left. Admiral, I know this young man. He is Rain from the Meister County. The middle-aged man with the delicate mustache, dressed in a black hunting suit with gold trim, would have been recognized by Rain if he were present. He was Javier Stewart, a special envoy he had met once before. As a special envoy sent by the Empire's Council of Elders to the Mingster province, his status was relatively detached. He had also received an invitation from the sword-bearers to come and observe the assessments. What he hadn't expected was that this young man, whom he had seen potential in, would give him such a big surprise this time. Oh, special envoy, you know him? I've met him once before, and I saw his potential then. This young man is the top performer in this noble title-conferring assessment. I see. The 2 men beside him couldn't help but nod slightly. A few minutes later, the officer returned, distributing the file. The few old men who received the file started to flip through it with curiosity. He's only 16 years old, Admiral Edward said in surprise. And, in fact, except for Javier, everyone else exchanged glances in astonishment. If he's at this level at just 16, wouldn't he be even more extraordinary in a few years? Instantly, Rain's talent and potential were elevated to a higher level in their minds. Originally, they had thought that Rain must be about 20 years old. They had not expected him to be only 16. One must know that the younger one is, the shorter the time for practicing combat skills. And another important point is that comprehension ability at a younger age is generally weaker than that after reaching adulthood. To be able to master an intermediate secret technique in such a short time and at such a young age was even rarer than the rare strength talent. Truly the top performer of this noble title-conferring assessment. So he is from Meister County, unexpectedly of commoner origin. In the center of the venue. After the obsidian giant was seriously injured by rains and knocked down, the earth wizard in charge of the assessment looked at the huge hole in the obsidian giant's chest with a furrowed brow, deep in thought. He had never considered that an examinee could harm his earth elemental partner, the obsidian giant, to such a degree. Although it wasn't dead, the injury was too troublesome. The problem now was what to do with the remaining assessments. This sort of rare elemental creature, the obsidian giant, he didn't have a second one. Cough. Master Matthias, may I inquire if your obsidian giant can still? The middle-aged great knight coughed and asked. It's like this already. What do you think? Matthias replied with irritation. So, does the assessment need to be postponed? The middle-aged great knight's face turned red, recalling the words he had said to Rain about giving it his all. It can only be postponed, unless... Matthias revealed a contemplative look. Unless what? Hearing that the elder might have a solution, the middle-aged great knight quickly asked, Master Matthias, do you need something? After all, postponing the assessment was rather troublesome, and it would be better to continue if possible. Unless there's a piece of obsidian essence, otherwise, I can't heal the obsidian giant in a short time. Matthias shook his head helplessly. Obsidian essence? The middle-aged great knight looked thoughtful and said, Master, it seems we have that item in the branch, but, as per the rules, I need to apply for it immediately. Matthias was taken aback. Right. This was the sword-holder Mingster branch of the Empire. When it came to priceless items, of course, the Empire's sword-bearers were the ones to have them. If there's a piece of obsidian essence, I can heal the obsidian giant in about 15 minutes. Matthias confirmed with a definite nod. All right, Master Matthias, I'll go apply for it right now. After an urgent consultation by the assessment committee and having reported to their superiors, the middle-aged great knight once again announced, due to the obsidian giant's injury, the assessment will now be paused for 15 minutes. Please, everyone, keep quiet. Master Matthias will treat the obsidian giant. The old man in the light yellow wizard robe held an object the size of a fist, emitting black light, in one hand, and a short wand in the other, chanting aloud. A massive force of light yellow energy erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire huge body of the obsidian giant. At the same time, the fist-sized strange object in his hand rose into the air, flying to the wound on the obsidian giant, where black light spilled out profusely. And the hole in its chest that was as large as a water barrel began to shrink at a rate visible to the eye. Vinica, standing beside Rain, whispered, Lord Rain, this is a treasure of the elemental series, obsidian essence, rare and extremely expensive. Hearing Vinica's words, several young people nearby couldn't help but cast their glances at Rain. This made Rain feel a bit embarrassed. It wasn't intentional on his part. He didn't want to waste the Empire's property either. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the persistent energy fluctuations of the witchcraft slowly subsided. As the witchcraft ended, Rain could feel that the elder wizard of the earth element must be very tired, as his face had noticeably become haggard. However, when the 2-story-tall obsidian giant stood up once more, unscathed, Rain couldn't help but admire the elder's witchcraft. Lord Rain, with elemental creatures like this, if you can't destroy their elemental core, even without specialized treatment, their injuries will slowly heal over time, Vinica continued to explain to Rain. Oh, so there's such a thing, meaning to completely annihilate an elemental creature, one must find and shatter its core, right? That's right. So elemental creatures have a core. It seems that he hadn't damaged the core of the obsidian giant just now. Otherwise, it would have been permanently dead and unable to heal again. Moreover, Rain had now witnessed the miraculous effects of witchcraft. The Elder Earth Wizard had used the rare obsidian essence to completely heal the heavily injured obsidian giant in just 10 minutes. Rain couldn't help feeling quite envious. Right then, his longing for the metal elemental witchcraft, which he had been eagerly anticipating, grew even stronger. One of his key goals for joining the Sword-Bearer organization was to obtain the nearly extinct metal elemental witchcraft from outside sources. Looks like he was more than halfway there. Now, let the assessment continue. Number 3. The middle-aged great knight was busy running around, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued to shout loudly. He glanced at Rain, thinking, fortunately, this guy didn't hit the core of the obsidian giant. Otherwise, the sword-bearer trials for today would not be able to continue. Additionally, when the number 3 candidate passed him on the way to the center of the arena, he was very cautious and didn't say anything about going all out this time. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. However, the situation on the field had changed. The newly healed obsidian giant, seemingly still wary of rain, consequently became very cautious and careful when facing all the candidates in knight armor. This made the obsidian giant naturally more difficult to deal with. At that moment, the third candidate clad in knight plate armor was having a tough time. Initially, he had wanted to use the same tactic as Rain at the beginning, running at high speed under the feet of the obsidian giant and then leveraging the giant's large stature and slow turns to fight closely, hoping to last at least a minute without much trouble. But now it was different. When the obsidian giant saw the little fellow in knight armor charging at him, its large dark face displayed a very human-like expression of lingering fear, and it immediately deployed its trump card Boulder Trample, a powerful ability reserved for when the obsidian giant faced a formidable enemy, consuming a significant amount of its own energy. Just as number 3, wielding a dual-handed greatsword, charged forward, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw the obsidian giant stomp heavily on the ground. Boom! Instantly, the ground within a radius of more than 20 meters around the stomp point violently shocked. This made the third candidate, who had just reached near the giant, struggle as the ground beneath him turned soft like noodles, undulating up and down, which severely reduced his speed and nearly caused him to lose his footing. Just as he had barely regained his balance, he felt 2 huge shadows accompanied by a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him. The third candidate barely managed to block before being quickly hammered to the ground by a combination of the obsidian giant's rock giant fists, failing the assessment on the spot. Duration of 12 seconds, not qualified, shouted a nearby staff member. Suddenly, this made the rest of the candidates turn their gazes back to Rain among the crowd. Facing everyone's stares, Rain touched his nose, feeling quite embarrassed for a moment, thinking, "Don't blame me. After all, as the examiner said, luck is also a part of strength. If you had been before me in the order, this wouldn't have happened. But there are pros and cons to everything. For those adept at long-range attacks like wizard apprentices or archers, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, and Vinica passed without much trouble. Soon after, the red-haired beauty Evelyn also barely made it through. 2 hours later, when all candidates had finished the assessment, the middle-aged Great Knight announced, "Those who have not passed the assessment, please follow our staff to leave the arena now." Immediately, many young people in the field showed signs of disappointment and began to leave gradually. But the atmosphere quickly grew lively again as the heads of other functional departments, who had been standing next to the middle-aged Great Knight, began to act, stepping down to the field and conversing with these failures who were leaving. As for those who remained, Rain looked around and saw there were still about 30 people. "Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on passing the sword-bearer assessment. The relevant procedures will take 3 days to complete. You can relax for these few days, and there will be a notice for further matters in due time." The assessment ended. Having both passed the Imperial Sword-Bearer assessment, Rain and Vinica naturally wanted to have a good look around Minster. Thus, by evening that day, they found themselves on Minster's main thoroughfare. The entire city was built along the mountainside, with its overall exterior walls mainly constructed from white, oblong stone blocks. The architectural style bore a hint of the Baroque from a past era, featuring a profusion of domes, archways, and reliefs. As the sun set, drenched in golden light, it was stunningly beautiful. The main road could be seen winding its way up from the base of the mountain towards the midway point, meandering effortlessly, hence the gradient was not steep. Meanwhile, at intervals along the route, there would be platforms, which might become home to large fountains or small garden squares, and occasionally a theater could be found. Among the passers-by, their clothes were colorful, and most had rosy cheeks, full of spirit. At this moment, walking along the roadside, Rain vaguely heard the sound of hammering from a forge somewhere close by. This rhythm doesn't seem like it's man-powered. He couldn't help but stop and look towards where the sound was coming from. He saw to his front right, across the street, a large blacksmith shop, and in the backyard of the shop, there was a massive water wheel. It seemed to use the water flowing downward from the mountain's height to turn the wheel. The highly regular sound of hammering haunting him, Rain immediately realized that it must be coming from a mechanical apparatus driven by the water wheel and not human strength. Curious, Rain led Vinica towards the blacksmith shop to take a look. Sure enough, it was water-powered forging, an insight into the larger picture. Rain hadn't expected that the blacksmith shops in Mingster had already begun utilizing water power for forging on a large scale. In this way, aside from some high-end weapons, the quality of a vast amount of lower-grade weaponry, agricultural implements, and iron domestic utensils would see a significant improvement. This indicated that the forging level in Mingster was far superior to Meister. It inadvertently made Rain think of his own path as an armor forger in the next phase. It was likely that he could find some leads in Mingster's prosperous blacksmithing industry. While Rain and Vinica were enjoying the sights of Mingster, Ginny and Agatha walked out of a trading association with furrowed brows and worried faces. For 3 consecutive days, they had hit a wall. It was difficult to conduct business in Mingster. Shops in fine locations or favorable districts had been established for decades, even centuries, and were well-known, long-standing businesses. Some industries like blacksmithing and tailoring had shops that had essentially reached a stable status. As for the backgrounds of these shops, Ginny had done some research. Essentially, behind the shops on the main streets lurked the shadow of nobility, and some were directly owned by noble families. The trouble was that in the provincial capital of Mingster, it was all too easy to hit a baron with a thrown brick. As for lords and knights, they were as plentiful as hairs on an ox. Therefore, the backing of the Crowley family behind Ginny and the Wigging family behind Agatha seemed insignificant. In the past few days, as they sought out potential partners in Mingster and mentioned the background of the Hammer and Rose Association, hearing it was run by 2 baron families, they would just shake their heads, clearly a bit disdainful. If these 2 baron families happened to come from the county of Meister, then, sorry, please take the door to the right. Barons from other counties, sorry, in the provincial capital Mingster, you almost amount to nothing. Ginny and Agatha had thought about asking Rain for help, but firstly, Rain was still undergoing his assessment period, and secondly, Rain himself was merely a baron after all. Of course, Rain had potential. Possibly in a few years, he could become a viscount. But in the women's view, potential remained just that, potential. However, Ginny and Agatha thought about it and decided to visit Lord Rain. After all, the term Hammer and Rose Commerce Group represents Baron Rain, though nominally, the Crowley family is the largest shareholder. But the 2 of them knew very well that actually Lord Rain was the largest shareholder, so regardless of whether the business affairs went smoothly or not, they should inform Lord Rain. Thus, the 2 women took advantage of the sunset that had not yet completely fallen and rode in a carriage to the majestic Imperial Sword-Bearer Mingster branch entrance. However, as soon as they reached the entrance, both of them were startled by the bustling scene. They saw a dozen luxurious carriages queuing at the entrance in an orderly fashion. Whenever a carriage reached the gate, a person dressed like a butler would alight, hand over the invitation to the guard at the gate, say a few words, then get back on the carriage and quickly leave. Naturally, the next carriage would take its place and repeat the process. The 2 women exchanged a look, seeing surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. It didn't seem like it was just the end of an assessment now, did it? After all, no one was being picked up by the carriages. It was simply a matter of a butler getting off, handing over one or several invitations to the guard, and then leaving. Moreover, looking at the noble crests on the carriages lined up before her, Ginny noticed that each was different, obviously belonging to different noble families. This made her even more curious. As the carriages drove off one by one, Ginny and Agatha's carriage, following the flow, slowly moved forward. Soon, the 2 women could clearly hear what the butler from the carriage ahead was saying. Please hand this invitation over to Baron Rain from Meister. And this one to Miss Evelyn from the Rosby region. All right. The guard raised an eyebrow, nodded, and said. But he couldn't help but linger a little longer on the words Baron Rain on the invitation. The guard was surprised too. Usually, at the end of a sword-bearer assessment, those who passed the assessment would naturally gain the admiration of many nobles from the provincial city. But it was rare to see a situation like the current one. The invitations were mostly concentrated for one individual. This Lord Rain from Meister must have received at least 30 invitations that afternoon, right? He couldn't quite understand what Lord Rain had done to cause so many provincial nobles to eagerly invite him. And when the women, who faintly heard words like Meister and Rain, exchanged a look of surprise and almost simultaneously said, Ginny, Agatha, did you hear that? The 2 nodded at each other. As the butler from the next carriage approached, the 2 heard even more clearly. This time, the butler only left one invitation, specifying it was for Baron Rain and not anyone else. Moreover, this butler hailed from the Count Planck family. A family of earls from the provincial city, surely their status was not less than that of Count Habs from Meister? The two women couldn't help but marvel. Instantly, Ginny and Agatha became even more puzzled and curious. How had Lord Rain, who had just arrived in the provincial city, already received so many invitations from various nobles? Even if he had passed the sword-bearer assessment, that still didn't explain it. After all, it wasn't just him who had passed. On their way here, they had heard that the rate of passing was about 30 to 40%. Just as the two women were puzzled and bewildered, Rain was walking with Vinica along the main thoroughfare of the city Leavenworth Street, ascending the steps. The two gradually reached a position near the mountaintop. In front of them appeared two towering, domed buildings. According to the citizens nearby, one was the governor's official residence, and the other was the Grand Cathedral of the Monsoon and Marine Goddess Church. Clearly, as the highest administrative officer of the entire Minster province, it was only natural that the Duke of Minster's workplace occupied the city's best location. Further up was the Griffin platform, guarded strictly every 5 steps with a post every 10 steps. Since Rain and Vinica were here to take in the sights of Minster, they naturally did not reveal their identities and venture to these places. The two stopped by a public viewing platform nearby, which offered a vast view of the entire plain, a splendid sight. Finding a secluded corner, Vinica, rather than sitting on the bench, playfully went ahead, performed a hydroflow spell, and washed the platform's overhanging edge. Rain, however, merely smiled slightly, instantly understanding Vinica's intention. He too murmured a chant, exercised the witchcraft's scorching touch, and gently passed his hand over the freshly rinsed area. Instantly, the freshly cleaned surface dried up. Thus, the two sat down there, their legs dangling over the outside of the viewing platform, Vinica gently leaning against Rain, both of them wordlessly watching the sunset slowly set over the vast plains, the winding river stretching far into the distance. Having waited eagerly and finally, after nightfall, Ginny and Agatha saw Rain and Vinica strolling over leisurely. Ginny couldn't help but grumble, "Lord Rain, we've been anxiously waiting, and here you are, flirting." Seeing the two women waiting under the streetlight, Rain couldn't help but look surprised and said, "Ginny, Agatha, is there something urgent?" "There's something I'd like to discuss with Lord Rain." Upon Rain's arrival, the guard at the door bowed slightly and said, "Lord Rain, a number of nobles have sent you invitations. Please take a look." "All right, thank you." However, Rain was still taken aback when he saw the thick stack of invitations. Since the sword-bearer's branch forbids outsiders from entering, Rain thought for a moment and said, "Ginny, Agatha, let's go to the carriage to discuss." "Rain, I'll head back first then," Vinica said with a smile after glancing at the two women. "All right, have a good rest." In the carriage. "It's probably because I completed the sword-bearer assessment quite swiftly," Rain mused, unsure of how to explain to the two girls, who weren't skilled in combat, how he knocked out the obsidian giant with a single hammer strike. After all, they had never seen an obsidian giant, let alone understood its strength. They had no basis for comparison. "By the way, Ginny, Agatha, perhaps the trading matters aren't so difficult." Rain pointed to the invitations piled half a meter high inside the carriage and continued, "All these are invitations from nobles asking me to attend banquets. You two take a look and see if there's anyone among them you'd like to collaborate with. I should be able to introduce you." Although Ginny and Agatha were still confused by Rain's explanation, they immediately started going through the invitations when they heard he could possibly help with the introductions. "Agatha, isn't this Viscount O'Coat we've been looking for? He's the one supporting the Golden Chrysanthemum Chamber of Commerce," Ginny exclaimed. "Yes, Ginny." Agatha glanced at the invitation in Ginny's hand and nodded affirmatively in response. "Hey, Ginny, isn't this Earl Owens the backer of the large Nicolini Chamber of Commerce?" After returning to his room, Rain finally remembered he hadn't checked the system prompts from defeating the obsidian giant during the day. "Your skill tackle hammer technique has improved. Experience plus 981. Note: the above skill experience benefits from a 30% increase due to the exclusive talent, Junior Extraordinary Understanding. You have experience to combat. Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 338. Looking at the system prompts, Rain nodded to himself. Although he had only executed a single strike, The experience rewards from the system were not meager. On second thought, Rain inferred that this might be because it was the first time he had fully exerted an intermediate secret technique. That feeling of swinging the hammer fluidly and with exhilarating completeness was so vivid that his blood seemed to pump faster and his whole being became slightly excited even now when he thought about it. Of course, without his intermediate talent and mastery of the intermediate secret technique, such a powerful strike would have been impossible. Unfortunately, leveling up the intermediate secret technique required golden skill points, and elevating a talent was even more troublesome due to increasingly scarce talent points. Regathering his thoughts, Rain reflected on the initial trial of the day. Among those who passed the assessment, the majority were peak knights, nearly 20 in total. Others included veteran knights who were concurrently second-level wizard apprentices and also pure third-level wizard apprentices, though in smaller numbers. Furthermore, there were also 8 individuals with the strength of a great knight who passed, which led Rain to marvel at how the number of geniuses clearly increased when looking across the whole province. 2 individuals had left a deep impression on him. One was a burly man wielding a sword and shield, named Angus, a great knight, who appeared to be about 26 or 27 and reportedly had always served in the Imperial Army. When facing the rock attacks from the obsidian giant, he managed to hold up his shield and withstand the blows, giving off an unshakably solid impression and demonstrating formidable strength. The other, a young man named Nelio, who was elegant and seemed to be the heir of a marquis from Minster with the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice, simply tore open a sorcery scroll, web spell, to slow down the obsidian giant, making it through the test with ease. According to what others said, this young man was a rare scroll master, and using a scroll was naturally within the rules. In 3 days, when all the formal paperwork to become a bona fide sword bearer is settled, I wonder if I'll be able to directly inquire about exchanging for metal-type witchcraft, and what the requirements might be. Next, it's waiting for the black horse to complete its mutation and upgrade to a fierce wild beast so that I can change my profession to a beast-taming master. According to the timing, that should be happening soon. Weapon Master, Legendary, is my core combat profession, with no laxity allowed in enhancing the extraordinary combat skills. If I can improve my rock and axe and shield combat skills, I'll have one more method to handle opponents. Rain, lying in bed, seemed thoughtful. Shortly after, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Rain arrived at the training room of this building. The Sword Bearers branch naturally had an outdoor training field, but it was only open to official personnel, so even if he wanted to go, he would have to wait until the paperwork 2 days later. As he approached, he hadn't expected to see a few robust and slightly dark-skinned young men already training. He had a good memory of these individuals. They had come from the army and formed a small group, with the core of the group being the burly man wielding a sword and shield, Angus, whose strength was that of a great knight. Upon seeing Rain enter, they immediately looked up and focused their attention on him. It was unavoidable to pay attention. After all, how could they not take notice of the young man who defeated the obsidian giant with a single, the undisputed first place in the initial trial? Rain didn't mind the attention of the others and walked to one side, intending to select a training weapon, but in a flash, a spark of inspiration crossed his mind. Right. These vigorous young people, weren't they the best candidates for him to gain experience from? Immediately, Rain locked eyes with them. However, Rain felt a bit disappointed when, after his gaze swept over them, they all lowered their heads and began whispering amongst themselves. He had thought they would meet his gaze and then come up to challenge him to a spar. In that case, he could have happily harvested an experienced NPC. What a pity. Although they were experts in the Imperial Army, it seemed they were not reckless. As Rain was hesitating over which combat skill to practice, a muscular young man approached him proactively and said, "Lord Rain, I am Veery from the Bobini County. I deeply admire Lord Rain's astonishing performance during the assessment, and I wonder if I may have the honor of learning from you here." Hearing this, Rain's smile grew brighter and more splendid. Rain had thought that after the display of his hammer's power, others would avoid him, but unexpectedly, there really was someone who took the initiative to spar with him. It seems he had underestimated the passion and ambition of the youth. The only slight disappointment was that the challenger wasn't Angus, the most formidable greatsword and shield warrior among them. Rain graciously replied, "Of course, that would be my honor." Veery hadn't expected Rain to be so amiable and immediately relaxed a bit, having been somewhat nervous before. The other young men standing at a distance laughed as they came closer. "Veery, you have to go for it. Lord Rain, please go easy on him." Otherwise, Very might not be able to withstand a single strike, they said, chuckling. Don't worry, I won't be using the hammer today, Rain said with a laugh, as he took a battle axe and shield from the weapon rack. This caused the young man named Very to look at him puzzledly and say, Lord Rain, aren't you skilled with the two-handed warhammer? Why, idiot! Lord Rain is doing this to prevent you from getting hurt, a young man beside him said, patting Veery's shoulder. Lord Veery, as for the axe and shield, I'm also quite familiar with it, Rain added. All right then, Veery said, not fully convinced but nodding anyway. Rain could guess what the other was thinking. He must have believed that Rain wasn't taking him seriously enough to engage in battle with a secondary weapon. But there's no helping it. Sparring with a pig-headed hammer wouldn't let him level up, as his tackle hammer technique was already at LV-14. Soon, the two stood ready in the center of the field, Rain holding an axe and shield, while Veery wielded a dual-handed greatsword. Lord Rain, please enlighten me. The next second, Veery swiftly stepped forward, and his greatsword traced a lightning-fast half-moon arc, slashing down at a 45-degree angle towards Rain with crushing force. In the face of Veery's strike, Rain inwardly praised him. Not bad at all. Rain's reaction was lightning-fast as well, immediately using his shield to block. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal on metal rang out. Rain solidly blocked the greatsword's chop. It was just one strike, but Rain could tell that the other's strength and agility were slightly lesser than his, but the greatsword combat skill was proficient, clearly reaching a master's level. If Rain used his level 4 axe and shield combat skill in response, factoring the exchange, Veery indeed turned out to be a well-matched opponent. Ding ding clang clang. The faster they fought, the incessant clashing sounds of their weapons reverberated. Clang. Neither Rain nor Veery activated their limit breaker, nor did they use any secret techniques, since this was after all a friendly spar. Minutes later, Veery ran out of stamina, and taking advantage of the opportunity, Rain delivered a shield strike that sent him flying several meters away. Lord Rain, thank you for holding back, Veery said gratefully. Seeing that Veery was ultimately defeated due to fatigue rather than skill, the young men exchanged glances, all thinking that Rain had deliberately gone easy. After all, the power behind Rain's hammer strikes had left a deep impression in their minds. Rain glanced at the system notification. Your skill Rockin axe and shield technique has improved. Experience plus 431. Note: the above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase due to the Junior Extraordinary Understanding exclusive talent. You have experienced a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 38, seeing that his Rockin axe and shield technique had risen to LV4, 453/1000. Rain's eyes sparkled. The progress was nearly halfway to LV4. Not bad. This speed. With the 30% increase from the Junior Extraordinary Understanding exclusive talent, a decent opponent like Veery at this level offered quite a decent amount of experience. After watching Veery and Rain's spirited fight, the nearby young men all seemed eager and itching to have a go. In their eyes, this young Lord Rain was unexpectedly approachable. No arrogance. No swift defeat of Veery using a weapon to point at him with a disdainful expression. Instead, Rain kept feeding him moves, allowing Veery to fight passionately until he was completely exhausted before conceding. Where, indeed, could they find a kind and approachable top-level sparring partner like this? Without waiting for Veery to formally withdraw, several muscular young men quickly started saying, Lord Rain, I'm from. I hope to have an opportunity to learn from you as well. Chris, hold on. Let me be the first to seek Lord Rain's guidance. Another one interjected. Both of you wait, let me. Another said. Seeing the eager forward strides of several people, wishing to spar with him, instantly brought great joy to Rain's heart. It was like planting willows without intending to, only for the willows to provide shade. Don't rush. Line up, one by one. I'll take on all of you, one person at a time. Everyone, don't rush. Take turns. I believe everyone will have a chance, Rain said with a smile. Hearing Rain say this, the crowd calmed down and promptly selected one among them to step forward and seek guidance from Rain first. 10 minutes passed, then the second person. After half an hour, the third person. This one has quite good stamina, more enduring, though still not as good as Rain. 45 minutes later, the fourth person. After a continuous battle against 4 strapping youths, even Rain, with his high constitution of 29 points, felt somewhat tired. However, at that moment, Rock and Axe Shield combat skill successfully advanced to LV5. Suddenly, a flood of memories concerning the training of Axe Shield combat skills poured into Rain's mind. These fragmented Axe Shield combat skill training memories flashed through Rain's mind and quickly integrated into his muscle memory, as if he had been earnestly practicing the Rock and Axe Shield combat skill for over a year. At this time, observing Rain sparring with others, Angus, who was standing to the side, felt incredibly envious and could no longer maintain the composure of a master. He approached Rain, speaking in a deep and resonant voice. "Lord Rain, do you need to rest for a bit?" "Lord Rain, I also admire you quite a bit. I don't know if—" Rain couldn't help but feel greatly amused within. "I've been waiting for you." As he reduced his remaining attribute points from 13 to 12, Rain added a point to Constitution, bringing it back up to 30. At the same time, a warm surge from his heart flushed away Rain's fatigue in an instant. Half an hour later, Rain and Angus were both drenched in sweat, but their eyes were bright and clear. Obviously, both had gained valuable insights from their recent sparring. In the meantime, the red-haired beauty Irina and Vinica had also arrived at the training room together. At first glance, they saw the deep gaze that Rain and Angus shared. For a moment, the two women exchanged looks, their expressions one of astonishment. In these 3 days, Rain had a fulfilling time. During the day, he was in the training room, sparring with others and quickly advancing the level of his Rock and Axe Shield combat skills, while at night, he attended 3 different nobles' dinner parties, accompanied by Jenny and Agatha. Thanks to Rain's connections, the new trading company had long completed its sales tasks for the goods they brought. At the same time, the new trading company had also signed long-term supply or cooperation agreements with shops or trading companies controlled by these nobles. Furthermore, as a representative of the new trading company, Jenny also purchased a residence and a shop to serve as a temporary base for themselves and Mateo. Although the shop's location was not particularly bustling, it already exceeded the targets she had set before her arrival. To the provincial nobles of Minster, Jenny and Agatha, the country noble ladies, were seen as the white gloves of the promising sword-bearer Lord Rain, and were therefore treated with great respect. This helped both women to quickly form bonds with many noble offspring, and business matters gradually got on the right track. 3 days later, Swordholder Minster Branch, Newcomer Buildings Lobby. The young people who had passed the assessment gathered once more, and standing before them was that familiar middle-aged great knight. He laughed as he spoke. "First of all, congratulations to you all for passing the selection of the sword-bearers of the Empire and becoming honorable Imperial Iron Sword-bearers. Additionally, Rain from Meister exhibited excellent performance in the preliminary trials and was the only candidate who defeated an obsidian giant. Therefore, by the resolution of the sword-bearer Minster Branch." As he said this, the middle-aged great knight paused for a moment, surveying the surroundings, and then continued. "Rain Carlin, exempted from the secondary examination, is appointed directly as sword-bearer captain, enjoying the benefits of a bronze sword-bearer." The middle-aged great knight glanced at Rain and the crowd and marveled inwardly. It had been nearly 5 or 6 years since such a scenario had last occurred, right? Admiral Edward's personal endorsement. Such is the treatment of a talent. He passed both preliminary and secondary exams with just a single hammer, and his allowances were also confirmed. Initially, the people who had just passed the examination were silent, as if trying to digest what the middle-aged great knight had said, but then, as if boiling water, the whole place suddenly erupted into excitement. What? Exempt from the secondary exam? He became a captain just like that? Many people's eyes turned red with envy. Rain himself was a little stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected to become a direct admission student. After a good while of whispering among themselves, the middle-aged great knight finally commanded in a steady voice, "Silence. The sword-bearer badges that will be distributed shortly are exclusive to each of you. Please take good care of them," said the middle-aged great knight as he pointed toward the tray that the attendant was holding, covered with a black cloth, and continued speaking. "The badge is not only your proof of being a sword-bearer, but is also the pass for entering the various departments of the sword-bearers. If you wish to exchange for special items in the future, you will also need your badge to check and exchange. Once lost, please report the loss immediately." At this moment, the middle-aged great knight had an attendant distribute the sword-bearer emblems to everyone. Since the back of the emblem had everyone's name, Rain quickly received his own sword-bearer emblem. However, his sword-bearer emblem's color and size were a bit different compared to the others. Rain glanced at his peers and noticed that the emblems, including Vinica's, were made of some kind of dark metal, the size of a gold coin, while his own was larger than a coin and also had a faint yellow metallic luster. Clearly, this must be because he was entitled to the privileges of a bronze-level sword-bearer, as the middle-aged Great Knight had mentioned before. Different levels, different styles of emblems. After everyone had received their emblems, the middle-aged Great Knight continued, "Here, I want to emphasize the meaning of the retest and that not everyone is suitable to participate." Upon hearing the latter part of the Great Knight's words, most of the people present showed puzzled expressions. Members of the Empire's sword-bearers are divided into multiple levels. Just like you are at the Black Iron level, also known as the Reserve, while Rain is at the Bronze level. There are further levels like Silver and Gold, and so on. These are the levels. But within the same level, there are two situations. For instance, even at the Bronze level, there are distinctions between a Bronze-level captain and Bronze-level team members. At this point, a young man who was envious of Rain immediately raised his hand and asked, "Instructor Callum, is Rain a Bronze-level captain or a member?" Even though the middle-aged Great Knight had already stated that Rain was guaranteed the position of sword-bearer captain with Bronze-level privileges, there were still people who were discontented and wanted to confirm again. "Rain is a Bronze-level captain," the Great Knight stated confidently. After a second of silence in the hall, it erupted into noise once again. "I'm so envious. He's fast-tracked." The crowd couldn't help but frequently glance towards Rain, displaying a mix of expressions, with most revealing envy. Rain had gradually become accustomed to people's stares. His face was calm at this moment, and he had just learned that the name of this middle-aged Great Knight was Callum. Callum extended his hands and pressed down twice in midair for silence, then continued. "The difference is that as an ordinary team member, even if you advance to the silver or even gold level, you do not have the authority to form a squad or take on squad missions. The reason is simple. As a team member, even if you are silver or gold level and perhaps very strong in one aspect, if you have a significant weakness, it could easily be exploited by the enemy, leading to your death. For example, if you are an excellent archer but encounter a witchcraft like the fog spell combined with a surprise attack from an enemy, then it would be difficult to defend against. It's different for a captain. A captain signifies someone who has been assessed and recognized by the organization as having very comprehensive abilities, someone who can almost solve problems independently. Therefore, this is why most sword-bearer squads are led by captains who are either formal wizards with defensive power or tough peak knights." Callum paused for a moment, seemingly allowing the crowd to digest his words. Before continuing, "The retest will take place in 1 month, on the first day of the month of 100 flowers. During this month, the organization will provide free training for newcomers. The content of the training will be based on your performance in the preliminary tests, and it will also take into account your personal desires. In this month, you can consider your own position and whether you wish to participate in the retest." Seemingly to highlight the importance of this training opportunity, Callum paused, then reminded, "The 1-month training for newcomers does not require you to spend merit points. However, in the future, if you seek guidance from instructors or masters, it will naturally cost a considerable number of merit points, or even valuable mission evaluation medals." Callum's words instantly made many people look serious. Clearly, most had understood that this 1-month training for the newcomers was essentially a benefit. If they didn't make the most of it to improve themselves within this month, there might not be such a good opportunity later on. Now, does anyone else have questions? Callum swept his gaze around the room. "Instructor Callum, when does our training start?" Veery, who had previously sparred with Rain, raised his hand to ask. "It starts at 2 o'clock this afternoon, right here." Seeming to remember something, Callum added, "Oh, one more thing. If any of you were previously employed in the Empire's functional departments, then your merit points are fully transferable." Regarding the organization's special item exchange catalog, each person can only view item details up to 2 levels above their own authority level. What you just received is Black Iron Authority, so at most, you can check item details up to Silver Authority. "Oh, and Rain can check up to Gold Authority items." Callum smiled as he glanced at Rain, adding another sentence. Once again, several people turned their gazes towards Rain. Rain couldn't help but be startled. He thought to himself, "All right, your favor, instructor, has certainly earned me quite a few enemies. As for the good stuff on the catalog, naturally, there's everything you could want, rare potions, some special ingredients, and even various extraordinary battle techniques and witchcraft. Everything is there. But most exchanges require mission evaluation medals, not just merit points. Regarding this matter, everyone can slowly get to know each other later, Callum said, a slight smile appearing on his face as he caught the eager expressions in the eyes of those around him. Hearing this, Rain nodded slightly. Could he finally check the special item exchange catalog? He had first heard about the Tidestepper being based on the Swordbearer structure during a joint mission with the Empire's South Sea Fleet, and now it seemed not so much an imitation, but an exact replica. Even the names were the same. I currently have bronze-level access, and according to what Colium just said, I can check the details of special item exchanges for gold coin level and below. In a moment, he planned to inquire about the exchange requirements for metal-based witchcraft, but he wondered if gold coin level access would be sufficient to get that information. That was a question. Dismissed. Just as Rain was about to leave, Angus and Viri, among others, came over with smiles and said, "Lord Rain, now that we all have our badges and have become official sword bearers, how about we have a casual meal together in the private dining room on the second floor?" Though Angus was even bigger than Rain and an unmistakable hulk, he was as delicate as could be from his long service in the Imperial Army. For a young man as exceptionally talented as Rain, who was 10 years his junior, Angus didn't miss the opportunity to extend his friendship, especially today. By his side, Viri also smiled and added, "Yes, Lord Rain, join us." After a moment of thought, Rain smiled and nodded, saying, "Sure." Although he had intended to check on the metal-based witchcraft exchange right away, it was almost time for lunch, and the inquiry would probably take a while to complete. Besides, these guys had been sparring with him for 3 days straight. With an implicit suggestion, Angus then said to Rain, "Lord Rain, would you like to invite anyone else?" Upon hearing Angus's words, Rain couldn't help but show a puzzled expression, but following his gaze, he instantly understood. He was referring to Vinica and Evelyn. After some thought, Rain sent out invitations to both women. The 2 women gladly accepted, and soon a group of 8 arrived at the private dining room in the Newcomer Building's restaurant. The restaurant offered great food, which could be paid for with Imperial gold coins or with merit points. But since gold coins were easier to earn and merit points were not that easy to come by, almost no one chose to pay with merit points. After the pleasantries, Angus asked, "Lord Rain, you are the first among us to have team captain privileges. What kind of team members do you intend to select?" To be honest, Rain had thought about this question but had yet to decide. He simply shook his head and responded, "I haven't decided yet. What about you?" Argus was quite strong, ranking in the top 3 of this batch, and getting the sword-bearer team captain privileges after passing the re-examination was practically a given, which was why Rain asked him. "Us? The 5 of us plan to form a squad together when the time comes." Argus laughed as he said this. Upon hearing this, Rain was taken aback. Meanwhile, the 2 women beside him, Vinica and Evelyn, also paused their eating, and suddenly, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes turned towards the big, burly young men. Shock, confusion, and incomprehension were evident in those beautiful eyes. A squad led by a great knight with 4 peak knights? What kind of odd squad was this? Rain couldn't help but mutter softly, "This is purely a meat cleaver team." "HM? Lord Rain, what did you say?" Viri asked in confusion. "Oh, I said I plan to invite these 2 lovely ladies here to join my team," he clarified. This caused Vinica and Evelyn to turn their heads towards Rain immediately. "Of course, it's my honor, Lord Rain," the red-headed beauty Evelyn immediately stated with a beaming smile. Almost at the same time, Vinica nodded, her bouncing twin ponytails expressing her eagerness to join. In fact, Rain had also thought about inviting the 2 women to join the squad that was about to be formed. Because for him, he could serve as the entire squad's spear, shield, or even as the master archer. Put simply, with his Weapon Master, Legendary, class panel, he could take on any role that involved physical attacks in the squad. So, the best matches for him would naturally be 3rd-level wizard apprentices, who could make up for his lack of witchcraft capabilities. And Vinica, being a water-based wizard specializing in bird transformations, was naturally no issue. Even though Evelyn was dual-trained, her senior knight abilities didn't count for much among the sword-bearers. Her success in the Obsidian Giant test relied mainly on her fire-based witchcraft, flame acceleration, making her more of a wizard apprentice. This time, Angus and the others were stunned, staring at Rain with wide eyes. "TSK, being strong really does have its perks. Rain was planning to embrace both work and pleasure, and the fact that both attractive and capable girls had agreed. This envy is inevitable. Suddenly, they felt a sense of loss, because they realized their brusque squad couldn't compare to Rain's. Moreover, he had not just one, but two types of allure. Lord Rain, are you going to have just 3 people in your squad? A recovered Veery couldn't help but ask. Are there any restrictions or requirements on the number of people in a squad? Rain was truly unfamiliar with this aspect, and according to what Callum had said, the general knowledge courses wouldn't start until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Lord Rain hasn't looked into it yet? Then let me give a brief introduction. Veery and Angus exchanged glances before Angus spoke. Typically, sword-bearer squads consist of 3 to 5 members. This number has been tried and tested. Having more members reduces the number of medals of task evaluation and merit points each person receives, and having too few compromises the squad's combat effectiveness. Moreover, the tasks a squad can take on depends on the captain's authority. The higher the authority of the captain, the more tasks they can undertake. Plus, the promotion system is based on the rule of 3s. Just like you, Lord Rain, are a bronze level captain currently, you'll be able to advance to the silver level once you've earned 3 bronze medals, thus allowing you to take on silver level tasks. And so on. Angus's explanation was quite detailed, and Rain nodded repeatedly as he listened. After lunch, Rain returned to his room to tidy up a bit before heading to the item exchange hall. The newcomer building that Rain had been staying in these past few days was located to the left of the imposing building that one saw right at the entrance of the Swordbearers branch. Since one couldn't move around freely within the Swordbearers branch without a badge, this was the first time Rain walked towards the inside of the branch. This time, after the guards checked Rain's badge, they promptly let him pass. Rain first passed through a long white corridor, and at the end of the corridor, an arrow-shaped sign appeared before him, indicating 3 directions. Straight ahead was the task hall, left turn for the training field and restrooms, and right turn for the item exchange hall. Following the signs, Rain turned right and walked a bit further, arriving for the first time at the Swordbearers branch's special item exchange hall. This was a separate 3-story building with a facade of white striped stone blocks that matched the architectural style and colors of the entire branch, majestic and grand. After entering, Rain discovered that the ceiling was over 6 meters high, seemingly with the first and second floors combined, very spacious, similar to the certification halls from his previous life. Inside, 4 or 5 uniformed young girls were at the counters, assisting many people with their item exchanges. However, seemingly out of a need for confidentiality, each counter had a partition and served only one person at a time, and anyone else who needed assistance had to wait on seats 10 meters back for a while. It wasn't long before it was Rain's turn. Once he stepped inside the partition, Rain noticed a black slab on the table about 30 to 40 centimeters square continuously emitting witchcraft luminescence. It seemed to have a specific sorcery pattern fixed into it. The young girl stood up, bowed, and said, "Hello, may I know how I can assist you, sir?" "I would like to inquire about metal sorcery," replied Rain. "Of course, sir. Could you please present your badge?" Rain nodded and handed over his freshly minted bronze badge. The girl took a glance at it, placed the badge into a specially designed recess, and soon white text appeared on the black slab in front of Rain. Rain raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised by the magical effect. A stone tablet display? Could it be a touchscreen too? Lord Rain, you currently have bronze level access, which allows you to view the catalog of items exchangeable up to the gold level. Did you just mention metal sorcery that you wish to look up? All right, please wait a moment, said the girl as she quickly flipped through a thick catalog. After a short while, the girl's eyes brightened as she spoke. "Sir, I found it. The metal sorcery available to you within the gold level and below is only one kind, named the metal morphing spell." Rain lifted his eyebrows in pleasant surprise. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Could you show me the related information? Like the sorcery description and the exchange cost, etc." "Certainly, Lord Rain. I have now displayed the effects of the metal morphing spell on the wisdom stone tablet for you to see." After the girl spoke, lines of white text suddenly updated on the black stone tablet in front of Rain. Metal morphing spell, a first-level witchcraft that consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, altering the shape of metal the caster touches using a specific witchcraft model. Exchange price, 1 gold medal plus 5,500 merit points. Source, provided by the Bishu Construct School. Rain looked at the text thoughtfully without saying a word. Metal morphing spell, huh? If one could control the transformation of metal, wouldn't that mean one could turn a warhammer into a greatsword or even a battle bow? After a moment of contemplation, Rain couldn't help feeling elated. Based on the description of this transformation magic, once he learned it, it meant he would no longer need to carry multiple weapons. After all, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, and it was impossible to use a dual-handed greatsword and a 2-handed warhammer along with other weapons all at once. During battle, carrying only one weapon, such as the heaviest 2-handed warhammer, would suffice. Carrying only the weight of one weapon, in total, would effectively have the overall burden, if not more. Thus, his stamina expenditure would be significantly reduced, and more importantly, there would be a notable increase in his speed. Overall, the implications were tremendous. However, something occurred to Rain, and his expression changed suddenly. "May I see the sorcery scroll of this metal morphing spell?" he asked. "I'm sorry, my lord, but according to the rules, it's forbidden," the young girl said apologetically. Rain nodded. He had just thought of another problem. From a blacksmithing perspective, the crafting processes for edged and blunt weapons are different. One of the most significant differences is that edged weapons generally have to be quenched multiple times to strengthen the surface. The manufacturing process for blunt weapons, however, is different. So, in that case, even if Witchcraft's metal morphing spell could transform a warhammer into a greatsword, would the sharpness of the greatsword be affected? Looking at it this way, perhaps he would have to find some special metal in the future that did not require the quenching process, so that he could switch between blunt and sharp weapons. However, the specifics would only become clear after he acquired the Witchcraft. The exchange price is 1 golden medal plus 5,500 merit points. Right. Could you help me check how many merit points I have now? Asked Rain again. Because Rain had heard from Callum in the morning that if one had previously served in an official department, the merit points would be transferable, and fortunately, this was always true for Rain. "Of course, please wait a moment," she said. Soon the young girl reported a number, 2,736 points. Huh? Rain was taken aback. The number was much higher than he had anticipated. "My lord, you have a record of collaborative combat with the Imperial Navy recently, which includes 2 deposits of merit points," the girl offered, seeing the puzzlement in Rain's heart. Rain nodded. Indeed, the Imperial Navy was reliable, but it's possible that most of the credit goes to Major Marika. "Thank you. I have no further questions." "You are welcome, my lord," the girl said, rising again to bow as she saw Rain off. Checking the time, Rain headed for the newcomer building's hall. He was short on merit points, but the bigger problem was the mission evaluation medals. He would have to find time in the next few days to go to the mission hall to see if he should take on a few bronze-level missions first. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Swordholder Mingster Branch, Newcomer Building Hall. Rain found that in addition to Callum, there were 6 or 7 middle-aged people with steady auras who had come to the hall that afternoon. Some wore knight armor, some held short staves and wore wizard robes, and others were dressed as archers, etc. Even with Rain's spiritual power, he couldn't judge the strength of these individuals at the moment, but clearly, they were to be their mentors for the special training, each boasting considerable might. When everyone had arrived, Callum looked around and said, "When your name is called, step forward." Firstly, the individuals under the instruction of Minter Kerman, Rain, Jonas. Upon hearing his name, Rain immediately stepped out from the crowd and, directed by an attendant, approached a robust man in knightplate mail who was carrying a 2-handed warhammer. The warhammer-wielding man was looking through a stack of papers, carefully scrutinizing them, and the first one seemed to be Rain's report. With a puzzled look, he raised his head to size up Rain and asked, "You are Rain?" "Yes, Minter Kerman," Rain nodded and said. Your report states that you were rated excellent in all aspects during your preliminary trial assessment. None of the 5 examiners offered any suggestions on which areas you needed to improve, which makes it difficult for me to judge," Kerman stated earnestly. "So, I need to spar with you, and then we'll see which area you might need to enhance further," Kerman suggested seriously. So that was it. The request seemed reasonable. Immediately, Rain nodded straightforwardly and said, "Of course." The bystanders, seeing Rain being called over by Instructor Kerman, had long been all ears. Now, hearing that the instructor wanted to spar with Rain, they were immediately excited. At the moment, Rain, who was about to follow Kerman, heard a voice coming from nearby. It seemed to be another instructor's evaluation of Evelyn, who was holding some documents and reading softly. Evelyn Norman, below average in strength, average in speed, above average in fire witchcraft, average in night combat skill, average in combat reaction, and above average in combat decision-making. The examiner's evaluation and recommendation for you is that you have certain independent combat capabilities and are suggested to serve as an attacker in a sword-bearer squad, with an overall potential assessed as average. Of course, this is merely based on your performance during the preliminary assessment. The organization fully respects each individual's will. The relevant training content and recommended mentors are as follows. Rain immediately understood. This was what a normal evaluation report looked like. His own report, on the other hand, was an exception. As Rain followed Kerman into a small training room, the hall's newcomers looked disappointed. They went into a small room? There went their chance for a feast for the eyes. Some were looking forward to Rain being properly dealt with by Instructor Kerman. Now, they were still tiptoeing and peering into the training room, but unfortunately, the door was closed. Inside the small training room, Rain and Kerman stood in the center of the area. Only now did Rain have the chance to take a good look at Kerman, the Warhammer instructor. The man's skin was somewhat brown, whether from being tanned or it was his natural skin tone weren't clear, and his body was incredibly muscular, a physique that looked as tough as a lump of iron. He was half a head taller than Rain, standing at around 2 meters and a bit. Another thing was the two-handed Warhammer he carried on his back, approximately 1.5 meters in length, silvery gray, and appearing not to be made from a single metal but rather a mix, clearly quite heavy at first glance. I heard 2 days ago that someone in this batch's preliminary assessments knocked down an obsidian giant with a single hammer strike. Today, I've finally met the person, Kerman said with a grin. In the upcoming bout, I'll gradually increase my strength and speed, whereas you, Rain, should go all out without worrying about injuring me. You managed to defeat an obsidian giant, so in my eyes, you're already on par with me. I won't take you lightly, Kerman said with a serious expression. All right, then I'll be counting on Instructor Kerman's guidance, Rain said, bowing slightly. The next second, swoosh. The two figures both dashed and collided rapidly. Clang. As their warhammers crossed for the first time, an ear-piercing clashing of metal sounded. Rain's hands immediately felt numb. From this exchange, Rain had gauged the strength of Instructor Kerman, who was most likely a peak knight. Although this was just a test, Rain didn't intend to go easy nor cheat. Instead, with a determined look in his eyes, he chose to take this seriously to accurately determine his deficiencies and facilitate future improvement. Clang. Clang. Soon, Rain found that the following second was stronger than the first, and as soon as the second concluded, the third followed swiftly. Kerman's Warhammer attacks were relentless. Moreover, just like he said at the beginning, the strength and speed of each of Kerman's strikes were increasing with each. This put a considerable pressure on Rain. He quickly reached the limit of his physical condition. Breakthrough. As Rain activated his breakthrough, his speed and strength surged, but Kerman's response was incredibly fast, and after another clash, he also immediately increased his power and speed to match Rain's activated state. Thus, the fight went back to the previous state, and Kerman continued to increment the strength and speed of each hit. This made Rain's eyes narrow. Such formidable strength. Before the fight, Kerman had told Rain not to hold back, so it wasn't long before Rain activated his talent intermediate giant force. Huge strength. As Rain's muscles bulged and swelled, he suddenly stood half a head taller than Kerman, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared on Kerman's emotionless face. Clang. For the first time, Rain forced Kerman to retreat several steps. In an instant, Kerman's figure also ballooned, and he solidly caught the second strike that followed closely from Rain. This was the first time Rain encountered someone who could withstand his full power attack head-on. Clang. Clang. The sound of their collision was deafening. Even in the hall, the sound of their weapons clashing was clearly audible, and many turned their heads in regret, as if to say it was a pity that they couldn't witness the exchange between Rain and Instructor Kerman. Suddenly, a sound akin to a buzzing bee rang out from the training room, followed by a thunderous boom. This caused several instructors to show surprise on their faces. Had they resorted to secret techniques already? Is this newcomer really that strong? Kerman might have met his match this time. Could Kerman have been defeated by the newcomer? That would be embarrassing. At that moment, the door to the small training room suddenly opened. Though Kerman and Rain were both drenched in sweat, they emerged with smiles on their faces. Moreover, a few observant instructors noticed that Kerman, who had his hands behind his back, seemed to have them still trembling slightly. This inevitably brought a faint smile to their faces. Kiki. This is a case of the brash encountering someone even brasher. In the recent battle, Rain had not opted for adding points to replenish his energy. Otherwise, even Kerman, the Peak Knight, would have eventually been worn down to exhaustion by Rain's persistence. Rain was very clear about the purpose of this battle. It was for Kerman to provide advice and suggestions from the perspective of an instructor, not to achieve victory by unfair means. Although Rain didn't win, he felt that this fight had been more engrossing and exhilarating than when he defeated the obsidian giant with a single hammer. At the same time, the experience points awarded by the system were not insignificant. Your skill, tackle hammer technique, has gained improvement, experience plus 671. Note: the above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase due to the exclusive talent, Elementary Extraordinary Understanding. You have been through a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary, experience plus 198. After the two returned to the hall, Kerman said, Rain, I understand your situation now. Let me share my advice with you. In terms of combat skills with the hammer skill, it can be said that you are not much different from me, and there is little I can teach you. If you wish to further improve your hammer skill, you will need to ponder on your own and, on the other hand, seek out a master who specializes in hammer skill. It's hard to imagine that at your age, you have managed to master the hammer skill to such an extent. Here, Kerman hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, it seems that the development of your physical attributes in some areas is still weak. Given your strength talent, you can be stronger, which I assume is due to both your breathing technique not being very advanced and your lack of years in practicing it. Rain looked at Kerman in surprise, silently praising the sword-bearer instructors for their discernment. This also confirmed what Angus had mentioned during lunch. The sword-bearer instructors were not the strongest group in the division, but most of them had rich teaching experience. Himself having practiced his breathing technique for less than a year in total, compared to the other knights who began at the age of 10, that was a difference of around 7 or 8 years. And the development of the body through the breathing technique was not something that could be achieved overnight. It was the result of cumulative effort over time. Hence the current situation. Otherwise, with his level 14 giant bear breathing technique, if the attributes were not enhanced by adding points but through normal practice, his attributes would be even stronger. However, for others, this would seem like a big problem. But not for himself. This was something he could compensate for. After all, he still had as many as 12 unused attribute points left. For this, my recommendation is to use certain specific drugs during regular training to enhance yourself. And secondly, you need to undergo physical conditioning training. Kerman quickly put forward his suggestion. Specific drugs? Like refined Kuroki oil and the like? Rain couldn't help but ask. Kerman immediately shook his head, but then seemed to make a connection and looked at Rain with bright eyes, saying, You're practicing the giant bear breathing technique? No wonder it felt familiar to me just now. However, after taking a closer look at Rain again, Kerman said, No, that's not right. It must have been modified. What a pity. The giant bear breathing technique you practice is merely a routine technique in terms of quality, and even though it has been modified, it just barely reaches an excellent level. It definitely won't match some of the superior breathing techniques in terms of developing your body's potential. It's such a waste of your great talent, Kerman observed, shaking his head slightly. Rain did not argue when he heard Kerman put it that way. Instead, he silently thought to himself that he could add points, so it wasn't a waste. Besides, another question occurred to him. Right, why not change the breathing technique? After thinking it over, Rain still decided to ask, Instructor Kerman, is it not possible to switch to a different breathing technique? Kerman looked at Rain with a strange expression, as if to say, How could you ask such a question? But Kerman didn't keep him in suspense, quickly explaining, Given that you've practiced your giant bear breathing technique from beginner to proficient level, it must have taken many years. Switching to a higher level breathing technique means starting from scratch, letting your body readjust to this change. During the long adjustment period of several years, the development of your physical abilities would almost come to a halt, and there's a high likelihood that your strength would remain stagnant. Upon hearing this, Rain understood Kerman's point. Normally, a knight adjusting their breathing technique is a lengthy process, and even with a high-level technique at hand, starting over would take a lot of time and effort. Therefore, Under normal circumstances, if the quality of a breathing technique is only one level lower, few knights would choose to make the change. However, this might not apply to him. His own giant bear breathing technique had been practiced for just 1 year at most, right? More importantly, due to the system's integration function, which would merge similar combat skills together and improve them, it was like the previous basic archery and blood fury archery. That is to say, not only does he not face a lengthy adjustment period for the breathing technique, but he could also quickly master the improved high-level breathing technique. With that said, it seems I can check out the exchange hall next time to see the conditions for exchanging advanced breathing techniques. Of course, this is his secret alone. So after listening to Kerman's explanation, Rain just nodded his head and didn't ask any further questions. Seeing that Rain remained silent, Kerman thought that Rain might be feeling somewhat downhearted. Your improved giant bear breathing technique isn't bad and should suffice, but there are other ways to enhance combat power aside from advanced breathing methods, encouraged Kerman as he patted Rain's shoulder. Rain, think about it from another angle. If you have enough strength, enough speed. With one hammer strike, who could resist? Kerman made a hammer-swinging gesture with his right hand and spoke spiritedly. Rain nodded and began to smile as well. Indeed, ferocious beasts possess formidable combat power because either their strength is immense or their speed is swift. It's not as if ferocious beasts practice breathing techniques. That's why I just mentioned that I suggest you take potions in your next phase of training. For example, a potent strength potion, an auxiliary potion for a great knight's training, which will gradually improve the user's strength over the half-month after consumption. The extent of the increase varies from person to person, usually about 5 to 10%. Besides that, there are also potent agility potions, potent constitution potions, and so on. Of course, after taking these potions, you'll need to wait a certain period before you can take them again, and their effectiveness will decrease as your body builds up a tolerance, Kerman reminded. Potent strength potion? Rain couldn't help but think back to the potion list he saw at the Meister's military supply shop, which included strength potions with similar effects, but only effective for knights. This potent strength potion is effective even for a great knight, making it naturally more precious. Thank you for the guidance, Instructor Kerman, Rain said, bowing slightly. At this moment, Kerman glanced around and whispered to Rain, "By the way, right next to our Sword Bearers branch is the Minster Province branch of the Royal Alchemist Association. If you have an acquaintance, you could directly use gold coins to purchase from them, so you don't need to spend merit points in the exchange hall." Rain raised an eyebrow and looked at Kerman in surprise. "Nice one. Instructor, are you sure you should be saying this?" Seeming to understand Rain's gaze, Kerman coughed once and said solemnly, "Cough. It's a well-known secret, and there's no harm in taking advantage of a loophole." "Thank you, Instructor," Rain said sincerely. Who would have thought that Instructor Kerman, tough as a brute bull, would be so delicately thoughtful? Whoever said, well-built, simple-minded? Clearly, it should be well-built, also well-minded. Moreover, the Minster Province branch of the Royal Alchemist Association? That's the gathering place for most of the potion masters in the entire Minster Province. Is it possible that I might find my subsequent class, Deadly Poison Master, there? As Rain's mind wandered, Kerman pointed at the great sword on Rain's back and said, Right, Rain, let me remind you, if you choose the dual-handed greatsword as a secondary weapon, I personally think it's not suitable. It's too heavy and will significantly reduce your movement speed. Rain, what other weapons are you good at?" This. Rain looked at Kerman, unsure of how to respond for a moment. After all, he's proficient with quite a few weapons. However, he quickly thought of a topic to divert the conversation. Kerman had just mentioned potions but not the second point about physical conditioning training. By the way, Instructor Kerman, what did you mean by physical conditioning training just now? Indeed, I forgot to tell you about it. Actually, your general knowledge classes starting from tomorrow will also cover this subject. For example, the Rapid Waters Room, the Quicksand Hall, the Mud Swamp Room, and so on, are all places where you can undergo physical conditioning training. I suggest you start with the Rapid Waters Room and progress gradually. Rapid Waters Room, Quicksand Hall, Mud Swamp Room. I recognize each word, but together, why does it sound a bit confusing? Haha, these three places all use witchcraft to conduct strength training. The Rapid Waters Room involves improving physical constitution by resisting the impact of rushing water. Specifically, Rain, you can try it yourself first. However, Training in these places will consume merit points, Kerman said with a smile. Merit points again? At this thought, Rain suddenly felt that his 2,736 merit points were probably not going to last very long. After the afternoon classes ended, it was already late, and Rain decided to visit the exchange hall the next day. Although in the end, Marcus meant that for this special training, Rain could decide whether or not to participate. But Rain thought it over and felt it was necessary to attend. For instance, today he had learned a lot. Returning to his room in the evening, Rain thought deeply to himself. Tomorrow I need to visit the exchange hall again, to check the exchange price for the potent strength potion and other potions Marcus mentioned. Also, I need to learn about the cost for the rapid waters room. Suddenly, Rain remembered something even more important. Previously, he had thought about joining the Empire's sword bearers and then looking for witchcraft related to metals. But the problem was, he had not yet been promoted to a full wizard. Almost forgot. Tomorrow, I need to check the exchange conditions for the vaporizing agent and the defensive models of first-tier witchcraft. They must be of the fire element. After all, metal morphing spell sounds like it's not a defensive type of witchcraft. Rain still remembered that Naya, who had magician's bloodline, had once tested his elemental affinity for him. His affinity for the fire element was 71, and for the metal element, it was 72. Clearly, these two types of witchcraft were his first choices. However, just thinking about all the things he needed to exchange made Rain frown. There were too many good things he wanted, but not enough money to spend. No, I must go to the mission hall tomorrow. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure, with emphasis on the former. The next morning, the special training scheduled was a general knowledge class. However, what Rain had not expected was that the instructor for their first general knowledge class turned out to be the incredibly strong Marcus. This once again proved that individuals with well-developed limbs also had complex minds. Today, I'll tell you all why most of the Empire's special units operate in small teams for tasks, Marcus's robust voice echoed in the hall. This is partly due to historical origins, and of course, there are also practical combat considerations. In ancient times, humans centered around transcendent individuals to form hunting teams to hunt beasts. For example, the most common transcendent individuals within the Empire Knights often have multiple knight attendants around one formal knight to form a combat team, forming the foundation of the Empire's security. Previously, Rain had wondered why the sword bearers adopted the team format. After listening to Marcus's explanation, Rain's speculation was confirmed. The sword bearers' teams were essentially assisting each member, with the team leader as the core of combat and defense. This model was very similar to the Empire's oldest model of building a combat core around knights. Thus, it had evolved slowly. Next, I'll talk about some common knowledge regarding task acceptance. Each person can only accept tasks one level above or below their own rank. For you, at the Black Iron rank, the highest you can accept are bronze tasks, and when you reach the silver rank, you can accept tasks at the gold, silver, and bronze levels. But note that accepting tasks below your own rank will result in a discounted reward. On the other hand, accepting tasks above your own rank, if completed, will yield extra rewards. However, if you fail, a certain number of merit points will be deducted, continued Marcus. Oh, Rain raised an eyebrow and listened intently. He was just planning to walk around the mission hall today, and here Marcus began discussing related topics. The internal task levels of sword bearers start from bronze. Tasks can be categorized into designated tasks and non-designated tasks. Designated tasks offer rich rewards. The promotion rule is the 3-tier system. If you are at the bronze level, then earning 3 bronze medals will promote you to the silver level, and so on. Team tasks can only be accepted by the team leader, a fact already known to you all. Task evaluation medals, when exchanged, can be split but cannot be upgraded. That is, for example, a gold medal can be exchanged for 3 silver medals, but not the other way around. Rain nodded repeatedly. As the only newcomer currently able to accept tasks, he listened very carefully. Not exchangeable upwards? Right. Otherwise, the experts would merely farm lower-tier tasks and then exchange for higher-tier medals, causing the higher-tier tasks to lack participants, while the newcomers would have no tasks available at all. Finally, let me talk about loans. Marcus drank some water before continuing. Loans? The listeners all appeared startled. Rain was no exception. You've just joined the sword bearers, and some who weren't previously employed in any Imperial functional department probably don't have any merit points, but many trainings, facilities, and potions, etc., within the division use merit points. The organization has considered this situation and has arranged for loan measures. Depending on your potential and effort, you can consume in advance and then return the borrowed merit points over a set period through completing tasks. So, it could work like this? Rain's eyes widened. Then, based on his potential, loaning to purchase defensive first-tier witchcraft, metal morphing spells, vaporizing agents, and potent strength potions. Shouldn't be too much, right? Any other questions? Instructor Kerman glanced at the time, intending to end the class. And instructor, you mentioned a loan earlier. Which department should we go to if we wanted to apply for one? A young man asked, raising his hand. His question reflected the concerns of many. After all, even those previously employed in the imperial administrative departments might not have accumulated many merit points. Money is always tight, isn't it? The place is on the first floor of the administrative building in the Empowerment Enhancement Department. As for the specific amounts, they vary according to each individual's potential and situation. You can go there and inquire. Okay, thank you, instructor. Empowerment Enhancement Department? The name sounded quite appealing. Just wondered if the interest rates were high. Rain thought to himself. However, after Kerman's first general knowledge class, Rain did not immediately head to the so-called Empowerment Enhancement Department, essentially the loan department. Instead, he returned to the Sword Bearers Branch's exchange hall. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? A charming female clerk greeted Rain as he approached, getting up and bowing. Please check the price of a potent strength potion for me. This time, having learned from experience, Rain handed over his bronze badge even before the young lady could say anything. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The female clerk respectfully took it with both hands. I found it, sir. The exchange price is 150 merit points. The girl quickly flipped through a thick book and crisply reported. What about the potent constitution potion and the potent agility potion? Please wait a moment. I'll check for you right now. I found them, sir. Please look at the wisdom tablet. Since Rain inquired about several items, the girl displayed the relevant information directly on the black stone tablet in front of him. On the black stone tablet appeared several lines of small white text: potent constitution potion, a training aid potion, which after consumption for half a month will enhance the consumer's constitution to some extent, varying by individual, generally about 10%. Exchange price, 180 merit points per bottle. Note: produced by the Royal Alchemist Association's Minster Province branch, guaranteed high quality. Potent agility potion, a training aid potion, which after consumption for half a month will enhance the consumer's agility to some extent, varying by individual, generally about 10%. Exchange price, 160 merit points per bottle. Note: produced by the Royal Alchemist Association's Minster Province branch, guaranteed high quality. Guaranteed high quality, huh? But the prices are really not cheap. Sir, which one would you like to exchange? The girl asked. Not in a rush, by the way. I wanted to ask, how much is the fee for using the torrent room? Rain waved his hand, asking further. This time he mainly came to check the prices, not necessarily to exchange urgently, since he believed in spending his merit points wisely, and they weren't just blown in by the wind. Are you referring to the torrent room used for training? It is charged by the hour, and you should check with the training area's torrent room for specific fees, but according to past rules. The torrent room usage fee is 5 merit points per hour, and the fee for the advanced torrent room is 15 merit points per hour. The girl looked up the information on a nearby piece of paper, answering Rain's question enthusiastically. After all, this information was common knowledge within the Sword Bearers branch, and the relevant rules were easy to find. Thank you. Also, I wanted to ask about the price for exchanging a mist compound? Rain nodded. Huh? Sir, are you asking about the mist compound? The girl looked at Rain with some surprise in her wide eyes. From his stature and build, this young sir was clearly a powerful knight, hardly the sort to look like a wizard apprentice aiming for promotion. Through frequent exposure, the girl certainly knew what the mist compound was used for. Yes. All right, sir. The girl smiled sweetly. Sir, the exchange price is 1 golden medal plus 2,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Rain immediately furrowed his brows. Really expensive. What about the fire type, defensive level 1 witchcraft? According to your credentials, I found 2 items, sir. Please look at the wisdom tablet. After saying this, the information refreshed on the black stone tablet in front of Rain, with several more lines of white text. Resistance fire ring. Level 1 witchcraft. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power. Uses a specific witchcraft model to manipulate surrounding fire energy particles, enshrouding the caster in a fiery ring. When attacked, the ring ejects flames outward, knocking back enemies. Exchange price: 2 golden medals plus 4,500 merit points. Source: provided by the Seth School. Flame shield. Level 1 witchcraft. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power. Uses a specific witchcraft model to manipulate surrounding fire energy particles, encircling the caster with 3 constantly spinning flame shields. The flame shield provides good defense against both physical and energy attacks. Exchange price: 2 golden medals plus 4,000 merit points. Source: provided by the Charles School. Rain carefully reviewed the 2 items listed. However, his current focus was on the exchange prices. Yes, they were mostly the same price. He couldn't escape the 2 golden medals. So, including the mist compound, that would require at least 3 golden medals. If he also factored in the metal morphing spell he had always wanted, that would make 4 golden medals. The key issue was that he didn't even have a single bronze medal yet. Moreover, this was without considering the need for a large number of merit points when making exchanges. Clearly, this was not an amount that could be achieved in the short term unless he took out a loan. Okay, thank you. At your service, my lord, the young female clerk said as she rose and bowed again. Rain did not exchange anything and quickly stood up and left. A few minutes later, he arrived at the administrative building. If he could secure a loan for enough medals and merit points, Rain naturally opted to first enhance his strength through a loan. As far as the interest was concerned, he could accept it as long as it wasn't too exaggerated. The empowerment department was located on the first floor of the administrative building, easy to find. Rain quickly found his destination, the office of the empowerment department, as indicated by the door plate. However, when Rain arrived, he found the door open, with voices faintly audible inside. As he entered the room, Rain saw that there were already several newcomers from this batch of sword-bearers inquiring inside, including 2 figures he knew well. Upon hearing footsteps from behind, a few people couldn't help but turn their heads to look. "Oh, Rain, what brings you?" The redhead Evelyn exclaimed in surprise when she saw Rain at the door. Evelyn and Rain were old friends. She naturally knew that Rain had been employed in an imperial department before and shouldn't be lacking in merit points in the near future. "Lord Rain, what brings you here?" Viri, who was inquiring at the time, quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. The other newcomers also stood up, smiling broadly. After all, the impression Rain had left on these newcomers was too profound. The elegance of that hammer strike still lingered in their minds, indelible. Rain nodded to them and smiled slightly. He hadn't really expected Evelyn and Viri to be here as well. "Lord Rain, why don't you go first?" Viri said enthusiastically, always admiring Rain's strength despite his young age. The other newcomers naturally had no objections. This put the freckled young female clerk who was processing Viri's inquiry on edge. She didn't understand why this considerably younger-looking youth would command such respect from several sword-bearers. Rain waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need, just follow the regular queue." "Come on, Lord Rain, please, after you," Viri said as he made room, still smiling. The other people also stepped aside at once. This, faced with smiling faces. "All right then." A certain quote from a celebrity in Rain's previous life suddenly came to mind. Before you're famous, you're surrounded by all sorts of people. Those who are manipulative, those who mock you, those who play dirty. But once you're famous, suddenly everyone around you is nice, every face brimming with smiles. "Thank you. Then I'll accept the offer," Rain said, bowing slightly. Once Rain was seated, he inquired, "Hello, I would like to inquire about a loan." "Of course you can, my lo. Lord, please take a seat." The freckled girl stammered a bit, clearly nervous. "Could you please show your badge?" "Sure." After Rain handed over his bronze badge, the freckled girl took it with both hands, her face showing surprise. A bronze badge? However, she merely flinched and then immediately started checking. "Oh." The freckled girl seemed to find something surprising, her face showing astonishment. "My lo. Lord, please wait a moment. Your loan limit is too high and requires approval from my superior." "Huh?" Hearing the words of the freckled girl, the others couldn't help but look over, expressions of curiosity and astonishment on their faces. Although the others had not handled any loan transactions yet, the redhead Evelyn had just done so, with a limit of 1,000. Moreover, it was the same freckled girl before him who had processed everything, without any issue like Rain's occurring. Huh? What's my limit? Seeing the surprised expression on the freckled girl, Rain couldn't help but ask curiously. Lord, your limit is a full 10,000 merit points. The freckled girl managed to calm herself down somewhat and crisply reported the figure. A collective gasp of surprise filled the room. Especially Evelyn, who had already completed her transaction, now covered her mouth with her small hand, her face showing shock. She had just processed hers and thought it was a large amount. Now, comparing her limit to Rain's, this was truly. Evelyn instantly felt that her own limit of 1,000 was no longer appealing. Rain immediately raised an eyebrow, impressed by the limit. With this 10,000 limit, he could exchange for all the items he needed. It was more than enough. It seemed Kerman hadn't been speaking nonsense that morning. It really depended on potential, or rather, the limits were probably set based on a person's later repayment capabilities. After all, great potential, strong abilities, meant stronger capabilities to earn merit points in the future. Lord Rain, I will now go to ask Deputy Minister Melanie to come over. Please wait for a moment, the freckled girl clerk respectfully asked. Yes, Rain nodded. The freckled girl clerk started pacing away quickly with short steps, and soon, a smart-looking woman walked in. This must be Lord Rain. Indeed, a promising young man. I am Melanie Clinton, the Deputy Secretary of the Promotion Department. Lord Rain, greetings, the young woman said with great courtesy. Greetings, Madam Melanie. Rain stood up and said, Lord Rain, are you looking to withdraw the entire amount? Yes. While they were speaking, Rain suddenly thought of something and immediately said, Wait, I have another question. Madam Melanie, is this loan strictly for merit points and does not include task evaluation medals? Of course, task evaluation medals still need to be obtained by completing tasks, Melanie nodded and confirmed. This made Rain frown slightly, and his expression changed. The loan was essentially meaningless to him then. He had just visited the exchange hall, and whether it was for the vaporization reagent or witchcraft, the major, or rather key part of the exchange relied on the gold medals. The remaining potion exchanges, actually, the more than 2,000 merit points he had on hand were sufficient for the short term. And as he slowly completed tasks in the later stages, he believed that merit points would rapidly accumulate in his account. Perhaps sensing Rain's displeasure, Melanie tactfully asked, Lord Rain, are you in a hurry to exchange for some items? Rain hesitated, then nodded slightly. Seeing this, Melanie smiled and said, Lord Rain, since you are already a bronze sword bearer, the loan conditions are not quite the same as for a typical newcomer. If it's convenient for you, could you come to my office to talk about it? Rain raised an eyebrow. Could there be some room for maneuvering here? After thinking it over, Rain nodded and followed the lovely young woman Melanie out of the office. The other newcomers watched Rain's departing figure longingly, while a big question mark popped up in their minds. Could a bronze sword bearer now get a loan with task evaluation medals? When Rain arrived at the adjacent office of the Deputy Secretary, Melanie began to explain, Lord Rain, as the captain of the bronze sword bearer team, you can take a consumption loan, which is a different type of loan from the newcomer loan, she said. Oh, Madam Melanie, please explain the rules of the consumption loan. Yes, Lord Rain, with the consumption loan, you merely need to pay 1/3 of the price of an item to use it in advance, and then pay it back within the set time, she replied. 1/3 down payment? It was somewhat reminiscent of a mortgage. Rain mused to himself. But soon, another question occurred to him. 1/3? I can understand 1/3 of the merit points, but how do you calculate 1/3 of a medal? For instance, if you need 3 silver medals, you would have to pay 1 in advance. But if an item only requires 1 or 2 silver medals, since the regulations do not allow for partial loans, you will still need to pay 1 silver medal and 1/3 of the merit points, she explained. In such cases, we generally recommend you bundle several items that you want to exchange together, such as waiting until you have 3 silver medals, and then packaging them for a loan. Rain nodded. He understood, and this was truly not bad. That meant he only needed to earn 1 gold medal to be able to take out the vaporization reagent and the first-level fire-related witchcraft for defense. Wait, he also really wanted the metal morphing spell. Madam Melanie, is 1/3 the minimum required? Can it be 1/4? Rain ventured to ask. 1/4 is the privilege of the silver rank, that's... Melanie showed a look of difficulty. However, at once, She remembered the conspicuous red special in the overall evaluation she had just reviewed in the young man's profile, and immediately amended her response. Okay, Lord Rain, then you can pay 1/4. Rain's face lit up with joy. That meant he only needed to obtain 1 gold medal and 1/4 of the merit points to take possession of the aforementioned 3 items in advance. By the way, Lord Rain, if you don't mind me asking, what are you planning to exchange for? It was at this moment that Melanie finally remembered she hadn't yet asked Rain exactly what he intended to exchange. Vaporization reagent, fire witchcraft, resist fire ring, and metal morphing spell, Rain stated frankly. That's... Melanie's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Rain. Heavens! Items worth 4 gold medals. Lord Rain, even though you are rated special in potential as a new sword bearer, this is quite extravagant. Melanie's inner voice was screaming. It seems that's not possible? Rain glanced at Melanie, who was still in shock, and couldn't help feeling disappointed. That's... Lord Rain. Melanie stammered. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in an army uniform, with a pair of golden branches and 4 crescent moons on his epaulette, walked in and smilingly said, Melanie, process the relevant procedures for Lord Rain, just as he mentioned for those 3 items. Yes, sir. Melanie immediately rose to do so. Lord Rain, this is Colonel Stanley, Admiral Edward's secretary, Melanie hurriedly introduced. Colonel Stanley, greetings. Rain promptly stood up to greet him. Lord Rain, Admiral Edward has high hopes for you, Stanley said, smiling and nodding. After exchanging pleasantries, Stanley took some item and hurriedly left, appearing quite busy. And Rain had signed the loan agreement. That meant, as soon as he acquired 1 gold medal and 1/4 of the merit points, he could advance the collection of the aforementioned 3 items. This undoubtedly greatly hastened Rain's progress in acquiring the aforementioned 3 items. Furthermore, regarding the newcomer loan, Rain still managed to get his hands on it. After all, the newcomer loan and consumer loan are 2 different types of loans. It's just that Rain is quite unique, being both a newcomer and eligible for the bronze level treatment. So this immediately put Rain in a great mood. He once again arrived at the exchange hall. Soon, Rain returned to his room with a long brown box in his hands. Upon opening it, he saw a transparent glass tube containing a yellow liquid, with a faint white chill emanating from it, as if it had just been taken out of a refrigeration room. On it was a label with several lines of small characters. Strong strength potion, training aid potion, after consumption, will increase the user's strength to a certain extent within half a month. The extent of growth varies from person to person, generally about 10%. How to consume. Take on an empty stomach. Precautions. To avoid unpredictable changes, it is strictly forbidden to consume simultaneously with other potions, the meat of violent beasts, etc. Royal Alchemist Association, Minster Branch. Since there were no familiar faces at the Royal Alchemist Association's Minster Branch, Rain had no choice but to purchase with merit points. Luckily, after borrowing the newcomer loan, Rain had nothing much but an abundance of merit points. Enough potions secured. After returning to his room, Rain, without any hesitation, opened the wooden box and took the yellow potion in his hand. Instantly, a cool sensation passed from the palm of his hand. Pop! As soon as Rain pulled the cork from the top of the tube, a faint fragrance wafted over, an indescribable scent with a sweet undertone reminiscent of fruits like blueberries, apples, and other similar fragrances. Rain's nostrils twitched, his eyes stirred slightly. This scent. He could feel that his body was sending him a signal. Drink it. Rain was on an empty stomach at that moment, so he didn't hesitate and downed it in 1 gulp. The sweet yellow liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Rain smacked his lips, savoring the sweet taste still lingering in his mouth. You know, it's actually pretty tasty. It has kind of a fruity milk flavor. However, a few seconds later, Rain froze completely. Because at that moment, he felt a warm current suddenly rise in his stomach and begin to spread to the rest of his body. This sensation was like soaking in a hot spring, or as if a young girl were gently tracing her slender fingers across his skin, bringing a tingling sensation. Rain couldn't help but immediately lie down on the bed comfortably, closing his eyes to feel it. A few minutes later, the effect of the potion began to fade, until it stabilized at a weaker level, then it stayed the same. At this time, the system prompt suddenly sounded, "Congratulations! Your strength attribute has been enhanced." Huh? The effect is immediate. Rain checked his attribute panel, and his strength, which had long remained unchanged, had increased from 27 to 28 points. At that moment, his spirit was rejuvenated, feeling as if he had endless energy. The warm current generated by the effects of the strong strength potion was still gently circulating within his body, and Rain could feel this warm flow subtly permeating into the muscles and fascia of his body. To last half a month? Huh? If it improves by about 10%, given my roughly 30 points of strength, I could increase my strength attribute by about 3 points. According to Instructor Kerman, it's best to combine potion consumption with intensive training. Let's go to the torrent room now then. The afternoon class was like a technical specialty course. That means if you are a sword and shield knight or a great knight, the instructor specializing in sword and shield would be responsible for teaching the relevant techniques. This is also why Kerman told Rain that he didn't need to attend this two-handed Warhammer technique class anymore. After all, Rain's skill level with the two-handed Warhammer, compared to his, was vastly different. Besides, there were not only Rain using the two-handed Warhammer among the newcomers, but also another 4 or 5 people. Naturally, Rain couldn't expect Kerman to do one-on-one sparring with him. About the missions. Sharpening your axe will not delay the work of chopping wood, as they say. Before the retest, the organization had no requirements for tasks concerning newcomers. Naturally, there was also no talk of assigning tasks. This month was for the sword-bearers newcomers to familiarize themselves with the environment and to understand the various situations they will soon face. Rain thought that since he could enhance his own abilities with money power from the loan, it was best to first improve his abilities. After all, there were still many good things within the sword-bearers branch. Like this time's strong strength potion, it gave him quite a few surprises. Unfortunately, it was not possible to continue taking other potions during the effective period of the potion, such as strong agility potion or another dose of strong strength potion. 5 minutes later, Rain set foot in the official training grounds of the Sword Bearers branch for the first time. The official training grounds were tucked behind a garden where the trees were tall and unevenly spaced, and at first glance, Rain couldn't hide his amazement. The Sword Bearers branch really had deep pockets. In Minster, a provincial city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the Sword Bearers branch's official training ground was immensely spacious. At this moment, to Rain's right was a 3-story indoor training building, white and concave in shape. The building was also constructed from white striated stone blocks, and its columns in the top were decorated with some simple scroll carvings. It looked both grand and aesthetically pleasing. In front of Rain was a vast expanse of green grass and outdoor training field multiple times the size of a normal riding arena, with several stables beside the area. Right now, quite a few sword bearers were controlling horses to move in circles on the riding arena, performing jumps and sprints, and the like. Rain focused his gaze and noticed that most of the horses were almost as tall and robust as his black horse, with a conspicuous tuft of hair on their lower legs. These must be the advanced horse breed rock horse that Vinica had mentioned before. Moving his gaze even further away, Rain's eyes landed on a platform that resembled a giant dish for griffins. Indeed, it was a huge circular platform, about 2 meters above the ground, supported by a sturdy and thick white stone pillar, though the number of griffins seemed sparse. Counting the 2 griffins soaring in the sky and the 2 remaining on the platform, there were only 4 in total. It wasn't clear whether this was the original number, or if many griffins had been sent out on missions. On the platform at the moment, each of the 2 griffins was attended by 3 or 4 staff members who were cleaning and grooming their feathers. This platform must be the independent griffin perch of the Sword Bearers branch, which likely had no affiliation with the griffin perch at the top of Minster. To control griffins? Rain felt a pang of desire and instantly a thought sprouted in his mind. After showing his bronze badge to the heavily guarded guards, Rain was allowed to enter the training ground. Upon asking around, Rain learned that only silver-ranked sword bearers were qualified to train with griffins, and the training cost was exorbitantly expensive, at 50 merit points per hour. If one's talent was dull, that would be a considerable expense. Moreover, training was one thing, but renting a griffin for a mission was another expense altogether. Of course, this didn't apply to assigned missions. Assigned missions were considered official business, and if you were instructed to ride a griffin for one, it was like taking an official car and naturally free from restrictions. Moreover, the cost was completely waived. Luckily, I have my own blood-feathered horned eagle. I'll wait a few more months. Right. I should visit my pets these next couple of days and consider feeding Bloodfeather some mutant growth potion. I don't know if a naturally aggressive species will mutate after consumption, but the effect of accelerated growth should still be there. And why hasn't my black horse entered into a state of ferocious wild beast? Cookie took about 2 months or so. Rain's thoughts drifted. Minutes later, following the direction given by the guards, Rain arrived in front of the tall, white, stone-clad, arc-shaped building. Even from outside the building, Rain could feel the waves of mysterious side energy particles emanating from within, complex and varied. More noticeable were the fluctuations of water and earth energy particles. It seemed this place, as Instructor Kerman had said, applied witchcraft to the physical enhancement of knights and great knights. In Meister County, such luxurious practices were unimaginable, but in the sword-bearers branch of the provincial city of Mingster, they seemed to have become a common part of the training regimen. The magnitude of the disparity was clear to see. Rain stepped into the lobby on the first floor, where he saw a curved service desk not far in front, with 3 young female clerks bustling about inside. Outside the desk was a young girl who seemed to be in charge of guiding guests. When she saw Rain looking around, her eyes lit up, and she approached him with a polite bow, saying, "Good day, sir. This is the training building. May I assist you with anything?" Not bad at all. There was even something like a shopping guide from his past life. Rain thought for a moment and directly asked, It's my first time here. Could you give me a brief introduction to the training building?" "Of course, sir. To your left, down the corridor, are the sand flow hall and the mud swamp room, while to your right is the rapid flow chamber. If it's your first visit, I would recommend starting with the rapid flow chamber," the young greeter explained. "There are normal rapid flow chambers and advanced rapid flow chambers. The normal rapid flow chambers are mainly used to simulate a whirlpool environment to train the precision and stability of extraordinary battle techniques under water resistance. Of course, they also slightly improve physical fitness. The advanced rapid flow chambers, on the other hand, are primarily for enhancing the physical fitness of distinguished visitors. They utilize high-speed water jets to strike different parts of the body, which can improve the elasticity of blood vessels, the tension of muscle fascia, and enhance neural responses, among other benefits. The longer you stay in the advanced rapid flow chamber, the better the effect. Of course, this is dependent on each individual's physical condition." Rain found it amusing as he listened, glancing at the young girl. Judging from her aura, she was merely an ordinary person. How could she know anything about facial tension? Therefore, what the receptionist girl was saying was clearly memorized by rote. It was like reciting ancient poems as a 2-year-old child in his previous life. The recitation was catchy, but if you asked them, they wouldn't understand a single word. Also, in the advanced rapids room, you have multiple options, such as alternating between hot and cold baths. Cold and cool baths can improve the effects of your training. Of course, the cost would be an additional 5 merit points per hour. Additionally, you can opt to add pyroclastic granules to enhance the effects of the water jets. However, this will incur an extra fee of 15 merit points per hour. Certainly, although the choices mentioned will enhance the effects, they will also significantly increase the stimulation on the body from the rapids. So I suggest you do this according to your capacity, alternating hot and cold, adding pyroclastic granules. Why does it sound like a high-intensity version of a SBA? Rain showed a contemplative expression. In addition, the regular rapids room focuses on improving precision and stability in extraordinary battle techniques, which did not align with his current purpose. However, he could still give it a try later, practicing the Rock-Ken axe and shield combat skill to see its effects. For now, following Instructor Kerman's advice, he naturally decided to first experience the advanced rapids room. Thus, Rain turned and asked, "Excuse me, are there any rooms available in the advanced rapids room right now?" "Sir, you're in luck. The regular rapids rooms are all full, but there happens to be one advanced rapids room still available. Would you like to use it now?" "Yes, right now. If you please, could you show your badge at the reception desk?" The receptionist girl led Rain to the service counter. "Also, help me choose the alternating hot and cold option, and add those pyroclastic granules." Rain thought for a moment, then said, "Sir, are you sure you can handle it?" No, sir. What I mean is, you could progress gradually." The receptionist girl, covering her mouth with her hand, blinked her large eyes apologetically at Rain. Clearly, she misspoke and was afraid Rain would take issue with it. Rain waved his hand and said, "It's fine, add them both. As for the time, regarding the time, I suggest, sir, that you don't set it in advance. Whenever you feel anything is amiss with your body, you can stop by pressing the red handle in the room. Would that be okay? The girl said hurriedly. That would be fine. By the way, how is the fee calculated if it's not for a full hour? Rain suddenly thought of a question. Regarding the fees, sir, if it exceeds an hour, any time less than half an hour will be charged as half an hour, and anything over half an hour will be charged as a full hour, she explained. That seems reasonable. Rain nodded with a smile. Seeing Rain's smile and agreement, the receptionist girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her service became even more attentive, and she took the initiative to ask, Sir, shall I take you there now? The receptionist girl pointed to a corridor on the right. Actually, it wasn't her duty as a receptionist to accompany guests, but perhaps to make up for her earlier faux pas, or maybe because of Rain's handsome appearance, she was rather eager to help. That will be fine. Thank you. It's my pleasure, sir. Please follow me. The common and advanced rapids rooms are on the right side of the first floor. Every day, many sirs come here to train, she explained as they walked. Soon, Rain followed the girl through a long corridor to a spacious hall, where several long seats, similar to sofas and covered with soft deer leather, were placed. On these long seats sat groups of burly, strong men, each one no smaller in stature than Rain himself. It made sense the rapids rooms were designed for knights and great knights. However, Rain also noticed that nearly all of them were holding weapons, which suggested that these people were likely waiting for the regular rapids room to practice their extraordinary battle techniques. It seemed that his choice was correct after all. If he had chosen the regular rapids room, he would have had to wait in line now. Sir, these are the advanced rapids rooms. You've already completed the paperwork at the service desk. You only need to swipe your sword bearer badge across this black wisdom slate to enter. Until you cancel, you will be the sole user of this advanced rapids room, the girl informed him. All right, thank you, Rain said, following the girl's instructions and swiping his bronze badge. Upon doing so, several lines of text appeared on the black wisdom slate. Start time, 13:33. Charging rate, 15 merit points per hour. Additional add-on. And with that, Rain had been led by the girl into one of the advanced rapids rooms. Many of the muscular men in the hall looked on with envy. Pretty boys always have it easy. If it were me, I'd never have a girl volunteer to accompany me like this, Baltan said enviously. Baltan, with your size, you could crush a girl, teased a companion to the 2-meter-3 tall Baltan. Don't kid yourself. The guy can afford the advanced rapids room, which means he must have a pile of merit points. He could even be a team captain. So young and so fresh-faced, how could he be a captain? He's probably from a family with some clout, having gathered a good number of merit points in the Empire's bureaucracy before joining the Sword Bearers, analyzed a 20-something man with a goatee. You're right. What Kim says makes sense, the others agreed, nodding their heads. Kim thought for a moment, seemingly curious about how long the young man planned to stay in the advanced turbulence room, so he quickly got up and walked to the door of the room Rain had just entered. He glanced at the black smart slate, and the next second, he couldn't help but in a breath of cold air. SSS it turned out, under the fee schedule, there were a few lines of small white text. Extra add-on 1. Alternating hot and cold. Cost plus 5 extra add-on 2. Fire rock mineral particles. Cost plus 15 total cost. 35 merit points/hour. Considering he scrimped and saved even in the regular turbulence room at 5 merit points per hour, Kim couldn't help but curse. That's really rich. The few people around him saw Kim's expression change and also walked over out of curiosity, and upon seeing the slate, they exclaimed, Is this how merit points are spent? Truly loaded. Naturally, they could afford the cost, but there were bigger expenses elsewhere, such as purchasing more advanced extraordinary battle techniques, some combat potions, and auxiliary training potions, so it was natural to spend merit points sparingly. Although the fully upgraded turbulence room had the best effects, the cost was too high, and the cost-effectiveness was far worse than practicing extraordinary battle techniques in a regular turbulence room while also gradually improving physical fitness. Moreover, it was too stimulating, the endurance time was too short, and the effects were not that good. Hey, that's not right. Baldan, have you seen this person before? No, I'm seeing him for the first time today. Baldan appeared thoughtful, and after a while, he shook his head. Kim looked at the other few people, only to see them also shaking their heads. Ha ha ha, then this is going to be fun. This young man must be here for the first time, Kim said with a playful look. If we talk about not adding any extras, a great night could last about 2 hours inside, but with alternating hot and cold, I'm afraid he might have to come out in an hour. The key is, he even added fire rock mineral particles. That's interesting. How long do you think he'll last? 10 minutes? Or a quarter of an hour? Ha ha ha. Kim laughed. A quarter of an hour then. I'm adding 5 minutes, 20 minutes. I think half an hour. After all, young people care about their face. Everyone immediately burst out laughing. At this moment, a burly man with thick eyebrows came over and asked with a smile, "What happened? Why are you all so happy?" "Oh, it's Captain Wayne's." Everyone greeted him. "Boss, here's the thing." Kim gestured, laughing as he explained the situation. "Captain, are you here to use the advanced turbulence room too? Then shall we go with this one? He should be out in a few minutes." No wonder the front desk just said it was full. "Fine, then I'll take your word for it and line up for this room." Upon hearing this, Wayne smiled, didn't think too much, and stepped forward to swipe his emblem on the black smart slate at the door of Rain's room. Quickly, a line of text appeared at the bottom of the smart slate. New queuing person, 1 person. But when Rain closed the door, he discovered that the room in the turbulence room was not small, about 50 square meters, and in the center was a huge bathtub about 4 meters in diameter. There was a conspicuous red handle next to the bathtub that, once pulled, would stop all the turbulence inside the room. Moreover, around the tub, there were special white stone tiles tightly fit together, the most conspicuous of which were the various sized holes densely packed in the tiles. The holes were thick and thin, with the thick ones almost the size of a fist, while the thin ones were even smaller than the diameter of a pinky finger. At the very front of each hole was a circular metal nozzle. Even as Rain approached, he saw through the slightly rippling clear red water that the bottom of the pool also had many holes. Presumably, these holes were also for jetting turbulence. Moreover, the depth of the pool reached 3 meters. Of course, the water level in the pool wasn't that high. When Rain entered the pool wearing only his underwear, he found that the water level reached just his knees. At that moment, the lights around him suddenly dimmed. It seemed to better allow the trainee to focus on their own body. SSSSS. The sound of dense water flow started. The various holes in the pool began to jet high-speed water streams, which hit Rain's exposed strong body. That's it. I don't feel much. Rain only felt that the water temperature was quite cold, including the bottom of the pool he was stepping on, which was now also jetting water streams, giving him a tingling and tickling foot massage sensation. The next second, Rain suddenly realized. His talent, intermediate steel body, was a passive ability, and under the defense of the intermediate steel body, these high-speed water streams that would normally cause skin pain felt like taking a shower. Immediately, Rain focused his mind and dispersed his innate defensive effect. Suddenly, a stinging sensation came from his skin. But soon, the stinging and impact began to take effect. Rain felt changes happening inside his body. His muscles and fasciae began to tremble lightly. As if activated by some stimulation, they started to become lively. After a while, the temperature of the oncoming water flow suddenly changed, rapidly increasing from near 0 degrees to 30 degrees. 40 degrees. Soon it reached a scalding temperature of 70 to 80 degrees. An ice and fire ordeal. Exhilarating. But the effect was also significant. At this moment, the muscles and fasciae inside Rain's body became even more active. He could feel that some small muscles and fasciae, which were not exercised by some Bear King breathing techniques, were also driven and started to tremble slightly. After a while, the light dimmed once again. Suddenly, the sound of the water jets became sharper, as if mixed with some tiny particles. At this moment, Rain's eyes were slightly closed, and he could see that the water being ejected from the holes in the walls of the pool had turned pale red. These must be the so-called fire rock particles. These tiny particles, hitting Rain's skin, were painfully stinging, but the effects were also extremely good. When they struck certain connective tissue areas, some of the muscle adhesions that had occurred during explosive movements began to loosen from the shocks. However, the pain was genuinely intense. Rain knew without looking down that his skin must look like a lobster that had been turned bright red. As time went on, the pain, as the girl had said, became increasingly intense and increasingly unbearable. After thinking it over, Rain tried slowly to restore the defensive effect of intermediate steel body. Of course, to maximize the effects of the torrent, Rain kept the power of steel body around 10%. Immediately, the painful sensation was significantly weakened, but the overall impact of the torrent was not greatly diminished. This brought joy to Rain's heart, and the efficacy of the potent strength potion he had taken previously started to accelerate into his body due to the torrent. Soon, 15 minutes passed. By now, the people outside the door had begun to frequently look up at Rain's room, waiting for the soon-to-arrive sound of the door opening. A few minutes later, the group could not help but feel surprised. "Kim, this young man is not weak," Ballin said in his deep voice. "This." Indeed. Kim too was very astonished. But it should be almost over. Another 5 minutes passed, and now, nobody spoke much. Because they were well aware that under these two enhanced conditions, there were only a few present who could last 20 minutes, and if they could, they were the great knights with exceptionally firm will. However, they believed that the young man must also be nearing his limit, because the stimulation from the torrent would become stronger and more arduous to endure. Meanwhile, inside the advanced torrent room, Rain had discovered a little trick. Under the impact of a high-speed torrent mixed with fire rock particles, assuming the positions of the Bear King breathing technique made the effects of the torrent even better. At this moment, he felt pleasantly warm, and the original muscle fiber damage was gradually repaired by the blood flow that the torrent had accelerated. And those adhesions caused by muscle strains during previous bursts were mostly dispersed by now. Capillaries immediately supplemented the repair areas with various nutrients. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. "Congratulations. Your strength attribute has increased." Eh? The effects of the potion are releasing this quickly? According to the label's description, the effects of this potent strength potion should be slowly released over half a month. While it starts faster and slows down later, it shouldn't be this quick. Logically, there should be a slight increase after 4 or 5 days, and then another small increase at the half-month mark. The overall increase should be about 10%, Rain muttered to himself. As his strength attribute rose from 28 to 29, Rain felt full of vim and vigor, enduring the high-speed torrent's impact while simultaneously intensifying the training of the Bear King breathing technique. Rain was enjoying his training session in the room, but those outside were already staring at each other, wide-eyed. It had been 45 minutes already. How could the young man inside possibly? Kim glanced at his captain Wayne's beside him, his expression somewhat sheepish. He had suggested this room to the captain, but now there was no sign of the other man coming out. However, at this moment, Waynes wasn't paying attention to Kim's small movements. Instead, he was frowning slightly as if pondering something. A few more minutes went by, and Waynes couldn't help but look puzzled and asked, "Are you certain it was an unfamiliar young man who entered, not the captain of another squad? Never seen him before." "Yeah, even if it was a captain newly promoted last year, we would have seen them a couple of times. This is definitely our first encounter with this one." Snap! Suddenly, Kim's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh as if he had an epiphany and said, "Hey, do you think it's possible that the young man passed out inside before managing to pull the lever?" As the captain of the sword bearers, Waynes naturally attracted everyone's attention. "Kim, talk to the front desk and tell them the training session in room 102 is unusual. Please send someone to check it out." As Waynes hadn't seen the young man inside the room, he remained cautious about the other's speculation that the person inside might have fainted. Bursting into the room? That was absolutely not an option. If the person was in the middle of a crucial moment of cultivation, that would be. Moreover, the training building had strict rules against such actions as knocking or breaking in. Even if there was suspicion of an issue, reporting it was sufficient. The subsequent matters would be handled by the professionals. "All right, boss." Kim quickly turned and left. Shortly after, a young girl hurried over with several physicians in white robes. The girl was the greeter, her face marked with anxiety. She had been busy with other matters just before, and now, hearing that the new sword bearer had not emerged for nearly an hour, she felt unexpectedly panicked. Since the torrential impact room was always shirtless, it naturally was impossible to have a small window in the door for observation. After all, although female knights were few, they existed, and having a small window in the door if a female knight was training would be. So, another method was used. A male medic carefully placed a device resembling a sensor on the sturdy door. An elderly physician rapidly conversed with the greeter. "Is it a newcomer?" "Yes, his record in the torrential impact room is blank." "What about other information?" "Rain Carlin, 16 years old. Great knight." "What? 16 years old?" The elder paused, and the others around him were struck dumb. A 16-year-old great knight? That's incredible! Meanwhile, inside, Rain felt extremely comfortable. The adhesions in some of his fasciae and the strains in his muscle fibers had seen significant improvement and repair. At that moment, an unexpected system notification appeared. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has increased. Huh? Agility? Why agility when he had clearly taken a potent strength potion? Could it be because the Bear King breathing technique had advanced to LV14, gradually improving his physical condition? Or was it due to the adhesions in the muscle fasciae being shocked open by the torrential impact, resulting in certain repairs? Rain pondered. After a moment, Rain felt it must be a combination of both effects, possibly with the latter having a greater impact. Regardless, increasing agility from 29 to 30 points was undoubtedly beneficial. However, at this moment, Rain also felt that his body seemed to have reached a certain limit of endurance. Continuing wasn't unbearable, but the supportive effect of the torrential impact on his body was beginning to weaken. His body likely needed rest. It was like soaking in a hot spring. Moderation was necessary. Otherwise, staying too long could actually harm the body. Thus, Rain stood up with a splash, walked out of the pool, pulled the red handle, and instantly, the torrential flow began to weaken while he picked up a white towel prepared on the side to dry off. After dressing neatly, Rain walked towards the room's door. Thud. Due to the difference in pressure inside and outside, a muffled door opening sound occurred. The door to the room opened. Upon opening the door, Rain was surprised to see the sudden crowd in front of him, seeming somewhat stupefied as they stared at him, including a few knights armed with weapons who had previously been waiting in the lobby. Weren't they supposed to go to a regular torrential impact room? Had they not been called yet? Also, there were several striking individuals in white robes, looking like physicians. And there was the greeter girl from earlier. The girl, with a relieved expression, eagerly asked, "My lord, are you all right?" "I'm fine. What could be wrong with me?" Rain was a bit baffled. The girl carefully examined Rain's body, still emitting wisps of heat, his skin color normal, looking spirited. Nothing like the adults who had previously emerged from the advanced torrential impact room, each with skin red as a cooked shrimp and a menacing look. The girl's mouth moved twice, but she ended up saying nothing. After all, she had already misspoken in front of this young adult, and she didn't want to make another mistake. At that moment, an elder in a white robe sternly stepped forward and said, "My lord, may we examine your health? The duration you spent inside was a bit too long." Of course, Rain didn't mind. Several medics approached and quickly started examining him. A few minutes later, the medical team shook their heads at the elder, indicating there were no issues. "My lord, your health is excellent." The elder, too, was quite surprised. Rain nodded, thanked them, and turned to leave the torrential impact room. As it was already late, he planned to visit the mission hall, naturally not staying there any longer. Watching Rain's departing figure, the burly men waiting for the regular torrential impact room felt somewhat foolish. Waltan, it seems he's not just a pretty face. To stay in the advanced torrential impact room for so long with an added dose, he really has the strength. Yes, I misjudged. I didn't expect the newcomers to be so formidable. I'll go find out more. He certainly won't be just another nobody among the newcomers. Wallen couldn't help shaking his head and admitting, "Right, if we're talking about newcomers, based on the timing, shouldn't he be in the newcomers' free special training right now? How could he?" Kim suddenly thought of another question. But immediately after, he shook his head. Forget it. With freak newcomers like this, anything is possible. Waynes, on the other hand, stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the recent scene from a distance. Interesting. Upon leaving the training building, Rain made his way towards the mission hall. He wasn't thinking of taking on a task immediately, but rather he intended to first understand the situation. Soon, following the direction signs and passing through a garden blooming with flowers and neatly trimmed shrubs, Rain arrived in front of a circular fountain flower bed. On one side of the flower bed was a white building, its architectural style consistent with the rest of the sword-bearer's branch, equally simple and grand, the very mission hall itself. Upon entering the hall, Rain found that there were slightly more people than in the exchange hall, but it wasn't the noisy scene he had imagined. It was still the familiar counters, one-on-one receptions, uniformed young ladies. This made Rain raise his eyebrows slightly. After a moment's thought, Rain somewhat understood. The tasks for personnel of different ranks are not the same. If they were all displayed, that could easily lead to breaches of confidentiality and other issues. Soon, it was Rain's turn. "Hello. Sir, how may I assist you? A petite female clerk saw Rain approach, stood up, and bowed as she spoke. Show me the tasks available for bronze level, Rain said while handing over his bronze badge to her. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment. The young clerk respectfully received it with both hands. Sir, please look at the wisdom slate. As there are many tasks, you can click to turn the pages. The young clerk quickly found the tasks suited for bronze level. All right, thank you. Rain nodded and promptly began to review them. This wisdom slate actually had a touchscreen. No idea which witchcraft this was, but it's impressive. Investigate the disappearances in Knockford County, bronze level. Recently, dozens of people have gone missing from Knockford County town, starting from homeless individuals to young adults, and now even 2 knights from the city guard have vanished. Task requirements: investigate and clarify the situation within a week. Recommended team size: 2 people or more. Rewards: 1 bronze medal, 200 merit points. Note: rewards will be adjusted if the hidden dangers or sources are eliminated during the investigation. Investigate the Ingoti mine occupation by unknown subterranean creatures, bronze level. The Ingoti mine located in Devon County has recently been taken over by unknown subterranean creatures, ranging from initially dispatched peace officers to the town's sheriff, and even now, an elite investigative team sent by Devon County has gone missing. Task requirements: investigate and clarify the situation within a week. Recommended team size: 3 people or more. Rewards: 2 bronze medals, 350 merit points. Note: rewards will be adjusted if the unknown subterranean creatures are eliminated during the investigation. Investigate the mysterious dismemberments in Derby County, bronze level. Derby County has experienced several cases where nobles with the strength of official knights and even senior knights have been victimized. Strangely, when the bodies of these nobles are discovered, their limbs have vanished without a trace. Task requirements: investigate and clarify the situation within this month. Recommended team size: 3 people or more. Rewards: 2 bronze medals, for 100 merit points. Note: rewards will be adjusted if the perpetrator is killed or captured during the investigation. After looking over several tasks, Rain furrowed his brow. Although the tasks refreshing on the wisdom slate were all bronze level and consistent with his rank, the recommended team size listed in the task requirements was mostly 2 people or more. Should he call on Vinica or Evelyn? After a brief consideration, Rain dismissed the idea of approaching Vinica and Evelyn. Unlike him, they did not have the afternoon to do as they pleased. Every afternoon, they had to attend witchcraft technique training classes, a process that would continue until just before the re-exam. Excuse me, would I be able to take on this investigation of the Ingoti mine taken over by unknown subterranean creatures by myself? Rain pondered for a while and then inquired. Sir, that is not allowed. The task requirements clearly state that the number of participants must meet the stipulated guidelines. The young clerk shook her head. But quickly, she seemed to think of something and looked at Rain with surprise. Sir, are you a newcomer? Because an experienced sword-bearer wouldn't be unaware of this rule. Yes. Rain nodded, as there wasn't anything to hide about this. Then you shouldn't. The young clerk blurted out. But quickly, she closed her mouth, smiled sweetly, and said, Sir, as a newcomer, you can choose to take on defensive support tasks. Defensive support tasks? Rain thought for a moment and shook his head. He was somewhat unclear. That's right. Newcomers are generally required to continue their training within the branch to enhance their abilities. Therefore, the branch has arranged some special tasks, such as acting defensive roles in Minster's various jurisdictions or directly govern small towns. The specific mission involves assisting Minster's imperial functional departments with issues they cannot resolve. Since the mission locations are within Minster, this allows the newly joined sword-bearers to avoid travel and have time to train and improve their skills within the branch. Huh? This is quite humane. Rain nodded his head. In the short term, if he could stay in Minster while earning medals and merit points, that would certainly be the best option. Rain himself had had this idea as well. After all, if it were just a bronze-level task that took half a month or even longer outside, then his planned training program within the shareholder department would be impacted. Do you have any materials related to the security mission you just mentioned? Yes, my lord. The young female clerk nodded. By the way, my lord, do you need me to introduce you to the divisions of the various districts within Minster? Rain shook his head, as he was aware of it. That day, he and Vinica had walked around the main road and had basically understood the division of districts in Minster. The whole of Minster was built against the mountain. From top to bottom were the administrative district, the church district, the nobility district, and then the upper city district, which was also known as the rich district. Beneath the upper city district were the trade district and the workshop district, which were located in the middle of the city. Beneath that were the most lower-lying civilian districts, which were the largest in area, taking up more than 60% of the entire Minster. The civilian districts encircled the bottom of the city, divided into 5 rings: Civilian First Ring District, Civilian Second Ring District, Civilian Third Ring District, Civilian Fourth Ring District, and Civilian Fifth Ring District. There was no 6th ring. The lower one lived, it was understood, the lower their status. As for beyond the 5th ring, one would step beyond Minster's towering city walls into the many small town areas directly governed by Minster. My lord, the information regarding the consultant mission has already been displayed on the wisdom slate. You might want to take a look. All right. Rain nodded his head and began to quickly peruse it again. Consultant Mission Security Advisor to Minster's Upper City District. Mainly responsible for responding to distress calls from the district assigned and handling special incidents or emergencies that occur in the Upper City District. Mission requirements. During the 1-month tenure, immediately proceed to address a distress call received from the assigned district. Mission rewards. 1 bronze medal, 200 merit points. Note: if the efficiency and difficulty of handling exceed expectations, the rewards will scale up. Note: this mission is only open to members who have joined the Sword Bearers for less than 2 years. He read through the document quickly. Rain found that the consultant missions were mostly similar in content, albeit tailoring to the varying administrative regions. He flipped the page further. It was the security advisor for some small town outside Minster City. These were the most numerous. Lord Rain, my advice is that you could choose to serve in the Upper City District. Ordinarily, there are only 2 or 3 consultant slots per city district, so you are very lucky to encounter a vacancy in the Upper City District. Of course, this is also because you are a noble coming to take up a consultancy mission. The security situation in the Upper City District should be rather good, right? Rain asked. Yes, the last noble to serve there was lucky enough to not encounter a single special incident for an entire month, easily completing their consultancy mission. The young clerk said with a beaming smile. My lord, I will then. Assign me to the trade district. Huh? What did you say? The young woman stared at Rain in astonishment, her round eyes filled with surprise. I choose the trade district. This. Very well, my lord. The young woman quickly recovered, glanced at Rain, not looking as if he were joking, and immediately began the process. Clearly, as the rich district, the Upper City District was supposed to have the best security situation, much less likely to face issues than the trade district or the civilian districts below it. But Rain's choice of the trade district was based on his own considerations. One reason was because the consultancy mission was clearly marked that if the efficiency and difficulty of handling exceeded expectations, the rewards would scale up. Rain naturally did not want to settle for just the basic rewards. A single bronze medal. That was just too little. On the other hand, it was because the new residence and shop that Ginny and Agatha had found were located in the trade district. If his consultancy was in the trade district, some matters would be more conveniently managed. All done, my lord. Soon, the administrative office of the trade district will receive the letter, and you can just await notification. My lord, I need to remind you that although the consultancy mission is targeted at newly appointed nobles, during the execution of specific tasks, you might occasionally encounter enemies whose strength surpasses what you can handle. Therefore, please be very cautious while executing the tasks. All right, thank you. Rain nodded with a smile, then got up and left. A few days later, in the administrative office of the trade district, the security officer's office, Baron Graham, nearly 40 years old, leaned back in a wide and soft goatskin chair, his small belly slightly protruding, and at first glance, it was hard to tell that he was a seasoned knight. He looked at the information before him and couldn't help but sigh. The content of the information was simple. At the top was a portrait of a handsome young man, and below it were written Rain's name, title, age, and level of strength, just a few pieces of information. As for other contents, there were none. As a member of the Empire's Special Department, confidentiality of related information was something Graham understood well. Former sword bearers who had come for consultancy shared the same limited information. But even with just these few details, he was taken aback. 16 years old, great knight. Truly a genius. What was I doing at 16? Had I reached the second level as a knight's attendant? Graham, as a safety officer of the trade district, had never expected that the sword-bearer who arrived on assignment would be so talented. Now, he wondered why such an outstanding sword-bearer would choose to come to the trade district. A couple of days before, during a noble gathering, he had overheard Lord Valres, the safety officer of the upper city, mention that there was a vacancy for a consulting position in the upper city. It seemed that Baron Rain had given up the consulting position in the upper city, deliberately choosing the trade district where he resided. Was there a deeper meaning in this choice? Graham couldn't help but ponder. Moreover, being so young and yet so powerful, could he possibly be the progeny of some great noble family of the empire? Then his own attitude must be properly adjusted. He mustn't offend the other party. Half a day later, inside his office, Graham met Rain, who was reporting for duty for the first time. Lord Rain, it is truly an honor for the trade district to have you come here for your posting. Graham, seeing Rain enter, quickly walked out from behind his desk with a welcoming smile. Rain listened and was slightly surprised. This safety officer seemed very enthusiastic. I've received a letter from the top, Lord Rain. I couldn't believe you reached the rank of great knight at the tender age of 16. Truly a prodigy, a pillar of the empire. Now that you've joined the sword bearers, your future is undoubtedly destined for great heights. Graham's compliments, seemingly inexhaustible, burst forth from his mouth. Rain couldn't help but smile. He had not expected that the safety officer of the trade district, Baron Graham, would turn out to be such a remarkable person. Perhaps this was related to handling the complex social relationships within the trade district? And being eloquent could also possibly reduce the frequency of conflicts? Possibly. By the way, Baron Rain, to prevent the people below from not recognizing you, I have arranged a small welcoming ceremony next door in the conference room. This will also allow the staff to get to know you, Graham said. What do you think? Of course, Rain replied with a smile, nodding his head. Speaking of which, Baron Rain, this is a communication stone, a simple yet effective means of communication. If a special situation arises in the trade district, this stone in your hand will emit a buzzing sound. Graham took out a goose-egg-shaped, slightly transparent yellow stone from a drawer and handed it to Rain. All right. Rain took it and put it away, planning to look at it later. Following Graham into the adjacent conference room, Rain saw that dozens of men dressed as safety officers and night watchmen were already waiting. As soon as they saw Rain and Graham enter, everyone stood up and began to applaud. Graham, seeing this scene, slightly smiled and guided Rain to sit beside him at the head of the room. He gestured with his hands twice, and the applause subsided. Ahem. Today, we are extremely honored to have Baron Rain join us as the safety consultant of our trade district. Graham began his extensive introduction. Originally, as the crowd noticed Rain's youthful appearance, they had their suspicions, but hearing that Rain was only 16 and had become a great knight, their expressions turned into a mix of shock, awe, and disbelief. Graham, seeing this scene, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It was exactly the same reaction he had had when he first saw the information. At that moment, a very serious-faced safety officer quickly walked into the conference room, leaned close to Graham, and whispered something. Graham appeared slightly stunned, then turned to the safety officer who had hurried in and replied, "Contact Viscount Imwe. Have him handle it first. I'll be there shortly." Graham did not purposely lower his voice, so with Rain's keen hearing, he naturally heard everything clearly. Thus, Rain turned his head and asked, "Baron Graham, has something happened?" "Haha, a minor matter. We'll handle it. Almost every day, there are incidents in the trade district, like drunken mercenaries causing trouble, fighting, the loss of control of mounts, and so on. Lord Rain, you needn't worry." Hearing Graham say this, Rain didn't think too much about it and nodded. Graham coughed and continued. "Everyone, remember, in case of an emergency, contact me first. If I'm not available, remember to contact the other two lords. Don't bother Baron Rain unnecessarily. Baron Rain's time is very valuable." After finishing his last words, Graham, all smiles, turned and said, "Baron Rain, would you like to say a few words?" Rain nodded, his expression becoming serious, and said, "Gentlemen, I deeply appreciate the measures Safety Officer Graham has considered on my behalf. However, I would greatly prefer that you contact me first if there is an emergency situation. You may not know, but I was also once an Imperial Night Watchman, which in some sense makes us truly colleagues. For you, facing or challenging enemies far beyond your capacity is not a wise decision. Rain's statement immediately won him a thunderous applause from everyone. Graham, hearing Rain's statement, couldn't help but be stunned. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. He was previously a night watchman? Could it be that Baron Rain truly didn't come from a great noble family? Suddenly, the safety officer who had rushed in a few minutes ago now staggered back in, his face horrified, gasping, "Sah. Safety officer, Viscount Imwe. Viscount Imwe has fallen." "What?" Graham's color changed instantly. Rain saw Graham, the slightly plump security chief of the trade district, and his face changed drastically, knowing that some matters must have exceeded his expectations. However, Rain wasn't the least bit afraid. On the contrary, he felt eager to try. These past few days, he had been going back and forth within the Sword Holder Minter branch, either attending general courses in the Newcomer Buildings Hall or training extraordinary battle techniques in the Flow Room, or receiving treatment in the Advanced Flow Room. Now that there was an opportunity for real combat, he naturally wanted to see for himself. "Baron Graham, shouldn't we rush to the scene immediately?" Rain suggested. Oh. Yes, Lord Rain, we'll head there right away." Only then did Graham remember that he had a genius great knight beside him who might help him resolve this trouble. Thus, Rain and his group, escorted by dozens of security officers and night watchmen, hurried to the site of the incident. On the cobblestone-paved road, messengers galloped back and forth, bringing one piece of fresh news after another that Mative can control animals. Many horses are running wild and trampling, and dogs are biting people everywhere. Baron Imwe was killed on the spot by a surprise attack after his warhorse got frightened, and now the scene is in complete chaos. The Griffin Knights, to prevent any accidents, didn't land, but they've been watching the person from above. The person is now fleeing through the fur market. We are intercepting. The person has entered the Yaxen Auction House warehouse. We have surrounded the warehouse. Rain, on the side, didn't speak, but he captured several key pieces of information. Native? Control of animals? The Griffin Knights have arrived? The location is the Yaxen Auction House warehouse. Also, what was Baron Imwe's strength? Baron Graham, what is Lord Imwe's level of strength? Rain asked. A Peak Knight, just like yourself, also a great person of the Sword Holders organization. He had recently come to the trade district to take up his post. Previously, he was in the civilian district. Graham said quickly. A Peak Knight? It seems the enemy's strength must be at least that of a great knight. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill a Peak Knight with a single. Even with a sneak attack, it's not possible. The streets in the trade district are quite spacious, but the stalls that are set up all year round on the sides and the excessive flow of people make it a hassle to navigate. Especially now, the closer they get to the destination, the streams of panicked people and screams are incessant. Huh? Isn't this the location of the shop that Jenny rented? Rain looked towards the left front side of the street and saw a familiar figure standing at the doorway looking toward the scene. It was the petite figure of Mateo. Mateo? Lord Rain? What brings you here? Mateo, surprised to see Rain surrounded by people, ran over happily. Graham glanced over, but being as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, Rain naturally wouldn't pick this moment to make introductions. I now serve as a security consultant for the trade district, so I'll likely be here more often than before. Rain said offhandedly as he quickened his pace. That's great. The two ladies often talk about you. Mateo's face lit up with joy. Graham's ears perked up. Noble daughters? 2 of them? Is he hiding his lover, or have they eloped? No. Eloping is unnecessary. If my daughter found such a talented person, as parents we would be overjoyed. Why would we let them elope? Could it be that Lord Rain has a prior engagement? No wonder. Graham instantly concocted the real reasons for Rain's part-time job in the trade district. But soon, a succession of bad news interrupted his thoughts. What? 22 people have died. Sweat beads the size of beans formed on Graham's forehead. Once the death toll exceeds 30, no matter whether the situation is ultimately resolved or not, his tenure as security chief would be considered over. Everyone knows that the position of security chief in the trade district is a cushy job, and countless people are eyeing it. Although he has backers, if he handles this situation poorly, it's a matter of competence. In such a case, even if his superiors wanted to protect him, they couldn't keep him in his position. Being transferred from his current post was inevitable. Soon, Rain and Graham had arrived at the entrance of the large warehouse, which hugged the mountainside, appearing to have once been an abandoned mine. They saw the warehouse entrance encircled by dozens of elite night watchmen and security officers, swords and shields ready, bows drawn. "Sir, the brothers have discovered that Yakeson Auction House's warehouse still has many slaves and large beasts locked inside. Lord Barnes just rushed in. He instructed us to guard the main door." At that moment, a plump man resembling a butler, accompanied by two brawny guards, ran over panting from the side. Seeing Graham, he waved frantically, "Baron Graham, Baron Graham." "It's Asani, the caravan overseer of Yakeson Auction House. Let him through." Graham gestured, and the crowd immediately made way. "Baron Graham, I really didn't mean to cause you any trouble. This time it's a native from a remote island who has escaped. I have no idea how he got out." "HM? He's from your caravan?" Baron Graham's face darkened, his anger rising rapidly. But as soon as Graham thought of Yakeson Auction House, he deflated and waved his hand. "Go. Hurry up and settle this matter for me." "This. Baron Graham, I have already reported it. My supervisor, Viscount Fabian of Yakeson Auction House, will soon send elites over. You only need to have your men isolate this area and prevent the other party from escaping." "How much longer?" "I'm not too sure, but definitely within half an hour." "Half an hour?" Baron Graham's tone suddenly rose. If Sir Barnes were to be defeated, that half hour would be enough for this native to slaughter all the slaves in the warehouse. What awaited him? No. Graham's head shook like a rattled drum immediately. In a room on the third floor of the nearby Yakeson Auction House, a study room, lavishly decorated and dazzling with gold. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, dressed in hunting attire, was frowning and pacing back and forth in the room. A strong knight was respectfully reporting something. "So, the item should be on one of the natives being transported in this batch. And now, this native has escaped. Your capturing team didn't stop him nor catch him. Is that right?" "Yes, Lord Viscount Fabian. That's correct." "What's the situation now?" "The security forces of the Trade District and elite night watchmen are all in pursuit." Graham's men alone probably won't be able to subdue them. By the way, has the Empire's official special department intervened?" "They did. A Peak Knight was involved, but he was killed on the spot by this native." "What?" Viscount Fabian's face showed delight. "It seems this item is even better than I imagined. This indeed gives us an opportunity. Quickly, tell Hamiz and the others to speed up. If the item falls into the hands of the Empire's special department, it will be difficult to get it back." Inside the warehouse, various items on the shelves were strewn about, and the floor was a mess. A sturdy native with large, dirty dreadlocks, his face painted in vivid colors, was clutching his abdomen with one hand and holding a sharp white tusk with the other, leaning against a shelf, gasping for breath. There were several arrows embedded in his body, but they had only penetrated a couple of centimeters into his flesh, merely scraping the skin. With a forceful swing, these arrows fell to the ground. The only serious injury was a cut on his lower abdomen from a blade. The native, probably in his 30s, looked down and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. If it had not been for the risk of injury, he would not have had the chance to kill that Peak Knight in one strike and break through the heavy encirclement to this place. He looked around and saw there was plenty of food on the shelves. He immediately grabbed it and started swallowing it hungrily. Suddenly, he heard barking and other animal noises coming from inside the warehouse, which immediately brightened his expression. He hurried over and saw rows of iron cages appearing before him, containing several fierce animals such as jungle black wolves, cliff wild boars, gray-spotted black bears, and several sleek black panthers. This was actually for the beast fights organized by Yakeson Auction House. The native bent down and near his rib cage, he forcefully pulled out a white bone that looked like a rib. The sharp bone, about 17 or 18 centimeters long, looked like a wolf tusk but was much bigger and longer, and was currently emitting a faint white glow. It was like the fang of some unknown ferocious beast. At that moment, the native opened his right hand, and astonishingly, the fang he had just pulled out matched another fang he was holding. He began to mutter something softly, almost like a prayer, his expression devout. The next second, the two mysterious white fangs in his hand emitted a faint blood-red glow, causing the wild animals within tens of meters around to become frenzied, furiously slamming into the iron cages without caring about injuries. A muscular jungle black wolf rushed to the native's side, its eyes blood-red, but the next second, it stopped abruptly, lying down on the ground, seemingly showing extreme reverence to the native, but the native's expression stiffened as the two white fangs Poochie into the back of the black wolf. Strangely, the jungle black wolf did not resist at all, nor did it attack. Immediately, a fundamental sound began. The white fangs were smeared with streaks of blood, drawing something from the black wolf's body into the native. Then, the wound on the native's abdomen began to heal rapidly, and his overall spirit and strength started to recover rapidly. In just a few seconds, he became fully revitalized. His eyes bright, no longer showing any signs of fatigue. At that moment, someone rushed into the warehouse. The warehouse door burst open suddenly, and a burly knight was flung 7 or 8 meters away, his thick breastplate pierced by several holes, blood oozing profusely. And a towering native, about 2 meters tall, with colorful tattoos and bright bird feathers tied in his dreadlocks, appeared at the shattered door. The opposing party, despite being densely surrounded by a crowd, showed not a trace of fear in their eyes, but rather a sense of excitement and bloodlust. Meanwhile, the caravan supervisor, Asani, upon seeing the sharp white fangs in the hands of the native, suddenly widened his eyes and murmured, "Indeed, the artifact is in the hands of this surviving tribe's descendant." Swoosh! The figure suddenly vanished at the warehouse entrance. Such incredible speed! Apart from Rain, almost no one on the scene could see whether the person had dashed to the left or the right. Rain watched the disappearing silhouette pensively, then glanced at the injured brawny knight who had just risen from the ground, his eyes flickering. He had defeated the great knight and seemed to have no apparent injuries. Quite impressive. But since he allowed this great knight named Barnes to escape the warehouse, it suggested that the opponent's strength should be that of a seasoned great knight, or perhaps even stronger, yet likely without any powerful moves or techniques. Otherwise, this great knight named Barnes probably couldn't have escaped. "Lord Barnes, are you all right?" Graham immediately stepped forward to help him up. "I'm fine. This guy's tactics are a bit tricky. He even summoned wild beasts to attack himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been injured this heavily. Right? What is your catching team doing? Didn't you know that natives with such strong abilities shouldn't be brought into the city?" The brawny great knight named Barnes cursed at the caravan supervisor, Asani. Asani showed a sheepish expression and remained silent, looking like a pig unafraid of boiling water. "Lord Barnes, this gentleman is Baron Rain, the new security consultant for the trade district," Graham quickly introduced. "Baron Rain, this is Lord Barnes, also a security consultant for our trade district." Having been just defeated by the enemy, the man's face was ashen. He glanced at Rain, said nothing, and merely nodded coldly. Though Rain could understand how the other man felt, that didn't mean he was going to be brazen and make a fool of himself. "Let me try." Rain turned his head and said to Graham, "Eh? Lord Rain, even Lord Barnes, who was also a great knight, has." Graham looked at Rain with a worried expression. Hearing Rain's words, Barnes regarded him with newfound respect. Having the courage to act in the face of a formidable enemy was not common. Just then, suddenly, the sound of animals running came from the broken door of the warehouse. Roar! Dozens of ferocious beasts of varying sizes charged out, each with bloodshot eyes. "Not good. This guy's trying to make a run for it in the chaos," Graham exclaimed in alarm. Rain and Barnes, of course, also immediately understood the opponent's intent. After all, although the warehouse was large in size, it was a dead end, built against a hard mountain. There might be some sewer or the like that could lead to the lower parts of the city, but for unfamiliar natives, finding such a sewer would be nearly impossible in a short time. And the simplest way to escape the predicament was to break out and escape in the confusion. Originally still considering some matters, Rain now drew his warhammer from his back, and with a tap of his toe, the stone pavement suddenly burst open. His entire being shot forward like an arrow against the stream, piercing through the roaring tide of beasts in an instant. Jungle black wolves, playful boars, upon facing Rain, also known as Meister the Siege Drill, instantly howled in pain as they were slammed into the air, bones broken and tendons snapped. Seeing Rain's might, the native's expression changed, and he immediately turned and rushed back into the warehouse. Such strength! Graham couldn't help but mutter, "This isn't good. The enemy wants to lure Rain inside. The warehouse is filled with goods. Long weapons can't be used to their advantage there," Barnes said anxiously. He wanted to rush forward too, but after just one step, he stopped, clutching his wound. He was severely injured and realized that if he went now, he wouldn't be able to contain the enemy at all. "Go. Let us also advance." Graham gritted his teeth and waved to the elite night watchman behind him. One advisor had already died. If something happened to a genius like Lord Rain, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. All right, Graham, I always thought you were a wimp, but turns out you've got guts. Barnes praised, looking at Graham, who had already developed a little belly. At that moment, the battle inside the warehouse had already erupted. Upon entering the warehouse, Rain noticed the dim lighting, but with his dark vision, he was unaffected. However, the problem was that the warehouse was stacked high with various goods, and the long rows of dense shelves restricted the use of his two-handed warhammer. Yet the native, with a triumphant look, flashed a ferocious smile at Rain, swinging the sharp white weapon with agility like a monkey, darting left and right, charging toward Rain. Rain smiled as well. He threw his two-handed warhammer forcefully at the opponent, and, taking advantage of the moment the native dodged, he immediately charged. Click. A faint sound of snapping clicked. For glittering blades sprang from the gauntlets on Rain's armor. This change caused the native's expression to shift. But at that moment, it was a narrow passage where the brave would prevail, and the two immediately engaged in fervent combat within the long corridor only 2 meters wide. What surprised Rain was that, besides the critical attacks, the opponent almost never parried throughout the fight, opting instead for a trade-off strategy, taking hits to deal damage in return. No wonder the great Knight Barnes, who should not have been a novice, was defeated by him. Such a fearless way of fighting, even if someone was slightly stronger than him, would probably still end in bitterness. What a pity! He encountered Rain. Rain, who possessed the talent, intermediate steel body. Facing the native's fierce attacks, Rain also barely defended himself. Poochie. Poochie. Instantly, the water membrane reinforced plate armor on Rain's body was pierced, leaving 2 thumb-sized holes. Rain could feel the pain of the sharp weapon stabbing into his skin, but he knew his steel body defense was not breached by the tusks. Hiss hiss. The native's leather armor also tore instantly, adding several fresh and bloody gashes. 100 strike LV2 in a moment. Rain swung his hands rapidly, unleashing over 100 blade-like strikes in a short time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The native's eyes were split with rage. He kept retreating, waving his hands desperately, trying to block Rain's onslaught. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The continuous clashing of weapons resounded. Shelves on both sides broke simultaneously. Seconds later, the native's brown leather armor was shred into rags by Rain's Catter martial arts secret technique, 100 strike LV2, and his body was covered with dozens of deep red wounds. However, he was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at Rain's knight armor that was also peppered with more than a dozen holes and started laughing. The next second, more than a dozen beasts attacked Rain from all around. The native made a few distinctive calls, and suddenly a cliff wild boar obediently lay down on the ground. Poochie. He plunged the pair of tusks in his hands into the back of the cliff wild boar. Only then did Rain get a clear view that the native was holding a pair of long white tusks. However, what was bizarre was that the cliff wild boar showed a face of enjoyment when stabbed by the tusks, without any sign of pain. While Rain killed off several fierce beasts that attacked him, the wounds on the native's body had already completely healed without even going through the scabbing process, leaving only faint red lines as proof of the past injuries on his skin. Moreover, the native was even more energetic, as if he'd received a boost to his energy. Hey, it seems I've met a kindred spirit. If it had been someone else, they might really have been worn down to death. At this moment, the native, confident of victory, spoke in a halting common language, pausing after each word. You're doomed. I didn't expect you to speak the common language. Quite interesting. Without any hesitation, Rain added a point to his agility, and instantly, he was brimming with vigor. Facing each other again, the two resumed their fierce battle. Minutes later, the grievously injured native stood stupefied, his face a mask of disbelief as he looked at Rain, who remained as lively as ever. Impossible? You're not injured? And how could your stamina be so strong? The native eagerly tried to repeat his previous method to heal his wounds and regain energy, but the same trick obviously wouldn't work on Rain. Instead, Rain seized the opportunity and landed a punch right at the Adam's apple. Poochie. The native's eyes bulged as he clutched at his gushing throat, making a sound like a torn bellows, then slowly fell to the ground. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Your skill card Catter Martial Arts has been improved. Experience plus 1,338. You experienced a battle. Weapon Master, Legendary. Experience plus 647. Note. The above skill experience has enjoyed an exclusive talent, basic extraordinary understanding 30% increase. No golden skill points? That makes sense. His combat strength wasn't actually that great. It was some peculiar form of witchcraft or some dark art. At that moment, the native's hands weakly released their grip, and the pair of blood-stained but still faintly glowing white tusks fell to the ground with a clatter at almost the exact same time. Rain had been quite curious about the tusks. Clearly, the native relied on stabbing the tusks into the bodies of beasts, drawing some type of energy to heal his wounds and restore vitality. Rain took a couple of steps forward to pick up the bloodied tusks. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Host has acquired the ancient giant troll's tusks, triggering the special class change to Beast Priest Legendary. Conditions for advancement to Beast Priest Legendary are 1. Beast Tamer Transcendent, LV5 or above. 2. Spirit 25 points or more. 3. Possessing at least one ferocious beast. 4. Expending a pair of ancient giant troll's tusks. Current conditions met. Do you wish to change class to Beast Priest Legendary? Yes/no. This. For a moment, Rain's brows twitched as he seemed deep in thought. Rain couldn't help but recall the abilities that the native had just displayed. It was a sort of ability that absorbed the life force, or rather, the vitality of wild beasts to recover their own, a nearly sorcerous power. Another ability seemed to be commanding the surrounding wild beasts to attack the enemy. The two abilities that the opponent had just showcased made a deep impression on him. Although they both seemed like sorcery, Rain could feel the difference between them, and the sorcery of the Black Flame Church was quite substantial. Moreover, there were two particularly unique aspects about this time's class change prompt. The first was that it did not mention the need to worship a certain deity. This seemed to indirectly validate Rain's earlier guess that the opponent's ability was not sorcery. Secondly, the class change required the consumption of what was called Ancient Giant Troll's Fangs, which was different from previous class changes. Could it be that this power is closely related to these fangs? Otherwise, why would changing class to a Beast Priest Legendary require the consumption of these ancient giant troll fangs? Although based on his judgment, changing class to a Beast Priest Legendary seemed to have no issues, Rain still felt hesitant about whether to change class or not. After all, the Beast Tamer had another subsequent promotion path, Beastmaster Legendary, which should be coming soon. Once his black steed evolved into a savage beast, he would have two promotion paths to choose from. After thinking it over, Rain decided to first go outside. So he stuffed the pair of white fangs into his waist pouch. Outside the warehouse. Good. Graham, I always thought you were a wimp, but it turns out you've got guts. Barnes exclaimed, praising Graham as he saw the latter's slightly paunchy figure charging into the fray alongside himself. However, just as the two were about to lead the night watchman into the warehouse, suddenly, they saw someone emerging from inside. Immediately, everyone became alert and prepared for battle. The already broken doors collapsed entirely at that moment. What appeared in their sight was a young and tall figure, dragging the body of a native and walking out of the warehouse unhurriedly. Rain also hadn't expected to run into Graham, Barnes, and the others coming to provide support just as he stepped out of the warehouse. Are all the new sword bearers this monstrous? Barnes was unmistakably shocked to see the native who had gravely injured him being dragged out like a dead dog by Rain. Having exchanged blows himself, he naturally knew the strength of his adversary. Considering the opponent's ability to control wild beasts in combat, their overall strength was comparable to that of a seasoned great knight, even slightly stronger. As for the ability to draw upon beastly vitality, Barnes had yet to experience that. Perhaps, in the native's eyes, dealing with him didn't require using that power. Lord Rain, your task as a temporary appointee would at least merit a bronze medal evaluation, Barnes said enviously, gesturing a large 3 with his fingers as he looked at the native at Rain's feet. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. Fighting tooth and nail was all for getting a better mission evaluation, thus securing more resources. Oh, an evaluation worth 3 bronze medals? Rain's eyebrows shot up, a hint of joy on his face. This was something he was not entirely aware of. He only knew that mission evaluations would vary based on certain actual factors, but hadn't expected they could double. Moreover, Rain wasn't too bothered by Barnes's initial arrogance followed by deference. Because he had seen that despite his injuries, Barnes had been ready to charge into the warehouse with Graham to support him. Actions and courage alone proved a lot. Yes, The enemy possesses at least the strength of a seasoned great knight, and Lord Rain, you dealt with the situation very efficiently, finishing within less than half an hour without allowing the adversary to cause greater casualties and losses. Taking all these factors into account, an evaluation of 3 bronze medals is inescapable. Of course, that's after the final temporary task is over, and it's all. Barnes said as if reading from a book. Rain nodded. The possibility of receiving an evaluation of 3 bronze medals for merely dealing with a sudden event was an unexpected pleasure. Of course, he couldn't receive this evaluation right now. He would have to wait for a month, until the term of the temporary task was up, for a consolidated settlement. After all, if any urgent situation arose during the subsequent period and he managed to handle it successfully again, the reward could naturally continue to rise. Lord Rain, we really relied on you this time. Otherwise, the Empire's sword bearers would have lost face, Barnes said, a pained look on his face. During the fight, Barnes could still bear the pain, but now that he let out his breath, his wounds seemed to worsen. Right, Lord Barnes, looking at your wounds that continue to bleed, it would be best to get them treated immediately. Graham, the security officer of the trade district, quickly joined the conversation. This time, I will allot to both of your interventions or else. Graham started in gratitude. Ah, shameful. Don't thank me. Thank Lord Rain. Barnes waved his hand and said, I can't hold on any longer. The enemy's attacks were somewhat strange. I need to go back to the Sword Bearers branch to see a physician. Quick, you guys, take Lord Barnes to the Sword Bearers branch, Graham ordered, gesturing for his subordinates to hastily help Barnes onto a carriage. At the side, Asani from the Yakson auction house was watching the scene with an anxious look, deep in thought. Viscount Fabian, how come your men haven't arrived yet? If they don't come soon, the items will really end up in the hands of the sword bearers. At that moment, Graham noticed that Rain's silver knight armor also had fine holes and couldn't help but ask with concern, Lord Rain, this injury of yours. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Lord Graham. Rain smiled and said. Graham looked again at Rain's complexion, which was rosy with no signs of blood loss. And seeing that no blood was seeping from the holes in the breastplate, he nodded and said, That's good, that's good. Lord Rain, you truly are a pillar of the Empire. Graham hadn't expected Rain to be so formidable. In his heart, he thought it was a blessing from the goddess of fortune that Rain had advanced to great knight at 16, and in terms of strength, it was more reasonable that he was merely skirting the lower limits of a great knight. But who could have expected that Rain's strength was almost at the level of a seasoned knight? This wasn't just a blessing from the goddess. He was practically the goddess's illegitimate son. Eventually, the manager Asani waited until Graham was called away by his subordinates. With a beaming face, Asani quickly stepped forward, bowed slightly to Rain, and said, Esteemed Baron Rain, I am Asani, the manager of the Yakson caravan. Thank you for helping to address our caravan's trouble. It's nothing. I'm the security advisor for the trade district, and dealing with such incidents falls within my duties. Rain didn't quite understand the intention of the caravan manager before him. Accordingly, his reply was somewhat formulaic. Lord Rain, it's like this. You see that native escaped from our caravan, and now his corpse. Would we be able to redeem it? Of course, we would provide proper compensation. Asani carefully expressed his request. Oh, redeem the body? Rain couldn't help but look at him with surprise. At the same time, Rain quickly realized, what significance was there in redeeming the body of a native? Surely, the other party's purpose wasn't so simple, was it? However, he had just searched the body of the native, and it seemed there was nothing valuable. After all, the man had been brought over by a catching team and had been searched countless times already. If there had been anything valuable, it would have been taken long ago. Wait, not so fast. Could it be that what this fellow wanted was those tusks? Rain looked over Asani, the caravan manager, seeing his eyes flicker, his breathing quick, and his face slightly red, which made him even more certain of his guess. It must be. This was his spoils of war, and according to the imperial spoils distribution regulations, whether to surrender it up still depended on his own willingness. Moreover, this item was related to the conversion of his own legendary profession panel. Soon enough, Rain made a decision, and with a smile, he said, This guy killed so many people, involving even a noble. According to the Imperial Public Safety Management Regulations and the Dragon Empire criminal law, the murderer's body must be preserved for a month, waiting for officials to come and perform an autopsy. Do you not know this, Mr. Manager? Imperial Public Safety Management Regulations? Dragon Empire criminal law? Weren't you wholly focused on combat as a sword-bearer? How can you be so familiar with Imperial laws and regulations? Rain's every word closely adhered to the Imperial laws and regulations, causing Asani to break out in a sweat, momentarily at a loss for words. His purpose, of course, wasn't really the native's body, but that item, the ancient tusks, which had been worshipped and revered by the native tribe for hundreds or even thousands of years, purportedly possessing some mythical power. But after the Yakes and Company's elite catching team annihilated the native tribe, they just couldn't find those tusks. However, according to an auction house's wizard specializing in divination, the trace or hiding place of the ancient tusks was with these surviving natives. Therefore, they had brought the surviving natives back, planning to slowly interrogate them. But unexpectedly, just when they had let their guard down upon reaching Mingster, this mishap occurred. Just then, a piercing cry of an eagle sounded in the sky. Immediately after, came the sound of strong wing flapping, and Rain looked up to see two griffins, each about 4 or 5 meters long including the tail, with a lion's body and an eagle's head, boasting sturdy muscles and broad wingspans, descending from the sky. Once the two griffins landed, they both glanced around with their unusually majestic eagle eyes. This wasn't Rain's first time seeing a griffin, but it still filled him with envy. He was really looking forward to Bloodfeather growing up quickly. After arriving at the Sword-Bearer's branch, Rain had also learned that the blood-feathered horned eagle belonged to the same tier of naturally fierce and predatory birds as the griffins, which meant that when Bloodfeather was fully grown, it could completely hold its own in aerial combat against the griffins. At that moment, two people jumped off the backs of the two griffins, one wearing silver armor, while the other was a middle-aged man in light golden armor. Upon seeing the newcomers, Graham's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran towards the man in light golden armor, bending slightly and saying, "Viscount Filk, what brings you here in person?" "Lord Eustace, good to see you as well." Graham also did not forget the other Griffin Knight. "I heard from Eustace that a native appeared here, capable of influencing the behavior of beasts and even griffins, so I came to have a look. Has the situation been resolved now?" Felk quickly locked onto the native lying at Rain's feet. The distinctive features of vibrant bird feathers in their hair and skin covered with various lines were all too eye-catching. "Yes, Viscount Felk, this is Baron Rain, the new security advisor for the trade district from the Imperial Sword-Bearers. It was Baron Rain who took care of this powerful native." Felk glanced at Rain with a puzzled look, obviously a bit surprised by Rain's youthful face, but he soon smiled and said, "Lord Rain, you are quite promising." "Thank you for the compliment, Viscount Felk." Rain smiled and bowed slightly. Rain could feel that this Viscount Felk, with his calm demeanor, was very strong, with at least the strength of a peak knight. After a short exchange of pleasantries, Felk did not linger long and immediately mounted his griffin to take flight, quickly leaving the scene. How impressive! A griffin knight! The short-statured Mateo couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the griffin take to the sky. In Flashgold Town or even in Meist County City, he had never seen a real griffin knight before. This time, following Lord Rain to the provincial city of Mingster, it was quite an eye-opening experience. Graham smiled and introduced to Rain, "Viscount Felk is the deputy captain of the Griffin Squadron in Mingster Province. It's said that he has a profound background with contacts within higher-ups." "Imperial City?" Rain was a bit surprised. Graham nodded with a smile. "Hee, Lord Rain, is this your—" "This is Mateo, a clerk from my business house," Rain said with a smile. "A business house?" Graham's eyes brightened as he seemed to think of something. "Yes, it's a newly established business house called Hammer and Rose. We've just come to Mingster to expand our business and are still at the starting stage. The storefront is just over there." Rain pointed in the direction of the street they had come from. Graham looked enlightened, about to say something, when suddenly he saw two young and pretty noble ladies running over with their dress hems in their hands. It was Ginny and Agatha. Both women were panting and looking anxiously at Rain. Upon seeing the dozen holes in Rain's light silver knight's armor and the bloodstains on his body, they couldn't help but worry, thinking that Rain had been seriously injured. "Lord Rain, you are—" Agatha couldn't help stepping forward to support Rain. Ginny had extended her hand, but then retracted it, remembering that Rain was her mother's. But soon, she extended her hand again. After all, even if he was her father, it wouldn't hurt to give a little help. "I'm fine," Rain said with a wry smile, afraid of hurting the ladies if he pulled away, so he tried to reassure them softly. Graham couldn't help but show an expression that all men understand, sniggering privately to himself. It was just as he had expected. Two delicate noble ladies, and yet Lord Rain, so young, yet already so vigorous. Baron Rain, please get some rest. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave you be. When I have some free time, I'll have to come visit your business house, Graham declared with a down-to-earth air. Of course, Sheriff Graham, you're welcome any time, Rain said with a nod and a smile. After watching Graham leave, Rain looked down at the two ladies and said, I really am not injured. Lord Rain, your armor is made of hydroskin steel and it has so many holes. Could your body possibly be tougher than this high-grade knight's armor? Agatha said incredulously, puffing up with concern. Ginny also looked at Rain with skeptical, beautiful eyes, clearly not believing him. Seeing the disbelief on the ladies' faces, Rain shook his head and helplessly said, Then I'll take off my breastplate, and you'll see for yourselves. With Mateo's help, Rain quickly removed his damaged hydroskin steel breastplate. Only then did the ladies see that although Rain's undershirt also had holes, there was no blood. Agatha was even more curious, reaching her small hand to examine the holes in Rain's undershirt, her soft fingertips passing through and caressing Rain's solid chest. This immediately made Rain feel a bit embarrassed. Ginny covered her flushed face with her hands in embarrassment. That wretched girl. How dare she openly take advantage of Lord Rain? For Agatha, it was even worse, because Rain had sweated a lot after the battle ended, and the smell filled with masculine hormones had rushed into her nose, nearly making her swoon. At that moment, her face flushed, she almost lay upon Rain's body, her legs involuntarily clenching together. So strong. Such a good smell. Heavens. This body is truly tougher than hydroskin steel, yet it has such a hot temperature. Agatha's heart screamed. TCH, enough. Agatha. Ginny couldn't stand to watch any longer, admonishing her in a low voice and hastily pulling Agatha away. Her good friend had actually gone into heat on the street. It was too much. If it hadn't been for the public setting, she might have even presented herself to Lord Rain freshly bathed. Lord Rain, shall we go take a look at the shop? After all, it is your property, and it would be a good opportunity for you to rest as well, Ginny suggested with a smile. Very well. Lord Rain mostly wanted to see Cookie, Bloodfeather, and the Black Horse. He watched as the figures of Rain and his companions disappeared. Hidden in the distance, the leader of the Axon caravan, Asani, with a glint in his eyes and a contemplative expression, soon whispered to several servants at his side, Go, follow this Lord Rain and see where he goes. Be careful, take turns, and do not get caught. At your command, Lord Asani. The corpse of the native still lay there, guarded by over 10 elite night watchmen. Asani thought for a moment, then quickly approached the Trade District Sheriff, Graham, and began to ingratiate himself. Several minutes later, he started to speak. Lord Graham, our caravan has lost an item, which we suspect was stolen by this native. I would like to search the native's body, if you see fit. May I? Graham, with an expressionless face, took the heavy purse Asani covertly handed him and quickly slipped it into his own belt pouch. But his response was still non-committal. The man who killed him is Baron Rain, Asani. And this puts me in a difficult position. Greedy fella. In this case, Lord Graham, how about this? Under your supervision, we check if the item is there or not. If it's not, there's no need to discuss further. If it is there, I won't take it away. I will first discuss the matter with Baron Rain. Please, would that be acceptable? Asani quickly devised a workaround. At least this way, he could determine whether the item was on the body of the deceased. Well then, all right. Hurry up. I give you 10 minutes. Don't get handsy. Too many eyes are watching you. Graham thought about it and quickly agreed. After all, they were merely looking, and Lord Rain himself suffered no loss, while he, Graham, could consider it a favor granted to Asani. Asani, a relieved smile on his face, waved to the two servants behind him, and they quickly began searching the native's body. At this moment, the native's body was drenched in blood, covered with countless wounds of varying sizes and lengths, making it feel muddy and reek of blood. But they had no choice. Asani and several followers thoroughly searched the native's body to and fro, but found nothing. It did confirm one thing, though the native had several fractured bones, and even 2 ribs were missing. The Baron Rain of the Sword Bearers, indeed, was a ruthless man, even removing ribs. Upon arriving at the residence Ginny had bought, Rain began to inspect it. The residence, in terms of size, was only slightly larger than the one near the administrative hall in Flash Gold Town, which was only due to the addition of a stable. However, the cost was as high as 3,000 gold coins. This made Rain sigh. Living in the capital is indeed not easy. It wasn't that the merchant funds were insufficient, but most of the capital was invested in renting shops and public relations. Moreover, they needed to keep enough funds for cash flow, which is why Ginny chose to temporarily buy this house. Upon seeing its master, a dog as big as a small pony rushed over. It was Cookie. Wagging its tail excitedly, it barked a few times at Rain. Woof, woof. There was a hint of cajoling in the bark, as well as a hint of complaint, as if saying, how come it took him so long to come see it? Immediately, Cookie kept circling Lord Rain until he, laughing, petted him for a good while, finally calming him down. At that moment, a sharp bird cry came from the rooftop, and Bloodfeather, now nearly the size of an adult swan, swiftly swooped down and perched on the muscular arm of Lord Rain. A few minutes later, Lord Rain went to the stables to check on the black horse. But to his disappointment, although the black horse was spirited, it had not undergone any significant changes compared to before. Could it be that the black horse's mutation failed? Well, mutation growth potions aren't always guaranteed to succeed every time. But what about increasing the dosage? Could that possibly raise the success rate? Meanwhile, not far from Lord Rain's residence on the streets, Lord Hammis, you've finally arrived, Trader Asani said eagerly to a lean man in black leather armor, with a short dagger hanging from his waist. The item is no longer on that runaway native. It is very likely now in the hands of a sword-bearer named Lord Rain. He is right in. Since Lord Rain planned to return to the sword-bearer's branch after dinner with the two women, he paused for a moment, then first went back to the room Ginny had arranged for him, to rest for a bit. Once in the room, Lord Rain started pondering over the two entirely different career paths following the Beast Tamer. I'm not sure what new core skills Beastmaster, Legendary, might have, but if I were to guess based on the lineage of Beast Tamer, Transcendent, if there is a new core skill, it would probably allow for more pets to be contracted. That native's ability to heal wounds is likely due to the ancient giant troll fangs, and since Beast Priest, Legendary, as a special career change, consumes these fangs, it's very likely that the career change would grant this skill. I'm truly envious. And then there's Control Beast Pack. It's not that Beastmaster, Legendary, isn't good enough, it's just that the benefits of Beast Priest, Legendary, right in front of me are too great. Lord Rain sighed, having made a decision. He then took out the pair of faintly glowing white ancient giant troll fangs from his pouch. The system prompt then sounded. Prerequisites for advancing to Beast Priest, Legendary, are 1. Beast Tamer, Transcendent, LV 5 or above. 2. Spirit 25 points or above. 3. Possession of at least one fierce beast. 4. Consumption of a pair of ancient giant troll fangs. Current conditions met. Yes/no change profession to Beast Priest, Legendary. Note, advancing to Beast Priest, Legendary, will override the Beast Tamer, Transcendent profession panel. This time, Lord Rain did not hesitate to choose yes. As the pair of ancient giant troll fangs turned to powder. Ding. Profession change successful. Change to Beast Priest, Legendary. Strength +2, Agility +2, Constitution +2, Spirit +3. Acquired Beast Priest, Legendary, core skills. Beastly Robustness LV1, passive. Beastly Vitality LV1, active. Control Beast Pack LV1, active. Before Lord Rain could start examining the descriptions of the three core skills, suddenly, his expression darkened. Turning his head towards the door, he said, "Who's out there?" If it weren't for the disappearance of the ancient giant troll tusks, causing an extremely subtle fluctuation in the atmosphere, Rain would not have detected the other party. Clearly, the other party was very skilled at concealing their presence. Such keen perception, Lord Rain. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Hammis from the Yaxen Commerce Group. May I have the honor of meeting with you, Lord Rain? A soft male voice came from outside the door. Rain looked at the tusks that had now turned into powder and couldn't help but laugh to himself, thinking, what difference does a meeting make? Even if I wanted to give you the tusks now, I couldn't. However, listening to him couldn't hurt to see what he intended. Come in, Rain said aloud. The door was gently opened, and a thin but rugged man in leather armor walked in, his narrow eyes giving off the impression of a snake's stare. This man, named Hammis, bowed slightly and said, Lord Rain, I am here on behalf of Viscount Fabian, the head of the Munster Axon Auction House, to extend his greetings to you. Mr. Hamnes, please state your purpose, Rain said as he scrutinized the man up and down. The short dagger at the man's waist seemed to indicate he was an assassin. Lord Rain, the reason for my visit is to request that you sell to us the tusks you've obtained from the natives. The auction house values them highly, he said. Rain waved his hand, saying, Mr. Hamnes, I am sorry, but I don't have any tusks here. He wasn't lying. Although they had existed seconds ago, now turned into powder, naturally, there were no tusks left. Hamnes, staring at Rain's unemotionally steady gaze, was momentarily stunned. What? Could it be that he's telling the truth? But that couldn't be possible. Just when he arrived nearby, he had sensed that subtle fluctuation, and having tracked these tusks for so long, it should not have been a mistake. After a moment's thought, Hamnes's expression turned serious as he solemnly said, Lord Rain, though you are the honored imperial sword-bearer, perhaps you are not aware that the Yaxen auction house has more influence than you might expect. Viscount Fabian is just a figure fronting them, and by taking this stand, you are offending more than just a viscount, which is unwise. Oh, Mr. Hamnes, are you threatening me? Rain chuckled. Do you know how much I detest being threatened? Besides, even if I had the tusks you refer to, according to the Empire's War Spoils Distribution Act, they would belong to me, right? Or is the Yaxen auction house trying to challenge this well-established imperial stipulation? Perhaps I should spread this issue within the sword-bearers branch. Hamnes momentarily didn't know what to say. Oh, if it weren't for those idiots in Asani's caravan thinking they had already reached Mingster and letting their guard down, allowing this native to escape, none of these problems would have arisen. Before coming here, he had examined the native's injuries, knowing that this young Lord Rain was no simple character, and moreover, he was someone of sensitive identity. If it wasn't necessary, he would prefer not to confront him. Lord Rain, let me speak plainly. These tusks are very important to the Yaxen auction house, specifically requested by a marquis. If you still intend to keep your position, please don't regret it. I really don't have tusks here. If you don't believe me, you can check. Rain spread his hands out. Then, Rain voluntarily emptied everything from his pouch. I can swear to this by the goddess, Rain said emphatically. He had known beforehand that the Yaxen auction house was reputed to have a profound backing, so the better he could bluff his way through, the better. Additionally, he was indeed telling the truth. The tusks had already turned into bone powder. If they wanted powder, that might still be negotiable. Want the tusks? Then there's nothing to be done, Rain thought to himself. Hamnes, observing Rain's clear and serious eyes, as well as his unhesitant manner and swearing, became confused. Such clear eyes didn't seem to be those of a liar. Hamnes then examined again the scattered items from Rain's pouch, and there were no tusks in it. The tusks, being long and white, should have been easy to find. He looked around Rain's room, which was simply decorated and seemed to have no place to hide anything. There was some powdery substance on the floor, but that was probably just the cleaning not done thoroughly by the servants. Very well. It seems highly likely that I was mistaken. My deepest apologies. I hope you won't mind my intrusion, Lord Rain. Hamnes bowed deeply. Of course not. Rain waved his hand and replied. Hamnes bowed again and quickly turned to leave. After watching Hamnes leave, Rain began to ponder thoughtfully. It seems these ancient giant troll tusks must be rare, otherwise, certain people from the Yaxen auction house wouldn't be so persistent. Perhaps, after returning to the sword-bearers branch, he should look up some relevant information. Thinking this over, Rain then shifted his focus back to the information on his class transfer. This legendary class transfer also resulted in an overall increase in all attributes, especially boosting his spirit by 3 points. Constitution, 32 strength, 31 agility, 32 spirit, 39 remaining attribute points, 12 remaining skill points, 0 after this job change. All attributes had exceeded the significant milestone of 30 points. But at the moment, Rain was more focused on the 3 core skills he had just gained as a Beast Priest legendary. He wondered if the effects of these skills were as he had imagined before. Rain, full of anticipation, turned to the Beast Priest legendary page, only to find that the original Beast Tamer Transcendent panel had disappeared and been replaced by the Beast Priest legendary profession panel. The entire panel was flickering with the same special blue light as the Weapon Master legendary. This was distinctly different from the green light of the previous Beast Tamer Transcendent Professional panel. Rain quickly found the three new icons with flickering borders at the top of the panel. The first icon featured a miniature photo of his current three pets, a hawk, a dog, and a horse, with a line of small text in the bottom right corner. Beastly Vitality LV1. Passive as a beast priest inherited from ancient trolls, you naturally have the ability to draw on the vitality of your contracted pets, thus enhancing your own physical constitution and resistance. Note: at LV1, only one pet effect can be obtained. Note: this skill has a distance limit. It is only effective when the pet is near you, and the effective distance is proportional to the spirit attribute. Huh? This is. After pondering briefly, Rain's face broke into a smile. When he focused his attention on the core skill, Beastly Vitality, images of his three pets' headshots swiftly surfaced in his mind. Is it asking me to choose? Then, let's go with the Greyhound Battle Dog Cookie, implement the effect. Upon Rain's confirmation, he immediately felt a mysterious, invisible link form between him and the Greyhound Battle Dog Cookie, followed by a strange energy transferring to him. Rain felt somewhat different. A new prompt message appeared quietly. The host has received the buff effect Dog's Agility. Agility increased by 3 points. Dog's Agility? Agility increased by 3 points? Rain's eyes brightened, and he immediately checked his own attribute bar. Indeed, Agility had changed to 32 plus 3. Dog's Agility? That must be the buff from Cookie. A nearly 10% increase in Agility. Not bad. Rain said, raising his eyebrows in delight. Just didn't know about the others. So Rain tried selecting the Black Horse's effect next. Instantly, he felt a mysterious link form between him and the Black Horse, followed by a sensation of energy completely different from that which he had felt from the Greyhound Battle Dog, flowing into him. Meanwhile, the mysterious connection he had with the Greyhound Battle Dog Cookie was severed. At the same time, 2 new prompt messages appeared. The host has received the buff effect Horse's Endurance, Constitution increased by 1 point. The Dog's Agility effect has disappeared. Is it really as the skill described, that at LV1 you can only maintain 1 buff effect? It's a pity that there are no new skill points right now. Otherwise, I could try to level up Beastly Vitality to LV2 and see if I can maintain 2 buff effects. If that's possible, it would be incredible. Something seemed to click, and Rain's eyes widened suddenly. Why just at 1 point? The Dog's Agility just now increased my agility by 3 points. So why did the Black Horse only add 1 point to Constitution? Could it be that this type of buff effect is linked to the pet's own strength? Because the Black Horse has not stepped into the realm of ferocious beasts, does it only provide a minor effect on Constitution? After thinking for a while, Rain figured his guess was probably accurate. After contemplation, Rain tried the effect of Blood Feather. A new system prompt appeared. The host has received the buff effect Horned Owl Beast Strength. Strength increased by 2 points. The horse's endurance effect has disappeared. Strength from the Horned Owl Beast? Impressive. After comparing 3 different types of buff effects, Rain silently nodded to himself, concluding that they likely originated from his pets. Hence, the pet's own strength was crucial. Despite Blood Feather still being a fledgling, it provided a stronger buff effect than the larger Black Horse due to this reason. It seems that next time, I should seek to contract pets that are ferocious beasts with some special ability. Perhaps that will yield unexpectedly powerful buff effects. Rain thought. The second icon, however, featured the image of a human hand pressed atop the head of a crouching fierce beast, with the following line of small text in the bottom right corner. Beastly Energy LV1. Active as a beast priest inherited from ancient trolls. You can rapidly extract the life force and energy of a beast or contracted pet to heal your wounds and restore energy. Note: only 1 beast or contracted pet can be subjected to this effect at a time, and the maximum amount must not exceed 30% of the target's life force limit. Note: extracting from a beast will expose you to the negative effects of the beast's spirit, but contracted pets will not. Is this the healing ability that native used? Rain's eyes lit up, but upon seeing the description of the negative effects of the beast's spirit, he became pensive. It appeared that the native's eyes had red bloodshot veins, and they were quite agitated. Was it caused by this negative effect? Seems like I'll need to find a beast to test it on. Immediately, Rain's gaze moved to the last icon, a pattern depicting wild beasts in a majestic stampede. Control Beast Pack LV1. Active as a beast priest inherited from ancient trolls, you can control all beasts within a 30-meter radius, making them bloodthirsty, frenzied, and launching attacks on enemies. Note: the stronger the beast, the stronger its resistance to your control. The effect of Control Beast Pack is positively correlated with Spirit. Looking at these three core skills, a smile couldn't help but appear on Rain's lips. Towards evening, Jenny had arranged a sumptuous dinner. "Jenny, perhaps you and Agatha could consider buying a villa in the administrative district," Rain said as he cut through the spicy Cliff Mountain goat ribs with silver cutlery. "Lord Rain, having money alone is not enough to buy a villa in the administrative district. One also needs to purchase a quota." Jenny and Agatha exchanged a somewhat surprised and bewildered look, but Jenny didn't question it and answered directly. They didn't understand why Lord Rain would make such a suggestion. Could it be that he thought this house was too simple? Probably not. After all, Lord Rain was always engrossed in cultivation and didn't place much emphasis on external conditions, something they knew well. "I'll take care of that. Don't forget, I've already joined the Sword Bearers," Rain said with a slight smile. Jenny, having keenly sensed something amiss, furrowed her brows and asked, "Lord Rain, is it because of what happened during the day?" It's still not certain. Consider it as being prepared just in case." Rain nodded and did not deny it. "All right, Lord Rain, then tomorrow I will go with Agatha to look at houses," Jenny said without further questioning, nodding. During dessert after dinner, "Lord Rain, will you return to your place tonight?" Agatha's big, watery eyes gazed at Rain, her young face flushed from drinking some aged Bordeaux, as radiant as a flower. Although Agatha had some little freckles on her nose, it did not affect the girl's liveliness and enthusiasm. "Agatha, you've had too much to drink." Jenny couldn't help but cover her forehead with her hand again. It was all over. Her best friend was completely entranced by Lord Rain's masculine charm. "Yes, Miss Agatha, I have to return to the Sword Bearers branch tonight to look up some information," Rain said with a hint of apology. "That's really too bad. I was hoping to consult with Lord Rain about some questions tonight," Agatha said, her pretty face blushing. Jenny was at a loss for words regarding her best friend. Was that consulting? That was delivering oneself on a platter. Meanwhile, in a study on the third floor of Yaxen Auction House, Hamiz was sitting opposite Viscount Fabian. "So you mean to say, Hamiz, even you can't be sure whether the ancient Trollfang is actually in the Sword Bearer's hands?" Fabian said with dissatisfaction. "Yes, Viscount Fabian, I'm very sorry," Hamiz nodded. "It looks like we have to trouble Lord Horton to perform divination again. I'll have to find time in the next few days to pay him a visit," Fabian murmured, frowning. At night, Sword Bearers Branch, Library. "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" A beautiful young female attendant saw Rain approaching, stood up, and bowed. "Help me look up information on trolls. Or ancient trolls," Rain said as he handed the attendant his bronze badge. "Sure, sir. Please wait a moment." The young lady respectfully took the badge with both hands and started searching quickly. "Are these books on trolls or ancient trolls?" "Yes. I found them, sir. There are two ancient books related to trolls, namely Evolution of Trolls and Troll Chapter of Ancient Races." "I will borrow both," Rain said. "All right, sir. The total borrowing cost is 20 merit points," the attendant said. "Since both books are rubbings from the ancient materials of the Imperial Library, according to the rules, you can only read them within the Sword Bearers branch, and they need to be returned within 1 month," the young lady said somewhat apologetically. "Okay, thank you." Rain nodded. After returning to his room, Rain started to read seriously. In some remote areas of the Empire, even outside its borders, certain forest troll tribes still remain. However, it's still unclear if other types of trolls exist. Rain first read Evolution of Trolls, which mostly contained general descriptions, but what he was actually most interested in was the issue of the fangs. Thus, he put aside Evolution of Trolls for the moment and quickly began reading Troll Chapter of Ancient Races. Ancient trolls had an average height of over 2.5 meters, far surpassing the 2 meters 20 height of the remaining forest trolls of today. The height of female trolls was a bit shorter, about 2 meters. In addition, even within the same tribe, there would be scattered presence of powerful trolls, much larger than ordinary tribal members. Rain glanced at the illustrations and saw that the male troll's tusks protruded like those of wild boars, with the taller the troll, the longer the tusks, plus Pinocchio-like long noses, a visage completely outside the realm of human aesthetics. But the female trolls were different. Their lower jaw tusks resembled slightly longer canines of humans, just peeking out from the lips, akin to what is commonly referred to as little tiger teeth, looking a bit playful. Their features also resembled those of human females, and the overall impression was quite in line with the aesthetic preferences of human males. It said that the fangs of trolls possess a special power. The stronger the troll warriors are, the more obvious this power in their fangs is. During the era when the ancient giant troll empire ruled, many tribes of primitive humans worshipped and conducted rituals for the fangs of mighty dead troll warriors, borrowing the miraculous powers contained within them. Rain read with great interest. Although what was written in the ancient text was still vague, it sketched out a rough internal logic of why the ancient giant troll's fangs had facilitated his class change to beast priest, legendary. Just as I guessed, there's no influence from the evil god inside. This must be some unique ability from an ancient race. Several days passed. Rain spent his days methodically alternating between general education classes and the rapid stream chamber, practically living a two-point life. Unfortunately, there wasn't much opportunity to use the other two core skills of the Beast Priest, legendary. However, this morning, the evaluation for Rain's handling of the sudden incident had come out from above. 3 bronze medals and an additional 800 merit points for his evaluation. Barnes's prediction was very accurate. However, these awards would not be received until the secondment task was settled. A background with 3 bronze medals was already enough to promote Rain's emblem level from the bronze to the silver rank. This also meant that Rain would soon be eligible to take on silver rank tasks, and the distance to obtaining the golden medal was not far off. Late at night, in the Meister County, Flashgold Town Church, a black-robed man bearing several symbols of burning black flames on his collar and cuffs entered the church, where, at that moment, 7 or 8 black flame monks in similar attire were already waiting. Emissary, the bone staff has been properly placed. Very good, then let's start with this small town. Humph. The Dragon Empire thinks that by destroying one of our branches, they have deterred the Black Flame Church. How foolish. Starting today, let this decaying empire be thoroughly shaken. Emissary, by doing this, might we provoke the Dragon Empire's wrath and lead to a comprehensive purge? I'm not scared, but I'm worried it might delay the resurrection of the god. One of the Black Flame monks hesitated to say. The middle-aged man known as the emissary showed a strange smile. Of course it will, but the Dragon Empire won't have the energy for that. Because this time, it's not just us. Minutes later, the Black Flame monks formed a circle as chanting echoed throughout the church. Great god of hunting, please witness your humble servants offering this insignificant sacrifice. Welcome your return. Flashgold Town Administration Office. Hamilton, who was in the restroom, suddenly woke up with a start as he felt a sudden palpitation in his heart. Upon standing up, he faintly heard the sound of chanting from the church. How could anyone be praying at this hour? Hamilton furrowed his brows in thought, and the next second, his expression drastically changed. This is bad. Hamilton immediately grasped what was happening, grabbed the sword and shield nearby, and rushed out of the room. But as he led a team of elite night watchmen out of the administrative office, he saw an eerie, pale blood mist swirling in the sky over the whole of Flashgold Town. Before they could even reach the church, the night watchman beside Hamilton started screaming in horror. My nose is bleeding. Look, the blood is floating up. The night watchmen watched in terror as blood oozed from their nostrils and eyes. No matter how they tried to cover it, it wouldn't stop. The blood, like streams joining the sea, flowed through the air towards the church. Hamilton's pupils shrunk. He decided to retreat at first, but a sudden look back revealed a black-robed figure appearing in front of and behind him. I didn't expect to find a fish that slipped through the net here. And it's a senior night, judging by his attire, probably the sheriff of this small town. Perfect, with you included. The entire town will be almost complete. Minutes later, a familiar roar resounded. All of Flashgold Town returned to silence. A deathly quiet, under that same moonlight. In Meister County, Fishing Port Town. Whoosh. Along the coastline, the waves rhythmically slapped against the rocks. Suddenly, several tall humanoid creatures with peculiar looks emerged from the sea and rapidly slid ashore. Their heads resembled miniature giant dragons, not only adorned with annular and stripe-like fins, but also equipped with several large, catfish-like barbels hanging from their chins. Their lower bodies were like large snakes, their upper bodies like humans, covered in scales. These creatures stood at least 2.5 meters tall, wielding tridents, radiating formidable strength. It was certain that these were no mere fish folk. Although they moved in a Z pattern, their speed was extremely fast. As they charged into Fishingport town, screams soon pierced the night. Early the next morning, when Rain stepped out of the room, intending to head to the Swordbearers Branch Newcomer Buildings Hall for general education classes, many griffins in the training ground were taking off, one after another, soaring and screeching towards the southeast. "Hey, what's going on? Why are all the griffins being deployed at once?" Rain looked puzzled. Before he could figure it out, another squad of griffins quickly streaked across the sky. Is that Mingster's Griffin Squadron? Rain could vaguely see that leading the griffins was Viscount Felk, who was adorned in pale golden knight armor. At that moment, a red-haired beauty, Evelyn, approached anxiously from the end of the corridor and said eagerly to Rain, "Lord Rain, something big has happened in Meister County. Last night, both Meister and Rosby counties were attacked, with reportedly heavy casualties." "What?" Rain couldn't help but look horrified. His family was all in Meister. "What's the specific situation? Was County Town attacked? Or are you saying that the subordinate towns were attacked?" Rain hurriedly asked. "That is still unclear." Evelyn shook her head. She too was concerned because the intelligence was too vague. However, the general knowledge class originally scheduled for this morning has already been changed to an information briefing on the latest situation, Evelyn continued. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "Evelyn, we'll first go and listen to the latest news," said Rain with a solemn expression. After all, guessing blindly only causes more panic. By the time the two of them arrived at the newcomers' training hall, everyone, including Vinica, had basically all arrived. And judging by the serious expressions and the hushed conversations among the crowd, they too had received the news. They didn't let the crowd wait too long. A middle-aged man in an officer's uniform, accompanied by the Deputy Minister of the Empowerment Division, Melanie, walked into the hall. At once, the entire hall quieted down. This middle-aged man had a very clean-shaven beard, and his demeanor seemed somewhat scholarly. His skin was delicate, and on his shoulders were gold epaulets with a pair of golden leaves, plus 3 crescent-shaped golden insignia. According to Rain's knowledge of imperial military ranks, he could tell at a glance that the man was an imperial colonel. But judging by the man's floating gait that had just entered, he did not seem like a combatant. After a brief introduction, it confirmed Rain's guess. This colonel named Belmont was a senior staff officer of the Imperial Army. The first sentence Belmont recounted about the latest intelligence made even these sword-bearer newcomers, who had far greater endurance than ordinary people, cry out in shock. Last night, several provinces including Mingster Province near Wazi Province, Nome Province, and other provinces were attacked to varying degrees, with heavy casualties, said Staff Officer Belmont with a grave expression. "What?" a sword-bearer newcomer exclaimed. "So many places were attacked? Could it be the Eagle Federation? Otherwise, who has such an ability?" The hall at this moment was like a boiling pot, instantly becoming noisy. Rain's expression grew grave. The situation was much more severe than what Evelyn had described just now, and a force capable of launching attacks in so many provinces of the Empire was definitely extraordinary. Who could the attackers or the masterminds behind the scenes be? Staff Officer Belmont, who are the attackers? Veery raised his hand to signal and asked with a hint of urgency. This was also what most people present wanted to inquire. The hall instantly became quiet again. All eyes converged quickly on Staff Officer Belmont. Based on the information we have so far, the attackers include but are not limited to the Black Flame Cult, the Limb Attachment Cult, the Sea God Sect, the Secret Snake Sect, among other cults, and additionally, some unusual races were also involved. Belmont said as he raised a stack of documents in his hand and spoke earnestly. No sooner had Belmont finished his statement than the crowd below grew noisy again. Is it a conspiracy by multiple cults working together in secret? The cults have way too much audacity. Rain, meanwhile, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Cults? He had not expected such a large-scale attack to be stirred up by cults behind the scenes. However, if so many cults acted together, it would no longer be surprising. Is there no involvement of the Eagle Federation? Angus then asked. Staff Officer Belmont shook his head. On the surface, we have not found any traces of involvement by the Eagle Federation. Staff Officer Belmont, could you please tell us the specific locations being attacked in Meister and Rosby counties? Evelyn raised her hand in a timely manner. Also, what about these unusual races that you mentioned earlier, sir? This question too was of concern to everyone, and the hall went quiet once more. Multiple towns including Fishingport Town, Alborough Town, Maheim Town, and Flash Gold Town and Meister County were attacked, while in Rosby County, several towns including Rackman Fishing Port Town were attacked. The casualty count is still being compiled, but what is clear is that the casualties are very heavy. Upon hearing that towns were hit, Rain breathed a sigh of relief. But Rain quickly came back to his senses. Fishing Port Town? Flash Gold Town? Immediately, Rain's brows furrowed deeply. He knew many familiar people in these two towns. The Ryman brothers from Fishing Port Town. There were even more in Flash Gold Town: his good friend George, Sheriff Hamilton, the old captain of the night watchman Wayluin, and so on. Instantly, vibrant images of these people sprang up in Rain's mind. At that moment, Belmont continued to answer. As for the unusual races, based on the current intelligence, what can be confirmed is that according to the scales left on the ground of Meister Fishing Port Town and Rackman Fishing Port, they appear to belong to a creature from the ancient times, the blood-cursed Naga. Normally, this Naga tribe should have disappeared into the vast expanse of history. But somehow, the Sea God sect was able to incite them to attack the Imperial coastline. Our staff headquarters speculate that the Sea God sect may have found the surviving members of their race in the deep sea, or the Sea God sect might be using the power of some evil god. The blood-cursed Naga of this clan are different from other Naga, more cruel, bloodthirsty, and fond of attacking humans and conducting blood sacrifices. The adult males of the blood-cursed Naga can match the strength of a human great knight. And as a matriarchal clan, the female Naga's combat power is even more astounding. Adults hold the power of an official wizard. Adults are equivalent to great knights, as ferocious as the ancient giant trolls. Rain flipped through the ancient races, the troll chapter which contained records of the strength of adult ancient giant trolls. The female blood-cursed Naga are even more powerful. Adults equate official wizards? Such a blessed race. Rain couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he didn't have the system, who knows when he'd become a great knight, let alone an official wizard. In addition, among some of the ruined buildings in Richmond Fishing Port, Imperial scouts discovered giant humanoid footprints, over 1.5 meters long and about 80 centimeters wide. We believe these belong to a sea giant, said Advisor Belmont as he continued. Sea giants? Rain raised an eyebrow. Lately, all sorts of ancient or rare races seem to be springing up like mushrooms after rain. A troubled autumn indeed. However, we are currently unsure which clan these sea giants come from. The sea giant clan closest to the Imperial territories is the Fury Wave Giants. This is also why we suspect that the Sea God sect is behind this. Sea giants and Naga are natural archenemies, and the likelihood of both attacking the Empire simultaneously is extremely low. Additionally, the ancient Naga possess the ability to summon marine creatures to assist in battle. At this moment, the coastlines of various counties in Minster are swarming with gray-fin fishmen, black-gill fishmen, blue-gills deep-sea fishmen, giant-claw lobstermen, and other vassal clans. Currently, the Imperial forces stationed in Minster Province have already begun clashing fiercely with the enemy. Advisor Belmont, what about the movements of the Imperial Navy? Vinica asked anxiously after hearing about the coastal attackers involving the Sea God sect and blood-cursed Naga. Rain knew that the pigtailed girl was probably concerned about people she knew, such as Master Annius and Major Mary. The Imperial Navy is currently battling several giant sea creatures. The specifics, due to involving the mobility of the Imperial Navy, are highly confidential, and I am not very clear. Advisor Belmont shook his head. Not long after, Advisor Belmont concluded with the latest updates and left the newcomers' hall, though Rain still had many questions in his heart. Like, where was the Empire's elite combat power? Was there a higher level of strategy? Moreover, with such significant events occurring, didn't the intelligence department know? Or was this incident directly orchestrated and driven by the evil gods? At that moment, the Assistant Secretary of the Sword Bearers Branch, Melanie, stepped forward and announced the latest directive. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the orders from above, special training is suspended. All sword-bearer recruits are to be uniformly deployed for watch and defense duties across the districts of Minster. As soon as Melanie's words fell, many below immediately questioned, Miss Melanie, why aren't we being sent to the front lines? Yes, my parents are still in Rosby County. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Melanie's face sterned. She continued, this is an order from above. If everyone disobeys the command, only caring to rescue their own families, what purpose does the organization serve? I fully understand your feelings. The Empire has already dispatched rescue teams immediately. Additional troops are also being mobilized. Moreover, The vast majority of you do not yet possess the capability to undertake special tasks on the front line. Currently, the lowest level tasks on the front line are of silver grade. Deploying you in ordinary combat would be a misuse of potential, and thus, the higher-ups have decided to have you reinforce the security in the districts of Mingster, essentially as peacekeepers. Having heard the latest intelligence, Rain naturally wanted to return to Meist immediately to bring his family and Jennifer to the safer Mingster. But his current problem was that as a sword-bearer, he needed to follow the arrangements from the higher-ups. However, he was now considering another issue, since Melanie mentioned that the front line involved silver-grade tasks. If he could manage to settle his 3 bronze medals earlier, he could upgrade his badge privileges to silver level, thus being able to take on silver-grade tasks. This might allow him the opportunity to head to Meist, and en route, bring his family to safety in Meist County City. Half an hour later, Rain arrived at the task hall. "Sir, your provisional task hasn't ended, and we cannot settle the task rewards," the young female clerk apologized. "Isn't there any other way?" "This, sir, if you have a special reason, I would recommend communicating with senior officers. During the provisional task period, can I take on other tasks?" Rain asked again. "I'm afraid not, sir. Unless it is a high-priority assigned task, you can only complete one task at a time," the young clerk apologized. She too had heard about some of the attacks in Mingster province and had relatives in several counties there. She truly understood the worries of the young noble before her. But she didn't have any solution. As Rain left the task hall, he felt somewhat dejected, willing to give up his 3 bronze medal tasks. After all, medals and merit points could always be earned in future missions. But once family is gone, it's truly gone. However, the problem was that without finishing his provisional appointment, he couldn't be promoted to the silver level and thus couldn't qualify to take on this Meist-related mission. According to Rain's earlier plan, he intended to first elevate his authority to the silver level, and then logically proceed to apply to the Sword Bearers branch, participating in frontline special operations. But now, suddenly, shortly after Rain returned to his room, there was a knock at the door. Rain opened the door and saw a guard standing at the entrance, who respectfully said, "Lord Rain, someone has come to visit. It is a noble with a pass from the Sword Bearers branch. Currently, they are waiting for you in the branch's administrative building's small reception room." Rain frowned. Typical barons and viscounts wouldn't normally have access to the Sword Bearers branch's pass. Someone on the level of Count Habs, on the other hand, would have the credentials to enter. But at this critical moment, it was highly unlikely that the person would leave Meist, especially since such a significant event had occurred. Who could it be? With this question in mind, Rain proceeded to the small reception room in the administrative building. There he saw a middle-aged man with a beard, dressed in black hunting attire with golden trim, sitting solemnly on the right side of the room. A steaming cup of Jaiton red tea sat untouched beside him, clearly burdened with heavy thoughts. "Ambassador!" Rain was taken aback and exclaimed. Upon seeing Rain's arrival, Javier managed a strained smile. "Baron Rain, we meet again." "Lord, good to see you. It's been a while." Rain bowed slightly as a gesture of respect. He of course remembered the Lord. Before taking part in the nobilities and nobleman examination, he had met this man named Javier Stewart, the ambassador, in his carriage. At that time, he had not yet passed the ennoblement exam, but Javier's approachable demeanor had made a deep impression on Rain. Latterly, Rain had made some inquiries and found that this individual was a significant figure on the Mingster Ennoblement Examination Committee and reportedly also dispatched from the Imperial City to Mingster Province. No wonder he could easily come into the Mingster Sword Bearers branch. "Please take a seat, Baron Rain." "Baron Rain, due to the urgency, I'll come straight to the point. I'd like to ask you to undertake a rescue mission," Javier said. "A mission?" Rain exclaimed in surprise, and then raised his head in astonishment, looking at Javier. He wondered why this esteemed ambassador would seek him out. Seeing the confusion on Rain's face, Javier explained, "You might be wondering why I, as a senior noble, would not employ my family knights? It's simple. I am not from Mingster Province. The 2 family knights who originally came with me from the Imperial City to Mingster are now missing along with my youngest daughter Alyosha near Fishing Port Town. There's no time now to contact my family in the Imperial City. As for why not engage other sword bearers? Under the emergency mobilization order, all sword bearers have already been assigned tasks, except for your batch of recruits." Javier paused. Hearing this, Rain began to understand why Javier had approached him. It was simple. Under the 2 constraints mentioned, Being the strongest among the new sword-bearers, he was probably the best choice Javier could find. There might be others as powerful, but to be reliable at the same time was rare. Furthermore, before approaching him, Javier likely reviewed his resume. Having served as a governor and sheriff in fishing port town, Rain was familiar with the local situation, which was crucial in searching for people. All these conditions led Javier to approach him. However, Rain currently was not without his own assignments. And that was, Ambassador. Just as Rain was about to speak, Javier gestured for him to pause. Baron Rain, please let me finish stating my conditions before you decide, if that's all right. Of course, please continue. Rain nodded. He was indeed curious about what Javier was about to say next, as he, like other new sword-bearers, was tasked with the duty of law and order vigilance across the Mingster districts. Could Javier coordinate that for him? If so, then Rain needed to reconsider the influence of this ambassador. Baron Rain, I know that your parents and sister are still in Meist County City and have not yet relocated to Mingster with you. If you agree to undertake the mission to rescue my daughter Alyosha, I shall arrange for a cavalry unit from my family to help you move them immediately. Currently, the hiring costs for mercenaries in all of Mingster have skyrocketed, but reliability is a significant issue, and it's hard to discern whether there might be cultists among them. Rain's eyes slightly lit up. Indeed, Lord Javier was anything but simple, proposing to persuade him from this angle. Moreover, if Baron Rain you agree, this rescue will be assigned as a designated task for you to complete by the Sword-Bearers branch, Javier continued. The fixed reward for completing the task includes 2 silver medals and 1,500 merit points, the highest reward the branch can agree to at my request. Hearing this, Rain knew that he had been persuaded by Javier standing before him. Their family's concerns about being left unprotected in Meist County City had been taken into consideration by the other party. The Sword-Bearers branch intervened to facilitate communication and coordination. Although this assigned mission had its dangers, the rewards were extremely high. If it weren't for the other experienced sword-bearers being preoccupied with battles, such generous mission rewards might have been snatched up as soon as they became available. Your Excellency, my current secondment task. Don't worry, I will communicate with the Sword-Bearers branch and the Mingster Administrative Office about this matter. Your secondment can end early. I've heard about your performance in handling the emergency situation in the trading district. Rain raised an eyebrow. This is great news. Your Excellency, I believe I can depart at any moment, but as for the relevant details. Upon hearing Rain's agreement, Javier breathed a sigh of relief, his expression finally easing. Baron Rain, the person you're going to rescue is my daughter Alyosha. She has been fond of the study of potions from a young age, and is now a formal researcher at the Royal Alchemist Association. She traveled near the waters of Mingster on a private matter, seeking a rare alchemical ingredient oil from the giant stone-scale fish. This fish occasionally appears in the waters off the counties of Meister and Rosby. By this point, Rain had already grasped the general situation. Initially, when I received the news of the attack on Meist last night, I was very concerned, but at that time, the communication stone Alyosha left with me showed no changes. However, 2 hours ago, her communication stone shattered. I knew she must be facing a danger beyond her ability to resolve. My guess is that Alyosha might have encountered the Blood Curse Naga. If it had been a regular danger, the 2 family knights accompanying her both possessed the strength of peak knights, so there should have been no major issues. But if it's a Blood Curse Naga they're up against, I fear those 2 family knights won't stand a chance. Your Excellency, if your daughter really has encountered the Blood Curse Naga, then even if I leave right now without stopping for anything, I'm afraid I might be too late. Rain couldn't help but ask, puzzled. One thing you might not be aware of, Baron Rain, is that Blood Curse Nagas tend to capture capable enemies alive whenever possible, for use in blood sacrifices. Additionally, Alyosha has several sorcery scrolls on her, including 2 invisibility technique scrolls. So, this is also why I believe that even if Alyosha has encountered the Blood Curse Naga, and even if she cannot defeat it, she should still be alive for the time being. But if this drags on for too long. Hearing this, Rain had no more questions and immediately nodded, saying, Your Excellency, I'll depart at once. Good. Baron Rain, I have arranged for 2 Rakma horses known for their endurance. Rakma? They probably aren't as good as his own black horse. After all, his black horse was nearing its transformation into a ferocious beast and surpassed ordinary Rachma horses in all aspects, including endurance. That won't be necessary, Your Excellency. My mount should be faster than your Rachma horses. That's excellent. Also, if Javier seemed to think of something, his expression darkening. Don't worry, Your Excellency. The Lady of Fortune will watch over Alyosha. Rain waved it off, interrupting Javier's thoughts. After leaving the parlor, Rain quickly returned to his room to don his knight's plate armor. Furthermore, apart from the standard pig head mace and glimmering greatsword, Rain also took along that war bow, daggers, and so on. And also, 2 bottles of special poison made according to Maxwell's rare poison crafting secrets after his class changed to Deadly Poison Master. Unlike ordinary people, confronted with the possibility of encountering a formidable ancient species like the blood-cursed Naga, Rain bore neither fear nor apprehension. Instead, he was somewhat eager to test his mettle. On one hand, he had just successfully transitioned to the Beast Priest, legendary, class and needed some combat to test the new legendary profession's combat capabilities. On the other hand, it was only through battle that Rain could receive system experience rewards to elevate his profession level. Moreover, after spending time in training at the Sword-Bearer's branch, Rain's strength had been steadily increasing. At the moment, his second-order threshold had reached 24%, not far from becoming a senior Great Knight. Once he was ready with his weaponry, Rain left the Sword-Bearer's branch. First, he needed to visit Jenny's new residence to take along the pets Cookie, Bloodfeather, and the Black Horse. Jenny and Agatha's newly purchased villa in the administrative district was not far from there. On the shaded boulevard by the gate of the Sword-Bearer's branch, a pie vendor at a nearby portable stall watched as Rain exited the gates of the Sword-Bearer's branch and quickly turned around to release a pigeon from a cage behind him. A few minutes later, Hamiz at the Munster Axon auction house received the pigeon. Upon reading the note's contents, a rare smile appeared on his stern face. He muttered to himself through gritted teeth, "Rain, I've finally waited for you to come out. You despicable fellow. If it weren't for Lord Horton's divination, I would still be in the dark because of you. What about the honesty of an imperial sword-bearer, huh? I knew my feeling wasn't wrong. The tooth of the ancient giant troll vanished right in your room." Just thinking about Rain's clear eyes and his unhesitant response from before made Hamish's forehead bulge with veins. Seeing Lord Rain's sudden arrival, Jenny and Agatha were both very surprised at first, but soon their faces showed realization, because this morning they had heard the orderly footsteps of a military formation, seemingly moving from inside to outside the city. "Lord Rain, are you on a mission?" Jenny asked directly. "Yes, I have to set out on a mission." Rain nodded, thought for a moment, and felt it was better to let the 2 women know the situation. After all, no matter how tightly the news was sealed, it would inevitably spread soon after. By then, with him not in Minster, it would be worse if the 2 women were caught in a panic. "Last night, Meister was attacked, but the county town is still stable," Rain said solemnly. Hearing this news, the 2 women's pretty faces changed instantly, and they exclaimed, "Ah, is it serious? Will there be more?" Rain shook his head. "It's too early to say now. However, within 2 days, everyone including your mother, Baroness Crowley, will be escorted to Minster, and you can arrange the rooms in advance," Rain said. Hearing that Rain had made arrangements in advance, Jenny's worried expression disappeared, and she looked pleased. However, Rain's expression became stern, and he turned to Agatha, saying, "Agatha, according to imperial decree, although your father, as a noble, cannot leave his fief at will, the rest of the Wiggins family can. You can write a letter to your father to have him arrange for some people to evacuate beforehand. The county town might not be safe either." "Ah, okay, Lord Rain." Agatha, who was originally somewhat enamored at seeing Rain, had those feelings dissipate completely upon hearing about the attack on Meister. "You 2 stay in Minster and try to minimize going out," Rain cautioned once more before leaving. "Yes, Lord Rain." After leaving the villa, Rain rode on a black horse, with Cookie trotting towards the city outskirts. Just as he was about to leave the city gate, Rain looked up at the sky and saw a white seagull flapping its wings, landing on his shoulder. After a brief eye contact, Rain had a mental transmission image from the white seagull in his mind. A fair hand wrote swiftly on a piece of white paper with a quill, "Rain, be sure to stay safe." This was the concern of a twin-tailed young girl. When Rain reached the city gate, he saw troops of fully armed Imperial soldiers departing from the city and marching towards the direction of Meister and Rosby counties. Looking down from a high place, one could see that on the vast plains, two long lines of troops were advancing in different directions. And as Rain rode past the Imperial soldiers repeatedly, he noticed a change in the composition of the troops, from the gray shield crossbowmen and heavy cavalry he encountered at first, to the light cavalry that were now marching at the fastest pace. He overtook them along the way, and the soldiers, curious, frequently glanced at this obviously noble young man, who was racing along with a fierce hound the size of a small pony following behind him. It had taken Rain an entire week to travel from Meister to Mingster when accompanied by a merchant convoy. Now, he had placed weapons such as the glimmering great sword and war bows on the now ferocious beast of war, the lurcher hound. Lightly equipped, he capitalized on the black horse's stamina, comparable to that of a ferocious beast, and raced along the road with lightning speed, naturally more than several times faster. How can this guy's horse be so fast? Hamas couldn't help but curse. Just now, near the city gate, he had watched Rain, clad in a pale silver knight's armor, riding a strong black horse with a dog, quickly disappear into the distance ahead of him. He turned to a bearded man behind him and said, "Track him, he's too fast." "No problem," the bearded man replied, deftly picking up a small birdcage from the side of the horse. The bearded man quickly released the small gray bird from the cage and pointed in Rain's direction. Immediately, the gray bird soared into the sky. This type of gray bird, also known as a tracking bird, its scientific name is brown-backed sparrow, resembles a sparrow in appearance, small in size, with gray feathers all over its body, and quite inconspicuous. Yet it has a flying speed akin to that of a swift. However, what Hamas and his group did not notice was that above the clouds, a predator the size of a swan, with blue and purple feathers intermingled, was circling above Rain's position. When Rain passed through the region of Welsh County and entered Meister territory, the severity of the checks at the roadblocks on the way increased dramatically. Even he was stopped by the guard soldiers and questioned in detail. "My lord, Meister County has been fully militarized, and according to superior orders, we advise against anyone going there on their own," the soldiers said. Rain's expression grew serious. He nodded and said, "I am on a mission." Having said that, he showed his documents to them. Upon seeing them, the captain of the soldiers showed solemn respect for Rain, so young and already on a special task. "Lord Rain, we salute you." A squad of soldiers at the checkpoint immediately saluted him. "I wish you good luck as well," Rain said with a smile. Continuing his journey for a while longer, the evening was nearing. At that moment, Bloodfeather called from the sky, swooped down to catch a certain bird, then circled down and landed on Rain's forearm. Rain looked at Bloodfeather, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Bloodfeather, are you saying that this bird has been following me back and forth all the way?" Chirp Bloodfeather looked at Rain with expressive eyes, raised its head, chirped affirmatively, acknowledging Rain's words. Rain carefully examined the small bird under Bloodfeather's deadly claws, already half dead. "Looks a lot like a sparrow." Could this be a tree sparrow?" A sudden flash of insight crossed Rain's mind. Because of Vinica, Rain was now somewhat of an expert on birds. Recently, he had learned a lot about the common domesticated bird species from Vinica. If it was indeed a tree sparrow, then Rain could be nearly certain that someone was tracking him. But who could it be? Javier's emissary? The likelihood doesn't seem too great. We're about to enter the control area of the Murlocs and the Blood-Cursed Naga. Is there a way to set the tail behind us against one of the two? After pondering for a moment, Rain shook his head. If the other party draws the attention of a large number of Murlocs and Blood-Cursed Naga, that could pose a risk of exposure for myself afterward. Besides, being attacked from both sides is clearly not a good idea. Since that's the case, it's better to take care of the issue myself and eliminate the tail. Surrounded by forests and hills, Rain was determined to see who was behind him. Although the Beast Tamer, Transcendent, class panel was overridden, the core skill, Eye of the Beast, had been inherited by the Beast Priest, Legendary, class panel. However, the other core skill of the Beast Tamer, Animal Affinity, had disappeared. While it was somewhat regrettable, perhaps it conflicted with the legendary class of Beast Priest, draining the other's vitality. The beasts just can't warm up to you, can they? With the vision of Bloodfeather exceeding that of humans by more than 5 times, Rain quickly saw a small team of 4 people trailed behind him on the winding path, several kilometers away. Wait, there's also a dog. Within 5 kilometers in front and behind him, there was just this one team. Clearly, it must be this team that had sent the tree sparrow to follow him. Adjusting his overhead view slightly, Rain saw a somewhat familiar figure among the group, leather armor and dagger. Is that him? That Ham is from the Yaxen auction house. Most likely, the other party must have determined through some mysterious means that the ancient giant troll's tusks were in my possession. With a flicker of thought, Rain instantly pieced together the cause and effect, his expression growing stern. Such stealthy tailing clearly indicates no good intentions. Are they planning to make a move against me? Looking over at the nearby forest, Rain let the black horse continue forward a short distance, while he himself took cover in the forest. At the same time, he began to take out poison bottles from his waist pouch. Not far away, a team of 4 continued to advance toward Rain's position, led by Ham Is. In Mingster, Ham Is was wary of Rain mainly because of Rain's identity as an imperial sword-bearer, not because of Rain's personal strength. In his heart, a newly minted sword-bearer with the strength of a great knight was indeed impressive for someone so young. But that was all it was, impressive, and he really didn't take it to heart. As for Rain's killing of the native in the trade zone, of course, he knew about it. So, does it prove Rain's strength is formidable? Don't make me laugh. Let's not forget, who was it that exterminated that tribe of natives? Who escorted the few dozen remaining natives to Mingster? It was their own group, of course. Now that Rain had left Mingster, and what's more, ventured into the erupting warfare in Meister, this was too good of an opportunity. Hamis had long thought it through. He would capture Rain alive, torture him severely, play with him enough, and then trick him into revealing the whereabouts of the ancient giant troll's tusks before killing him outright. This area around was forest. Disposing of a body in the wilderness required no effort or disguise. If ever questioned later, he could just pin it on the cult. As for how to capture Rain alive, the slaver team was all too experienced in that. Next, they would have Danielson cast concealment technique on the other 2 to secretly surround Rain. Hamis would attract Rain's attention from the front, and once Danielson used the Earth Grip witchcraft to immobilize him, they would throw nets and poison gas to capture him swiftly. In that situation, a great night? It would only be a matter of holding out a little longer than a peak night. This coordination was something they were very skilled at. That was why their slaver team was so valued by the Yaxen auction house in Mingster. The Dudica dog and Hamis's team, much like the Doberman Rain had seen in his previous life, suddenly started barking. Something's wrong. The horse hoof prints have clearly become much lighter. Hamis's narrow eyes squinted, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop moving. The next second, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air was heard. The moment the third-tier wizard apprentice Danielson turned his head to locate the source of the noise, he saw a black shadow strike him like lightning. Without any time to react, a scream erupted. Danielson felt a piercing pain in his waist. Immediately after, the world spun around, and as he fell from his horse, he saw his familiar legs still stuck in the stirrups. The man with tied-back hair behind Danielson saw everything crystal clear. For crying out loud, his companion Danielson didn't even have time to dodge before being struck by a heavy black steel arrow that shattered his waist. It shattered, not pierced. Ambush. Hamis's face instantly went pale, and he flipped off his horse to take cover on the animal's flank. At that moment, several people smelled a pleasant fragrance. It drifted down from upwind, somewhat resembling the scent of lavender. But in the tense battle, the 3 of them hardly considered why there was this fragrance. If they had calmed down to think about it, they would have realized immediately that even if lavender was growing nearby, it wasn't the season for lavender to bloom yet. This was actually a gas-type poison produced by Rain, following a formula from Maxwell's rare poison production manual, the lavender hallucinogen. Its effect was to induce hallucinatory effects on a certain range of people and animals. Of course, this effect was very effective on both ordinary people and knights. But for someone at the level of a great knight, the effect was much weaker. It merely caused occasional hallucinations or double vision. However, for Rain, this was enough. It wasn't that his opponent was too formidable, forcing Rain to use poison. Rather, he mainly wanted to test the effects of the poison gas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to use it on these individuals. Meanwhile, Whimper the Dutka dog let out a mournful cry as it was bitten on the throat by the greyhound Cookie. At this moment, the dog's eyes went blank, and its limbs were flailing weakly. At that time, the 3 of them had no concern for the dog's plight. Because at that moment, Rain, holding a 2-handed warhammer, smiling, emerged nonchalantly from the forest. Hamis thought, isn't this lad supposed to continue shooting arrows in ambush rather than coming out to fight us 3 hand-to-hand? Is he out of his mind? But the next second, They all saw a blur, and Rain had disappeared. Then, Hamis heard a sound like a watermelon being smashed by a club to his left. It came from Bueno's direction. Hamis immediately turned to look, only to see Bueno's headless body slowly falling to the ground. Suddenly, Hamis's face changed drastically. Was Rain so powerful? Just as Hamis was about to act, he saw multiple images of Rain appear before him. How is this possible? It's not right. This must be the poison gas. As a sword bearer, you actually used poison? Hamis's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Rain. Those tactics, which he should have been using, had been preemptively employed by Rain, the sword bearer he was facing. What the? Next second, another booming sound. Hamis's expression changed several times, and immediately he turned and leapt away. Though the poison gas affected him, causing his body to sway slightly from time to time, his speed was not slowed in the slightest. Rain watched this unfold without hurry, slowly took the war bow from Cookie, drew the bow, and aimed at Hamis's back. Swoosh with a sharp whizzing sound. A bolt of black lightning instantly pierced through Hamis's back. He staggered a few steps, his speed greatly reduced. Shortly thereafter, Hamis, like a drunken man, staggered several times, then with a thud, fell flat on the ground. The team of 4, all annihilated. Rain approached, first taking a look at the wizard apprentice. He saw that the apprentice had been split into 2 by his arrow. Apprentice wizards have this shortcoming. Even if they are 3rd-level apprentices, as long as they are not official wizards, they lack a defensive field, leaving them vulnerable to surprise attacks. That's why many apprentice wizards start by also training in the path of knighthood, as this dual training increases the survival capabilities of apprentice wizards significantly. At that moment, Cookie came over, carrying the duck-a-dog, seeking praise. Rain patted Cookie's fluffy head, complimenting, "Well done." Indeed, if Cookie were still an ordinary greyhound without evolution, the battle would likely have turned out the opposite. The heavier, more robust duck-a-dog could easily kill an ordinary greyhound. After sweeping the area for loot, Rain continued advancing towards the front. As for the bodies of the 4 men and the dog, the beasts in the forest would naturally make quick work of them. Suddenly remembering something, Rain pulled on the reins and stopped again, then got off the horse and quickly walked into the forest. Soon, inspired by Cookie's tracking, Rain swiftly caught a forest wolf. He placed his hand on the struggling forest wolf and performed the second core skill of the beast priest, Beastly Vitality. Immediately, the forest wolf stopped resisting. A surging warmth flowed from within the forest wolf, through his hands, into Rain's body. This sensation of warmth circulating inside him was similar to the rejuvenative power after leveling up, but there was something more to it. Rain dispelled the special effects of steel body, drawing a blade across his finger. In less than 2 seconds, the wound rapidly healed. Indeed, besides restoring vitality, the core skill, Beastly Vitality, could heal injuries as well. Meanwhile, the forest wolf appeared listless, drowsy, and lay on the ground, too lethargic to move. However, Rain felt as if he could hear faint and distant wolf howls in his ears intermittently, a peculiar sound that seemed to subtly disturb his mind. But since the sound was very faint, the disturbance was also minimal and could be easily ignored. Is this what the skill description referred to as the spirit of the beast? Rain mused softly. After thinking it over, Rain proceeded deeper into the forest. This time, when he emerged, he was leading a robust gray bear. He tried the Beastly Vitality core skill again. Rain discovered that this time, the magical heat flow he could absorb was stronger than that of the previous forest wolf. This indicated that the effect of Beastly Vitality was indeed related to the strength of the creature he absorbed from. Additionally, the side effects were more pronounced for him. It seemed that after absorbing the heat flow from both the wolf and the wolf howls and bear roars, which weren't that noticeable before, suddenly grew much louder, and their interference with his mind became significantly stronger. At the same time, the bear roar was slightly stronger than the wolf howl. Moreover, this increase wasn't a gradual linear enhancement. Instead, it was more of a leap in enhancement. Although this interference was not particularly strong for Rain, with his spirit at a high level of 39 points, he could still easily resist it. Still, it made Rain ponder. So, does this mean that if Beastly Vitality is continuously used in a short period, the side effect, Beast Soul, will increasingly interfere with the mind? At this moment, Rain suddenly turned to look at the black horse nearby. The black horse neighed loudly. Its hooves kept pawing the ground, seemingly very restless. Is it about to evolve? Rain raised an eyebrow, a joyful expression on his face. What an interesting time to evolve, suddenly evolving at this moment. Perhaps today's long journey caused the potion effects, accumulated in its body from long-term consumption of the mutation growth potion, to be fully released? At this time, the system prompt sounded. Host's pet, Jenny Horse, affected by long-term consumption of mutation growth potions, begins to mutate and evolve. Mutating and evolving. The black horse snorted angrily, its whole body trembling, and the oily sheen on its coat showed veins bulging like earthworms. Several minutes passed. A bulge suddenly appeared on the black horse's forehead, and soon, a rhino-like horn protruded. Its body size didn't change much, only slightly bigger, becoming more robust. At this point, the system prompt started to flood the screen. Host's subordinate pet, Jenny Horse, successfully evolved into a ferocious beast, fast-stepping horned horse. Your skill, beast taming, has improved. Experience plus 567. Your beast priest, legendary. Profession experience plus 119. Congratulations, your beast priest, legendary. Profession level has increased. Ding. Host contractable pet count increased, now March 4th. Note. Fast-stepping horned horse has awakened talent ability, speed step. Would you like to rename fast-stepping horned horse? Without much thought, Rain chose no. The system naming it fast-stepping horned horse was quite fitting. Seeing the black horse successfully evolve and the beast priest, legendary, level on the panel moved from LV1 to LV2, 31/300. The remaining attribute points increased again from 12 to 13, and more importantly, Rain's remaining skill points were finally no longer 0. Double happiness made Rain smile. Actually, it was triple happiness, as the number of contractable pets increased by 1, reaching 4. Rain walked around the black horse, inspecting it carefully, discovering that although its appearance didn't change much, it had gained a unicorn horn about 10 centimeters long. But after the mutation, the flat teeth of this formerly herbivorous animal had grown quite a few sharp fangs. Rain tried feeding it some jerky, and the fast-stepping horned horse immediately ate with relish. Its eyes seemed to brighten. Indeed, it used to eat grass, and now tasting meat for the first time, the fast-stepping horned horse felt like it had discovered a new continent. After the fast-stepping horned horse finished eating, Rain tried riding it and found that compared to before, its stamina seemed to have increased significantly. However, when using the talent ability Speed Step, its speed noticeably increased by a large margin, and the duration wasn't short. In this way, it seemed more suitable for long-distance travel. A quarter of an hour later, Rain stopped as he reached a crossroads with a signpost shaped like arrows. 3 arrows pointed in different directions. The right arrow led to Flash Gold Town, straight ahead was Mist County City, and naturally, turning left led to Fishing Port Town. After a moment's thought, Rain didn't choose to go to Flash Gold Town or the county town, but instead, turned left, heading quickly toward Fishing Port Town. Rescuing people was urgent. Soon after, a checkpoint appeared ahead, a more fortified one, with numerous spiked wooden barricades blocking the road, and dozens of fully armed giant shield crossbowmen on alert. Upon seeing Rain, they immediately heightened their vigilance and shouted, "Ahead is the battle zone with the Sea Clan. Unrelated personnel must leave immediately." Rain slowed down and, after showing his documents again, was allowed to pass. Before long, Rain stood atop a hill not far from Fishing Port Town, gazing at the town he knew so well from a distance. At this moment, black smoke billowed from all around Fishing Port Town, making it difficult to discern the current condition inside the town, but it was evident that many ruins were still burning, and cries of battle came continuously from all directions. In such a chaotic battlefield, finding Ambassador Javier's little daughter Alyosha would be like finding a needle in a haystack without guidance. Fortunately, Rain had a sensing stone given to him by Javier, which allowed him to sense Alyosha's position within a few kilometers. Rain took the nearly transparent sensing stone from his pocket and walked 10 meters in several directions. With acute sensitivity, Rain noticed that when heading southeast, the light from the sensing stone changed slightly, becoming a bit brighter. Obviously, Alyosha should be in that direction. Therefore, Rain activated the skill, Beast Eye again. Using the sharp vision of the Blood Feather, he spotted a large gathering of fishmen on an unnamed island several dozen meters beyond the southeastern coastline. Among them were several significantly larger male blood-cursed Nagas. What surprised Rain even more was when he saw the layout of this island. He was astonished to discover that in the center of the island, there was a large hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. Faintly visible within were stone steps leading downwards, suggesting that this island harbored hidden secrets unknown to the world. Lord Rain finished observing and rode his swift steed, Little Black, down the hillside to the temporary camp of the Imperial Army ahead. Before he even arrived, he could hear wailing coming from tent after tent. After passing inspection, Rain entered. He found that most of the tents were sheltering soldiers of the Empire who had been seriously injured in the battle. At the same time, Rain saw the few town residents who had been rescued from the fishing port town's ruins. Rain's mood sank as he asked a soldier nearby, "Are these just over a dozen survivors from fishing port town?" "Yes, my lord," the soldier replied, his expression equally grave. By the time they arrived, they discovered that the Sea Clan had been utterly despicable, almost completely destroying a small town, and some sea creatures were still gnawing on human corpses, a sight too horrible to bear. As if recalling something, the soldier immediately said, "Oh, my lord," however, the sheriff of Fishing Port Town, Cornet Lehman, luckily survived. "HM? The sheriff of Fishing Port Town? Take me to him." Rain's eyes lit up. He had thought that only a dozen or so survivors were left, meaning the Ryman brothers must have fallen victim to the blood-cursed Naga. But he hadn't expected the younger brother to have survived. That was a piece of good news among the bad. However, it seemed that because of the severity of his injuries, the bed arranged for Cornet was located towards the inner part of the camp. As Rain walked into the inner tent, suddenly he saw a familiar face among the number of beds lying there, the younger of the Ryman brothers, Cornet Lehman. Cornet's eyes were closed and his brows were tightly furrowed, his face in pain as if he was recalling something. Upon closer inspection, Rain noticed that Cornet's right hand had been cleanly severed at the elbow, and his chest and abdomen were wrapped in thick bandages, on which 3 distinct dark red bloodstains were apparent, but fortunately, all had missed the heart. To have survived such injuries was truly fortunate. "Cornet." Hearing this familiar voice, Cornet's eyes suddenly widened in an expression of disbelief as he turned to look over. The next second, his eyes reddened, and with a tearful voice, he wailed, "Lord Rain. Lord Rain. My brother is dead. Fishing Port Town is all gone." Finding a familiar person to talk to, Cornet's tears and snot whooshed down. Rain walked over, firmly grasping Cornet's remaining left hand, comforting him. "Cornet, recover well." For a moment, Cornet cried noisily, and then he intermittently recounted the events of last night's sudden attack to Rain. Only then did Rain learn that last night, Fishing Port Town had been attacked almost completely unguarded, because the combat skill of the blood-cursed Naga was too strong, and the patrolling night watchman couldn't even raise an alarm before being killed on the spot. Even when Cornet and his brother joined forces, they could only resist for less than a minute. His brother Cobert was killed on the spot, and Cornet passed out due to severe injuries. It was lucky that he had passed out, mistaken by the blood-cursed Naga to be dead as well, which allowed him to narrowly escape with his life. The death and injury of the Ryman brothers was unexpected for Rain. Before coming, Rain had thought that even if the Ryman brothers couldn't win, they should have been able to lead some elite night watchmen in a fighting retreat. But now it seemed, the vast difference in strength made such hope a luxury. As Cornet's emotions steadied, he looked at Rain and asked, "Lord Rain, you came this time too." "I'm here to undertake a mission in that direction." "The seaside?" Cornet's eyes widened. Rain nodded. "Lord, you must be careful. At the seaside, you will surely encounter the blood-cursed Naga. Their strength is truly terrifying." Cornet, reliving his encounter, nodded, and fear briefly flickered in his eyes. He fell silent for a while before saying, "Strength. Their strength is simply too great. Just one strike with their trident pierced through my brother's steel shield. A second strike sent me flying, and then, with 2 more stabs, they killed my brother on the spot and left me seriously injured and unconscious." The strength they demonstrated throughout was terrifying. Rain nodded, understanding. That was the overwhelming might of an ancient race. All tactics, combat skills, meant little when the gap in strength was so large. In terms of the past, it was a case of brute force overwhelming skill. They are over 2.5 meters tall, with robust physiques. I think even a great knight wouldn't necessarily be a match for them in strength. If you encounter them, you must be cautious. As much as possible, use hit-and-run tactics, and never engage 2 blood-cursed Naga at the same time, Cornet advised after some thought. "Thank you. I'll be careful." The Ryman brothers together were great knights who, under normal circumstances, could have held their ground. But in just 3 or 4 exchanges, one brother died, and the other was severely injured. This showed that the description of the ancient blood-cursed Naga in the old texts was not an exaggeration, but rather conservative. Their strength was overwhelmingly superior to that of humans. As for how to fight them, normal human great knights would indeed need to employ hit-and-run strategies or overwhelm them with numbers, as Cornet had said. But for himself, light flickered in Rain's eyes, and an eager thrill rose in his heart. Because I also happen to be good at strength. By the way, does the opponent know water-based witchcraft? Asked Rain, on the verge of departure. Suddenly thinking of a question, he turned back and asked again. This? No. Of course, maybe it's because we are too weak. They simply disdain to use it against us. Lord Rain, you still need to be careful and cautious, Knight Cornet said with a crestfallen expression. He and his brother, one dead and one severely injured, have yet to ascertain the enemy's combat power, which is indeed too embarrassing. Have a good rest, Knight Cornet. After leaving the camp, Rain quickly arrived at the front line. Looking out at the battlefield in front of him, he saw a multitude of fish people, lobster people, and various other exotic marine creatures, almost covering the beach densely. Although there were many of them, their battle organization was far less efficient than the Empire's troops, so they couldn't inflict heavy casualties on the Empire's army. Although the Empire's forces were few, they were relatively elite. Therefore, the overall battle situation was in a state of tense equilibrium. From time to time, fierce battles broke out along the long defense line, lasted for a while, and then subsided again. From a distance, Rain saw a blood-cursed Naga whose stature was clearly taller than the surrounding fish people. As soon as it appeared, the Empire's army immediately suffered heavy casualties. At these times, a matching force had to step up to confront it. Otherwise, it often required a large number of casualties before it was possible to repel them. The captain of the shield crossbowmen at the first line of the battlefield was a seasoned knight. He took a deep look at Rain, although he didn't know what mission the young Imperial Baron had, which required him to go to the small island on the front. But he thought about it and felt it was necessary to give a reminder. Baron Rain, you might not know this. While the fish people's strength is average, look at their dense numbers, the captain of the shield crossbowmen said, pointing to the front. When dozens, or even hundreds of these Nemo-fin fish people, blackgill fish people, and deep-sea bluegill fish people surround you, even a great knight of humanity will have moments of exhaustion. The island you want to reach requires breaking through their dense defense line. And do you see? Behind the group of fish people, those huge creatures, those are male blood-cursed Nagas, along with their ferocious sea beasts under their command. Just the sea beast's strength alone is no less than that of a great knight. As for the ancient species blood-cursed Naga, Baron Rain, you might not have fought them yet and don't realize how formidable they are. Rain didn't refute. He was just listening quietly, because he knew that this shield crossbowman captain, whom he was meeting for the first time, was absolutely right. At least for an average great knight, the chance of breaking through the Sea Clan's defense line, reaching the island, and entering the cave was virtually impossible, even with the support of the shield crossbowmen. Right now on the front line, when we encounter a blood-cursed Naga, we'll shoot a signal flare for the Empire's great knights and wizards to deal with them, he instructed. As for the concerted attacks by dense fish people or marine creatures, we mainly rely on the rear bronze cannons and special toxic gases provided by the Royal Alchemist Association targeting the Sea Clan. But these means are generally only quite lethal to fish people and lobster people and the like. When it comes to the blood-cursed Naga, their resistance to poison is very high, and it hardly affects them. And it's even less likely for cannon fire to hit them directly. While listening to the explanation, Rain observed closely. Although Rain was not afraid, knowing oneself and the enemy prevents defeat in 100 battles. Along the long coastline, every 100 meters or so, there was a male blood-cursed Naga in charge. All these blood-cursed Nagas were male, each with at least one viciously transformed sea serpent, giant mutated hermit crab, or large octopus, giving him the impression of a beast tamer. Plus, with their strong close combat capabilities, the combination of beast and Naga was, overall, very difficult to deal with, troublesome indeed. Then, from the sky came the shrill cry of a griffin. A griffin knight clad in pale golden armor descended quickly from the sky, and he too saw Rain on the field. After all, Rain's strong unicorn black steed and equally fierce canine beast were quite conspicuous. We've met once before, you are. The newly appointed swordbearer Rain? The person was none other than Viscount Filk of Minster's Griffin Squadron, whom Rain had met once. Rain didn't expect to encounter him here. Good day, Lord Filk, Rain greeted with a slight bow. Are you here on a special mission? Yes, I am going over there. Rain nodded and pointed to the southeast. Viscount Filk's handsome face changed slightly with surprise. You might not know, Baron Rain, but I just scouted from the sky. That area is now the most heavily defended by the Sea Clan. There's a huge cave on the nearby island that seems to have emerged out of nowhere, and it is strictly guarded by the Sea Clan. Rain nodded to show he was aware. He had previously investigated from the air using beast sight through the perspective of Bloodfeather. Baron Rain, I know your strength is formidable, but consider the dense numbers of the Sea Clan before us, and the blood-cursed Nagas mixed amongst them. Even I find those ancient creatures a headache to confront. Even if you fortunately make it near the cave, how much strength will you have left to charge into the cave and conduct your investigation? Moreover, we're in the dark about the situation inside the cave. There are a fair number of fishmen specialized in net throwing stationed at the entrance of the cave. I tried just now, but there was no chance to get a clear view, said Viscount Felk. So, I don't recommend you go right now. Heading over now is no different from courting death, added Viscount Felk. Rain didn't say a word. What Felk said wasn't wrong. But the problem was, this was a rescue mission. If he delayed too long and Alyosha, the target of the mission, died, then this mission would be meaningless. Besides, he was different from the other great knights. His confidence came from the 13 remaining attribute points he still had. Don't forget, every time he added an attribute point, he could recover to his peak physical condition. That is to say, he could recover his physical strength a total of 13 times. No matter how numerous the enemy was, they would all become fodder for his experience. As for getting injured, putting aside whether they could injure him, who possessed the intermediate steel body, even if he did get hurt, with his new legendary profession Beast Priest, he could recover from his injuries using the core skill Beastly Vitality. In short, what was considered an impossible mission for others, Rain felt he could at least give it a try. Rain. Just then, a clear and familiar female voice rang out. Vinica? At the sound, Rain was taken aback and immediately turned to look. There stood Vinica in a pale blue robe, excitedly waving her hands a short distance behind him. Vinica, what are you doing here? Just like you, shortly after you left Mingster, I received an urgent assignment from the Sword Bearers branch. The front line needs a third-level wizard apprentice specializing in avian scouting, she said. So, here I am. Vinica's golden pigtails bounced as she spoke with a joyful expression. Obviously, she was very happy to encounter Rain here. Rain, too, smiled. After a brief exchange of greetings, Vinica also learned about Rain's mission destination. Rain, perhaps I can give it a try, she said. Vinica was seen chanting quietly, apparently fully focusing on controlling the seagulls. A flock of dozens of seagulls gathered above Vinica's head, and at her command, they swiftly flew towards the nearby island. Just as the seagulls were about to circle down near the cave, suddenly, a dozen bluegill fishmen emerged and threw their nets. Instantly, the seagulls were caught en masse, leaving only 4 or 5 that made it into the cave. This couldn't help but bring pain to Vinica's heart. Luckily, there were still these 4 or 5 that had gone down. But less than half a minute later, Vinica clutched her head, her pretty face showing pain. Rain, all my seagulls are dead. It's a deep cave inside. My seagulls flew in about 100 meters or so, but still couldn't see the end, she said, sounding a bit tired. Although there are far fewer Sea Clan members inside than outside, the proportion of blood-cursed Nagas is clearly higher. And the fishmen inside are not like the ones out here. They are much stronger. Rain, I know you're strong, but maybe you shouldn't take this risk, said Vinica with a worried look on her face. Rain walked up and ruffled Vinica's hair. Don't worry, if it really doesn't work out, I won't force it, he reassured her. Vinica looked into Rain's eyes earnestly, and after a long gaze, she lowered her head and took out a sorcery scroll from her waist pouch, saying, This is an invisibility technique scroll, which can last for about a minute. It was given to me by my mentor. I'm relatively safe here, Rain, so please make sure to take it, she insisted. Rain was taken aback for a moment, then he began to consider. If he used it while rushing to the cave entrance, he could avoid being attacked by several blood-cursed Nagas at the Sea Clan's defense line. After all, he was here for a rescue, so naturally, the best approach would be to enter the cave with as little commotion as possible. Thus, Rain didn't refuse. He took the scroll and said, Thank you, Vinica. Seeing that Rain was determined to go, and that even his girlfriend could not dissuade him, Viscount Filk couldn't help shaking his head and said, Baron Rain, since you insist, then may the goddess of luck truly be on your side. If you manage to come out safely, then fire this signal flare. I'll restrain some of the enemies for you in midair. Of course, if you happen to fall in battle, I ask for your forgiveness. I'm sorry, but I can't send anyone to look for your body. So, Baron Rain, I hope you consider everything carefully before you act. Thank you, Rain said, taking the arrow-shaped signal flare that Felk handed to him. Obviously, Felk didn't have high hopes for Rain's venture. After giving the signal flare, Felk quickly took to the sky on his griffin to attend to other matters. Rain left Cookie and Little Black behind. In the sky above, the presence of the blood feather was enough to guide him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, either worried or astonished, Rain stepped past the spiked wooden stakes and walked towards the seaside. Ahead, dozens of deep-sea bluegill fishmen, towering a head taller than the grayfin fishmen, were waiting in the shallow water. The water came only up to their knees. Some of them held steel harpoons, while others carried transparent bottles filled with pungent blue-green smoke. At the same time, a few bluegill fishmen carried throwing spears on their backs and wielded sturdy nets. When they noticed a human knight clad in light silver armor slowly walking out of the densely packed human line, they all turned their attention to Rain.